Young master, the bride has fled. In Yunhai City, at the Liu family estate, the scene was vibrant with lights and bustling guests. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly approached and whispered into Liu Wudi's ear. As the subordinate reported, the dazed look in Liu Wudi's eyes gradually regained its brilliance. He had traversed into the realm of a novel, where he now held the identity of a pivotal early antagonist, the young master of the Liu family, the overlord of Yunhai. The runaway bride, Zhu Ningyu, was one of the female protagonists of the tale. Liu Wudi had always been utterly devoted to her, sparing no effort in providing her with various spiritual herbs, reluctant to even use them for himself. He had even sacrificed the interests of his family, transforming the Zhu family from an inconspicuous household into one of the four prominent families in Yunhai City. However, by unfortunate coincidence, during one of Zhu Ningyu's excursions for cultivation, she fell victim to a love poison from a demonic flower, which could only be cured through intimate union. At this juncture, the story's main character, Yi Bufan, made his entrance. He was an orphan burdened with deep-seated hatred, guided in his cultivation by an elderly figure residing within a ring. When faced with such a predicament, Yi Bufan naturally offered his generous assistance, ultimately leading to the complete subjugation of the female lead over time. On the day of the grand wedding, Zhu Ningyu was further incited to elope. As a result, Liu Wudi's love turned to hatred, and he vowed to annihilate the pair, only to be ultimately outmaneuvered and slain by them. In pursuit of vengeance, the Liu family dispatched numerous assassins after Yi Bufan and Zhu Ningyu. Yet, Yi Bufan was the favored child of destiny, and under the influence of the protagonist's halo, the Liu family found themselves diminished in intellect. In the end, the Liu family met with destruction and ruin. Reflecting upon the earlier plot of this novel, Liu Wudi could not help but chuckle. How could such a clicked, illogical, and nonsensical narrative have initially captivated his silence? Ding! The supreme antagonist system has been bound. Host, Liu Wudi. Realm, initial 4th grade. Fortune value, 3,000. At this moment, a panel appeared before Liu Wudi, and his eyes brightened with overwhelming joy. The essential golden finger for traversing had activated. System? What assistance can you provide? Liu Wudi inquired. This system can assist the host in seizing the fortune of the favored child of destiny, thereby becoming the new favored child. Moreover, the fortune value can be exchanged for various items in the marketplace. As the system's voice faded, Liu Wudi surveyed the crowd, noticing that each person had a numerical value displayed above their heads. The vast majority possessed only a few or dozens of fortune points, while Liu Wudi's 3,000 fortune points set him apart as extraordinary. Indeed, these individuals were merely nameless passers-by in the novel. Regaining his composure, Liu Wudi then accessed the system marketplace, which offered techniques, treasures, formations, talismans, elixirs, and spiritual herbs among other items. With an invincible starting configuration and the assistance of the system, even a mere dog could triumph. What nonsense about being a favored child of destiny. I shall suppress it with a single hand. A smirk graced Liu Wudi's lips. The subordinate, seeing Liu Wudi frozen in place, shouted loudly, "Young master, the bride has fled." At these words, everyone present was taken aback. Today marked the grand wedding of Liu Wudi, the eldest son of the Liu family, and Zhu Ningyu, with all the prominent figures of Yunhai City in attendance. The Liu family is a superpower that surpasses the four great families. The patriarch is a grandmaster, and Liu Wudi's father and several uncles are all masters of their craft. Setting aside their top-tier combat prowess, the sheer number of 8th and 9th-tier experts within the Liu family is enough to sweep through the entirety of Yunhai City. Not to mention, the Zhu family was elevated to one of the four great families by the Liu family. What audacity did Zhu Ningyu possess to dare to elope? This was a greater affront than openly slapping the Liu family in the face. Given the Liu family's modus operandi, they would never swallow this humiliation disaster awaited the Zhu family. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Madame Liu, Zhengshu, was filled with rage, exclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Send everyone from the Liu family to search. We will turn Yunhai City upside down if necessary. We must find that little wretch, Zhu Ningyu." "Yes, madam." The subordinates nodded, ready to make arrangements. Liu Wudi raised his hand to stop them. "Mother, there's no need for such a fuss. I know where they'll bring the secret guards. and follow me. Understood. Zheng Shu ordered the secret guards to assemble. These individuals had been meticulously trained by the Lu Patriarch, specifically tasked with safeguarding the family's security in the shadows. Each of them possessed formidable strength, with the weakest being 5th tier and the leader of the secret guards reaching the pinnacle of 8th tier. In the original narrative, the Lu family failed to capture Zhu Ningyu in Yunhai City, allowing the couple to escape to Qingming Mountain. However, Lu Wudi was aware of the entire plot this time. They would not easily slip away. To all present, if you do not mind the trouble, you may join me in witnessing the spectacle. Lu Wudi addressed the guests, determined to bring disgrace and ruin to the Zhu family. Meanwhile, in a manor on the outskirts of Yunhai City, Yi Bufan, Zhu Ningyu, and the Zhu family members had all gathered there. Xiao Yi, the Lu family's power is overwhelming. Is it truly safe for Yuer to elope publicly? Zhu Tianhong expressed his concern. While Yi Bufan and Zhu Ningyu could potentially escape, the Zhu family had numerous enterprises and many clansmen in Yunhai City. In just a day or two, they would be unable to flee. Uncle, worry not since I dared to let Yuer escape. I possess complete confidence, Yi Bufan declared, exuding a formidable aura. Pinnacle of the 4th tier, Zhu Tianhong's eyes widened in shock, as if he were witnessing a prodigy. Lu Wudi, the most talented youth in Yunhai City, had only just reached the early stages of the 4th tier despite the Lu family's extensive resources. In contrast, Yi Bufan's achievements were solely due to his own efforts, showcasing his terrifying talent and potential. However, potential alone does not equate to immediate strength, and the Lu family was undeniably powerful at present. Noticing the concern in Zhu Tianhong's eyes, Yi Bufan continued, with my current strength, I indeed cannot contend with the Lu family. However, I have taken a master of Qingshan Mountain as my mentor. My master is a seasoned pinnacle master, poised to soon step into the realm of Grand Master. In contrast, while the Lu family possesses the powerful Grand Master ancestor and several master-level experts, they are currently confined within the Sword Qi Great Wall and will be unable to extricate themselves for a decade. Should the Sword Qi Great Wall be breached, countless ferocious beasts would inundate the land, and the Lu family would become the scourge of the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianhong's anxious heart finally found solace. This young man is extraordinarily gifted and possesses a keen intellect. He is destined for greatness. Though the Lu family's strength remains formidable, their confinement at the Sword Qi Great Wall renders them not invincible. Marrying Wearer to Yi Bufan and gaining the protection of Qingshan Mountain would ultimately be more advantageous for the Zhu family. Brother Yi, when shall we depart from Yunhai City? Zhu Ningyu inquired with curiosity. In order to circumvent any unforeseen complications, we shall set off for Qingshan Mountain immediately. Yi Bufan declared, boom. At that moment, the doors were forcefully kicked open. Nearly 100 dark guards surged in, lining up on either side. Lu Wudi strode in with confident steps, observing the astonishment on Yi Bufan and Zhu Ningyu's faces, a playful smile curling upon his lips. Zhu Ningyu, you little wretch, the Lu family has treated you well. Why do you flee from marriage? Zheng Shu thundered, pointing an accusing finger at Zhu Ningyu. Faced with no avenue for escape, Zhu Ningyu steeled herself and stepped forward. I, Zhu Ningyu, have never held any affection for Lu Wudi. The only one I love is Brother Yi. Zheng Shu fumed. If you do not love my son, why did you agree to the engagement? The Lu family is powerful. He loves me. How could I refuse? Did I dare to refuse? Zhu Ningyu retorted, her demeanor conveying her grievances. You silver-tongued little minx. You do not love my son, yet relish the benefits bestowed upon you by the Lu family, do you? Zhu Ningyu firmly countered. All these gifts were willingly given to me by you. Not a single item was I bold enough to demand. Moreover, I have squandered many years of my youth on Lu Wudi. Let these gifts serve as compensation. At this moment, Zhu Tianhong also stepped forward to explain, everyone, my daughter has indeed been coerced by the Lu family over the years into agreeing to marry Lu Wudi. Now that she desires to no longer suffer, as her father, I shall naturally support her. Chapter 2. Only a fool would challenge you alone. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Shu could not help but laugh in anger. After years of benefiting from the Lu family, having risen to become one of the 4 great families, did they truly believe they had grown wings? Or did they think that with the elder of the Lu family and several formidable masters stationed at the Sword Qi Great Wall, they had the power to oppress the Lu family? Mother, reasoning with such a person is futile. Allow me to handle this. Lu Wudi declared. It appears they have come prepared. You must exercise caution, Zheng Shu advised. Of course I am aware, Lu Wudi replied, fully cognizant of the situation. The character Yi Bufan in the novel always acted after careful planning. His audacity to storm the Lu family for a wedding was not a mere impulsive decision, but rather backed by powerful allies. Lu Wudi, although I have never loved you, you have professed your love for me more than once, claiming you would do anything for my sake. Now, I demand that you actively dissolve our engagement and vow not to trouble the Zhu family or brother Yi. Can you comply? Zhu Ningyu inquired. Lu Wudi shook his head. I cannot. If you refuse me, I shall take my own life here. Zhu Ningyu suddenly drew her sword, pressing it against her neck, with an unfazed tone. Lu Wudi replied, Then you may die.at this proclamation. The entire assembly fell into shock. It was common knowledge in Yuhai City that Lu Wudi held Zhu Ningyu in higher regard than his own life. Anyone in the world could perish, even one's biological parents, yet he would never allow Zhu Ningyu to suffer even the slightest harm. Zhu Ningyu was fully aware of this, which was why she resorted to such a desperate threat. However, no one anticipated that Lu Wudi would actually permit Zhu Ningyu to end her life. His cold and resolute demeanor was a stark contrast to the Lu Wudi of old. You would truly let me die? Zhu Ningyu gasped in disbelief, her confidence fracturing. It seems you are reluctant to die. I can assist you, Lu Wudi said, thrusting his sword toward Zhu Ningyu. Yi Bufan intervened, challenging, What skill is there in bullying a woman? If you possess any courage, face me in a one-on-one duel. Should I lose, I shall submit to your will. Should I win, Ningyu will accompany me. In this world, power is what matters. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Lu Wudi scoffed contemptuously. According to the novel's setting, Yi Bufan was currently at the peak of the 4th tier. With various hidden cards, he could contend even against 5th-tier experts in the original story. Lu Wudi's downfall was due to an egregious reduction of intelligence, leading to his demise at the hands of this pair of fools. Ding. The host has refused to duel with the Child of Fate, altering the course of destiny. Luck value 1,000. Current luck value 4,000. Lu Wudi felt a flicker of surprise as he glanced at Yi Bufan, whose luck value had plummeted to 98999. So this is how luck was siphoned. Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Wudi to reject so decisively, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Lu Wudi, you hypocritical scoundrel. You professed your love for me and claim you would sacrifice everything for my sake. Yet now you wish to kill me. Zhu Ningyu's confidence crumbled, her fury resembling that of a scorned woman. Lu Wudi could not be bothered to engage in a verbal spar with her. Commanding, where are the Lu family's dark guards? At your service. What commands do you have, young master? The leader of the dark guards knelt before Lu Wudi. Kill her. Lu Wudi's words stirred a tempest. Yes, young master. The leader of the dark guards turned, delivering a palm strike toward Zhu Ningyu. Presumptuous. Do you think I am invisible? Zhu Tianhong erupted with an 8th-tier aura, countering with a palm of his own. Bang! The two palms collided, and Zhu Tianhong spat out a mouthful of blood, being forced back several meters, his eyes wide with astonishment. In contrast, the leader of the dark guards stood unyielding, witnessing this scene. The Zhu family was filled with dread. The Lu family's dominance in Yuhai City stemmed from the presence of a grandmaster and several masters as their pillars. Yet now, with the beast rampant, the elder led the Lu family's experts to guard the Sword Qi Great Wall, leaving no time to attend to matters in Yunhai City. Thus, the Yi family felt emboldened to confront them. Unaware that the Lu family still had dark guards as a contingency. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant you your wish, old fool. All dark guards, heed my command. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive. Lu Wudi ordered. Yes, young master. Hundreds of dark guards surged forth, throwing the estate into chaos. Lu Xiaoyu, such a trivial matter need not escalate to this extent. Why not grant me the favor of letting this matter rest today? Just then, a golden light pierced the heavens, enveloping the entire estate. Those bathed in the golden glow found themselves frozen in place, unable to move, including the 8th-tier leader of the Dark Guards. What terrifying pressure! It must be a master. Who would have thought the Zhu family had such connections? No wonder they dared to confront the Lu family. The crowd murmured in astonishment. In reality, only the Zhu family understood that their current standing was entirely due to the Lu family's support. The most formidable connections they had were with the Lu family, having no ties to other master-level experts. The person now appearing was the master of Qiming Mountain, at the pinnacle of the master level. And also Yi Bufon's minor. Greetings, master. Yi Bufon bowed respectfully, his smile barely contained. If he was to seize a wedding, how could he come unprepared? The master of Qiming Mountain was one of his trump cards. Lu Wuti, were you not quite arrogant just now? Did you not vow to wipe us all out? Proceed. Then, Zhu Ningyu suddenly found her confidence renewed. Glaring at Lu Wuti, Zheng Shu reached out to grasp Lu Wuti. Shaking her head in counsel, the elder, your father, and several uncles are stationed at the Sword Chi Great Wall and cannot return in haste. Let us put this matter aside for now and plan for the future. Mother, there is no need for concern. Lu Wuti had anticipated the master would intervene. After all, he was Yi Bufon's strongest protector in the early stages. In the end, he chose to pour all his cultivation into Yi Bufon before meeting his demise. However, Lu Wuti remained unperturbed, pointing an accusatory finger at the master, shouting, "Old fool, what face do you have to show? Go back to where you came from." Hiss. At this outburst, the entire assembly gasped in shock. If you dare to insult a master-level expert directly, should the master become enraged, he could erase the entire Lu family from Yuhai City with a mere wave of his hand. I extend to you a kind offer to step down. Should you refuse, you shall have no one but yourself to blame. Today, I shall take them with me. You cannot stop me. The master's aura was imposing as he shielded Yi Bufon and Zhu Ningyu while moving toward the exit. The other members of the Zhu family clung tightly to this lifeline, following closely behind. Leave not a single one alive. Annihilate them, Lu Wuti commanded. Yes, young master. Numerous dark guards braved the pressure of the master. Charging at the Zhu family. A mere insect shaking a tree. With a sweep of his arm, the master unleashed a tremendous force, sending nearly 100 dark guards reeling back. This strike appeared powerful. Yet it had expended little of his strength, leaving the dark guards merely slightly shaken. After all, the Lu family boasted a grandmaster behind them, alongside 5 masters, coupled with the Lu family's reputation at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Their power was sufficient to crush Qiming Mountain. Leave a sliver of hope today. It will be easier to meet again in the future. Ding. The host has refused to grant face to the master of Qiming Mountain. Luck value 1,000. Current luck value 5,000. Chapter 3. The elder of the Lu family is enraged. Old fool. Are you taking advantage of my grandfather's absence? Lu Wuti was unwilling to tolerate such insolence and promptly dialed his grandfather Lu Tianshan's number. Good grandson. Finally, you have time to call your grandfather. Is the wedding proceeding smoothly? A warm, aged voice emerged from the other end. Unfortunately, due to the rampant beasts, grandfather must remain at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Do not hold it against me for not attending your wedding. Grandfather, someone is attempting to disrupt the wedding. My ceremony has been ruined. You must stand up for me. Lu Wuti pleaded, his voice tinged with grievance. What? Who dares to be so audacious? Lu Tianshan roared in fury, the terrifying pressure of a grandmaster sweeping across the entire Sword Chi Great Wall. Such a commotion not only shocked many powerful beings within the city, but also alarmed the beasts outside, causing their fierce assault to recede like a tide. Lu Xuanrong and his brothers rushed to the scene. Grandfather, Zhu Ningyu has been colluding with Yi Bufon for years, diverting all the resources the Lu family provided to him. Yi Bufon, relying on the support of the master of Qiming Mountain, has caused chaos at my wedding, turning me into a laughingstock in Yunhai City. Lu Wuti's grievances only deepened as he spoke. Damn it! Our Lu family's men are fighting valiantly against the beasts on the front lines, and they dare to bully my nephew in this manner. Qiming Mountain, is it? Elders 2 and 3. Rally the troops. Within 12 hours, I shall turn Qiming Mountain into a basin. Brother, do not act impulsively. The beasts are rampant now. We are in dire need of manpower. If the Sword Chi Great Wall falls, millions of citizens of the Great Xiao will be in peril. Fifth brother, Wuti is your own son. He has been bullied to this extent, and yet you still care for the common people? To hell with the common people. It's not that I do not care. The situation is simply too urgent. Once the situation improves, I shall ensure the Zhu family and Qiming Mountain pay dearly. Voices of contention echoed from the phone, revealing the affection the uncles had for Lu Wuti for Lu Xuanrong. In the original narrative, he prioritized the greater good, placing the nation above family. Ironically, the country he fought so hard to protect ultimately abandoned him, leading to his solitary demise at the Sword Chi Great Wall, devoured by beasts. Enough of this bickering. Xuanji, return home at once. It is imperative that this matter is executed with utmost finesse. Should that old wretch from Qiming Mountain dare to obstruct us again, even if the Sword Chi Great Wall shatters, I shall make another journey to Qiming Mountain. Lu Tianshan declared with resolute finality. Indeed, I shall take a private jet back to Yunhai City immediately. Lu Xuanji, the eldest among the 5 brothers, possesses the most formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. The private jet is too slow. I shall fly back on my sword. Those who have wronged my grandson shall not escape unscathed. Do you understand? Lu Tianshan's murderous intent was palpable. Understood. Lu Xuanji soared away on his sword, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Dear grandson, fret not. Your uncle shall arrive within 2 hours at the latest. Lu Tianshan retracted his earlier stern demeanor, adopting a gentler, more amiable tone. Thank you, grandfather. I knew you cared for your grandson the most. Lu Wudi's heart bloomed with joy, and he promptly ended the call. Turning to the leader of the Shadow Guards, go to the Zhu family and inform them, within 2 hours, if they do not come before me on their knees to confess their wrongs, there shall be no mercy. Yes, young master. The Shadow Guard leader nodded and swiftly made his way to the Zhu family. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family in Yuhai City, under the treatment of the Mountain Master, Zhu Tianhong's injuries gradually improved. Thank you, Mountain Master. It was but a trivial effort, hardly worth mentioning. The Mountain Master waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Tianhong shifted the conversation, expressing his concerns. Today, we have completely severed ties with the Lu family. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance. What shall we do? The Lu family's stronghold is trapped within the Sword Qi Great Wall and cannot extricate themselves for a decade. Yet Yi Bufan, with his extraordinary talent, has already reached the peak of the 4th rank at such a young age. With the resources of Qingming Mountain, he will undoubtedly ascend to the Grandmaster realm in 5 years and achieve the Great Grandmaster realm within a decade. At that point, what will the Lu family amount to? The Mountain Master scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Tianhong's anxious heart finally found solace. Yi Bufan and Lu Wudi may be of similar age, yet their realms differ vastly. Lu Wudi is the eldest son of the Lu family, having been bestowed with countless resources since birth. In contrast, Yi Bufan is an orphan, and his current accomplishments are solely due to his own efforts. Given time, he shall undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. It is precisely because of his potential that he has been bound by the concealment of their personal affairs. Now, even the Grandmaster-level Mountain Master utters such praise. It only serves to affirm that my initial judgment was not in error. Yi Bufan is indeed a young dragon. Wow, Brother Yi is truly remarkable, achieving great Grandmaster status in his 30s. He is undoubtedly the youngest in the history of Daxia. Zhu Ningyu exclaimed, entwining her arm around Yi Bufan's, her face alight with admiration. Master, uncle, within 10 years, I shall step into the great Grandmaster realm. Yi Bufan declared confidently, a smile gracing his lips. Others may only recognize his extraordinary talent and the fact that he has taken the Mountain Master of Qingming Mountain as his mentor. Yet none are aware that he also harbors an elderly grandfather within his ring. This grandfather was once a terrestrial immortal, but upon ascending to the celestial realm, he was betrayed by his disciple, leaving him with but a remnant of his soul. He is a terrestrial immortal, several realms stronger than a great grandmaster. With his guidance and nurturing, Yi Bufan shall surely attain the great Grandmaster realm within 5 years. At that time, a mere slap will suffice to obliterate the Lu family. What shall we do next? Zhu Tianhong inquired. Bufan and Ningyu shall accompany me to Qiming Mountain for training. I will leave behind a 9th-rank powerhouse to ensure the Lu family does not dare to act recklessly. The Mountain Master asserted. Thank you, Mountain Master. Zhu Tianhong was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly kneeling in gratitude to the Mountain Master. This is truly considerate. With this 9th-rank powerhouse, the Zhu family shall no longer merely be one of the 4 great families of Yuhai City. They shall ascend to the foremost position among the 4 families, even surpassing the Lu family. Yi Bufan is my cherished disciple, and Ningyu is his beloved. We are all family here. No need for formality. The Mountain Master chuckled heartily. Just then, a flustered servant of the Zhu family burst in, exclaiming, A grave matter has arisen. The Lu family. The Lu family. There is no need to fear even if the sky falls. Speak slowly. Zhu Tianhong's countenance darkened. Having his own people embarrass the family before the Mountain Master was undoubtedly a blow to the Zhu family's reputation. Bang! Before the servant could finish, several corpses of Zhu family members were thrown into the hall. Immediately after, the Shadow Guard leader, clad in black, strode in. It is you. How did you get in? Zhu Ningyu was taken aback. I came in by force. The Shadow Guard leader replied succinctly, showing no sign of fear before the Grandmaster-level Mountain Master. Insolence. Our 2 families have already drawn a clear line. There is no longer any connection between us. Get out. Zhu Tianhong roared angrily, pointing towards the door. The Shadow Guard leader remained unfazed, coldly stating, I come on the orders of the young master to inform you of a matter. Within 2 hours, kneel before the young master and confess your wrongs, or there shall be no mercy. Chapter 4. The return of the Grand Master Yi Bufan. The Zhu family and the Mountain Master exchanged glances. And then, in unison, they erupted into laughter. I thought your dog's mouth could produce ivory. Zhu Tianhong chuckled, shaking his head, astonished that at this juncture, one would still hope to bluff. Prick up your dog ears and listen well. From this day forth, the Zhu family shall no longer fear the Lu family in the slightest. The Lu family shall no longer oppress us. The Shadow Guard leader maintained his emotionless facade. The message has been delivered. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but do not regret it when the time comes. With that, he turned to leave. Halt. The Mountain Master narrowed his eyes. Having killed my disciple's family, do you think you can just walk away? Indeed. Please, Mountain Master, take action on our behalf. Zhu Tianhong immediately spoke, his expression a mixture of triumph and indignation as he glared at the Shadow Guard leader. The Shadow Guard leader showed no fear. You may kill me. That would only provide the young master with an additional justification to eliminate you. This fellow is indeed a loyal servant of the Lu family. Utterly unwavering. However, in the eyes of the Mountain Master, this was nothing short of a blatant provocation. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce wind erupted, causing those around to squint against the onslaught. Master, Yi Bufan suddenly stretched out his hand to intervene, speaking with a smile that bore a hint of irony. You of such esteemed status should not resort to killing a mere chicken with an ox's knife. Brother Yi, you must personally eliminate this fellow. He has repeatedly obstructed my attempts to see you. Zhu Ningyu gazed at him with adoration. Yet Yi Bufan, with his hands clasped behind his back, squinted and smiled. Ningyu, do not rush. This dog is so arrogant. It piques my interest. I wish to see what Lu Wudi can do if I do not apologize in 2 hours. Zhu Tianhong's eyes darted, suddenly filled with concern. What if the Lu family has some hidden means? I suggest you take Ningyu to Qiming Mountain first. Uncle, there is no need for concern. The Lu family is now akin to a tiger without teeth. What I must do is ensure everyone is aware of this fact. Zhu Tianhong and Zhu Ningyu exchanged confused glances. However, the Mountain Master was the first to react, nodding in satisfaction. At such a young age, you possess such far-reaching vision. Quite impressive. It seems Yi Bufan has deduced that the Shadow Guard leader is merely posturing. Once this facade is shattered, the entire Yihai city shall be aware of the Lu family's decline. Thus, when he travels to Qiming Mountain, the Lu family will be overwhelmed by various forces challenging them. And the Zhu family will naturally be safer. Ha ha ha. My good son-in-law, your considerations are truly comprehensive. Zhu Tianhong beamed with delight. Oh dear. Father, they aren't even married yet. Please don't get carried away. Zhu Ningyu blushed, fidgeting. Today, I shall spare you. Go back and spread the word. Yi Bufan maintained his calm demeanor. Watching the Shadow Guard leader's retreating figure, he suddenly spoke in a deep tone. Friend, your skills are commendable if one day you choose to abandon the darkness for the light and seek me out. I shall not hold past grievances against you. Yi Bufan smiled, embodying the demeanor of one in power. Had this been the original narrative, he might have gradually won over the Shadow Guard leader. Alas, this time, Lu Wudi is no longer the same as before. After hearing the Shadow Guard leader's report, Lu Wudi burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, splendid. He still loves to put on airs. This truly aids me greatly. Otherwise, I would have genuinely worried that Yi Bufan might escape. Zheng Shuwei furrowed her brow. I see these two brazen fools have no fear. Do they truly only have the Mountain Master as their trump card? In the original narrative, Lu Wudi was a great fool, while his mother, Zheng Shuwei, was one of the few clear-minded individuals. This time, Lu Wudi would not easily overlook his mother's thoughtful contemplation. He stroked his chin. Reflecting deeply on the plot, son, have you thought of something? Zheng Shuwei asked with concern. Lu Wudi snapped back to reality. Unable to suppress a smile at his mother, remembering the subsequent plot, he grasped his mother's hand. Sincerely expressing, Mother, you are truly my biological mother. Zheng Shuwei looked puzzled, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then raised her hand to touch Lu Wudi's forehead. You're not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense? Oh, she sighed, her gaze gentle. Son, it is merely a woman. You need not be so deeply wounded. If you harm your own disposition, it will greatly impede your future cultivation. Lu Wudi chuckled lightly, patting his mother's hand. Mother, you think too much. I am fine. Ding. Choosing to trust in my mother's strength, luck value increased by 1,000. Current luck value, 6,000. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more, causing Lu Wudi's lips to curl upward. He had grasped the reward logic of this system. With a clearer plan in mind, Lu Wudi proceeded. Young master, may I take my leave to recuperate? The Shadow Guard leader remained kneeling on one knee. Clutching his chest, his face paled. It turns out that Yi Bufan had promised him safe passage from the Zhu family. However, the mountain master of Qingming Mountain is a peculiar old fellow. In his eyes. The commander of the Dark Guards was merely a mere martial servant of the Lu family, who dared to show him disrespect. Thus, he ultimately struck down with a palm, injuring the Dark Guard commander severely. Slap. Lu Wudi smacked his forehead and hurried over to assist him up. I apologize. It slipped my mind. Please go and rest. Someone, take good care of the commander. He genuinely felt a twinge of guilt. With such sincerity, the Dark Guard commander could naturally sense it. His eyes filled with gratitude as he nodded and turned to take his leave. After this incident, the young master's temperament also shifted. He silently resolved to protect the young master with his life. Meanwhile, various prominent families dispatched individuals to the Lu residence, ostensibly to comfort Lu Wudi and Zheng Shu. In reality, they had all heard that Lu Wudi had audaciously limited the time to 2 hours, demanding that the master of Qiming Mountain and members of the Zhu family come to apologize. Thus, they gathered to observe, like a pack of bloodthirsty hyenas circling a seemingly wounded lion. Should this lion truly show signs of weakness, they would pounce en masse, eager to claim the most valuable portions. Lu Wudi surveyed the room and, of course, discerned the thoughts of these individuals. With disdain, he found even more delight. The more spectators he had, the more disastrous it would be for the Zhu family, especially for the Yi Bufan. The head of the Zhao family glanced at his watch, rose with an amiable smile, and asked with a hint of mockery. Young Master Lu, the time has come. I see that Yi Bufan and the Zhu family are not coming. What are you waiting for? Lu Wudi tilted his head slightly, a smile that was neither sincere nor mocking fixed on him. What do you mean? What I mean is, the Lu family has been quite busy lately, and it seems we can no longer manage other matters. The head of the Zhao family's eyes sparkled with greed. How about this? Let my Zhao family take over the 6 districts east of the city that were previously governed by the Lu family. Of course, we can meticulously divide the profits. As for how to split them, my Zhao family will undoubtedly contribute manpower and resources, so naturally, we should receive a larger share. How about an 80-20 split? The smile on Lu Wudi's face instantly vanished, and Zheng Shu's anger flared. Yet, before she could express her fury, several other prominent families rose in protest. You Zhao, what do you think you are? Do you dare to seize all 6 districts east of the city? Aren't you afraid of choking on your greed? Indeed, being overly greedy is not wise. Be careful or you might earn your life but lose it too. These individuals audaciously argued over how to divide the Lu family's territory in the Grand Hall, as if Lu Wudi and Zheng Shu no longer existed. Zheng Shu pointed at these people, her teeth grinding in fury. Do you truly think the Lu family has no one to stand against you? Just wait. I will call upon my maternal family, sister-in-law. No need to be angry. A voice like thunder echoed from the heavens. Chapter 5. The Siege of the Zhu Family. The members of various prominent families were taken aback. Lu Wudi and Zheng Shu, however, were filled with hope, lifting their heads with smiles that could not be contained. Your uncle has returned, Zheng Shu remarked, patting Lu Wudi's arm. Phew. Lu Wudi exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon the head of the Zhao family. Outside the hall, a figure with a sword descended with a resounding crash. Clang. Amidst the resonating dragon's roar, dust danced as a figure emerged. Tall and robust, with a square face reflecting resolute strength, his eyes were as sharp as blades. Having long honed his murderous aura through battles at the Sword Chi Great Wall, it swept over everyone present in an instant. The so-called leaders of the prominent families bowed their heads, trembling in fear. This person was none other than Lu Xuanji, the eldest son of the Lu family from years past. His temper was notoriously fiery, having dominated the city in his youth, and now he had reached the realm of a master, just a step away from becoming a Grand Master. Uncle, you have finally returned. Lu Wudi rushed forward. Good lad. It's been years, and you've grown so tall, nearly matching me. The murderous aura surrounding Lu Xuanji dissipated, transforming into a warm breeze. However, you must also hasten to elevate your cultivation. Don't just focus on growing taller, lest others take advantage of you. At this point, his gaze shifted towards the prominent families, causing them to tremble anew, too frightened to meet his eyes. What my uncle says is true. From this day forward, I shall diligently train. Having such determination is good. Lu Xuanji encouraged Lu Wudi as he strode toward the main hall. Everyone hurriedly stepped back, leaving only the head of the Zhao family, standing with his head bowed. Appearing conspicuously out of place. I heard everything you just said, Lu Xuanji declared, now standing before him. The head of the Zhao family, too terrified to look him in the eye, fell to his knees with a thud. To him, Lu Xuanji resembled an enraged dragon, looming over him with an aura that felt like steel needles piercing through him. Thud, thud, thud. The head of the Zhao family repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, pleading in a trembling voice. I was foolish, my mind clouded. Please, great sir, spare my life. I swear to serve you loyally. When has the Lu family needed your kind of loyalty? Lu Xuanji's gaze grew even more piercing. The head of the Zhao family stood frozen, cold sweat streaming down his face. Humph. While I fight outside, you rats hide here seeking comfort, yet you dare to bully the women and children of my family. You deserve to die. The head of the Zhao family attempted to retort, but a foot swept towards him. With a resounding crash, his head cracked open, blood splattering across the nearby pillar. The crowd recoiled in terror, huddling together, eager to push each other to the forefront. Uncle, these people are merely driven by greed and are hardly worth mentioning. The real issue lies with the Zhu family. Lu Wudi stepped forward. It was that Zhu family's little vixen who brought a paramour to disrupt your engagement banquet. Was it? Lu Xuanji frowned deeply. That is her. Humph. Seeking death. Lu Xuanji snorted, his aura exploding forth. If you do not wish to die, immediately join me in exterminating the Zhu family. Whoever is the last to step through their gates shall have their head twisted off. The assembled individuals dared not refuse, quickly nodding and hastily summoning their own experts. Where are the dark guards of the Lu family? Lu Xuanji bellowed with vigor. Here, hundreds of shadows descended from the sky, kneeling in unison in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan was enjoying tea and conversation with Zhu Tianhong, both laughing heartily at intervals. However, the master of Qingming Mountain, seated beside them, suddenly opened his eyes, frowning as he gazed into the distant sky. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Yi Bufan furrowed his brow and followed his gaze. Master, what is it? No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind swept through. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as a large hole broke through the ceiling of the Zhu family's main hall. What in the world is happening? Zhu Tianhong exclaimed, hands over his head, utterly flustered. Zhu, you truly have a lot of gall to take advantage of my absence and bully my dear nephew. You must be tired of living. Lu Xuanji's figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing this scene, Yi Bufan could not help but gasp in shock. The master of Qiming Mountain instantly became alert, glaring at Lu Xuanji's profile. Both could sense the formidable strength emanating from Lu Xuanji. More critically, Lu Xuanji exuded a formidable, murderous aura, one that could only be forged on the battlefield. That it enveloped him like a grand robe. Zhu Tianhong and Lu Xuanji were contemporaries. Before Lu Xuanji went to the Sword Qi Great Wall, they often enjoyed outings together. You really have returned. Zhu Tianhong stuttered, his eyes darting in panic. Yet amidst his fear, he spotted the master of Qiming Mountain, which calmed him somewhat. What I have to fear? This guy is strong. But with the master of Qiming Mountain backing me, both of us are masters. None can scare the other. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Tianhong stood and adjusted his attire, sneering with an air of mockery. I thought who it was. Turns out it's the eldest son of the Lu family. Long time no see. Stop your pretentiousness. Lu Xuanji's murderous intent surged forth. Yi Bufan quickly positioned himself in front of his father-in-law, gritting his teeth to withstand the pressure of this murderous aura. Brother Yi, Zhu Ningyu called out sweetly. Senior, Yi Bufan spoke with difficulty. It is not our intention to disrespect the Lu family. Rather, your nephew Lu Wudi has been arrogant and overbearing, forcing us to resist. I have heard you are a man of integrity. Why not investigate the cause of this matter? If we are truly at fault, I am willing to offer my head to appease you. Your actions today, bullying the weak, will only tarnish the Lu family's reputation further. Lu Wudi stood at the doorway, watching Yi Bufan's righteous demeanor, unable to suppress a laugh. What a hypocritical charlatan, your words sound better than a song. Proposing an investigation, yet you are merely trying to buy yourself time. If we do not eradicate this today, you will retaliate tomorrow. Yi Bufan's heart sank. He had not anticipated that his intentions would be completely unraveled by the other party. Was this Lu Wudi supposed to be a fool? Ding. Countering the protagonist's lowly scheme, you have gained 500 fortune points. Current fortune points, 6500. Lu Wudi blinked, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He felt he had completely grasped this system, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he regarded Yi Bufan as if he were a tree of fortune. After all, the more fortune one accumulates, the greater the number of high-level items one can exchange, thus facilitating swifter cultivation. Indeed, my dear nephew, you were correct. Just a moment ago, I found myself somewhat swayed by that insufferable brat's words, remarked Lu Xuanji with a cold sneer. Truly, they are a band of treacherous scoundrels. If they are not eliminated, they will surely bring about endless calamities. Zhu Tianhong, be sure to express your gratitude to me on the road to the Yellow Springs. I shall send your entire family on their way, sparing you the loneliness of the journey. He raised both arms, gathering 2 swirling gusts of wind within his palms. The surrounding tables and chairs crackled ominously, splintering along the grain of the wood. The sky outside darkened instantaneously, heavy clouds rolling in, oppressive energy descending upon them. The fury of a master sweeps across 1,000 miles, truly living up to its reputation. Yi Bufin trembled, his legs shaking. As the first to bear the brunt, he struggled to maintain his footing. Disciple, allow me to assist you. The master of Qingming Mountain approached with a grim expression. No, master, Yi Bufin gasped, slowly raising his right hand. This is a matter for me to handle. It is not yet time to trouble you. Ningyu, I have assured you that with my strength alone, I will protect you and your family. Do you believe in me? Zhu Ningyu nodded earnestly. Brother Yi, I certainly trust you. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuti grinned, secretly musing, this fellow is quite the schemer, waiting for this moment to flaunt his prowess and woo the ladies. Chapter 6. Who has more? Uncle, eliminate that Yi Bufin first. He is the greatest variable, Lu Wuti bellowed. Excellent. Arrogant wretch, meet your end. Lu Xuanji struck down with a palm. However, he was ultimately a moment too late. The ring on Yi Bufin's right hand shimmered with golden light, resembling a rising sun, its radiance blinding all present. Even Lu Xuanji had no choice but to restrain his power, shielding himself while retreating. Only Lu Wuti furrowed his brow. TSK, he has indeed managed to unleash it. As the light gradually dissipated, Yi Bufin donned a flowing white robe, radiating a silvery glow. Beside him stood hundreds of individuals, each clad in silver-trimmed soft armor, their auras fully unleashed. Every single one possessed the prowess of the 8th rank, just 2 tiers shy of entering the realm of masters. These individuals were, in fact, the forces cultivated in secret by the mysterious old man residing within his ring. This was truly Yi Bufin's last resort. Witnessing the sudden appearance of such formidable allies left everyone in a state of shock, speechless in astonishment. Conversely, on Lu Wuti's side, most of the hidden guards only possessed the 6th or 7th rank, even though various families had brought forth their own 7th or 8th rank experts. Their numbers remained woefully insufficient. In this precarious situation, they had undoubtedly resolved to side with whoever appeared stronger. Instantly, some stepped forward to flatter him. I have long sensed that MRYE is extraordinary. To have such powerful allies at his side is truly awe-inspiring. Indeed, to lead so many strong individuals at such a young age, one can only imagine that in the future, none will dare to oppose you. If anyone were to challenge you, it would surely be a path to self-destruction. These individuals chattered away, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally flickering towards Lu Xuanji, and Lu Wuti. Yi Bufin, hands clasped behind his back, strode forward, slightly lifting his chin. Senior, I offered my humble advice just moments ago. I still hold that opinion. Although your nephew is overbearing, I have always respected your character. You are the one safeguarding the peace of millions along the Sword Qi Great Wall. With that, Yi Bufin offered a respectful salute. Such demeanor truly exuded righteousness. Good lad, do you think that mere numbers allow you to speak to me in such a tone? Lu Xuanji's eyes blazed with fury. Senior, you are indeed invincible, but alas, you are but one man. Even the mightiest have their limits, and the strongest will eventually tire. If you could persuade that Lu Wuti to apologize to Ningyu and the Zhu family, we could naturally resolve this peacefully. Otherwise, my hundreds of celestial soldiers are more than capable of flattening the Lu family. Even Yi Bufin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of coldness, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Xuanji stood there momentarily stunned. He was indeed unafraid of death, but he understood that the brash young man before him spoke no empty words. He had to consider the overall safety of the Lu family. Ha ha ha, Bufin, you truly are exceptional. Ningyu has not misjudged you. Zhu Tianhong laughed heartily. His earlier fear and frustration had vanished, replaced by overwhelming pride. Striding with short, stout legs, he approached Lu Xuanji directly, tilting his head and mocking. Lu Xuanji, from childhood to now, you have always been quite the fighter, haven't you? So arrogant. Continue being so. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid now? I told you, your Lu family is finished. What is wrong with my daughter turning to the light? If you are so intent on preserving your pride, then you shall only suffer for it. So, heed my brother's advice. Humbly admit your faults, and we can still be good friends. Get away. Lu Xuanji shoved him aside. Senior, if I were you, I would not act rashly. Yi Bufin immediately threatened. Brother Yi, you were so impressive. You frightened me just now, Zhuning said, stepping closer to Nestle in his embrace. Her enchanting eyes glanced disdainfully at Lu Wudi. I told you not to oppose my brother Yi. You didn't listen, and now you regret it, don't you? Hurry up and come here to kneel and apologize. Do you truly wish for my brother Yi to flatten your Lu family? Lu Wudi slightly raised his head. According to the original plot, he would surely be consumed by rage, attacking recklessly alongside his uncle, ultimately suffering severe injuries. But this time, Lu Wudi chuckled, Uncle, you need not worry about us. Just act as you please. These so-called celestial soldiers are no match for our family. What? Lu Xuanji and the others present were taken aback. Yi Bufin also furrowed his brow. Zhuning Yu covered her mouth. Brother Yi, look, he is still so self-righteous. I think we should resolve this quickly to prevent him from lingering around us. It is quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, even the present Lu Wudi could not help but feel a surge of anger. He pointed at her and shouted, You vile wench, do you truly believe you are holding on to a powerful leg? I will make you realize that your demise is inevitable. A large force will soon arrive. Then we shall see how arrogant you remain. Lu Xuanji and the hidden guards exchanged puzzled glances, for they had summoned all the forces of the Lu family and had not heard of any backup. Yi Bufin clearly knew this, snorting coldly before deliberately raising his voice. Lu Wudi, if you are truly a man, then step forward and duel me. Whoever wins shall claim Ningyu, and whoever loses shall not regret their life. Do you dare? The onlookers from various families nodded in agreement. Since ancient times, beauty has belonged to the strong. Indeed, young Master Lu, if you're timid, then humbly apologize. It would be futile to call your uncle back now. What more is there to discuss? Truly lacking in masculinity. Lu Wudi paid no heed to their words. He recognized that these individuals were merely bystanders adding to the atmosphere. He glanced down at his watch. It was finally time for him to shine. Cough. Lu Wudi cleared his throat, rolling up his sleeves and pretentiously stepping forward. Yi Bufin secretly chuckled, hands clasped behind his back as he stepped forward. The two halted simultaneously, mere inches apart, locking eyes. You wish to challenge me to a duel? Lu Wudi suddenly spoke. You little beggar, how many times must I say it? In this world, one must rely on power and background. You fool, do you not understand what this is? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Bufin, then quickly retreated. Yi Bufin was immediately enraged, gritting his teeth and preparing to charge forward, but his steps halted in shock. Behind Lu Wudi, a continuous stream of reinforcements surged through the gates of the Zhu family. Each clad in long robes, the leading 30 or so individuals were all of the 9th rank. While the 200 to 300 trailing behind were at least of the 5th rank, there were so many that even the Zhu family's courtyard could scarcely accommodate them. Son, did I arrive too late? Zhang Shu emerged with a worried expression. Lu Wudi laughed. Just in time. Chapter 7. A loving family this. The individuals from various families whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had initially believed that the Lu family was doomed. To their surprise, there was such a hidden trump card. The earlier instigators quickly lowered their heads and shrank back. Lu Wudi spread his arms wide, a smile creeping across his face. Now, what will you all choose? Zhu Tianhong's face turned ashen, his lips twitching as he placed all his hopes on Yi Bufin. The latter's expression was grave. His thumb gently stroking the ring, Lu Wudi understood that according to the narrative, this fellow was undoubtedly consulting the old man inside regarding countermeasures. He could not allow him to succeed. Come, seize them all. Those who dare to resist shall be executed without mercy. The forces of the Lu family and the Zheng family surged forward simultaneously, aggressively closing in on the encircled group. Brother Yi, you must think of a way. Zhu Yu, terrified, clutched Yi Bufin's arm tightly. Ningyu, do not fear. Even though these folks are numerous, they are merely a motley crew. With my presence, I shall ensure that no one inflicts even the slightest harm upon you. Celestial warriors, heed my command. Protect the Zhu family and charge forth. After uttering these words, he turned to the master of Qiming Mountain and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Hoping for his master's assistance, the master of Qiming Mountain, with a grave expression, nodded and took the lead in stepping forward. Old mangy hair, dare to make a move and see what happens. Lu Xuanji's voice was low and ominous. Accompanied by his words, an invisible pressure surged forth. A faint rumble akin to distant thunder reverberated through the air, causing the master of Qiming Mountain to come to an abrupt halt. Crack. The tiles beneath his feet shattered into fragments. The two men locked gazes, and though neither made a move, their energies transformed into invisible blades, fiercely clashing within a span of less than 10 meters. In the background, the onlookers could faintly hear the sound of clashing metal. Witnessing his master being restrained, Yi Bufan's eyes widened with urgency. Clenching his fists tightly, he roared, and in an instant, his form vanished. Lu Wuti, if you possess the ability, do not hide like a coward. Fight me head-on. Yi Bufan was well aware of the wisdom in capturing the leader before the chaos ensued. He understood that in a free-for-all, his defeat was inevitable. The only solution lay in seizing Lu Wuti, thereby threatening both the Lu and Zheng families to retreat. If he could reach Qiming Mountain and stay there for several months, his cultivation would surely flourish, and everything would fall into place. By that time, both the Lu and Zheng families would merely be ants beneath his feet. With a narrowed gaze, Lu Wuti raised his arms, and the wind surged beneath his feet. As the tiles cracked, he charged forward. Boom! The two passed each other, and Yi Bufan staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Wuti waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "You're not as impressive as you think." "Brother Yi, are you all right?" Zhu Ningyu's eyes brimmed with concern, her voice wavering. "Ningyu, do not worry. I shall not perish. I will ensure your safe departure from this place." Lu Wuti chuckled, as if watching a scene from a poorly adapted novel. Yet deep down, he understood that Yi Bufan was about to reveal an extraordinary prowess that could severely injure Lu Wuti. You Bufan," he pointed at him. "Do you dare to settle this with a single strike?" "Very well," Lu Wuti replied, his expression resolute. "Let us engage in a fair battle." "Agreed." Yi Bufan's aura surged, his cultivation rapidly escalating. Lu Wuti, "Let us see how you withstand my attack." "Humph," Lu Wuti smirked, fingers poised elegantly before his nose. Then paused dramatically, declaring, "Secret technique. Group assault. Brothers, join me and strike him." "What?" Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, witnessing dozens from the Lu and Zheng families rushing toward him, fists raised. "You scoundrel!" he shouted as he fled, eyes blazing with indignation. "Did you not promise a fair duel? Nonsense. Fairness is determined by strength. I have more men, and that is my strength." Lu Wuti sneered. "Damn it, celestial warriors." Yi Bufan halted, contemplating summoning his own forces. But upon turning, he saw that the so-called celestial warriors were already embroiled in battle with the Lu and Zheng families, indistinguishable amidst the chaos. The situation was clear. The celestial warriors were being steadily overwhelmed, one after another falling to the might of the two families. Lu Wuti stood with arms crossed, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the Zhu family members, a look akin to surveying the dead. Yet, Zhu Tianhong attempted to resist. Lu Wuti, "I merely wished for my daughter to withdraw from the engagement. Why must you resort to such ruthless measures?" "Ha ha ha, how naive. It is only when the knife strikes close to home that one understands the pain. Did you ever consider leaving a way out for one another when you so brazenly trampled upon the dignity of the Lu family?" As the exchange unfolded, Yi Bufan was being battered and spitting blood. The celestial warriors he had brought were utterly spent. Meanwhile, the master of Qiming Mountain continued to duel with Lu Xuanji, lost in a state of transcendence. Abruptly, Lu Wuti ceased his laughter, fixing his gaze intently on Zhu Tianhong and Zhu Ningyu. "If you have grievances, direct them at me." Yi Bufan swiftly positioned himself before the father and daughter. "How touching. It almost makes me reluctant to slay you. Here's what I propose. I can grant you a chance at survival, but you must earn it." "Humph." Yi Bufan expressed skepticism. "If you wish to kill or maim, then come for me directly. Do not attempt to play with us." "Ha ha ha. Did everyone hear that? He asked me to do this." Lu Wuti could not contain his laughter. "I merely wanted an apology from you, and this matter would have been settled. Since young Master Yi has made such a request, I shall oblige." Lu Wuti waggled a finger. "You and the Zhu family can only survive one side. Since you are so generous, why not end it yourself? I shall naturally spare the Zhu family." Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the audacity of the proposal. "Villain," he gritted his teeth. "Thank you for the compliment. Time is of the essence." Lu Wuti feigned glancing at his watch. Yi Bufan's eyes darted as he contemplated his next move. Behind him, Zhu Tianhong's expression shifted. He reached into his pocket and turned toward the table. With a sorrowful demeanor, he poured 2 cups of wine. "I have grown old. My existence serves little purpose. If my life can be exchanged for the survival of you two young ones, it would be worthwhile. Bufan, I offer this cup of wine as my future son-in-law," he said, extending a glass. "Father." Zhu Ningyu's eyes reddened, covering her mouth as tears streamed down. Do not cry, my daughter. As long as you two are well, I can rest peacefully in the afterlife. Zhu Tianhong approached Yu Bufan, holding the cup. Bufan, deeply moved, accepted the wine, his head bowed in guilt. Uncle, it is ultimately my fault for bringing you into this. Rest assured, I will cherish Ningyu and remain steadfast. Yi Bufan vowed solemnly. Lu Wudi could not help but roll his eyes. Though others might be unaware, he knew full well that in the later stages, Yi Bufan would be the type to have multiple partners and leave his legacy everywhere. Yi Bufan raised the cup and drained its contents, shattering the glass with a decisive crack that he turned. His gaze fierce. Lu Wudi, should you waver, I will detonate myself right here, and we shall perish together. Still talking tough, perhaps you should be more concerned for yourself and see what is in that cup. Lu Wudi replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 8. The Cultivation of a Villain. Yi Bufan glanced down, only to see the remnants of the wine bubbling with countless fine white froths upon contact with the shattered tiles. In that instant, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to Zhu Tianhong, horror dawning upon him. A searing pain erupted from his abdomen, as though his insides were being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Clutching his stomach with one hand, Yi Bufan swayed unsteadily, baring his teeth as he pointed accusingly at Zhu Tianhong. You poisoned me? Do not blame me. Yi Bufan, you care for my daughter so dearly. Surely you do not wish to see her perish for your sake, nor do you want her to live without a father. One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, the heavens will punish. I, along with the entire Zhu family, shall remember you. Every Qiming and Hanshi festival, a stick of incense will be burned in your memory. Old scoundrel. Yi Bufan collapsed to one knee, trembling uncontrollably, breath coming in sharp gasps. Father, how could you do this? Zhu Ningyu clawed and scratched desperately at her father, embracing her tightly. Zhu Tianhong spoke earnestly. Daughter, it is because of him that we have offended the Lu family. Had he never appeared, you would have already married into the Lu family, and we would be living in opulence. This moment. Do not create further chaos. Step aside. Hearing her father's words, Zhu Ningyu felt her entire worldview shatter. She staggered backward, collapsing into a chair, her gaze vacant. Yi Bufan's face had turned utterly pale, a trickle of dark blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This man practiced an extraordinary cultivation technique. It would likely take more than a moment for him to perish. Lu Wudi seized the moment to stoke the fire. Tapping his watch, he remarked, time is running out. That if he is still alive, do not blame me for eliminating you all. Thank you for the reminder. Young Master Lu. Zhu Tianhong wore a smile so forced it seemed to be inscribed with the words shameless. He turned to his own guards, commanding, do not hesitate. Take down this scoundrel. The guards exchanged glances. But with no choice, they brandished their weapons and advanced toward Yi Bufan. Young Master Lu, Madame Zhang, despite our tumultuous journey, there seems to be a twist of fate. This indicates that our families are not yet finished with their destiny. Once this matter concludes, I shall publicly apologize. Zheng Shu scoffed, rolling her eyes in silence. Lu Wudi regarded him as one would a jester. Uncle Zhu, what do you mean by that? Young Master Lu, while my daughter has some ambiguous connections with this fellow, I cannot guarantee their relationship is entirely innocent. The scoundrel has never laid a finger on my daughter. If you do not mind, I am willing to offer the entire Zhu family as a dowry. What do you say? Lu Wudi's lips twitched. He knew the man was shameless, but he had not anticipated such depths of depravity. While he was still reeling from the shock, a sudden scream pierced the air. Everyone turned to see Yi Bufan had risen, surrounded by the corpses of several of Zhu family's guards. How can you still be unharmed? Zhu Tianhong's mouth hung slightly agape in utter shock, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yi Bufan struggled to maintain his composure. With a facade of bravado, he declared, with such feeble poison, do you truly believe you can harm me? You are nothing but a monster. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Eliminate him. Zhu Tianhong shouted with fervor. Witnessing the formidable strength of the Lu and Zheng families, he regarded Yi Bufan and the master of Qingming Mountain as mere trifles. Moreover, having just poisoned Yi Bufan, a mortal enmity had been established. Lu Wudi raised an eyebrow, instinctively stepping back. Give me strength. Yi Bufan clenched his fists tightly, suddenly unleashing dozens of silver needles, shouting, die. Those advancing guards fell one by one, convulsing on the ground, while a few errant needles struck down Zhu Tianhong's wife and two brothers. You, follow me. In a frenzy of bloodlust, Zhu Tianhong glanced around, seizing a steel knife from the ground and charging forward. Yet, Yi Bufan was the protagonist. A counterattack was his forte. He deftly sidestepped the blade, seizing Zhu Tianhong by the throat with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Brother Yi. No. Xu Ningyu scrambled forward, gripping his arm tightly. Please, he is my father. Spare him. He had no choice. He did it for my sake. If it were you, wouldn't you choose to let me live? You? Yi Bufan's gaze was icy as he regarded her. Suddenly, he let out a string of cold laughter. Had you not offered yourself to me from the start, I would have long grown weary of you. Initially, you looked down upon me, but upon witnessing my strength, you switched to flattery. The truth is, you and the entire Zhu family are merely attracted to my power and the backing of the master of Qingming Mountain that I did not. Zhu Ningyu retorted, eyes reddening, her voice strained. Did I ask that so? Then let me ask you this. If I were to forsake all my cultivation, would Lu Wudi still allow me to leave? Would you still wish to spend your life with me? Zhu Ningyu fell silent, her gaze evasive, unable to respond. Humph, I knew it. You think you're using me, but little do you know, I am also using you. Yi Bufan's expression turned mournful. In this world, there is no such thing as true affection. All are deserving of death. Zhu Ningyu staggered back several steps, shaking her head repeatedly, her pupils dilating and constricting, a buzzing echoing in her mind. She had believed that after all they had been through, she and Yi Bufan were deeply understanding lovers. Yet, this was his true face. Overcome with fury and shame, she began to laugh maniacally. Lu Wudi watched the scene with a smirk. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully breached the protagonist's defenses. Fortune value increased by 5,000. Current fortune value 11500. Ding. Successfully breached the heroine's defenses. Fortune value increased by 4,000. Current fortune value 15500. Ha ha ha. Splendid. He nodded repeatedly, then added fuel to the fire, declaring loudly, you have 10 minutes. If you do not hurry, none of you shall live. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ningyu's eyes sharpened as she rushed to her mother's lifeless body, withdrawing a dagger from her embrace. Yi Bufan, I will kill you, she screamed as she charged forward. Bang! Yi Bufan kicked her back with force. Then, tightening his grip, he snapped Zhu Tianhong's neck with a sickening crunch. Lying on the ground, Zhu Ningyu completely lost her mind. Screaming in anguish, whoever kills him, I will offer all of Zhu family's wealth. I am willing to become your concubine. You can do anything to me. Lu Wudi shook his head slightly. Pathetic, truly pathetic. Listen closely. This is a matter between them. Anyone who dares interfere will face my wrath. Initially, some members of various families were itching to act, but upon hearing his words, they all retreated. Zhu Ningyu, despair etched on her face, recognized the futility of words and glared fiercely at Lu Wudi. Turning to the remaining men of her family, she urged, you lot, go ahead, kill Yi Bufan, and we will survive. Whoever beheads him shall have my hand in marriage, and he shall be the new family head. Great rewards await brave souls, especially with such beauty at stake. The remaining experts of the Zhu family surged forward. Yi Bufan, already gravely injured, struggled to defend himself. Uncle, you can return now. Rest and enjoy the show. Lu Wudi called out. Lu Xuanji immediately understood and withdrew. The master of Qiming Mountain, furious, bellowed, do not leave. Engage me for 300 more rounds, master. The master of Qiming Mountain. Lu Wudi chuckled, pointing to the side. Your precious disciple is on the brink of demise. At that moment, the master of Qiming Mountain realized, though unsure of what transpired, he could not let his beloved disciple perish. After decades of searching, he had finally found such a worthy successor. Damn it, clear the way, he shouted, his wide robe swirling like a tempest as he plunged into the crowd. Blood mist erupted wherever he passed. The Zhu family members were no match for him, all falling lifelessly in an instant. This woman must not become your heart's demon. Dear disciple. Do you understand what to do? Yi Bufan nodded, the blade in his hand piercing Zhu Ningyu's chest. You. Her final words failed to escape her lips as she collapsed. Breathless. Lu Wudi's face remained impassive, yet turmoil roiled within him. If one were to say he was pleased, it was true. However, for some inexplicable reason, his heart felt a lingering ache. Perhaps it was the remnants of love left in this body. Shaking his head, Lu Wudi sighed softly. Ding. The first heroine has perished. Fortune value increased by 10,000. Current fortune value 25500. Lu Wudi smirked slightly, finding the amount somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, such a fortune value was ample for him to exchange for numerous elixirs and enhance his cultivation. Supporting Yi Bufan, the master of Qiming Mountain was filled with rage. Resembling a furious wolf, glaring intently at Lu Wudi and Lu Xuanji, I shall remember this day. Old man. One day, the Qingming Mountain shall come to settle this blood debt. as they prepared to leave. Lu Xuanji frowned. Halt. What? The esteemed eldest of the Lu family intends to break his word in front of so many witnesses. Yi Bufan's demeanor was weak, yet his tone remained unwavering. You. Lu Xuanji clenched his teeth, powerless to refute. However, he knew all too well that if he let these two go, it would be akin to setting a tiger loose. Curse you, you little fool, he snapped, turning to slap Lu Wuti on the head. Cradling his head, Lu Wuti wore an aggrieved expression. Uncle, you should not strike me. You should have eliminated those two directly. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Members of other families exchanged glances, some filled with disdain, others with anger, as they looked at Lu Wuti. Lu Xuanji's face flushed crimson. For someone of his stature, reputation was paramount, especially with the Lu family standing at stake. Shut your mouth, you wretched child, Lu Xuanji growled. You Bufan, Lu Wuti panted, today you let me go, and if we meet again, I shall spare your life. What, you speak nonsense. You will die here today. Lu Wuti spread his arms wide. Bring them to me. Surround them and chop them into mincemeat. You. Yi Bufan and the master of Qiming Mountain shouted in unison, their faces contorted with rage. Son, do not act recklessly. We have already avenged ourselves, with so many witnesses present. We cannot allow them to perceive the Lu family as untrustworthy, Zheng Shu hastily cautioned. Yet Lu Wuti raised his voice. Mother, I merely stated that I would spare those who survive, but I never claimed others would let him go. Is that not clear to everyone present? He deliberately scanned the crowd. The onlookers were taken aback. While they sensed it was a play on words, upon reflection, it seemed not entirely untrue. What are you all waiting for? Get to it. In the midst of the silence, Lu Wuti commanded. You bastard, you dare. Yi Bufan roared in fury. Ha. Utterly deluded, Lu Xuanji chuckled as he advanced, just as his palm was about to strike Yi Bufan. The master of Qiming Mountain suddenly appeared, blocking the blow. With a splatter of blood, he staggered unsteadily. Master, Yi Bufan rushed to support him. Alas, I know you possess great cultivation and desperately seek a worthy successor. But alas, you should not oppose the Lu family. Lu Xuanji shook his head at his fellow cultivators, especially those who had reached the master level. He understood how challenging it was to find a suitable disciple. However, regardless of who it was or the reasons behind it, anyone daring to show disrespect to the Lu family would meet a singular fate, death. Ha ha ha. The master of Qiming Mountain laughed bitterly, his laughter tinged with sorrow. Lu Xuanji, do you truly believe you can control me? Do not dream. As soon as he finished speaking, his skin turned a vivid crimson, and a powerful aura surged forth, forcing everyone present, including Lu Xuanji, to retreat. Those slightly weaker were even sent flying. Lu Xuanji stared in shock. Have you lost your mind? Qiming Mountain shall never suffer humiliation, the master of Qiming Mountain, with an unwavering resolve, uttered a few words through clenched teeth, his form lifting effortlessly into the air, shrouded in a mist of blood. From a distance, he resembled a silkworm, enveloped in a gossamer cocoon of pale crimson. Master, no, cried Yi Bufan, half prostrate on the ground, his face contorted in agony as he struggled, yet found himself unable to rise. Disciple has taken note. The demeanor of the master of Qiming Mountain remained remarkably calm. The blood fury technique shall be imparted to you. With this skill, even the most formidable masters shall find their path to the realm of the Grandmaster accessible. As his words fell, the surrounding atmosphere grew palpably heavier, and the blood mist cocoon burst apart. He stepped forth slowly, devoid of rage, replaced instead by a profound compassion. This old fool's cultivation has indeed surpassed mine, Lu Xuanji thought, gritting his teeth against the oppressive force of his opponent. I had thought to avenge today's grievances at a later date, but you have forced my hand. On the road to the Yellow Springs. Do not blame me, the master of Qiming Mountain coolly declared, thrusting his palms forward. Boom! Lu Xuanji had no opportunity to react as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the door with a resounding thud. The arduous journey of cultivation, the sacrifices made to ascend to greater heights, is incalculable. The apparent distinction between a master and a half-step master is but a half-tier, yet their powers are worlds apart. This old fool is no simple adversary. We are not his match for now. Nephew, sister-in-law, retreat swiftly. Lu Xuanji understood all too well. Too late. You shall all perish. The master of Qiming Mountain's eyes burned crimson, his serene demeanor of a monk vanishing, replaced by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. On one knee, Lu Xuanji suppressed the urge to spit blood. Ha ha ha. I shall make you regret your arrogance. The master of Qiming Mountain suddenly appeared before him, raising his right foot as if to kick a ball, sending Lu Xuanji flying. Lu Wuti rushed to shield his uncle with his own body. Chapter 10. The first pill at last. Lu Xuanji could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a spray of bright red blood mist. "Elder brother," Zheng Shu exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. "I in her eyes, or indeed in the eyes of the entire Lu family, apart from the venerable patriarch. Lu Xuanji was the strongest presence. To witness him being struck to the point of vomiting blood by the master of Qiming Mountain was unbearable. Fury twisted her usually composed features as she let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Everyone, attack, together, let us slay this old rogue." "No." Lu Xuanji struggled to raise his hand in protest. "This man is formidable. Mere numbers will not suffice to overcome him. A reckless assault will only deplete the strength of both our clans. Heed my words. Leave at once. I shall hold this old bull's nose." He gazed cautiously at the master of Qingming Mountain. Zheng Shu hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. After careful consideration, she realized she had no better plan to offer. "Elder brother, you must hold on. I shall contact our patriarch immediately." With a wave of her hand, she led the others to retreat. Yet, after only a few steps, she halted, anxiously glancing back at Lu Wudi. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and join us." "No," Lu Wudi interjected, not even turning his head. "I am of the Lu lineage, and I shall stand with my uncle against this formidable foe. If I flee today, even if I survive, I shall be scorned." "Son, you," Zheng Shu sought to persuade him, but found herself at a loss for words. "What a fine young man. You may not be of the Lu family, but now is not the time for bravado." Lu Xuanji smiled with pride. "Flee now. Once you have grown strong enough, come back and protect our family." He placed a hand on Lu Wudi's shoulder and with a sudden force, pushed him away. "Enough," Yi Bufan bellowed, his gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf, ominously fixed upon Lu Wudi. "Master, I believe they are merely putting on a show to buy time. I implore you to act swiftly and eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive." "Good disciple, you speak wisely." The master of Qingming Mountain formed a hand seal, his lips moving rapidly as he seemed to chant an incantation. Suddenly, his eyes burst open, golden light radiating from his pupils. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning crashed through the ceiling, creating a massive breach in the floor below. "This is Thunder Law?" Lu Xuanji recognized it immediately. His astonishment was overshadowed by confusion. "How is it that you wield techniques from the Heavenly Master's manner?" "I, a wandering monk, have learned countless arts." The master of Qingming Mountain extended a slender finger, gesturing forward. In an instant, Lu Xuanji felt the hair on his body stand on end. Without hesitation, he shoved Lu Wudi away and attempted to flee. Yet, to escape the speed of the heavenly lightning, his extra movement rendered him unable to evade. The sound of lightning striking his body was crisp and clear. Though Lu Xuanji remained standing, the intricate patterns of his meridians began to surface, each one turning a charred black. The Thunder Law did not simply scorch the flesh. It sought to obliterate a person from their very essence, especially for cultivators. The Thunder Law could directly destroy their foundational cultivation, rendering them incapable of further advancement. Seeing his opponent truly ensnared, the master of Qiming Mountain could not help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. How foolish you are, to sacrifice your own path for such a prodigal nephew. I find myself less inclined to kill you. Your regret in the future shall be amusing indeed. I shall never regret it. Let them go, or I shall self-destruct with my last breath, dragging you all down with me." Lu Xuanji's gaze was resolute, devoid of fear. "Oh, is that so? Look at those behind you. They are a group of cowards. Are they truly worth your life?" The master of Qingming Mountain spoke with a hint of amusement. For those who are triumphant often seek to humiliate their foes, especially when faced with such overwhelming strength. The members of the Lu and Zheng families exchanged glances, their expressions filled with bitterness. They were undoubtedly willing to charge forth, risking their lives. Yet, having received Lu Xuanji's prior orders, they were at a loss as to whether to advance or retreat. "The coward is you," Lu Wudi suddenly interjected. At this juncture, the master of Qiming Mountain observed with intrigue. "Do you still wish to turn the tide? You old fool, your sudden attack was merely an attempt to ambush during my uncle's rescue. Ultimately, you fear my uncle and dare not confront him directly, resorting instead to this underhanded tactic. You speak nonsense." The master of Qingming Mountain's face flushed with anger, his eyes bulging. "Allow me to remind you." Lu Wudi continued, unperturbed, "There are others from various families present. All that transpires today is witnessed by many. After today, even if our clan perishes, your reputation shall be tarnished beyond repair." The master of Qiming Mountain cherished his reputation and status above all else. Upon hearing this, he was immediately seething with rage. As he glared, Lu Wudi added, "Do not think you can slay us all. You cannot. Among so many of us, some will surely escape. What a silver-tongued lad. Though the master of Qiming Mountain gritted his teeth in anger, he could not help but admire the audacity. If you possess any skill, allow me to give your uncle 2 pills, and then the 2 of you may continue your duel. That way, the outcome shall be fair and square. Yes, deep within Lu Wudi's eyes lay a cunning grin. He was 99% certain that the opponent would accept this condition, for they were a righteous sect. The quintessential protagonist, embodying sincerity, kindness, and courage, all the noble qualities must be in abundance, even if feigned. This was precisely what Lu Wudi sought to exploit. Indeed, despite the master of Qiming Mountain's internal resistance, with countless voices cautioning him that he was being outwitted, he could only feign agreement for the sake of his reputation. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you lose again, do not seek excuses. However, at that moment, Yi Bufan's gaze was decidedly off. Stealthily advancing, his eyes fixated on Lu Wudi's chest. In his eyes, the pill Lu Wudi was about to produce was undoubtedly a rare concoction meticulously crafted by the Lu family. He was poised to act. The instant Lu Wudi revealed the pill, he would strike. Chapter 11. The pill's divine might. Noticing Yi Bufan's movements, Lu Wudi maintained an air of calm. In his mind, the inventory of fortune values was fully displayed, revealing that he had accumulated over 20,000 memory points, unlocking an array of enticing options. The resurrection pill, 5,000 fortune points, capable of reviving the dead and extending life by 500 years. Upon reading this description, Lu Wudi was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained composure, slapping his face to steady himself. Calm down. I am here to rescue my uncle, not to be seduced by these treasures. He continued to peruse the options and discovered another item, Kue Mujie, which could rejuvenate withered wood and even reconstruct one's meridians. Lu Wudi felt a twinge of temptation but ultimately resisted. Continuing to search, finally, he came upon a blood-red pill, surrounded by fiery patterns. Phoenix Blood Pill, 5,000 fortune points. This is the one. Lu Wudi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A prompt appeared. Consume 5,000 fortune points. Remaining 2,500. At that moment, the system resembled a cold, unfeeling counting machine. This item could enable a person to undergo a rebirth, returning to the pinnacle of their cultivation. Just then, a voice echoed in Lu Xuanji's mind. Dear nephew, did your grandfather leave you any miraculous elixirs before he departed? If so, please refrain from using them on my account, for they are meant for you. Uncle, you overthink it. It was neither left by grandfather nor purchased. I refined it myself. You, refining pills. Lu Xuanji nearly exclaimed in disbelief. He acknowledged that his nephew possessed considerable talent, yet the gift required for alchemy was of an entirely different caliber, one that could not be achieved through mere ambition. Wudi, I understand your intentions and your resolve. However, this is no trivial matter. I cannot allow you to act recklessly. If I were to witness your demise, I would have no way to account for it to our ancestors. Even in the afterlife, you must leave. He urged Lu Wudi away. There was no other choice. He could not reveal to Lu Xuanji that he possessed a system capable of exchanging for elixirs. Instead, he spoke softly. Uncle, you are mistaken. Grandfather bestowed upon me many miraculous pills. This is merely one of them. Consume it, and you will understand everything. With that, he produced a gray elixir, in the blink of an eye. A figure darted away. When the crowd regained their composure, they noticed Yi Bufan licking his lips, wearing a smirk that was both mocking and triumphant as he cast a provocative glance at Lu Wudi. How infuriating. You little thief. Lu Xuanji was initially stunned, then erupted in anger, wishing to tear Yi Bufan apart. Ha ha ha. This is the price you pay for your arrogance, thinking you could bully me. Yi Bufan stood tall. Unrepentant. Good disciple, you truly embody the qualities I once admired, praised the master of Qiming Mountain, visibly impressed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, master. Yi Bufan turned to Lu Wudi. Do you have any other pills? Hand them over. After all, you cannot hold on to them. And you both are doomed anyway. It would be a waste. Surrender them all. You are despicable. Lu Xuanji was seething with rage, unable to contain his fury. I shall not let this stand. Zheng Shu, too, decided not to retreat. Returning with her followers in a menacing manner. You brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me. The master of Qiming Mountain waved his hand, manipulating the air around them, as if he could suffocate the crowd at will. In this dire moment, Lu Wudi discreetly retrieved a fiery red elixir. Seizing the opportunity while his uncle was distracted with furious protests, he swiftly tossed it into his mouth. Gulp. Lu Xuanji instinctively swallowed, then stared at Lu Wudi in shock. What did you make me consume? An authentic elixir? Lu Wudi replied with a wry smile. But that pill was already taken by that scoundrel. as the realization dawned. Lu Xuanji understood everything. More crucially, he felt a warm and powerful energy coursing through his veins. The meridians that had been destroyed began to regenerate, filling him with a vibrant life force. Lu Wuti gave him a knowing glance and a slight nod. What? Yi Bufan panicked, swallowing hard, feeling an unsettling sensation. What did you make me take? He was both anxious and furious, demanding answers. How amusing. You took it yourself. How does it become my doing? Lu Wuti retorted, casting aside all shame. Focus solely on his survival. It's merely a bone-eating insect pill. Once ingested, it transforms into a minuscule insect that craves human bones, gnawing at them relentlessly. However, it is quite small. So it may take months before you find yourself completely hollowed out. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? Lu Wuti, I will kill you. Hand over the antidote. Yi Bufan raised his hand to strike. Yet, whether it was a psychological effect or not, he felt his bones beginning to loosen. He could almost envision them being devoured by the insect. No, please don't, he cried, tormented by the thought, flailing wildly as if ensnared by a heart demon. Disciple, calm down. The master of Qiming Mountain attempted to intervene. But Lu Wuti was like a wild boar, thrashing about uncontrollably. Despicable. You must hand over the antidote, or I will start killing everyone around you. The master of Qiming Mountain's voice was steady. Yet every word dripped with menace. You think I'm a child? If I surrender the antidote now, you will immediately slaughter us. Then what do you propose? The master was genuinely agitated, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Simple. You both must willingly forfeit your cultivation. The master of Qiming Mountain froze, his expression shifting gradually to one filled with bloodthirst. It seems I have no choice but to start killing everyone around you. If you do not hand over the antidote, I will crush your mother's neck. Lu Wuti remained unfazed. You won't have that chance. What? Do you think you can defeat me? The master of Qiming Mountain frowned. Of course, I cannot. But my uncle can. Lu Wuti smirked at that instant. Lu Xuanji appeared behind the master of Qiming Mountain. Before the latter could react, he struck him with a powerful blow. Poof! The master spewed blood. His organs quivering, unable to gather his energy in time. He turned his head slowly, disbelief washing over him. How is this possible? You should have been dead. Lu Xuanji's forehead was wreathed in flames. A sign of true mastery, he grinned. Thank you for your elixir, my dear nephew. His smile faded as he turned to the master. Old fool, have you decided how you will meet your end? Chapter 12. The Remains of the Immortal Impossible. This cannot be. The master of Qiming Mountain was oblivious to the other's strength, lost in his own thoughts, much like his disciple Yi Bufan. Shaking his head in disbelief as if cursed, he had never heard of anyone who could revive after being struck by lightning, let alone advance further. Could it be due to that elixir? Nonsense. No such elixir exists. Is Lu Wuti truly an alchemist? The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became, new thoughts arising only to be extinguished. Yet, the notion lingered in his mind like a haunting spell. If Lu Wuti were truly an alchemist capable of crafting such potent pills, the master of Qiming Mountain would regret it immensely. In this world, there were countless cultivators, yet alchemists numbered only in the hundreds. Moreover, he had sought an heir to pass on his legacy, believing he would never reach the level of a grand master himself. But now he was forced to watch his enemy ascend to such heights through a single pill, despite having obliterated his meridians. Thud, the master felt his worldview shatter, collapsing onto the ground as he gazed at his hands, suddenly questioning the purpose of nearly a century of cultivation. Like a bewildered child, he looked at Lu Wuti. Who are you? Merely someone you should never have provoked, Lu Wuti replied, still smiling as his words fell. Lu Xuanji's hand descended upon the master of Qiming Mountain's crown. The latter had no chance to resist. In the presence of a true grandmaster, a half-step grandmaster was merely a larger insect. With a single strike, Lu Xuanji dispatched the master of Qiming Mountain. Standing firm, he felt the immense power coursing through him. Turning to Lu Wuti, my dear nephew, tell me honestly, where did this elixir come from? If you truly refined it yourself, hurry back to your furnace. We have several quasi-grandmasters at home. You could elevate them all. Uncle, Lu Wuti frowned. You must not speak of this. You know the adage, a commoner is innocent. Yet possessing treasure incurs guilt. Lu Xuanji slapped his forehead. Indeed, if word got out, all cultivators under heaven would come searching for you. If you are unable to produce that elixir, they will undoubtedly suspect you of intentionally concealing it. At that point, we would be in grave trouble. Lu Wuti nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must keep this a secret. It must not reach outsiders. As for Jing Shu, she need not worry about the situation at hand. All the warriors she brought are genuine death warriors, and they will certainly not utter a single word. As for the subordinates of the Liu family, they are also sworn to silence. Thus, all eyes converged on a single individual, Yi Bufan. Instinctively, he wished to flee, but upon noticing Lu Xuanji's raised finger, he instantly realized that escape was futile. Just now, we offered you the chance to take the elixir and rest. Now, you should also grant me a chance to live. Ha, do you think I am playing games with you? Lu Wuti replied with disdain. You have but one path before you, and that is death. He was all too aware that if the so-called protagonist survived, he would eventually return to haunt him. Uncle, do not hold back. Lu Wuti's expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a deity coldly gazing down at Yi Bufan. Lu Xuanji approached slowly, each step resonating with the beat of Yi Bufan's heart. What to do? What to do? I cannot die here. Old man, grandfather, great-grandfather, I am on the brink of death. Come forth and save me. Yi Bufan cried out incessantly within his mind. At that moment, Lu Xuanji's hand had already swung toward his head. Lu Wuti instinctively attempted to evade, but in that fleeting instant, he finally comprehended the invincible might of a grandmaster. The casual wave of a grandmaster's hand seemed to orchestrate the entire world. Although Lu Wuti wished to escape, and there was clearly ample space around him, he felt as if he were trapped in a narrow corridor, with no means of escape. His gaze rolled back as he helplessly watched the opponent's palm rest upon his crown. In a moment of desperation, the ring on his finger suddenly emitted a brilliant blue-white light. Before Lu Xuanji could react, he felt himself disconnected from the surrounding world. Blinking as he readjusted to his surroundings, he was taken aback. A massive blue-white rift in space lay before him. A venerable elder, clad in a white robe with hair and beard as white as snow, stood proudly in the air. Everything around began collapsing toward the rift, as if heralding the apocalypse. This person is mine to take. None can stop me. With that, he curled his fingers, exerting a slight force from afar, and astonishingly drew Lu Wuti into his grasp. Preparing to enter the rift. Halt. Lu Xuanji swiftly stepped forward, reaching out in an attempt to pull Lu Wuti back. The moment their hands met, Lu Xuanji's eyes turned to a shade of gray. In that brief instant, he beheld the annihilation of countless ages. Uncle? Lu Wuti shouted from below, yet it was too late. The old man from the ring had already turned with Yi Bufan, disappearing from sight. The rift in space sealed completely, leaving only the neatly severed tables and chairs in its wake. The scene fell into a profound silence, everyone exchanging glances. Is this the end? Zheng Shu tentatively inquired. This individual broke through the void. Though we know not from whence this powerful being comes, the exertion must have been immense. Besides, with Yi Bufan poisoned, complete recovery will likely not be so easy, right? Indeed, it seems that for the next few years, even if they wish to cause trouble, they would lack the strength to do so. Lu Xuanji's eyes sparkled with determination. Sister-in-law, this matter has reached a conclusion. Please send someone to seize all the assets of the Zhu family. And do not worry about the rest. I have been away long enough. I wonder how things are at the Swordshi Great Wall. I must return swiftly. At least, you should have a meal before you leave. Zheng Shu remarked with a slight smile. Sister-in-law, I know your culinary skills are superb. Once we have dealt with the otherworldly beasts, I will certainly return to savor your exquisite dishes. Reluctantly, Zheng Shu could only smile through her tears. Nodding slowly. Good nephew. Focus on researching your elixirs. This is of utmost importance. Lu Wuti nodded in agreement. Yet in truth, his concern was not with the elixirs, but with Yi Bufan. After fleeing, this fellow would surely not remain idle, and would still be scheming. Lu Wuti stroked his chin, straining to recall the overarching plot. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he finally remembered. In due time, an immortal relic would be revealed. Countless individuals would flock to seize treasures from the relic or from one another. Yi Bufan would undoubtedly be among them. And according to the nature of this narrative, it was likely that arrangements would be made within that relic. But half a month until the relic opens. It appears that everything is only just beginning. Lu Wuti exhaled deeply, his gaze profound. Chapter 13. The heart of murder has formed on a barren mountain. The sky suddenly tore open, revealing a purplish-black rift in space. Two figures shot forth, crashing down to the ground. Ugh! Lu Wuti clutched his stomach, kneeling as he retched uncontrollably. However, the gray elixir had been fully absorbed, and he could not expel it. You, my young friend, have been rather reckless. Your opponent has seized upon this weakness. The elusive elder's voice was somber. I have two methods. First, I can cleanse your entire meridian system, rendering your cultivation null, yet freeing you from pain. Before he could finish, Yi Bufan suddenly raised his head, his gaze fierce. I choose the second option. I have not yet stated what the second option entails. No need. I will never relinquish my cultivation, even if it costs me excruciating pain. Well said, the mysterious elder lightly applauded, his somber expression softening into one of admiration. It is fitting for one chosen by destiny. With such resolve, there is nothing you cannot achieve. In half a month, a cave dwelling will be unveiled, which you now refer to as an immortal relic. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Bufon's eyes. You believe there is a treasure within that can save you. Do you? The elder raised his chin slightly. No. I am thinking that the scoundrel Lu Wuti will surely enter this relic, and I will find the opportunity to kill him. Ha ha ha. What a ruthless mindset. I like it, the elder remarked with satisfaction, stroking his beard. To tell you the truth, I am quite familiar with that relic. The treasures within, are indeed rare finds for today's cultivators. Come here. I will temporarily suppress the poison within your body with my own cultivation. Once you have slain that little thief, everything will be resolved. Yi Bufon knelt on one knee. Thank you. Senior, he slightly raised his head, his left eye dim and unclear, while his right eye blazed with bloodlust. I will surely use Lu Wuti's blood to commemorate the pain I endure today. At this moment, within the Lu family mansion. Lu Wuti sniffled. Unable to contain his laughter, he remarked, it must be that Yi Bufon fellow cursing me, wishing he could devour my flesh and drink my blood. One need not fear a thief, but rather a thief with intent. Furthermore, this Yi possesses extraordinary talent, and given time, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. Zheng Shu's expression grew troubled. Rest assured, the leader of the shadow guards bowed his head. I have dispatched all my men. We should soon learn of his whereabouts. Presently, he has been poisoned by the young master and is surely incapable of resistance. Lu Wuti chuckled and shook his head. No need. Call the brothers back. You will not be able to find him. Rather than search for him endlessly, it would be wiser to cut off his resources. What do you mean? Zheng Shu furrowed her brow. Yi Bufon's reliance lies in but two things. First, Lu Wuti contemplated revealing the ring he possessed, but reconsidered. He suspected no one would believe him and feared he would have to explain, risking exposure in the process. Thus, he altered his words at the last moment. First, it is those so-called immortal weapons. Indeed troublesome, for we know not what they are. They died without a trace. The leader of the shadow guards grimaced, recalling the battle scene. Fear not, Lu Wuti said confidently, I have ways to turn them to my advantage. The key lies in the second, Qiming Mountain. Upon uttering this name, the expressions of Zheng Shu and the shadow guard leader darkened simultaneously. The entire hall fell into profound silence, for all understood the immense power of Qiming Mountain. Though it may not appear to rival the Lu family on the surface, an elder of true mastery resides within. A genuine grandmaster, Wuti, I can contend with the old scoundrel of Qiming Mountain. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can at least hold him at bay, Lu Xuanji said somewhat reluctantly. But, uncle, if you were to sustain injuries, and an emergency arose at the Sword Chi Great Wall, how would we resolve it? Lu Wuti's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Lu Xuanji fell silent, yet he could not swallow his indignation, furrowing his brow. He expressed his frustration. Must we truly allow Qiming Mountain to continue its rampage? We stand guard at the Sword Chi Great Wall, uncertain of when we shall return. Alas, had your grandfather and those uncles been present, a mere Qiming Mountain could be flattened with a wave of the hand. Lu Wuti suddenly laughed. Thus, dear uncle, this time we shall use our wits. I have a plan that can obliterate Qiming Mountain. Oh. Everyone leaned in with curiosity. Yet, Lu Wuti only kept them in suspense. It is not yet time to reveal it. When the moment comes, I shall inform you all. A clever lad indeed, and now you've taken to being quite mysterious. Lu Xuanji chuckled as he shook his head. I can comprehend your desire to eliminate Yi Bufon's influence, he continued. Yet this matter is of utmost significance. I believe it would be prudent to consult the elder first. Moments later, the members of the Lu family had prepared an immense silver screen. The current head of the Lu family, one of the towering pillars of the Sword Chi Great Wall, Lu Tianshan, appeared on the screen. His visage was commanding, his beard now completely white, yet it could not conceal his formidable presence, resembling a vigorous lion. His keen gaze swept across the assembly, and the old warrior let out a hearty laugh. Everyone is present. It seems that the band of thieves has been dispatched. Lu Xuanji's lips twitched slightly as he bowed respectfully. Father, it is my inadequacy that allowed the archvillain to escape. What, you blockhead? Lu Tianshan erupted in fury, prompting Lu Xuanji to kneel hastily. Lu Wuti stepped forward to assist him, smiling as he raised his head. Grandfather, do not blame my uncle. Under the circumstances, my uncle allowed the adversary to flee to save me. Lu Tianshan's expression softened, and he donned a warm smile. My dear grandson, Fret not. If they have fled, they have fled. There is no need for you to be troubled. It is often said that there is a special bond between grandparents and grandchildren. Yet the contrast in attitudes here is striking. I shall immediately allocate a portion of my people to return overnight and provide you with comprehensive protection. Absolutely not. Lu Wuti firmly rejected the notion. Grandfather, you and the uncles are stationed at the Sword Chi Great Wall for the sake of countless households. Peace. We cannot jeopardize the safety of the world for the sake of one individual. Ah, very well, very well. My dear grandson has matured. Ha ha. I shall heed your counsel. Lu Tianshan beamed. Beside him, several of his sons and subordinates exchanged glances, some unable to suppress their amusement. However, Lu Tianshan gradually reined in his smile. Contemplating, what if that fellow seeks out trouble with you again? Grandfather, I was just about to mention this. Lu Wuti then outlined his plan, though he refrained from detailing specific strategies. Quite astute. While the monk may escape, the temple remains. Addressing the Qingming Mountain is indeed a sound strategy. Xuanji, you shall remain there for the time being to assist. There is no need to rush back. Yes, father, Lu Xuanji replied with a respectful gesture. Chapter 14. Gathering evidence. Lu Wuti, your thoughts are commendable, but Qingming Mountain is considered a righteous force. Although they have not sent anyone to the Sword Chi Great Wall to combat the aberrant beasts in recent years, they have nonetheless nurtured many promising talents within. To eradicate them, the foremost requirement is a justifiable cause. Lu Xuanji furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Uncle, rest assured, I shall swiftly head to Qingming Mountain to personally gather evidence. During this time, you should seize the opportunity to refine that elixir and solidify your cultivation. Alone, Lu Xuanji expressed his concern. I will be accompanied by the leader of the Shadow Guards. Fewer people mean a smaller target. Making it easier to act, Lu Wuti replied with a mysterious smile. Ignoring the objections of those around him, he set off with only the Shadow Guard leader by his side. Days later, at Qingming Mountain, a colossal mountain rose abruptly, steep and sheer, resembling a towering cliff, akin to a long sword piercing the earth from the heavens. The upper portion was perpetually shrouded in mist, and from a distance, it appeared to be a celestial abode. At the mountain's base, a throng of devotees and pilgrims surged like a flowing river, all drawn by the reputation of Qingming Mountain. Over the years, it had flourished remarkably, becoming a veritable sacred site. Amidst the crowd, the leader of the Shadow Guard scanned every individual with vigilance, evoking curious glances from many. Lu Wuti chuckled. There is no need for such caution. The people of Qingming Mountain are already aware of our presence. That is precisely why I must be more vigilant. Should they wish to harm you, we must be prepared in advance. Lu Wuti scoffed. They would not dare, at least not here. Otherwise, it would reveal to the world that Qingming Mountain is no sacred site, but rather a place of petty grievances and vengeance. Let us proceed. Lu Wuti strode forward with his head held high. His gaze was particularly profound, recalling the original narrative. Although Qingming Mountain possessed considerable strength, it had refrained from sending aid to the Sword Chi Great Wall precisely because the revered ancestor, held in high esteem, had secretly forged a pact with the aberrant beasts. Years ago, this so-called ancestor, hindered in his cultivation, sought to venture to the Sword Chi Great Wall, aiming to break through the constraints of his path through conflict with the aberrant beasts. However, during the fierce battle, he found himself ensnared within a horde of aberrant beasts. To ensure his survival, the aberrant beast required a human collaborator. Thus, a pact was forged. The aberrant beast would assist him in overcoming his obstacles, allowing him to ascend to the rank of Grandmaster, with the condition that he would no longer oppose the aberrant beasts and would instead persuade more human cultivators to devote themselves to the path of cultivation rather than defending the Sword Chi Great Wall. Reflecting on this, Lu Wuti's expression darkened with anger. He despised two types of individuals above all, the weak and the traitors. His presence here was motivated by a concern that his actions might disrupt the established narrative, necessitating first-hand verification of whether this ancestor had indeed forged a pact with the aberrant beasts. If so, it would present a tremendous leverage to exploit. As he pondered, the pair had ascended thousands of steps and stood beneath the imposing mountain gate. A middle-aged Taoist priest, exuding an air of celestial grace, stood with arms at his sides, his robe billowing slightly, his cold gaze surveying the scene below. Taoist Huang, I come in greeting. Lu Wuti smiled and saluted. Humph, young Master Lu, you murder my mountain's master, and now you dare to come here and provoke us. Taoist Huang's teeth ground together. The pilgrims climbing the mountain gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. He is the young master of the Lu family. How despicable. The master was a person of pure character, yet he was slain by them. It stands to reason that they must have taken advantage of their family's power to bully others. I have heard that he contended with the master's disciple over a woman, and in a bid to protect his disciple, the master had already humbled himself to apologize. Yet the Lu family remained relentless, forcibly slaying the master, and now the master's disciple is still missing. What? How can such a person still have the audacity to come to Qingming Mountain? Indeed, begone. You are not welcome here, were it not for the kind-hearted nature of the Taoists. You would have been dead long ago. Now, hurry up and leave. Listening to the chorus of denunciations, Lu Wudi remained unfazed, barely glancing at the crowd. He kept his gaze fixed on Taoist Huang. Young Master Lu, what is your intention? Lu Wudi stepped forward with a smile. Taoist, I have come to pay a visit to your mountain's revered ancestor. Just you. Taoist Huang laughed bitterly in rage. The ancestor is in seclusion. Do you truly believe you are worthy of interrupting him? You misunderstand. I have come to return the master's belongings, Lu Wudi said, producing a storage bag. Taoist Huang's eyes lit up. Hand it over. The contents of this bag are of significant importance and must be personally delivered to the ancestor. Do not be foolish. Taoist Huang retracted his hand. Is that so? Then I have no choice but to publicly disclose the contents of this storage bag right here, Lu Wudi declared as he prepared to open it. Wait. Taoist Huang's expression shifted, casting furtive glances around, clearly anxious. Observing his demeanor, Lu Wudi narrowed his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Taoist Huang reluctantly stepped aside. Please proceed. Lu Wudi smiled slightly, crossing the mountain gate with composure. Yet in the next moment, a powerful pressure surged down from the great hall within the mountain. Crack. Lu Wudi's form shrank as cold sweat erupted. He felt as if he were bearing the weight of a small mountain. His legs trembled, on the verge of collapsing, but he struggled to maintain his stance, cracking the marble beneath his feet at that moment. The revered ancestor of Qingming Mountain, seated at the center of the hall, slowly opened his narrow eyes. This ancient figure, with his youthful appearance and rosy complexion, concealed a hint of dark malevolence deep within his gaze. He extended his right hand, and from thousands of meters away, the storage bag in Lu Wudi's grasp flew through the air, zipping into the hall. A booming voice resonated. Thank you, young Master Lu, for personally delivering my disciples' belongings from afar. Dust to dust, grievances laid to rest. Young Master Lu, please take your leave. As the words fell, the overwhelming pressure dissipated instantaneously. The surrounding devotees gazed in awe, kneeling in reverence, exclaiming that the ancestor had manifested. Witnessing Lu Wudi's pale and wretched countenance, Taoist Huang could not suppress a sneer. Young Master Lu, please. Taoist, Lu Wudi extended his hand. I beg you, lend me a hand. I can no longer move. Ha ha ha. Taoist Huang laughed heartily, assisting him. Lowering his voice, he threatened. In the eyes of the ancestor, you are but an ant. Now you should understand your own insignificance. Be gone. Weakly smiling, Lu Wudi nodded as he grasped Taoist Huang's sleeve and limped down the mountain. Taoist Huang exchanged a few pleasantries with the gathered believers before swiftly returning to the hall within. His expression was frantic. Ancestor, within the storage bag of my senior brother are the spiritual essences of those aberrant beast immortals. Should they discover our connection to the aberrant beast immortals, the consequences would be dire. There is no need for alarm. The ancient ancestor glanced at the storage bag in his hand. The restrictions within it were unscathed, indicating that they likely sought merely to provoke. Furthermore, you are not to casually mention our collaboration with the alien beast henceforth, lest you inadvertently divulge too much. Understood. Huang Daoshang quickly lowered his head. Humph. The gaze of the Qiming Mountain's ancient ancestor sharpened gradually. Once I have thoroughly refined the power bestowed by those alien beasts, I shall no longer fear anyone. Until then, it is not yet the time for my disciples' revenge. We must exercise caution. The ancestor speaks wisely. However, with your earlier display of might, those ruffians should have retreated, and I doubt they will trouble us again. That may not be the case, remarked the ancient ancestor. The young master of the Lu family likely brought only one companion, and there may be hidden reinforcements. You must personally lead a team to intensify the patrols within the mountain. We cannot allow them to exploit any vulnerabilities. Understood. I shall depart at once. Huang Daoshang turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Wudi sat in a vehicle at the mountain's base, his face resembling a winter's frost. Before him lay a listening device, capturing every word exchanged between the Qiming Mountain's ancient ancestor and Huang Daoshang without fail. Chapter 15. Seeking retribution. It turned out that after the Qingming Mountain's ancient ancestor had withdrawn his oppressive aura, Lu Wudi feigned vulnerability intentionally, seizing the opportunity as Huang Daoshang approached to assist him. He swiftly slipped a listening device into the latter's possession. Those who have resided in the mountains for long periods, though possessing keen senses, have developed fixed mindsets. They are adept at guarding against various formations and techniques, but have forgotten that technology also exists in the human realm. After recording their entire conversation, Lu Wuti divided it into several segments for backup purposes. "What troubles you?" he inquired, glancing at the dazed leader of the Shadow Guards beside him. The latter's mouth hung slightly open, eyes wide with shock, his brows trembling incessantly. How could it be? These individuals were not merely avoiding the world. They are in collusion with the alien beasts. If that is indeed the case, should they summon the alien beasts? The world would surely be in peril. This news must be reported immediately. The leader of the Shadow Guards was already on edge, his lips quivering. "Calm yourself," Lu Wuti urged, concealing the listening device. This cooperation with the alien beasts is not a recent development. But they certainly do not trust them completely, so a crisis will not arise immediately. On the contrary, if we disseminate this information too hastily, we risk alarming the enemy, potentially forcing Qingming Mountain to retaliate alongside the alien beasts against the Sword Qi Great Wall. The leader of the Shadow Guards blinked, pursed his lips, and nodded. Yes, the young master has indeed considered this thoroughly. Then, he paused. "Young master, how did you come to know of their collusion with the alien beasts?" "Would you like to know?" Lu Wuti replied with a knowing smile. The leader of the Shadow Guards initially nodded in confusion but quickly shook his head. No, I would not dare pry into the young master's secrets. It is simply shocking. How could those from Qingming Mountain ally with creatures that devour our kind? Sighing, Lu Wuti remarked, "Those who are greedy for wealth may die for it. Those who covet power can similarly forsake the lives of the common people to enhance their own cultivation." With that, he closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat. "I have already sent the audio to my uncle. Our involvement ends here. We must leave swiftly." The leader of the Shadow Guards started the vehicle but abruptly slammed on the brakes. Hastily reaching for his waist, "Young master, I will hold him off. You must flee." Lu Wuti raised his eyes to see Huang Daoshang standing before the vehicle, his gaze filled with murderous intent. In an instant, Lu Wuti felt a twinge of anxiety. Had the other party discovered the listening device he had implanted? Yet, with a quick thought, he stopped the leader of the Shadow Guards from exiting the vehicle. "Do not move. I will assess the situation first." Lu Wuti donned a cheerful facade, feigning calm as he alighted from the vehicle. "Huang Daoshang, do you have any further guidance?" Young Master Lu. Did you think I was unaware of the little tricks you employed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wuti's smile froze for a moment. He clenched his fists, striving to quell the tension within. I do not comprehend what Huang Daoshang means." His palms were already slick with perspiration. Recently, Huang Daoshang spread his left hand, revealing the very listening device that had been affixed to him. Lu Wuti's gaze momentarily dulled, the tension within him reaching a peak, setting aside the fact that they were on Qingming Mountain's territory. He and the leader of the Shadow Guards were no match for Huang Daoshang. Alas, he could only think quickly and feign innocence, raising his sleeve to glance, realizing in his anxiety he had inadvertently left the button on Huang Daoshang. "But it is merely an ordinary button. You can discard it." Lu Wuti. Huang Daoshang's eyes widened in fury. "Oh, you truly take me for a simpleton of the mountains." As he spoke, he crushed the metallic button in his hand, revealing the intricate electronic components within. In that moment, Lu Wuti's mind raced. The other party had likely not yet reported the listening device to the Qingming Mountain's ancient ancestor. Otherwise, Huang Daoshang would not be here confronting him. If that were the case, there was still a chance. Huang Daoshang, despite hiding in the mountains, was knowledgeable about such devices. Impressive indeed. Lu Wuti's smile took on a distorted quality. The Taoist must realize that what I overheard has already been transmitted back to the Lu family. Should we perish here, that recording would undoubtedly become common knowledge. Huang Daoshang's pupils contracted sharply, his murderous intent palpable, but he could only suppress it. Lu Wuti feigned an air of confidence, hands tucked into his pockets, while he discreetly transmitted the information back to the Lu family via his phone. "Huang Daoshang," he continued, "consider this. If I truly wished to make an enemy of Qingming Mountain, I would have disseminated the information long ago. I have withheld it to negotiate terms with you. Huang Daoshang indeed took the bait, pondering his next words. In truth, my Lu family has been at odds with the alien beasts at the Sword Qi Great Wall for many years and have gleaned certain insights. The alien beasts possess innate strength that is truly enviable. If we could harness it for the benefit of our kind, would that not be splendid?" Huang Daoshang blinked. "Do you genuinely believe so?" "Of course," Lu Wuti replied with a benevolent visage, yet he dared not advance further, remaining stationary as he spoke. "Moreover, My eavesdropping was merely to ascertain that your collaboration with the alien beasts was solely for the sake of enhancing your cultivation, and not an outright betrayal of humanity. Today's revelations indeed confirm this. He spoke incessantly, weaving an elaborate web of persuasion. Huang Daoshang listened intently, gradually beginning to believe Lu Wudi. The reason he had not reported to the ancient ancestor was due to his own oversight, which allowed Lu Wudi to glean the truth. If he were to report hastily, the ancient ancestor's wrath could very well lead to their mutual extermination. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Lu Xuanji had already gathered the elites from various families, all soaring toward Qingming Mountain on their swords, a dazzling display of light converging upon their location. Thus, half an hour passed. Lu Wudi's ears perked up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly leaped backward, bellowing, "Uncle, strike him down first." No sooner had he spoken than an azure sword descended from the sky. The echoes of dragon roars lingered in the air as Huang Daoshang's head fell, his eyes still reflecting shock and disbelief. Lu Xuanji descended majestically, exuding an aura of dominance. "Uncle, have you stabilized your Grandmaster realm?" Lu Wudi exclaimed with great excitement. "Indeed, thanks to the elixir you provided, I have fully refined it over the past few days. Dear nephew, you must ensure to procure more of that elixir." Lu Xuanji reminded him once more. Lu Wudi smiled bitterly. He too wished to acquire more, yet the fortune required for such items was no small matter. Should he procure a few more, he would soon find his fortune depleted. The elites from various families followed closely behind, alighting gracefully in midair. At this moment, the Qingming Mountain's ancient ancestor finally sensed something amiss. Stepping forth into the air, his voice booming like thunder. "What brings you all to gather here?" Chapter 16. Sowing discord. Lu Xuanji scoffed. "Old scoundrel, you know full well." The Qingming Mountain's ancient ancestor furrowed his brow, unaware of his exposure. Yet, a guilty conscience breeds unease. "Therefore," he probed, "my eldest disciple perished at your hands, and today you come with a multitude to invade. Do you truly believe Qingming Mountain is easy prey?" "Old man, you are mistaken. I do not come for personal vengeance, but to save the world from the threat of the alien beasts." The Qingming Mountain's ancient ancestor, being astute, immediately understood his exposure. Although he was uncertain of the reasons, he could not admit to colluding with the alien beasts in front of so many witnesses. Instead, he chose to feign innocence. "You previously killed my eldest disciple and today another. Now you dare to publicly slander me. This is truly intolerable." As he spoke, the Qingming Mountain's ancient ancestor kept his wits about him, observing the assembled elites in the air, sensing something was off. If these individuals were indeed steadfastly following Lu Xuanji to besiege him, why did they remain suspended in midair? A moment's contemplation revealed the truth. They were merely fence-sitters. Should the Lu family emerge victorious, they would naturally join in the assault on Qingming Mountain. Conversely, if the tides turned, they would have an excuse, citing their inability to refuse Lu Xuanji's request due to face that a barely perceptible smirk flickered in his eyes. He deliberately raised his voice, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's events are merely the consequences of past actions and have nothing to do with you." "Old scoundrel, cease your attempts at sowing discord," Lu Wudi interjected. Observing the crowd's rising agitation, while his uncle remained blissfully unaware, he quickly sought to defuse the situation. Little child, when you first entered my mountain, you clearly stated your intention to negotiate peace with me. How is it that you now bare your teeth and snarl? Is it possible that the members of the Lu family are so capricious and fickle?" Lu Wudi's brow furrowed in concern, realizing he could not allow the old man to continue his nonsensical tirade, or else the situation would surely spiral out of control. "Uncle, let us not waste words with him. Let us take action directly." Just as Lu Xuanji was about to act, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance. There, in the clouds above, numerous small black dots appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, these dots drew nearer, revealing themselves to be members of the smaller sects under Qingming Mountain. The sheer number of them was clearly greater, and most crucially, their loyalty to Qingming Mountain was unwavering. They clamored loudly, demanding to perish alongside Lu Xuanji. Witnessing the bolstered strength of his adversaries, the gaze of the Qingming ancestor regained its composure. With a flourish of his robe, he clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of superiority, his words laced with an icy chill. "I had thought that your Lu family, having rendered great service at the Sword Qi Great Wall, would not wish to hold grievances against me, even after you have slain my disciple. After all, harming you would only weaken the defenses of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Yet, I never imagined you would be so audacious." He shook his head, furrowing his brow in feigned sorrow, his tone trembling slightly. "You have grown so brazen. Very well, today I shall seek justice for my disciple." At his command, The crowd encircled Lu Xuanji and his entourage. Those who resisted would be dealt with ruthlessly, while those uninvolved would be disregarded. As his words fell, the throng surged forward, their artifacts humming ominously, all aimed squarely at Lu Xuanji. What a sharp-tongued old fool. Let us see how you fare. Lu Xuanji gritted his teeth. A tempest brewed, the sky darkened, and the might of a grandmaster was unmistakable. The Qiming ancestor mirrored this display of power, and the two forces clashed violently, unleashing a tempest of yellow and purple lightning that danced like dragons across the heavens. Lu Wuti gazed at the unfolding spectacle, his expression growing increasingly grave. Why aren't these fellows coming to our aid? He murmured, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. These are opportunists. Their arrival here is not to assist us, but merely to ascertain what benefits they can reap. Young Master Lu, you are mistaken. We are not unwilling to act. We simply wish to grasp the truth first. Indeed, justice exists in this world, and we cannot, for personal ties, ignore the truth and become complicit in wrongdoing. You, Lu Xuanji turned, his eyes filled with fury. Just moments prior, when he had summoned these individuals, they had all expressed their righteous indignation, vowing to stand with him against Qiming Mountain. Yet now, their resolve had shifted. Ultimately, the Lu family had stood at the pinnacle for too long. Utterly oblivious to the sentiments of those beneath them, the presence of a behemoth like the Lu family overshadowed the surrounding underbrush, much like a towering tree in a rainforest, blocking out much sunlight. The smaller shrubs, though always encircling, yearned for the great tree to wither and fall, for then they would have a better chance of rising to prominence. Observing this situation, the Qiming ancestor no longer concealed his mirth. As the saying goes, those who are righteous receive more assistance, while those who stray from the path find themselves isolated. Between our two families, who is right and who is wrong will soon be evident. Lu Xuanji, I suggest you refrain from further conflict with me. Bow your head and admit your fault early, and you may preserve the honor of your family. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you will only bring about your own ruin. Nonsense. Lu Xuanji's temper erupted in full force. It appears the Lu family is determined to use their might to oppress. Thus, I shall hold you accountable. The Qiming ancestor, hands clasped behind his back, looked on with increasing derision, clearly pleased with Lu Xuanji's current demeanor. Enraged, Lu Xuanji had no intention of reasoning. He merely wished to charge forward and fight. Clang! He drew his sword, glaring fiercely at the vassals of Qiming Mountain. Step aside at once, or face annihilation. How brazen! I shall see how you intend to exterminate us. Brothers, our ancestor has shown us immense favor. Now is the time for us to repay that debt. Though these individuals were merely at the 9th rank of cultivation, the saying holds true: a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. If a battle were to ensue, even if Lu Xuanji could slay them all, the toll on himself would be immeasurable. In that instance, the Qiming ancestor would swoop in to reap the rewards, leaving the Lu family to suffer great losses. The members of the various families allied with the Lu family watched with glee. Alas, the Lu family has become increasingly arrogant and reckless, relying on their past merits to bully others. This time, they have finally encountered a formidable adversary. Should the Lu family fall, it may very well be destiny, for the heavens do not tolerate evil. The more Lu Xuanji listened, the more infuriated he became. Yet he could not be bothered to argue. With a roar, he prepared to strike. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Lu Wuti suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait, why has the narrative shifted to portray us as the villains? He blinked rapidly and quickly retrieved a recording device. Everyone, please listen closely. Chapter 17. The True Form of the Beast. Lu Wuti's loud shout brought an abrupt halt to the charged atmosphere. He pressed the play button, and the audience listened intently, their expressions shifting to one of utter bewilderment, particularly the Qiming ancestor, whose shock was palpable. Beneath his long white brows, his eyes widened to the size of pigeon eggs, the murderous intent within them stark and unrestrained as they bore down on Lu Wuti. The captain of the Dark Guard swiftly positioned himself in front of Lu Wuti, drenched in cold sweat, yet prepared to protect his master at all costs. What is happening? It cannot be. How could the ancestor be colluding with the beasts? It is false, surely it is false. This young one is playing tricks. Silence. Whether it is true or false, you may examine it closely. Lu Xuanji was elated, secretly giving his good nephew a thumbs up. This is what is meant by wit. Truly brilliant. With this, Qiming Mountain had become the target of everyone's ire. The members of the various families he brought along wore expressions as if they had consumed several pounds of fly excrement. They cared primarily for their own interests, but this was contingent upon the overarching interests of the human race remaining intact. Someone brandished their artifact, eyeing the Qiming ancestor warily. This matter cannot be taken lightly. I suggest we subdue this old scoundrel first. If it is false, then all will be well. If it is true, and this old scoundrel is willing to gamble it all and summon the beasts, the consequences would be dire. The crowd exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. The voice released by that young one does seem to belong to the ancestor. Ancestor? The members were left without a plan. Some even looking at the Qiming ancestor with a hint of pleading. They could distinguish the gravity of the situation. Should Lu Wudi's recording prove genuine, they would have been unwittingly serving the beasts. Word of this would spread, and not only their sects but their own standing would be jeopardized. The Qiming ancestor's face turned ashen, and his body trembled slightly. You little brat, how dare you slander me? I will kill you. Almost instantly, he raised his right hand. Gathering a wisp of green energy within his palm. In midair, it coalesced into a small green snake, which swiftly darted toward Lu Wudi's face. Lu Wudi's expression paled in an instant. He attempted to evade, but it was far too late. You shall not escape. The captain of the Dark Guards, disregarding his own life, charged directly at the snake. However, the small green snake was exceptionally nimble, deftly evading him and coiling around Lu Wudi's neck instead. As the venomous fangs lunged for him, Lu Wudi hastily raised his hand to shield himself. Yet, the lethal strike of a grandmaster was far beyond his current capabilities to withstand. With a sickening crunch, the moment his right arm met the small green snake, it shattered. His entire arm drooped limply. Akin to a deflated rope, Big Nephew, Lu Xuanji rushed forward in haste to save him. Die. The Qiming ancestor's beard bristled, his face contorted in a furious howl. The fangs of the small green snake sank into Lu Wudi's skull. The tips of the fangs released two streams of subtle green energy that appeared delicate and ethereal, yet were astonishingly potent, piercing through Lu Wudi's entire being. Invading his meridians, they immediately threatened to explode. Lu Wudi's body visibly began to swell, resembling a bomb on the verge of detonation. No. Am I truly dying? Lu Wudi muttered to himself in disbelief, yet in the next moment, he suddenly realized that everything around him had frozen. Detecting host is on the verge of death, automatically activating optimal choice, expending all fortune points to exchange for a life-preserving artifact, heaven-turning mirror. The system's voice echoed coldly once more. As he gazed at the gently rotating golden small copper mirror before him. Lu Wudi's mouth twitched in disbelief. Damn it, he exclaimed. I haven't even consented yet. How dare you act on your own? At least present me with another option, even if it means sacrificing an arm. Allow me to retain something. Aside from the elixirs he had exchanged for his uncle, Lu Wudi had refrained from using the fortune points he had accumulated, intending to utilize them to enhance his own cultivation. Whatever adversaries lay ahead, he wished to at least possess the strength to fight back, or at the very least, the opportunity to flee. And now, it seemed he had lost everything. The host must make a choice swiftly. Otherwise, death will be irreversible, and the countdown begins. 5. Lu Wudi was taken aback once more and inquired with great urgency. If this round ends in failure, can we restart? There is no option for a restart. The outcome, complete annihilation of both body and spirit. The system's response concluded, and the emotionless countdown resumed. 3. Damn it. Lu Wudi cursed vehemently. Grasping the heavenly mirror in a fervent grip, the blinding white light engulfed his vision. And in the next moment, everything before him returned to its original state. Lu Wudi stood unmoved, his hair untouched, with even the injury on his forehead bearing no trace of him, whether it was the esteemed Qiming ancestor or Lu Xuanji. Along with others, they were all astonished. This was the ultimate technique of a grandmaster. How could the scion of the Lu family emerge unscathed? Blinking rapidly, Lu Xuanji regained his composure first, his eyes turning crimson as he howled in fury and charged forward. You old rascal, perish! In the moment of shock for the Qiming ancestor, he had no time to react and was struck head-on. With a splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood but managed to steady himself. Exhaling a breath of scorching air, he fully unleashed his power, for he understood better than anyone that feigning ignorance was futile, that a mere investigation of Lu Wudi's recording would reveal everything, even without an escape route. If that were the case, let chaos reign. You have forced my hand, so do not blame me. He clenched his left hand in a sword gesture, his right hand slightly raised, his garments fluttering as if in a tempest. Behold the sword. Lu Xuanji wasted no opportunity, launching a blade strike without hesitation. The Qiming ancestor hastily dodged. In an instant, the white sword light pierced through heaven and earth, producing a thunderous roar that cleaved through the clouds and missed atop Qiming Mountain, leaving a fissure over 10 kilometers long. The figure of the Qiming ancestor appeared beneath the mountain gate, swaying unsteadily, with half of his body nearly severed, dangling precariously. His bones were visible, blood gushing like a fountain. Yet, there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, a cold smile emerged. You all claim that the alien beasts are the enemies of humanity, thinking yourselves superior while viewing them as abominable creatures. How foolish. Their strength is the true power. As he spoke, his flesh began to regenerate, albeit no longer the blood-red hue of humanity, but rather a purplish-black mass. The sound of bones piercing through flesh was enough to make one shudder. In just a few breaths, he had completely recovered. However, his eyes had transformed into those of an alien beast, with vertically slitted, brass-colored pupils narrowing slightly. His skin rotted and fell away, eventually replaced by a coat of purple fur. He has actually undergone beastification. Damn it, everyone, let us strike together. The various clans finally ceased their inaction, charging forth alongside Lu Xuanji in a fierce assault. Hence, the Qiming ancestor lifted his chin slightly, disdain dripping from his words. The figures of the crowd swiftly engulfed him, unleashing all manner of techniques in a unified onslaught. Bang! A cacophony erupted, yet the crowd was sent sprawling backward. Even Lu Xuanji was among them, his sword embedding into a nearby rock to stabilize himself. Ha ha ha. The Qiming ancestor raised his arms, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. It is your impatience that has led to your downfall. At this moment and place, who can hinder me? You. He extended his claws, gesturing broadly. Shall all become my blood feast? His form suddenly contracted, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had seized the neck of a clan leader with one hand. With a mere exertion, he crushed the individual into a cloud of blood mist. Every pore of the Qiming ancestor opened, greedily absorbing the sanguine vapor, his expression one of ecstasy. Such a gruesome scene sent the others recoiling in terror. Chapter 18. 1,000 miles of sword pressing against evil spirits. The Qiming ancestor's eyes slanted slightly before he appeared behind another individual. In a series of blinks, he flashed several times. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen grandmasters had been completely drained. Everyone, retreat. Lu Xuanji, sword in hand, advanced step by step. The onlookers glanced at him. Though they yearned to assist, they understood their own inadequacies and could only withdraw. Lu Xuanji, you should flee. You have just entered the realm of grandmasters. You are no match for me. Why throw your life away? The Qiming ancestor taunted. The men of the Lu family are born as heroes and die as legends. They know not the meaning of retreat. Any alien beast must be slain. Lu Xuanji transformed into a streak of light. Surging forward with a swift strike, a dozen sword flashes sliced through the air, each blow bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, as though attempting to cleave the heavens apart. However, the already beastified Qiming ancestor was extraordinarily agile. He seemed to have truly transformed into an alien beast, utilizing hands and feet in a graceful ballet through the air. Though wounded by the sword energy, he recovered almost instantaneously, seizing the opportunity. He swiftly darted to Lu Xuanji's flank, claws extended, slicing through flesh with a chilling sound. Ignoring the wound, Lu Xuanji pressed on, swinging his sword anew. Both combatants were fierce, becoming twin streaks of light in the firmament. The clang of their clashes ringing out in a symphony of steel. On the surface, it appeared they were evenly matched, yet Lu Xuanji was gradually falling behind. The opponent was a more formidable grandmaster, now wielding the powers of an alien beast, rendering Lu Xuanji's efforts futile. What to do? This situation was dire. Should Lu Xuanji be defeated, the surrounding 1,000 miles would likely be plunged into calamity. We should strike together. Fool. You'd only be throwing your life away. Then what do you propose we do? The group, now devoid of a leader, erupted into bickering among themselves. Lu Wudi, both exasperated and troubled, thought to himself that had his fortune not been entirely exhausted, he could have exchanged for elixirs or artifacts to aid his uncle. Young master, the situation is critical. You cannot remain here any longer. Leave at once. The captain of the Dark Guards urged anxiously. Pulling at him. Let go of me. Lu Wudi kicked him aside. With a fierce shout, he declared, the men of the Lu family do not fear for their lives. Then, his eyes darted as he muttered to himself. Calm down. There must be a way. Think carefully. He was indeed fearful of death. Yet at this moment, retreat was not an option. That if he fled, as those others had said, countless lives within 1,000 miles would be lost. Moreover, the Lu family's honor would be irrevocably tarnished through his actions. Most crucially, should his uncle fall, he doubted he could escape unscathed. Just then, someone pointed skyward and shouted, Look, someone is falling. No sooner had the words left their mouth than a figure crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Amidst the billowing dust, Lu Xuanji stood, propped up by his longsword. His attire was tattered, the fragments billowing, revealing flesh torn and bloodied beneath. Whoosh! The Qiming ancestor suddenly appeared before him, grinning wickedly. This is all your fault. You ruined my plans. I will not let you die easily. I want you to experience despair, to kneel before me and beg for mercy. As he spoke, he lunged forth with another claw at Lu Xuanji instinctively sought to swing his sword. But his movements were delayed. Slicing through the air, blood mist dispersed as the Qiming ancestor forcibly tore away a substantial chunk of flesh from his chest. Opening his mouth wide, the old fiend began to gnaw ravenously. He raised an eyebrow, savoring the moment with a languorous sigh. No wonder the alien beasts feast upon humans. This flavor. He licked his lips, an insatiable glint in his eyes, truly extraordinary. Madness. This old man has completely lost his mind. We are doomed. Some had become so terrified that they cried out and fled, covering their heads in panic. With one person breaking the ice, the rest soon scattered like birds. Ha! You cannot escape. I will devour each of you clean. The Qiming ancestor pressed his fingers together, unleashing a violet-blue beam that shot skyward. Upon reaching a great height, it transformed into a massive circular array that descended, trapping everyone within. The scene descended into further chaos. As those trapped were overwhelmed with terror, losing control of their bodily functions, weeping and pleading for mercy. Amidst this turmoil, only Lu Wudi stood firm, appearing as a solitary crane among a flock of chickens. Yet the Qiming ancestor showed him no interest, turning instead toward Lu Xuanji. Clearly, like the alien beasts, he favored those of greater cultivation. Lu Wudi's eyes flickered slightly as he suddenly raised his right fist high, proclaiming, "Old man, do you not wish to know how I withstood your lethal strike just now?" The Qiming ancestor halted, glancing back at him. The two locked gazes for several seconds, and indeed, curiosity sparked within the ancient fiend as he turned toward Lu Wudi. "Young lad, you are quite intriguing. To dare approach me with only a single attendant, and yet you succeeded in your endeavor. I find myself somewhat impressed. I wonder what it feels like for your flesh to grow back." Lu Wudi's calves trembled slightly, but he maintained a facade of composure. Do not move. Old man, the artifact in my hand was crafted by my grandfather himself. Should I choose, I can take us both down together at any moment. The smile on the Qiming ancestor's face vanished instantly. He was well aware of Lu Tianshan's reputation. When the tide of alien beasts erupted, he had single-handedly sealed a breach in the Sword Qi Great Wall. Fighting for 10 days and nights. A weapon forged by one such as him would possess unimaginable power. A glimmer of wariness flashed in his eyes as he sought to manipulate the situation. "Young lad, if you give me this artifact, I will allow you and your uncle to leave alive. How does that sound?" "Agreed. But I do not trust you, so you must first summon my uncle." "Very well." The venerable Qiming Laozu pivoted and delivered a swift kick to Lu Xuanji's dantian, propelling him through the air. Lu Wudi hastily extended his hand to catch him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qiming Laozu materialized before him, seizing his wrist with a sharp crack. Lu Wudi winced in pain, his right fist unable to maintain its strength, falling limp to reveal nothing but emptiness. Qiming Laozu was momentarily taken aback, followed by an incredulous laugh. "Oh my, truly remarkable. In such a life-and-death moment, you dare to employ such petty tricks and successfully deceived me at that. I shall now carve open your belly to see just how bold you truly are." As he gazed upon the advancing claws aimed at his abdomen, Lu Wudi felt a surge of dread, inhaling sharply before bellowing, "Is it done yet?" Suddenly, the leader of the Shadow Guards rose from behind a pile of rubble nearby. Thunder rumbled across the sky as a white lightning dragon streaked through, casting the entire realm into stark black and white. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as the formation laid by Qiming Laozu became riddled with fissures. And in the next moment, it shattered with a resounding bang. "What is this?" Qiming Laozu gasped in horror, instinctively loosening his grip on Lu Wudi as he tilted his head skyward. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the heavens, revealing a colossal heavenly sword piercing through the layers of dark clouds, bearing an overwhelming pressure that descended with force. Chapter 19. The Art of Survival. "This aura, father?" Lu Xuanji broke into a wide grin. "Ha ha ha, old thief, did you truly believe no one could contend with you? Behold, this is my Lu family, the sharpest heavenly sword in the world." Qiming Laozu's eyes widened in terror as he finally recognized the formidable sword energy. "Lu Tianshan. Impossible. This cannot be. You are clearly thousands of miles away at the sword energy Great Wall, preoccupied with the onslaught of beasts. How could you possibly have the strength to come here?" He tilted his head back, his voice rising in desperation. Meanwhile, atop the sword energy Great Wall, all the members of the Lu family formed a circle, with Lu Tianshan standing resolutely at the center. Behind him, an aura of faint icy blue energy swirled upwards, gradually coalescing into a colossal statue of a sword wielder. As he opened his eyes, Lu Tianshan was filled with fury. He had received the urgent message from the Shadow Guard leader, and his heart was filled with doubt. Thus, he decided to test the waters. Little did he expect that in a moment of desperation, Qingming Laozu would directly confess the truth if he had not colluded with the beasts. How could he have known that the Sword Energy Great Wall was currently besieged? The battle at the Sword Energy Great Wall was classified information. Without permission from the higher-ups, it would never be disclosed domestically to avoid causing panic. What a farce for Qiming Mountain to wear the guise of humanity. Since you refuse to behave like one, I shall send you into reincarnation. His voice sounded very calm on the side of the Sword Energy Great Wall. Yet upon reaching Qiming Mountain, it transformed into a thunderous echo that reverberated through the mountains and forests. At the same moment, the massive heavenly sword in the sky accelerated its descent. Damn it. Others may fear you, but I do not. Qingming Laozu roared, launching himself upward to meet the sword's tip. Yet, in the eyes of Lu Wudi and the others, his figure appeared as insignificant as an ant compared to the heavenly sword. At the moment of contact, he was not even able to muster a fight. He was like fragile parchment, pierced cleanly through the chest by the sword energy, crashing into the ground with a thud. This old fellow was remarkably tenacious, struggling to rise once more, his hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot, teeth gritted like a beast. You cannot kill me with a single blow, and you shall never have another chance. Lu Tianshan indeed withdrew his hand seals, closing his eyes in apparent weakness, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Father, how are you? Lu Wudi's third uncle inquired hastily, while others gazed at Lu Tianshan with intense scrutiny. To their surprise, he did not exhibit the slightest hint of despair, but rather smiled faintly, thanks to that clever lad Lu Wudi, who promptly relayed the message. Had that scoundrel from Qiming Mountain continued his cultivation for a while longer, it would have become quite troublesome. All right, he raised his gaze. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to Lu Xianji. It is time for us to counterattack. Lu Tianshan's eyes shifted into the distance. On one side of the sprawling Great Wall, countless beasts swarmed. Attack! He was the first to draw his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swept across the surroundings. Behind him, the Lu family's disciples surged forth, charging into the throngs of beasts with reckless abandon. Forming a counteroffensive. On the side of Qiming Mountain, despite being drenched in blood, Qiming Laozu continued to laugh maniacally. Yet, as he laughed, the smile on his face gradually stiffened, his eyes scanning anxiously around him. Under Lu Xuanji's leadership, the crowd enclosed him in a tightening circle. If you have the ability, face me in single combat. He hastily called out. Lu Xuanji chuckled coldly, offering no response, but turned to Lu Wudi. Dear nephew, do you think I should engage him in single combat? Uncle, a gentleman faces a gentleman, while a rogue faces a rogue. This old thief is not a person of integrity. Why should we treat him with honorable methods? Well said, my good nephew. Lu Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly directed his sword forward. Everyone, together, let us chop him into pieces. Spare no effort, lest this fiend truly possesses some bizarre means of resurrection. In an instant, the Lu family and members of other clans charged forward. In stark contrast, the vassals of Qiming Mountain exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss, and dared not assist. In less than half a minute, Lu Xuanji raised both hands, signaling for everyone to halt. Once the crowd dispersed, Qiming Laozu had been reduced to a puddle of flesh, with only the outer skin remaining to contain the shattered remnants of meat and bone. The mastermind is dead. As long as the remaining individuals do not resist, we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, prepare for a gruesome demise. The vassal showed no hesitation, kneeling and submitting. The corners of Lu Xuanji's mouth curled upward as he turned to Lu Wudi, only to find the latter shaking his head slightly. What is it? Is something amiss? Uncle, you are far too lenient. Lu Wudi could not help but chuckle bitterly. These individuals possess no dignity whatsoever. Their presence here is merely out of fear of repercussions. Once we depart, it won't be long before they rise again. Lu Wudi spoke with righteous indignation, clapping his hands together with a resounding noise. What do you propose we do? Lu Xuanji found himself in a dilemma. If he were to kill all of them outright, it could easily be sensationalized by those with ulterior motives. In the case of a prestigious family like the Lu clan, any damage to their reputation, whether through slander or self-inflicted harm, would thrust them into a precarious situation. Uncle, the solution is quite simple. These individuals must atone for their misdeeds. Immediately send them to the Sword Energy Great Wall to redeem themselves for their actions. Excellent idea. Let us proceed thusly. What say you all? Lu Xuanji surveyed the individuals from various clans behind him. They exchanged glances, and one by one nodded in agreement, stepping forward to bind the hands and feet of all those under Qiming Laozu. However, Lu Wudi paid them no mind, his gaze intently searching for the figure of Yi Bufan. At that moment, Yi Bufan was in the rear hall of Qiming Mountain, hastily gathering his belongings. Suddenly, he perked up. His eyes cautiously fixed on the entrance, he distinctly heard faint footsteps approaching from outside. Who is it? He swiftly drew his sword, fully prepared to flee. As the door creaked open, a familiar face appeared. It was the master of Qingming Mountain. Master, you are not dead. No time for idle chatter. We must leave at once. I will explain everything in detail later. Utilizing their familiarity with the terrain, the two evaded the pursuing forces of various clans and swiftly escaped Qingming Mountain. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yi Bufan's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Master, now can you tell me how you have returned from the dead? Yi Bufan boldly inquired. The master of Qingming Mountain smiled mysteriously and began to elucidate the entire process. Chapter 20. All in is a form of wisdom, so that's how it is. Master, you had sensed that something was amiss and executed a clever escape. Yi Bufan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. The two stopped the vehicle, standing by the roadside, gazing back at Qingming Mountain with a sense of nostalgia, particularly the master of Qingming Mountain, for it was the land of his upbringing, holding many memories. He could only hope that this current setback was a precursor to a more formidable victory in the future. Master, you saved me. Do you have a plan? The master of Qingming Mountain grinned. That question is not for me, but for you to ponder. Me? Lu Wuti was baffled. Indeed, you still possess one final trump card, a card that even I was unaware of, the Celestial Armament Organization. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's expression shifted, his eyes darting evasively. Clever lad. I am not chastising you. I am genuinely pleased with your progress. This at least indicates that you are not a reckless fool. Hearing these words, Yi Bufan's demeanor softened, and he even volunteered an explanation. Master, it's not that I was hiding this from you. This is my only reliance at present, especially regarding that Lu Wuti. All right, I understand. The master of Qingming Mountain waved his hand dismissively. Now is not the time for such discussions. You must promptly proceed to the Xianbing organization. Employ every possible means to bring them under your control. Yi Bufan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, indeed, this is the only viable path. Without further delay, the two of them swiftly boarded a vehicle and raced towards the Xianbing organization. Simultaneously, Lu Wuti snapped the roster shut with a sharp sound. His expression darkening, the leader of the Dark Guards inquired softly, Young master, is there an issue with this list? Yi Bufan has fled, Lu Wuti replied, his face devoid of emotion. Could it be? The leader of the Dark Guards leaned in closer. His voice barely above a whisper, that Yi Bufan discovered we were coming and has found a place to hide. Lu Wuti shook his head, offering no reply. Just moments ago, he had commanded his subordinates to turn the entire temple upside down. Yet they had found not a trace of Yi Bufan. Could it be that he truly was not here? Doubts began to gnaw at Lu Wuti's mind. Yet, he quickly resolved to shake his head in determination. Muttering to himself, never mind, that is no longer relevant. The priority is to locate him swiftly. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. As he pondered, Lu Wuti stroked his chin, pacing thoughtfully, having already subdued Qingming Mountain. Logically, Yi Bufan's greatest support no longer existed. The wisest course of action would be to surrender. Yet, since Yi Bufan had yet to make an appearance, there could only be one explanation: the Xianbing organization. With narrowed eyes, Lu Wuti's gaze grew distant. Suddenly, a wry smile crept across his lips. Then let us see whose speed prevails. Uncle, may I have a word? Lu Wuti gestured to the side. You have achieved a significant feat this time. Speak, and I shall endeavor to secure whatever you desire. Liu Xuanji, despite his injuries, appeared unusually invigorated. His complexion surprisingly rosy. Lu Wuti organized his thoughts briefly before selectively revealing the situation. What, is this true? Lu Xuanji exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. There can be no mistake. Therefore, what we must do now is act swiftly, ensuring that Yi Bufan becomes nothing more than a stray dog. Very well, I shall handle this. I will select a few capable individuals to accompany you. Exercise utmost caution. Liu Xuanji clapped him on the shoulder. Following recent events, he had developed immense trust in Lu Wuti. Harboring no apprehensions, Lu Wuti said little more, clasped his hands in salute, and promptly departed with the leader of the Dark Guards and 4 subordinates. The so-called Xianbing organization was, in truth, merely a peculiar form of sorcery, commonly referred to as summoning spirits. A group of individuals whose birth dates were astrologically aligned were chosen as puppets, rigorously trained in a secret location. When needed, they would be summoned and infused with spiritual power through arcane methods, transforming them into the most loyal of death warriors. Devoid of pain and fear, their strength varying according to the summoner, This so-called secret location had been previously detailed in the narrative, situated over 300 kilometers south of Qiming Mountain, in an abandoned village. Before long, Lu Wuti had arrived at this site with his entourage. Is there truly anyone here? The leader of the Dark Guards frowned as he surveyed the area. All around were dilapidated stone houses, many of which had trees growing through them, breaking through the roofs and overshadowing the entire courtyard. Countless weeds sprawled in every direction, rendering the presence of any living beings utterly undetectable. Lu Wuti smiled confidently. You cannot discern anything at present. There exists another realm within. Follow me. As he spoke, they did not enter immediately. They traversed through thick weeds, circumvented several abandoned structures, and finally came upon a courtyard that starkly contrasted its surroundings. This courtyard was remarkably pristine, devoid of any weeds. It seems I have not erred. Lu Wuti sighed with relief. He turned to quietly caution, once we enter, not a word more shall be spoken. Everything is in my hands. The strength of these individuals should not be underestimated. Some have even reached the master level. Therefore, we must. Lu Wuti abruptly halted, his expression blank. The leader of the Dark Guards and his 4 subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Concern etched on their faces. Young master, what troubles you? At that moment, Lu Wuti had not discovered anything amiss. Rather, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing Qiming Mountain. Your fortune value is doubled. Current fortune value, 41,000. Gazing at the lengthy 5-digit number, Lu Wuti was ecstatic, unable to contain a jubilant laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew it wouldn't let me down. Thank goodness I agreed to exchange everything. Indeed, going all in is a form of wisdom. His sudden outburst of laughter startled the 5 individuals before him. Most critically, it roused the Xianbing organization within that residence. Instantly, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, locking onto the 6 of them. The leader of the Dark Guard's lips twitched, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, rendering him unable to move, while the remaining 4 fared no better. In contrast, Lu Wuti remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the residents with a smile. I know you are all present. Why hide? It would be better to reveal yourselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air resounded as several figures stood like swords, forming a circle around him. At the forefront was a gaunt man, his dark circles particularly pronounced, even tinged with a hint of blue. His lifeless eyes appraised Lu Wuti. Did I recognize you? You are the enemy. He. Lu Wuti remained unfazed. The enemy? I believe this item can turn foes into friends. As he spoke, he extended his right hand. Chapter 21. A solo meeting. Lu Wuti had become quite adept at the system's item exchange. Thus, in mere seconds, a pale pink pill coalesced in his palm. Might I inquire if you're familiar with this? What is this? Is this the bone-enhancing pill? The gaunt man was taken aback, his words stumbling. This pill could be directly absorbed into the spinal cord, greatly benefiting the entire vertebral column. The acupoints along the spine were crucial for circulating energy. This pill could significantly expedite a cultivator's training speed. However, for the Xianbing, this pill held even greater significance. Each member of the Xianbing had been afflicted by a curse to allow their master to control their lives and deaths, and this poison resided precisely on the spine, making it susceptible to the bone-enhancing pill. The gaunt man gazed at the pill, his eyes filled with insatiable greed. Instinctively reaching for it, Lu Wuti immediately withdrew his hand. Please, do not be so hasty. This is merely a token of our first meeting. I possess many more valuable items. Might we step inside and discuss? The gaunt man's expression suddenly turned grave, his demeanor serious. Are you attempting to bribe us? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. We shall never betray him or ye. Lu Wuti did not believe this declaration. No Xianbing cultivator could resist the allure of such a pill. The gaunt man's firm rejection was merely a sign that he found Lu Wuti's offer insufficiently enticing. Yet, Lu Wuti had no intention of sweetening the deal. Since you are unwilling, then farewell, until we meet again. With that, he feigned leaving. Although the leader of the Dark Guards and the 5 others were perplexed by Lu Wuti's intentions, they had no choice but to follow suit as he truly began to depart. Just as Lu Wuti's foot was about to cross the threshold, the gaunt man suddenly called out to him. Wait, seeing your sincerity, I shall make an exception and allow you to accompany me. However, should you attempt any tricks, I could obliterate you with a mere finger. Lu Wuti's lips curled upward, thinking to himself. Finally, I've hooked him. He turned to the leader of the Dark Guards. You 5 remain here. Without my command, no one is to enter. The leader, although reluctant to allow Lu Wuti to enter the mysterious courtyard alone, ultimately acquiesced upon seeing Lu Wudi's resolute gaze, watching helplessly as Lu Wudi followed the others into the small courtyard. Upon entering, the wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Before him stood a throng of individuals, each glaring fiercely. After all, Lu Wudi had previously led a group to vanquish many members of the Xianbing. Did I recognize you? How dare you return? Seeking death? Why are you still hesitating? Hack him to pieces. Avenging our fallen brothers, observing the crowd's eagerness to act, Lu Wudi could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your bravery without wisdom, destined to remain mere pawns. Never contemplating an alternative existence. Lu Wudi raised his chin, looking down upon the crowd. You speak nonsense. You have indeed come seeking trouble. Brothers, hold nothing back. Kill him. The crowd seethed with rage, their teeth gritted. Wait. The gaunt man suddenly interjected. Although this Lu Wudi is detestable, he is an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence, the expressions of the so-called Xianbing shifting uneasily. Noting their reaction, Lu Wudi felt a surge of delight. For it heralded an opportunity. He feigned a sorrowful shake of his head. How tragic. You have willingly succumbed to the curse of witchcraft, forever unable to shed this identity, yet you still feel self-righteous and superior. Even looking down upon others. It is truly laughable. Enough, the thin figure exclaimed, his face paling with anger. Did you come to our courtyard merely to gloat? Ha ha ha, foolish child. I am here to save you, Lu Wudi responded. Producing a pill of marrow restoration. In an instant, the eyes of those present widened as if they had spotted a bottle of mineral water in the desert, or a fierce tiger had encountered a delectable piece of meat. Seizing the moment, Lu Wudi declared, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I can provide as many of these pills as you desire. Moreover, once you ally with me, when the time comes to confront Yi Bufan, you shall carry no burdens in your hearts. As his words lingered in the air, he could hear the sound of several throats swallowing greedily. However, the momentary glimmer of avarice faded, and their expressions returned to normalcy. Lu Wudi furrowed his brow slightly. Your pills may be exceptional, but we only revere the strong. Only a true powerhouse can lead us toward a mightier future. Otherwise, consuming your pills to dispel the voodoo would be of no consequence. Lu Wudi's expression darkened slightly. Though he maintained a semblance of a smile on the surface, inwardly he cursed them. These fools were nothing but brainless warriors. It appeared that only by defeating them could he earn their respect. Truly a pack of dullards. Despite his internal frustrations, he plastered on a grin. So, you believe Yi Bufan to be stronger than I? Indeed, Mr. Yi possesses formidable strength and remarkable talent at a young age. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force. Lu Wudi clapped his hands softly. So, if I surpass Yi Bufan, you would be inclined to join me. The crowd nodded in tacit agreement. Lu Wudi shrugged nonchalantly. How long do you think it will take me to surpass him? With your aptitude, you may never catch up to Mr. Yi, for while you train, he is training as well, replied the thin figure with palpable disdain. Very well, Lu Wudi pointed at him. Give me 2 hours, and I shall show you who the true powerhouse is. 2 hours. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. Surely, you've lost your mind. 2 hours is hardly enough time. Even for meditation. You are full of hot air. The normally solemn members of the Immortal Soldier Organization burst into scattered chuckles. Lu Wudi remained unfazed, asserting, in 2 hours, I will possess the power of a master. The crowd gasped, only to be met with further skepticism. A master. It takes years of cultivation to achieve that. 2 hours. You are exceedingly arrogant. Lu Wudi frowned slightly. Just tell me whether or not you will take this bet. If you say I cannot do it, feel free to do as you wish, but if I succeed, what then? A towering man standing nearby spoke first. If you truly succeed, I will serve you faithfully. Following your lead from that moment on. Lu Wudi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly sat down cross-legged. In his mind, the systems exchange interface unfurled before him as he gazed at the myriad of options. His focus landed on a particular physical enhancement. Chapter 22. Unwavering loyalty. Zhao Ling. This brat is merely playing tricks, likely stalling for time. He may have ulterior motives. I share your thoughts. We should bind him and present him to Mr. Yi instead. A few murmured amongst themselves, but Zhao Ling, the leader of the Immortal Soldier Organization, raised a hand to silence them. No. If this fellow can truly acquire master-level combat prowess in such a short time, he must possess some rare treasure. Regardless of its nature, we must seize it if he succeeds. Zhao Ling's expression turned cunning, but he quickly masked it, declaring with righteous fervor, Mr. Yi harbors grand aspirations. since we regard him as our leader. It is our duty to assist him in collecting such treasures." The others exchanged uneasy glances, some nodding reluctantly. It was evident that a significant portion of them were not wholly loyal to Yi Bufan. They were coveting the treasures possessed by Lu Wudi, the heir of the Lu family. Though their voices were low, Lu Wudi heard them clearly. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he mused. "Just as I suspected, these individuals are not entirely devoted to Yi Bufan." He had been testing them, and Zhao Ling's eloquent words had initially concealed their true intentions. Now that the prospect of treasure was revealed, their ulterior motives surfaced. With this realization, Lu Wudi felt reassured. Knowing that his enemies were genuine scoundrels rather than mere hypocrites, he devoted himself to selecting a physical enhancement, feeling somewhat perplexed. According to logic, he had expected the existence of a supreme physique that would overshadow all others. Yet, in reality, each physique had its own strengths and weaknesses. It suddenly dawned on him that the narrative of this novel had a particular setting. Cultivators emulate the great principles that govern the universe. Since the universe is inherently incomplete, how could there be anything perfect within it? TSK. The only physique that allows for rapid cultivation in such a short time is the 8-9 profound body, which would require recultivation in the future. Lu Wudi's expression darkened, especially upon seeing the term re-cultivation. It immediately reminded him of the pain of having to retake courses at university, costing him a staggering $2,400. However, there was no choice. Lu Wudi ultimately had to select this physique, confirming host's choice. 8-9 profound body. Ding. Consuming luck value. 10,000. Current balance. 30,500. This physique inherently bears the 8-9 profound technique. Every breath is an act of cultivation. Yet due to the rapid speed of cultivation, when the time comes to reshape bones and muscles, the host must endure 100-fold pain of fractured bones. Please prepare yourself. Lu Wudi was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. "Wait, I want to choose something else." His sudden exclamation startled everyone present, causing them to retreat in alarm. They stared at him in bewilderment as he gesticulated wildly at the air, muttering incessantly. But suddenly, Lu Wudi's body went rigid, his 5 fingers audibly cracking at odd angles. He let out a pained scream, but that was just the beginning. Every bone in his body began to shatter one after another. Tiny bone fragments mixed with marrow began to transform gradually. Lu Wudi's mouth opened wide, but he could not produce any further cries. His pupils dilated to their fullest extent, ultimately ceasing to tremble. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his muscles no longer able to support him, resembling a puddle of mud that merely twitched slightly. What is happening? The members of the Immortal Soldier organization exchanged glances in confusion. Just as they were puzzled, Zhao Ling's expression suddenly shifted. "This is bad. This brat is undoubtedly trying to pull a fast one. He is the sole heir of the Lu family. If he were to die here inexplicably, the Lu family would surely come after us without hesitation." He acted decisively. "Zhang Jing, bring out your 7 dragon needles. Under no circumstances can we allow him to perish here." A tall man stepped forward, brandishing 7 silver needles. Narrowing his eyes as he approached Lu Wudi, he gripped one of the needles, infusing it with his energy, and swiftly aimed it at Lu Wudi's Baihui acupoint. However, he unexpectedly stumbled forward and fell directly onto Lu Wudi. The impact caused Lu Wudi to wince in agony, letting out a hoarse glare at him. Zhang Jing quickly recoiled, looking at the needle in confusion. This needle was crafted from special materials, incredibly flexible and indestructible. Yet now, only half of it remained in his hand. It hadn't broken, it had melted away as if it had come into contact with molten metal. The others witnessed this spectacle, rendered speechless in shock. "This fellow is too bizarre. Let me try something else." Zhang Jing retracted the silver needle and cautiously placed his hands on Lu Wudi. Closing his eyes, he attempted to connect his energy pathways with Lu Wudi's meridians. "Don't touch me." Lu Wudi suddenly sat upright, bellowing at Zhang Jing. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted around him, propelling Zhang Jing backward. He landed on the ground, bracing himself with one hand, and spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood. Clearly suffering internal injuries, the shockwave emitted by Lu Wudi did not cease, rapidly expanding outward. Within a 5-kilometer radius, it felt as if a minor earthquake had erupted. The surrounding 8th and 9th tier experts struggled to maintain their balance, all collapsing to the ground in disarray. They gazed at Lu Wudi with wide eyes and gaping mouths, utterly stunned. With a swift motion, Lu Wudi stood upright, his arms and legs bending in a peculiar manner. To be precise, he resembled an ancient high priest performing a strange ritualistic dance. In the midst of the silence, Lu Wuti went into a frenzied state for over 10 minutes before abruptly freezing in place. He exhaled deeply. Finally, I've made it through. His gaze shifted, only to find everyone sitting on the ground, staring blankly at him. After blinking, he tucked one hand behind his back, lifted his chin, and assumed an air of profundity. I have achieved mastery. You have lost. Zhao Ling regained his composure, hastily rising to his feet, scrutinizing Lu Wuti closely as his brow gradually furrowed. When Lu Wuti had entered, Zhao Ling had meticulously assessed him and confirmed he was merely at the 4th-tier cultivation level. Yet now, he could no longer discern Lu Wuti's cultivation. Exercising caution, he turned to his comrades, casting them a questioning glance. Their expressions were grave, and they all nodded. Zhao Ling rubbed his fingers together, still somewhat incredulous. Lu Wuti, how can I be certain that you have not employed some extraordinary treasure to temporarily suppress your cultivation, engaging in such deceptive tactics? I have encountered far too many of these tricks. Lu Wuti smiled. I understand that you intend to test my strength. No problem, rest assured, I shall not kill you. Zhao Ling's lips twitched slightly. After all, he was a half-step master. The opponent's cultivation was shrouded in mystery. Yet he dared to speak such bold words. Very well, let us proceed. He grit his teeth, having already resolved to incapacitate Lu Wuti. Should there indeed be an extraordinary treasure, he would seize it. If not, he would not be deemed guilty of murder, and the Lu family would not pursue him relentlessly. With this plan firmly in mind, he suddenly exerted force, thrusting his palm forward. Clap. A crisp sound echoed as Lu Wuti effortlessly grasped his hand. Zhao Ling was taken aback. Lu Wuti, too, felt perplexed. Have you not eaten? Why is your strength so feeble? You seek death. Zhao Ling clenched his jaw, his dantian roaring with thunder, all his energy coalescing in his palm, unleashing it with full force. Chapter 23. The villain walks the path of righteousness. However, the formidable force Zhao Ling anticipated did not materialize. To onlookers, it merely appeared that he had exerted himself slightly. Both Lu Wuti and Zhao Ling remained standing motionless. In the midst of this silence, the others were left gasping in shock. They could all discern that Zhao Ling had indeed gone all out. Yet, Lu Wuti stood there unmoved. Just now, it seemed a surge of warmth emanated from your palm. I mentioned you could take this seriously. Lu Wuti mistakenly believed his opponent was holding back. Impossible. This cannot be. Zhao Ling felt his worldview shatter. The man before him, though seemingly dazed, felt like a monstrous being. Just moments ago, he had merely possessed 4th-tier cultivation. In less than an hour, he felt like a child. Utterly powerless before Lu Wuti, Zhao Ling glanced at his hands, suddenly turned, and struck a pillar as thick as a person with a powerful palm. Crack. The solid wooden pillar snapped in two. This left him even more bewildered. His cultivation was still intact, which meant, even if he was reluctant to believe it at this moment, he had to acknowledge that Lu Wuti was extraordinarily powerful. Meanwhile, Lu Wuti finally sensed the changes within himself. After all, he had never experienced being a master before, which explained his earlier inability to adapt. The members of the Immortal Soldier Organization exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, wordlessly fixating on Lu Wuti as if he were an immensely valuable prey. Zhao Ling gritted his teeth. I never expected you could truly attain this. The Lu family is indeed remarkable, but you should not have come today. Hand over the treasure that has elevated your cultivation, or you shall not leave this door. Lu Wuti's smile gradually faded as he looked at Zhao Ling with evident displeasure. Are you having second thoughts? Humph. We have always existed in the shadows, never claiming to be paragons of virtue. As Zhao Ling spoke, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Hand it over. His right hand rested on his waist. The others swiftly fanned out, encircling Lu Wuti in the center. Alas, very well then. This is of your own making. Lu Wuti suddenly swung his arms. A formidable aura radiated outward from his center. Attack together. Zhao Ling roared. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. The entire building was instantly reduced to rubble, and surrounding structures crumbled in the shockwave. Within 100 meters, only one figure remained standing. Lu Wuti. Zhao Ling forcefully lifted the debris, crawling out covered in dust and blood, panting heavily, his vision blurred, trembling uncontrollably. The others fared little better, writhing and moaning amidst the ruins. With such effortless strikes, he had crushed them all. This display of strength instantly extinguished the battle spirit of the formerly arrogant Immortal Soldier Organization. Lu Wuti turned around. What is this? Weren't you also boastful just moments ago? Your masters must be in seclusion. So what right do you have to challenge me if you are not masters yourselves? This was also a significant reason why Lu Wuti dared to enter the Immortal Soldier Organization alone. According to the storyline, at this moment, the elder masters of the organization were all collectively seeking breakthroughs in seclusion. This was why Yi Bufan had ultimately chosen to flee rather than summon a master-level figure. Zhao Ling clutched his chest, his expression filled with rage. Despicable. Lu Wuti glared. Where am I being despicable? We fought openly and honestly. Humph. You dare to provoke me while the masters of the Immortal Soldier Organization are in seclusion. Indeed, that is why this matter is now none of your concern. I am off to meet your masters. Lu Wuti waved his hand dismissively. You want to kill us? Zhao Ling furrowed his brow, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing an alien. Why would I kill you? My only enemy is Yi Bufan. Lu Wuti ceased to conceal anything further. However, you must keep your word. Should I discover that you are serving him again, I will not be merciful. Lu Wuti issued a warning. Why? Zhao Ling still struggled to comprehend, nearly asking outright if he thought he could leave without killing him. Shrugging nonchalantly, Lu Wuti replied, Currently, all nations are cultivating powerful individuals. Killing you would only weaken our nation's strength. Moreover, having cultivated to your level, the hardships endured are self-evident that I do not wish to see you perish in vain. Having said that, he suddenly grinned. Of course, I have my selfish motives. I do not wish to accumulate too much bloodshed. It is as simple as that. Do you not wish for us to serve you? Zhao Ling remained unyielding. I have always disliked forcing others into doing what they do not desire. Lu Wuti shrugged. Maintaining a faint smile, Zhao Ling's mouth fell slightly open in astonishment, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. All this time, he and those behind him had been tools wielded by others. After receiving Yi Bufan's favor, they had unwittingly become instruments in his hands. Now, hearing such righteous words, his heart underwent a subtle transformation. Observing their demeanor, Lu Wuti gradually adopted a serious expression. If I may say, there is indeed something I wish for you to do. Zhao Ling's previously ignited spark of hope flickered out, and he gazed at Lu Wuti with a detached demeanor. I am all ears. Individuals of your caliber should not cower in the shadows, carrying out the whims of someone's selfish desires through violence. You ought to serve the nation, to join my Lu family at the Sword Chi Great Wall, and to protect our country and its people with honor. In doing so, you shall no longer be the poisoned dagger lurking in darkness, but rather the radiant steel blade safeguarding the nation. These words instantly stirred Zhao Ling's emotions. His hands fell limply to his sides as he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. Ultimately, my vision has been too narrow. Young Master Lu, you speak true. We are willing to comply. Lu Wuti smiled and nodded. Recognizing one's errors and returning to the right path is a great virtue. Very well, after you tend to your injuries. Set forth. I shall make arrangements in advance with the Sword Chi Great Wall. Thank you. Zhao Ling clasped his fist in gratitude. He turned away, feeling as if the dark clouds over his heart had been swept away. The oppressive malice that had long weighed upon him finally dissipating. Zhao Ling, you treacherous fiend. How dare you betray Master Yi? Prepare to die. A figure suddenly charged forward, swinging a steel blade that struck Zhao Ling's shoulder. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the blade crimson. Zhou Fang, you. Zhao Ling's complexion turned pale as he endured the pain without retaliating. Silence. You are unworthy to utter my name. Zhou Fang shouted back in fury. Turning to bellow, anyone who dares betray Master Yi shall meet the same fate. The members of the Immortal Soldier Organization were immediately alarmed. They had not anticipated that the 10th Elder of the organization had emerged from seclusion early. 10th Elder, have you truly entered the Grandmaster realm? Humph, need you ask? If it weren't for the ruckus outside, I could have advanced further. Zhou Fang's beard quivered. His eyes burned with fury. Wishing to grind Lu Wuti, Zhao Ling, and all who disturbed him into paste right then and there. You all swore to remain eternally loyal to Master Yi. Have you forgotten? Zhou Fang said loudly. Frowning, indeed, we cannot be swayed by this man's words and forsake our true intentions. Many voices echoed in agreement. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Bufan has always exploited us. He has manipulated us using poison. What did you say, traitor? You shall die. Chaos erupted. The Immortal Soldier Organization plunged into internal strife. Chapter 24. Sweeping through the army, Zhou Fang turned, brandishing his bloodstained blade, shouting, "Eliminate all traitors." He then leaped into the fray. Lu Wuti observed this scene and quickly moved beside Zhao Ling. The latter's aura was faint, his mouth slightly parted, eyes filled with regret. Perhaps I have committed too many wrongs, and now the heavens seek to collect my debt. These words left Lu Wuti momentarily dazed. According to logic, he was the villain in this tale, while the dying man before him had been the righteous figure accompanying the protagonist to the very end. Assessing Zhao Ling's injuries, he concluded that death would not come immediately. Lu Wuti then asked, "Do you have regrets?" "No regrets. Before I die, I finally understand which path I should tread. That in itself is Cough, cough, not a life wasted. Pa. Lu Wuti scoffed, dismissing the notion. Nonsense. Having committed wrongs without the chance to amend them is hardly a life well lived. Rest assured, I shall not allow your demise. You must remedy all that you have done. His expression was slightly dazed, yet his consciousness was already engaged in dialogue with the system. Exchange for a resurrection pill. Ding. Deducting 5,000 fortune points. Remaining 25500. However, Lu Wuti felt no sorrow. He directly administered the elixir into Zhao Ling's mouth. A cascade of golden red radiance enveloped the latter entirely. The wounds visibly healed before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he was restored to his former self. What is this? Such a miraculous effect. Not only has my injury healed, but all the poison within me has also been purged. Zhao Ling was both astonished and elated. A shiver ran down his spine as he perceived Lu Wuti before him as nothing short of a celestial being. Just moments ago, Zhou Fang's blade had decisively severed his lifeline, yet this single pill could bring him back to life, simultaneously ridding him of his poison. At this moment, Lu Wuti was communicating with the system in his mind. System, how is it that Zhao Ling's poison has also been cured? Lu Wuti inquired in astonishment. Host, the resurrection pill you exchanged for is a high-grade elixir, inherently imbued with detoxifying properties. The poison within them is classified as a low-level toxin within this system, requiring merely the exchange of a detoxifying pill. Just one. Indeed, simply exchange for one diluted pill for everyone to consume to eliminate the poison. Lu Wuti was taken aback by the system's explanation. However, before he could respond, the individual suddenly appeared flustered. Rising, he clasped his hands in a solemn bow, earnestly stating, "To use such a precious pill on myself is indeed a waste. Please, young Master Lu, specify the cost. Regardless of the wealth or rare treasures required for its creation, I shall dedicate the latter half of my life to collect them." Lu Wuti waved his hand dismissively. Let us dispense with such talk and address the current predicament first. He rose abruptly, taking a decisive step forward. Boom, an oppressive and weighty aura descended from the heavens. The chaotic throng had no time to react, collapsing to the ground under the immense pressure. Lu Wuti's expression remained indifferent. I find such banal theatrics tiresome. Those willing to seek refuge in the Sword Chi Great Wall and join my Lu family, follow me. I can assist in purging the poison from your bodies. As for the rest, I shall grant you mercy today. It would be prudent for you to return and discern the true nature of your mystery. Upon finishing this statement, he gestured, retracting the overwhelming pressure. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, exchanging glances before each retreated with a huff. It was evident that the majority of the onlookers, approximately 2/3, stood in favor of Lu Wuti. Seeing this, Lu Wuti felt a surge of delight within. Exchange for a detoxifying pill. Ding, deducting 500 fortune points. Remaining 25,000. He then instructed Zhao Ling. This is the detoxifying pill. Dissolve it in water, and each person should consume a bowl to eliminate the poison. Yes, young master. Zhao Ling had already regarded the young master as a divine being. Filled with utmost faith, the remaining individuals, led by Shou Fang, stood resolutely against them. He gripped his steel blade tightly, glaring menacingly at Lu Wuti. You, boy, have made an enemy of us. Your demise is inevitable, and you traitors, you shall meet a most unfortunate end. Lu Wuti scoffed coldly, raising a hand to silence Zhao Ling, who was about to retort. Calmly, he remarked, these individuals have lost their minds. Conversing with them is futile. Let us depart. Zhao Ling sighed, resigned to follow suit. Suddenly, Lu Wuti turned back, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, staring intently at Zhao Ling. Lu. The latter was struck with alarm before he could finish his words. A sharp sound resonated from behind his head. Ding! The clear clang of metal reverberated. Upon glancing back, Lu Wuti had already positioned himself behind Zhao Ling, wielding a flying dagger. The dagger was unmistakably laced with a deadly black toxin. Zhao Ling broke into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had feared Lu Wuti intended to kill him, yet instead, he had saved his life. Accepting the dagger, Zhao Ling scrutinized it closely, his gaze locking onto Zhou Fang not far away. The two exchanged glances, their eyes gradually filled with bloodlust. You are the ones who have gone mad. Zhou Fang's eyes were bloodshot as he pounded his chest, exclaiming, You are the traitors. You all deserve to die. You shall not escape. Lu Wuti frowned. The opponent was formidable, acting impulsively could expose his own trump cards. Yet, if this stalemate continued, Zhao Ling and the others would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, and Yi Bufan was currently en route. Time was of the essence. A solution must be devised. It seems that deep down, you are aware that our path is the righteous one, Lu Wuti observed with a calm demeanor. Otherwise, why would you be so agitated? How infuriating. Silence yourself. Zhou Fang could no longer contain himself, teleporting forward recklessly, slashing with his blade. Lu Wuti swiftly retreated, creating distance. Steadying himself, Lu Wuti hastily called out, "Wait. I have something to say. Go to hell." Zhou Fang showed no signs of halting. He was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the ruins. Lu Wuti clutched his abdomen, drenched in cold sweat, yet his gaze remained unyielding. "Should you slay me, you will have much to regret. Such as discovering what kind of person Yi Bufan truly is." Zhou Fang inhaled deeply. "We are fully aware." He vanished from his position, reappearing behind Lu Wuti in an instant. With a slight exertion of his hand crack, he aimed to snap Lu Wuti's left arm. In that precarious moment, Zhao Ling and the others finally regained their senses, shouting and charging forward with their blades. Zhou Fang remained unfazed, even growing exhilarated. "Excellent, excellent. Come at me together. It is fortuitous to wipe out all you traitors." With each of his strikes, the might of the Grand Master escalated, his cultivation skyrocketing exponentially. The result was that Lu Wuti discovered that the more fiercely he attacked, the stronger Zhou Fang became. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as anxiety gnawed at him. Just then, a multitude of figures converged around him. "Brothers, our sins must be concluded by our own hands." Zhao Ling clenched his fists. "That I initially intended to spare them. But if I let them go today, who knows how many will suffer tomorrow. Moreover, as brothers who have been through life and death together, I cannot stand by as they continue down the wrong path." With that, he sighed skyward. "Zhao Ling, do not hesitate. Let us strike together. After all, they have already sought to kill us. They have long ceased to regard us as brothers." Zhao Ling spoke no further, leading the charge. With their numbers already superior, coupled with Lu Wuti temporarily restraining Zhou Fang, the outcome was all but inevitable. Moments later, only Zhou Fang remained, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Lu Wuti. "Lu Wuti, if you possess any skill, face me in single combat." He steadied himself with his long blade. Lu Wuti, eager to test his mettle against a true Grand Master, smiled and nodded in agreement. The two positioned themselves, facing each other. Suddenly, Zhou Fang's figure flickered slightly. Lu Wuti blinked, only to realize that his opponent had vanished. Drawing a sharp breath, he quickly sidestepped to avoid. Almost simultaneously, the blade grazed past his body, carving a massive fissure into the ground. Lu Wuti furrowed his brow, astonished to discover that Zhou Fang's blade intent had indeed reached the level of a Grand Master. "Ha ha ha, boy, there is no need for surprise. Today, I shall open your eyes. Observe closely. This is the formidable gap in power that lies between us, merely a step apart yet worlds away. Prepare to meet your end." Zhou Fang lunged once more. Lu Wuti hurriedly leaped aside, simultaneously recognizing Zhou Fang's predicament. "Your Grand Master cultivation is not yet solidified. Forcing your way out now, and burning your own vitality, should you manage to defeat me, you will undoubtedly perish. To slay you is to fulfill my purpose in serving Mr. Yi." Zhou Fang's voice suddenly materialized behind Lu Wuti. Lu Wuti leaped away to evade, and without holding back any longer, he countered with a palm strike. Zhou Fang raised his blade to block. Clang! The blade vibrated violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. Zhou Fang was taken aback, having not anticipated Lu Wuti's strength to be so immense, despite having ascended to the level of a Grand Master. He found himself struggling to overcome him. Little did he know, this was a consequence of the disparity in their physical constitutions. For cultivators, the body is the very foundation of existence. How infuriating! He roared, channeling his strength to violently propel Lu Wuti away. Simultaneously, he rotated the hilt of his blade, directing the edge toward Lu Wuti, and executed a horizontal slash. This move was remarkably fluid. Lu Wuti had no time to react, retreating a few steps only to glance down at his chest. His garment lay in tatters, revealing a crimson line across his pectorals. Moments later, the wound burst open, blood gushing forth. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Zhou Fang sneered, "This blade of mine is laced with poison, and coupled with the sharpness of its edge, it is sufficient to sever your meridians. Submit, and I may yet spare your life, delivering you to Mr. Yi. Well, you truly are a piece of work, like a figurine of Yang Ying." A little babied Lu Wuti felt a mixture of anger and amusement. Zhou Fang's expression flickered momentarily, but he quickly retorted with a cold laugh. "Despicable? We are equally matched in that regard. Will you surrender or not?" Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Wuti exhaled. "You have yet to defeat me. Stubborn." A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Fang's eyes as he slashed his blade again. Lu Wuti attempted to leap away, but as soon as he exerted himself, he felt dizzy, utterly drained of strength. The blade was now but a hair's breadth away from him. In a desperate move, he dropped to the ground, the blade narrowly grazing his hair as it passed. Su Fong furrowed her brow, steadying herself before turning back with another strike. Xinyu armor. Change, Lu Wuti shouted from the ground. Ding, 1,000 luck points deducted, remaining 24,000. Clang, the blade struck him, yet it seemed to have no effect. Only sparks flying. Su Fong was sent sprawling backward, unable to regain her balance, tumbling several times before managing to rise. She gazed at Lu Wuti with astonishment. Surrounding him was an elusive set of armor, barely perceptible. As her shock deepened, she caught a glimpse of her own blade. Sensing something was amiss, upon inspection, she gasped in disbelief. The blade was utterly ruined, even caved inwards. This treasured sword, obtained from a relic, could slice through copper and chop iron as if they were mere tofu, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. What trickery had Lu Wuti employed? The onlookers from the Celestial Soldier Organization were equally incredulous. Is this all you can do? Su Fong seethed with rage. Lu Wuti, clutching his chest, though pale, remained smiling. Whether it's trivial tricks or grand techniques, the outcome is what matters, isn't it? Well said. Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. With a flick of his wrist, Su Fong conjured hundreds of blade phantoms. Instantly, these phantoms coalesced into a singular, ethereal long sword, aimed directly at Lu Wuti. With a resounding clang, Lu Wuti remained unmoved, even surprising himself, pondering, could it be something delightful exchanged from the system, remarkably sturdy? Curse you, die. Su Fong, completely breaking her defenses, recklessly swung her blade. Yet Lu Wuti felt nothing, simply sitting cross-legged on the ground, his complexion returning to normal within mere breaths. Beads of sweat dotted Su Fong's forehead as she witnessed his recovery, her astonishment reaching its peak. Stepping back with her sword in hand, she couldn't help but ask, What kind of freak are you? Lu Wuti chuckled, remaining silent, and lightly waved at her. Just as Su Fong was puzzled, she suddenly felt a gust of wind approaching from her left. Turning to look, she saw a massive palm print barreling towards her. She hastily lifted her left arm to shield her head, curling her body into a ball. There was no time to evade. She could only brace for impact. With a thud, she was sent flying, crashing into the wall, her body hanging outside. Is this the legendary Dathagata palm? Zhao Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Such nonsense. Lu Wuti chuckled, shaking his head. This is merely the Dian Heavenly Hand. What? Zhao Ling shouted. The others widened their eyes, scarcely believing their ears. The Dian Heavenly Hand was a legendary celestial technique. Over the years, they had only heard tales of it from drunken boasts, never believing anyone had witnessed it. Lu Wuti silently marveled. Indeed, it cost me another 1,000 luck points. At that moment, the system displayed that only 23,000 luck points remained. He found himself in a dire situation. Su Fong's strength was formidable. If he hesitated further, it could cost him dearly today. Moreover, considering Su Fong's reputation, there were 9 others in the Celestial Soldier Organization stronger than her. Stop pretending to be dead. I know how hard you've fought. Su Fong broke through the wall. Turning around at that moment, a thought struck her. It felt as though she faced an indomitable monster, the creature that could not be killed or harmed. Infinitely regenerating and possessing high-tier techniques, you merely rely on the Lu family's foundation. Do you dare to genuinely battle me based on your own merits? She raised her longsword, pointing it at Lu Wuti. How absurd. If you only know how to fight alone, why join the Celestial Soldier Organization? Have you never besieged others? Su Fong fell silent, her face alternating between white and green, both furious and powerless. Lu Wuti's expression suddenly grew serious. Your vitality is waning. Lingering here will only lead to your own demise. The outcome is already decided. Lay down your sword. Su Fong gritted her teeth, glancing at the others present, her pride soaring to its peak. You're talking nonsense. It's not over yet. I still have one last strike. With that, she abruptly discarded her longsword, her hands coming together with a loud clap. Her skin flushed as if scalded, turning a vivid red. Blood vessels on her forehead, neck, and throughout her body bulged. Not good. She intends to self-destruct. Zhao Ling shouted urgently. Lu Wuti closed his eyes and sighed. Why go to such lengths? He thrust his palm forward. A powerful gust swept over Su Fong, restoring her complexion to normal. The once potent aura dissipated entirely. She stared at her hands, incredulous. What kind of sinister technique have you employed? Nothing much, just rendered you powerless. But don't blame me. Heed my advice. Someone like you, stubbornly clinging to your ways, is unfit for cultivation. Otherwise, you'll end up harming yourself and others. Su Fong was utterly astonished. With her lofty status and cultivation, she found herself reduced to this pitiful state by a mere handful of apples. The more she pondered, the more furious she became, charging at him with clenched fists. Even devoid of cultivation, she still intended to attack. There was no other choice. Lu Wuti had to strike her down with a single palm. He then turned his gaze to the group still loyal to Yi Bufan. Listen, I have no desire to continue this conflict with you. You are not my opponents. Since you are so loyal, I shall grant you a spectacle. In less than 2 hours, Yi Bufan would arrive. If you follow my instructions, you will soon understand that your loyalty has been in vain. Chapter 26. Losing hearts. The group exchanged glances. Though reluctant to believe, they began to harbor doubt as Lu Wuti truly spared them. Moreover, they were clearly not his match. You really won't kill us? Someone stepped forward to question. Of course not, Lu Wuti replied, somewhat impatiently. Now, let's not waste time. Tidy this place up. And you, he looked down at Su Fang. After witnessing this spectacle, you can decide whether to continue pursuing my life. Why won't you kill me? Kill me. Su Fang struggled desperately. Lu Wuti, uninterested in further dialogue, instructed Zhao Ling to bind her. The group quickly restored the area to its original state, quietly guarding the courtyard. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Wuti gazed at the horizon. He has arrived. I will hide. You all follow my instructions. I believe you wish to see what kind of person your Ye truly is. With that, he turned and vanished. The members of the Celestial Soldier Organization were filled with uncertainty. Yet Lu Wuti's last words stirred ripples in their hearts. Yi Bufan descended from the sky, hands behind his back, head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Thank you all for your hard work. Gather your forces, as I require your assistance for an important matter. With that, he turned to leave, oblivious to the still motionless crowd behind him. Yi Bufan turned back. Do you have something to say? Mr. Yi. Zhao Ling stepped forward with cupped hands. May I inquire what this matter is? In the past, they had never asked. Now, their sudden inquiry sparked Yi Bufan's instinctive wariness. However, knowing he would soon enter the celestial relic, he couldn't afford to dismiss them. Time was of the essence. In a moment of urgency, he spoke without further thought. I have learned that a relic is about to open, containing countless treasures that will greatly benefit my cultivation. And likewise, it will be advantageous for you all. He paused, as usual, awaiting their astonishment and praises. After all, a celestial relic was not something everyone had the chance to enter. The various treasures within were highly coveted by cultivators. However, instead of the expected accolades, he was met with cold, unmoving faces. You all seem a bit off, he remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Mr. Yi, are we not to join forces against the Lu family? Zhao Ling inquired expressionlessly. True to form, the Celestial Soldier Organization was well informed. Yi Bufan smiled, hands behind his back. Indeed, I have such intentions. However, not at this moment. The Lu family's influence is formidable. With your current strength, you would merely be walking to your deaths. And I cannot bear that. Thus, I aim to make you all stronger, so that when the time comes, we can collectively overthrow the Lu family. Though he spoke sincerely, a chill crept into the hearts of the crowd. If he had been honest from the beginning about his intentions to confront the Lu family, they might have trusted him. But the layers of deception had already planted seeds of doubt in their minds. Thanks to Lu Wuti's earlier actions, Zhao Ling smiled coldly. So we should thank Mr. Yi. Then what's wrong with you today? Yi Bufan's patience was wearing thin. What about Miss Zhu? Do we still need to protect her? Zhao Ling continued with Lu Wuti's instructed rhetoric. Yi Bufan turned away. He couldn't possibly divulge that, in his bid for escape, he had killed everyone from the Zhu family. Instead, he resorted to a lie. She and her family have been relocated to a safe place. As you know, the Lu family is vengeful and malicious. I cannot abandon the Zhu family. Having composed himself and donning a smile, he realized that time was of the essence, and they must set off without delay. Zhao Ling let out a cold snort. Mr. Yi, do you remember why we initially chose to follow you? It was due to your magnanimous nature, devoid of any sinister intentions. Yet now, you have transformed. Yi Bufan clenched his fists. From the moment he entered, he sensed that the atmosphere was awry. At this moment, his vigilance surged to its zenith. What exactly do you intend to do? Nothing much, Zhao Ling replied slowly. We merely wish to inform you that, from this point forward, the Xianbing organization will have no ties with you. What? Yi Bufan erupted in fury. This was one of the few trump cards he held. And they dared to betray him at such a critical juncture. Do not forget who guided you in your cultivation, especially you. Zhao Ling. It was I who enlightened you about the shackles on your path to cultivation, enabling your present prowess. Indeed, but over the years, they have done enough for you. Lu Wuti emerged from the shadows. What are you doing here? Yi Bufan exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent. But he quickly realized, it was you who incited them. Zhao Ling, regardless of what he has told you, it is all falsehoods. Do you truly believe this arrogant, spoiled scion. He is here solely to subjugate you and compel you to serve him. A treacherous rogue like him is utterly untrustworthy. Ye Bufon, you are mistaken. Zhao Ling gently shook his head. Lu Xiaozhu does not seek to subjugate us. He merely wishes for us to cease our complicity in wrongdoing. Moreover, throughout this entire ordeal, Lu Xiaozhu has not uttered a single disparaging word about you. Yi Bufon pointed accusingly at him, then at Lu Wuti, his heart sinking. Where is Zhou Fang? Where is he? Yi Bufon could only place his hopes on the person he had diligently cultivated. Lu Wuti made no move to stop him, clapping his hands, and Zhou Fang was promptly released. Sir, Zhou Fang exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. You are alive. That is what matters. Yi Bufon sighed with relief. Then put on a sour face. Lu Wuti, I shall leave these traitors to you. You must return this person to me. Otherwise, I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will rescue him. He was filled with confidence. Convinced that Lu Wuti would not take risks for Zhou Fang alone, Lu Wuti smiled and nodded. Very well, no problem. After all, his cultivation has already been rendered null. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufon was taken aback. Narrowing his eyes in scrutiny, and indeed discovered that Zhou Fang possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Sir, it is my incompetence. I apologize. But rest assured, as long as I live, I will diligently cultivate and once again become your right-hand man. Yi Bufon furrowed his brow. Enough. Do not speak further. Even if this person can restore his cultivation, what of it? Yi Bufon had no time to waste. His astonishment, he gnashed his teeth, glaring at Lu Wuti like a famished wolf. I have allowed you to play me once. Fine. I concede this round to you. Let us see how this unfolds. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Wuti made no attempt to pursue, but instead cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Fang. The latter's expression was vacant, hope fading away gradually. Suddenly, he struggled and cried out, Sir, take me with you. Yet the only response was an oppressive silence. Chapter 27. The betrothal. Lu Wuti chuckled softly. He has already departed. And you are calling for help in vain. You should now understand that if you hold no value, he will not care for you at all. Zhou Fang fell to his knees, eyes reddened. Turning back to Lu Wuti, are you truly any different? Lu Wuti shrugged. That is true. I do not invest much concern in those without utility. However, one principle remains. Anyone who has ever rendered me assistance, even if rendered powerless, I will not allow them to remain in the hands of the enemy. If I cannot rescue them, I will find a way to barter for their freedom. At worst, I can assign them other tasks. Zhou Fang had no interest in hearing more. He clenched his jaw, closed his eyes, and let his head droop. Just kill me, I beg you. You are no pig, and I am no butcher. Besides, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. I will not kill you, Lu Wuti replied, loosening his restraints. I have no aversion to loyal individuals. You no longer pose a threat to me. You may leave, though, and if you truly cannot carry on, feel free to seek employment within my Lu family. I can provide a recommendation. Lu Wuti spoke with candor. Ultimately, his incapacitating Zhou Fang was entirely justifiable. At this moment, Zhou Fang grasped this truth, offering a bitter smile and nodding. Then I shall trouble you. Xiaozhu. Lu Wuti turned to Zhou Fang's companions. And what of you all? The group collectively bowed. We wish to follow Xiaozhu. Lu Wuti was taken aback. He had not intended to recruit these individuals. Yet Zhao Ling rallied his own followers to bow in unison. We wish to follow Xiaozhu. You all? I had no plans for this. Lu Wuti sighed. Well, it matters not. Even if I express reluctance, you will still follow me. From now on, accompanying me does not necessitate lingering in this remote place. With that, Lu Wuti directed Zhao Ling and the others to incapacitate the loyal elders still in seclusion. Moments later, they emerged alongside him. Outside, the leader of the Dark Guards paced anxiously, finally spotting him and hurrying over. Yet, after a few steps, the leader halted, staring in shock at the members of the Xianbing organization. Xiaozhu, who are these people? Well, you all should get acquainted. You will be colleagues from now on. Please coexist amicably and avoid conflicts. Lu Wuti patted Zhao Ling and the leader of the Dark Guards on the shoulders. Zhao Ling smiled and nodded, while the leader stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their young master had managed to recruit such formidable experts. The group set off with great momentum towards the Lu family estate. Along the way, Lu Wuti intentionally placed Zhou Fang beside him, even assigning him the responsibility of overseeing his meals and accommodations. The latter bore no complaints and performed admirably. Thus, they returned to the Lu family, where the entire household erupted in excitement. Zheng Shuang timidly stood on the steps. Son, where did you find so many experts? They were once Yi Bufons, and now they are willing to join us. Zheng Shuang blinked, Son, your explanation is rather brief, considering the various powerful families, the resources and time required to cultivate so many 8th and 9th grade experts, even those nearing the master level, were unfathomable. Yet, Lu Wuyi brushed over this with a casual remark, delivering it so lightly. News of the Xianbing organization settling within the Lu family spread rapidly. Members of other families trembled in fear, yet they all came to offer congratulations. Upon witnessing the multitude of experts assembled in the courtyard, they were paralyzed with fear, nearly unable to walk. The Lu family had become a formidable force. From this point onward, who could rival the Lu family? It was said that these individuals were all brought back by Lu Wuyi. What immense fortune did the Lu family possess? They already had several masters and even grandmasters, yet the next generation remained so exceptional, it was utterly absurd. How could they continue to compete? Sigh, henceforth. They would merely bow in subservience. Lu Wuyi remained oblivious to these trivial details, still observing Zhou Fang. As he watched the latter serve him a cup of tea, Lu Wuyi lifted it to his lips, suddenly fixing his gaze on Zhou Fang. Did you not consider poisoning me, Xiaozhu? Zhou Fang believed himself to be an astute judge of character, yet he had misjudged twice in succession. What do you mean? Lu Wuyi inquired with curiosity. First, I failed to see that Yu Bufan was such a self-serving villain. Second, I did not recognize that you, Xiaozhu, are a man of integrity. I had always thought you were a spoiled, arrogant, and rather loathsome second-generation heir. Lu Wuyi's lips curved into a smile. He could discern that Zhou Fang's strength had dissipated entirely. Rising, he walked to the entrance of the great hall, gazing at the sky outside, and spoke slowly. I have a way to restore your cultivation. However, I am uncertain whether you will attempt to harm me again once restored. Zhou Fang could hardly believe his ears. You can truly restore me? First, answer my question. Lu Wuyi locked eyes with him. Zhou Fang fell to his knees. Xiaozhu, if you can truly help me restore my cultivation, I am willing to become a loyal servant. All right, rise. I understand the torment of suddenly losing one's cultivation. Take this pill. I have prepared a secret chamber for you. After consuming it, you must remain inside for a day and a night. Your meridians will fully recover, and your cultivation will gradually return to its former state. Zhou Fang was momentarily stunned. Gazing at the small, dark pill before him, he appeared skeptical. Yet even so, he could not refuse any opportunity to restore his cultivation. Cradling the pill in his hands, he hurried into the secret chamber. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Wuyi sighed. He glanced at the fortune value in the system, now dwindling to 22,000. After spending a day and a night in utter darkness, Zhou Fang suddenly opened his eyes, golden light flickering within his pupils. Xiaozhu. While Lu Wuyi was sipping his tea, he was suddenly startled and turned to frown at the source of the commotion. What are you shouting about? He inquired. I have recovered. I truly have recovered. My heavens, young master, you are nothing less than a celestial being. You are like my rebirth parents. Allow me to pay my respects. Lu Wuyi hastily pulled him up, saying, I'm not that old. You should focus on your cultivation. There are less than 5 days until the relic opens. Yes, Zhou Fang exclaimed excitedly as he turned and left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Bufan sat alone in his hotel room, occasionally spitting out blood. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with rage. As his anger surged, he opened his mouth and coughed up a significant amount of blood. Regarding Lu Wuyi and the Celestial Soldiers Organization, I advise you to cease your thoughts on the matter, or else it will only harm you further. A gentle voice emanated from the ring. Elder, I am not contemplating that. Rather, I am troubled by the opening of the celestial relic, which I cannot access. The cursed Lu family has issued a warrant for my capture. Wherever I go, I am like a rat scurrying across the street. Hunted by all. It will be exceedingly difficult to enter the relic. I do have a suggestion. The mysterious elder in the ring chuckled. This is a marriage contract. Take it. A marriage contract. Yu Bufan examined the yellowed envelope closely. Indeed, the elder said with a hint of pride and a subtle smile. Since you have received my legacy, you are considered my disciple. Naturally, I must make arrangements for you. Wait, Yu Bufan shook the envelope in his hand. Your existence is untraceable. It has likely been thousands of years. Can this so-called marriage contract still hold any weight? He had articulated this quite delicately, implying that the family of the bride had probably long since vanished into the annals of history. Reduced to ashes, you were ultimately short-sighted, young man. The elder lifted his head, his gaze distant, reminiscing about his former glory when myriad clans stood tall, and countless strong individuals existed. To endure through time. Intermarriages among major families were of utmost importance. This family, he pointed at the envelope, places great emphasis on their lineage, recording even the smallest details meticulously. I once swore blood oaths with their ancestors, binding generations to come, as long as there is one male and one female. They must intermarry to ensure the flourishing of both clans. I have deduced that the other family has continued their legacy, with the original surname long forgotten, now replaced by the He family. Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback. He family, a formidable clan, came to mind, one whose strength rivaled the Lu family, and it too bore the surname He. Furthermore, it was rumored that this He family was indeed ancient and shrouded in mystery. With no one having uncovered their true origins, Yi Bufan couldn't help but chuckle. If this were the case, he would gain a powerful ally, far surpassing the Qiming Mountain. This would not only afford him the opportunity to enter the celestial relic, but also provide him the protection of the He family for the foreseeable future, allowing him to concentrate solely on his cultivation. Most crucially, he had heard that the current eldest daughter of the He family was an unparalleled beauty. Thank you, he bowed slightly to the elder. No need to thank me. In aiding you, I am aiding myself. Do not forget our agreement. Yi Bufan raised his gaze. Of course, with a newfound objective, he set off towards the He family. The vast family occupied an entire mountain range in the west of the city, with magnificent buildings arranged in accordance with the principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. At the center stood a grand courtyard, with gray bricks and white walls, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yi Bufan confidently approached the gate at the foot of the mountain. 2 security guards immediately blocked his path. He smirked slightly and presented the marriage contract. Immediately inform your young lady that I have important matters to discuss with her. Humph, brat. Your excuse is rather flimsy, the 2 guards scoffed. Ever since the eldest daughter, He Mei, had come of age, countless young men from various families had sought her hand, leading to numerous rejections. As a result, many began to harbor ulterior motives. Over time, these guards had become quite seasoned, presenting an antiquated letter from an unknown source and claiming a marriage contract with their young lady. This was a trick that at least 36 others had attempted before. But this is indeed genuine, Yi Bufan insisted earnestly. Get lost. Say one more word, and I'll flatten you. The guards retorted, visibly impatient, as they slammed the envelope to the ground. Yi Bufan's expression darkened, his fist clenching slowly. Oh, you want to fight with us? One of the guards sneered. It's been a while since we've had someone come to their doom. Let us have some fun today. Big brother, be gentle. You're a 5th-tier expert. And this kid is only 4th tier. Don't accidentally kill him. Don't worry, the security captain said, rolling up his sleeves. I know my limits. Before he could finish, his hand suddenly swung towards Yi Bufan. Yet, in the next moment, his palm passed through Yi Bufan's body as if he were nothing but an afterimage. Before the captain could process this, a large foot struck his face, sending his stout body spinning like a top. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, the entire ground trembled from the impact. The other guards exchanged glances, all rendered speechless by the sight. Their strongest leader had failed to even land a blow. This is but a minor punishment. I hope you will refrain from looking down on others in the future, Yi Bufan coldly remarked, striding confidently into the estate. However, as soon as his foot crossed the threshold, a dozen guards emerged from the shadows, encircling him tightly. Yi Bufan surveyed his surroundings, preparing to take action. Enough. Everyone stop. A melodious voice rang out, akin to a phoenix's cry. A girl clad in a blue-green long dress descended gracefully, coming to a halt after a twirl. Her features were exquisite, her skin as flawless as fine jade, rendering all adjectives of beauty inadequate in her presence. He Shuiying scrutinized Lu Wudi. I have heard that you possess a marriage contract between us. Why have I never been informed? Yi Bufan smiled. The past stretches back over a millennium. Many matters are indeed unknown to you. You need only know that you will become the wife of the most powerful man in this world. And that is sufficient. Such arrogance. I shall see just how capable you truly are. Shuiying drew her sword, her form melding with the blade, gliding past Yi Bufan like a gentle breeze. How could this be? You are unscathed? Shuiying exclaimed in shock, unable to believe her eyes, for she had distinctly felt her sword strike. After a moment of surprise, she regained her composure. You claim to have a marriage contract. Present it before everyone. If it is false, you shall be beaten to death on the spot. And if it is true, Yi Bufan replied with a smile, then I shall honor the contract and marry you. Good. Everyone take note. Yi Bufan tore open the marriage contract. Suddenly, the entire document radiated golden light, rivaling the brilliance of the sun above. Simultaneously, within the Lu family's library, a book levitated, containing an ancient marriage certificate. The entire volume glowed with golden light, forming a pillar of light soaring into the sky, visible even in broad daylight. The 2 marriage certificates slowly drew closer, ultimately merging into one. Yi Bufan, astonished, read through the document carefully. A smile creeping onto his lips. According to the terms of this marriage certificate, you will henceforth have to obey me without question. He swaying bitter lip tightly, trembling yet unable to protest. Choosing instead to remain silent, in the silence that followed, an elder strode in from the hall. "Ha, young Master Yi. Please come in." Chapter 29, The Comprehensive Plan. Young Master Yi, for centuries we have sought a partner for the marriage contract. Ha ha ha, it seems heaven has truly opened its eyes, allowing you to come in person. Yi Bufan felt a sense of wariness. Do you know me? Of course. We are fully aware of your relationship with the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of which version of the story these individuals had heard, if it were the one that painted him in a negative light. The marriage contract might not hold. Mr. Yi, seeing your expression, I can tell you've misunderstood. I have but one thing to say. The ability to bend and yield is what makes a true husband. Furthermore, our relationship with the Lu family has never been particularly good. We have had no dealings whatsoever. Upon hearing this, a peculiar doubt crept into Yi Bufan's heart. Why were these people so readily accepting? Shouldn't they have been resistant and sought to obstruct him, only for him to retaliate fiercely? Mr. You need not overthink. We are sincere. From today onward, your daily needs will be attended to by dedicated personnel. And you shall henceforth be regarded as my esteemed son-in-law. The celestial ruins are on the verge of opening, and Ye is diligently preparing, striving to seize the extraordinary treasure in one fell swoop. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words. Yi Bufan smiled and nodded, as if he faintly comprehended that the other party had also recognized his innate talents. In any case, young Master Yi, please rest assured. Here, no one dares to lay a finger on you, not even the Lu family. Yi Bufan feigned an air of inscrutability. The Lu family? Lu Wudi? In my eyes, these individuals are no more than mere trifles. My true objective lies within the celestial ruins, hence I prefer not to entangle myself with them excessively. He Qiusheng, beaming with delight, applauded, not fixated on trivialities, but focusing on the truly significant matters. What a noble heart! You do indeed live up to being my son-in-law. Father, I never claimed I would marry him, He Shuiying protested, stamping her foot in refusal. Silence. These two marriage contracts serve as proof. As long as you remain my Yi family's daughter, you must adhere to this agreement. He Shuiying had no retort, only able to turn away in resentment. My daughter has a spirited temperament, not at all as gentle as the outside world portrays her. Do not take it to heart, for she is fundamentally not ill-natured, He Qiusheng reassured, patting his shoulder. Yi Bufan, with a smile, replied, Rest assured. Uncle, I understand your meaning. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, after which Yi Qiusheng instructed the servants to arrange for Yi Bufan's accommodation in a guest room. Though labeled as a guest room, it was indeed a lavish courtyard nestled amidst the mountains. Yi Bufan, however, was not swept away by this unexpected smoothness. Once everyone had departed, he locked the door behind him, sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating and cultivating. The time until the opening of the celestial ruins drew ever closer, and he must seize every moment. Meanwhile, He Qiusheng entered the study with a stoic expression. The elders of the He family exchanged glances. You are all aware of the situation. I have temporarily secured Yi Bufan. I wish to hear your thoughts. Do we consider this marriage contract valid? Immediately, someone slammed the table in rejection. That I believe the rules left by our ancestors thousands of years ago should have long been revised. I share the same sentiment. Fulfilling this marriage contract holds no value for us. The discourse was lively, with many voices chiming in, yet the overarching sentiment was a desire to refuse this union. However, Yi Qiusheng remained seated, silent, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Have you all finished speaking? It seems you have overlooked one crucial point. Yi Bufan is the sworn enemy of the Lu family. Should we cultivate him, he will undoubtedly become our most loyal enforcer. Even if he merely holds back the Lu family, everything else will fall into place. The elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. Moreover, it is imperative that Yi Bufan's allegiance to us remains strictly confidential. Otherwise, should word leak out, the consequences would be dire. In their discourse, He Qiusheng had already begun to regard Yi Bufan as a trump card in his hand. The opportunity for our family's rise has arrived. Therefore, we must treat Yi Bufan with utmost kindness, ensuring he harbors no thoughts of departure. Upon finishing, He Qiusheng slightly turned his head, casting a stern sidelong glance at the door. Young lady, you have heard the reasoning. Do not hide away. Yi Shuiying timidly stepped inside. It is not my intention for you to marry him immediately. What is necessary now is for you to play along, treating him as merely an additional boyfriend. How does that sound? Upon hearing her father's words, her resistance diminished, and she nodded with newfound determination. He Qiuxing sat upright in his chair, playfully toying with his teacup. Yi Bufan will undoubtedly become the sharpest blade in our hands, capable of clearing all obstacles from our path. The Lu family is destined for demise. The He family was filled with exuberance. It is no wonder he felt such excitement. After all, the He family had borne only daughters for many years, and if this continued, the family would be in jeopardy. Esteemed colleagues, He Qiuxing pressed his hand on the table. Speaking with great enthusiasm, let us toast with tea instead of wine, to preemptively celebrate the downfall of the Lu family. They were so exhilarated that they failed to notice a servant at the door with an unusual expression. This servant quietly slipped away, using their phone to relay all the information they had gathered to the Lu family. Bang! A leader from one of the Lu family's branches slammed the table. Rising to his feet, I knew it. The He family has always harbored treachery. We should strike first and eradicate them completely. Indeed, young master, since we have offended this mad dog, we must take action. However, Lu Wuti suddenly let out a chuckle. Have you all not considered why the He family, which has long been accommodating, has suddenly adopted such a bold stance? The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily caught in hesitation. It is quite simple. Because someone has arrived at the He family. Lu Wuti smirked. Who? The crowd inquired in unison. Aside from Yi Bufan, I can think of no other. Though he appeared to have deduced this through his own reasoning, in reality, it stemmed from his thorough understanding of the unfolding narrative. He had been quite vexed upon first witnessing it. A top-tier beauty, with the best conditions across the board, was to be married off to an unfamiliar man solely due to a marriage contract and family interests. It was utterly disheartening. Young master, the leader of the Shadow Guard stepped forward. Since we are aware of that boy's exact location, why not allow me to take my brothers and deal with him now? Lu Wuti shook his head. No need. With the opening of the celestial ruins drawing near, rather than waste time on him, we should focus on our own cultivation. Let us not forget, our enemies are not just the He family, but countless other sects as well. Therefore, which is truly of greater importance, I trust you all have a clear understanding by now. Chapter 30. Hidden Perils. The young master's words ring true. We should hasten our preparations for the opening of the ruins. Indeed. The crowd nodded in agreement. However, Zheng Shu bit her lip, letting out a sigh. Your grandfather and your uncles are at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Our family does not have many capable individuals to accompany you into the ruins. Should danger arise, I worry. Mother, do not fret. There are still 4 days until the ruins open, ample time for me to truly ascend to the Master Realm. Although he had previously exhibited the aura of a master and could even unleash master-level power. At its core, his Dantian remained unstable and his meridians unsteady. He had yet to attain the true Master Realm. Really? Zheng Shu was overjoyed, yet also harbored doubts. Son, while your talent is commendable and our family possesses considerable resources, your rapid advancement, will it not harm you? You must not jeopardize your foundation for the sake of this one ruin. Throughout history, many have sacrificed their potential in pursuit of speed. The adage haste makes waste encapsulates this truth. However, Lu Wuti was different. The 8-9 profound body he exchanged in the system prioritized both rapid and effective cultivation. Yet this was a closely guarded secret, one he had no intention of sharing with anyone. Not even his parents. Mother, I am well aware. You need not worry. Very well. You have grown up. Many matters of cultivation should not be divulged to others. I shall refrain from probing further, Zheng Shu said with a smile of satisfaction. Ha. Truly, may the ancestors bless us. If the young master can reach the Master Realm before the ruins open, it will surely shake the world. Indeed, the young master is but in his 20s, should he truly attain the Master Realm. He may well be the youngest master in existence. Our Lu family's century-long legacy can continue. The family members exchanged smiles, their faces filled with anticipation as they gazed at Lu Wuti. Behind these individuals, an elderly man with a stooped back wore a grim expression. He raised his cane and lightly tapped it against the ground several times. I believe it is best not to speak too confidently. The crowd turned, and silence enveloped the room. This elder stepped forward, his eyes gazing deeply at Lu Wuti. This man was the head of a branch family, Lu Gongjin, although over 80 years of age. Due to the family hierarchy, Lu Wuti was only required to address him as seventh uncle. Young people, it is commendable to have ambition, but if one becomes too proud, it may hinder their path in cultivation. His words seemed a benign reminder, yet they carried an undercurrent of subtle mockery. Old 7, the young master is young and vigorous, striving upward, surely that is a good thing. Why must you douse this with cold water? The elders of the clan frowned. displaying their discontent. Indeed, your son is merely 17 years old and has already achieved the 8th rank, all due to your insistence. Why, then, do you speak such words regarding the young master? Cough. Lu Gongjin closed his eyes and shook his head. My son cannot be compared to the young master. The young master bears the weight of the family's future. I merely wish to be more cautious. Lu Wuti squinted slightly, contemplating, before cheerfully descending the steps, bending slightly. Seventh uncle, what do you consider caution? Such humility is commendable. You are indeed worthy of being the young master of the Lu family. Lu Gongjin nodded. Then, with a long drawl, I have lived a long life. I have once entered the celestial ruins. It is not merely strength that allows one to roam freely within. That time. All clans will dispatch their elites, and amidst the ensuing chaos, ultimately, bare fists cannot contend with many hands. Thus, the most critical factor is to have reliable allies. His words were indeed sincere, and the listeners were quite in agreement. Lu Wuti wore an enigmatic smile as he inquired, Seventh uncle, what exactly do you wish to convey? It is quite simple. Our strength is comparable to that of the He family, though they have chosen to retreat from the world. Their foundation remains robust after all these years. Now that we have provoked them, once we enter the ruins, we cannot guarantee that they will not unleash hidden masters upon us. Therefore, I still believe we should seek reconciliation with the He family. A glimmer of cold amusement flashed in Lu Wuti's eyes, yet he remained silent. The surrounding individuals erupted in anger. Old Seven, have you become senile? Why should we bow our heads and negotiate with them? Paying no heed to their harsh words, Lu Gongjin fixed his gaze intently on Lu Wuti. Young master, those who aspire to great achievements do not concern themselves with trifles. They can endure humiliation and carry heavy burdens. Since you harbor lofty ambitions, might you consider humbling yourself to mend relations with the He family? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of protests. Lu Wuti, however, remained remarkably composed. He stared at the speaker, unable to suppress his derisive laughter within. Having read the original text, he understood all too well. This old rogue seemed to be strategizing for the family's sake, but in truth, he aimed to exhaust Lu Wuti in the days leading up to their entrance into the ruins, leaving him with insufficient time to cultivate. Once inside the ruins, he would naturally be no match for Yi Bufan and would likely perish within. Lu Gongjin had calculated all this merely to ensure Lu Wuti's demise, paving the way for his son, who possessed commendable talent, to become the new heir of the family. Father, please stop. How can we allow our cousin, the young master, to take the initiative to bow to others? Lu Xiaohua's face flushed as he gently tugged at his father's sleeve. Silence. What do you know at your tender age? Lu Gongjin scolded fiercely. He had always believed his son to possess great potential, yet lamented his overly gentle disposition. However, he was mistaken. Lu Xiaohua was not weak. Rather, he was kind-hearted. Moreover, he had no desire to be adversarial towards Lu Wuti. From childhood, he had been studying and training within the main residence of the Lu family, and he had always held Lu Wuti in high esteem. In his youth, Lu Gongjin had relentlessly pushed him to cultivate, rendering him exceedingly introverted, even somewhat withdrawn. He had never had friends, and the other young members of the Lu family regarded him as an oddity. Only Lu Wuti had treated him without disdain, and they had shared a good friendship for several years. However, as they grew older, they had drifted apart. Observing the two, Lu Wuti's eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned and declared, Since seventh uncle believes I am somewhat reckless, let us make a wager. I am all ears, Lu Gongjin replied, gripping his cane and straightening his back slightly. With only 4 days until the ruins open, if I reach the Master Realm, you must send your son to enter the ruins with me. If I fail, I shall humbly seek forgiveness and negotiate with the He family. Son, Zheng Shu was about to interject. However, Lu Wuti raised a hand to silence her and fixed his gaze on Lu Gongjin. The latter smirked coldly. In 4 days when the ruins are opened, what good will your seeking forgiveness do? Seventh uncle, do not rush. When did I say I needed 4 days? Lu Wuti smiled, extending 3 fingers. I only require 3 days to attain the Master Realm. What? The crowd was taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. After a brief pause, Lu Gongjin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, truly, my Lu family's heir possesses ambition. Old man, I accept your wager. Moreover, should you truly fail, not only will I send my son to accompany you into the ruins, but I shall also bestow upon you a top-grade elixir. Lu Wuti remained silent, merely glancing at Lu Xiaohua standing nearby before striding towards the seclusion chamber. The people behind him buzzed with disbelief. Zheng Shu hurried to catch up, her anxiety palpable as she stomped her foot. My son, why are you being so impulsive? That old man merely seeks to showcase his son to leave a good impression. By making this wager, Are you not undermining your authority as the young master? Lu Wuti halted, gazing gently at his mother. Mother, please trust me this time. With that, he closed the door to the seclusion chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Gongjin and his son exited the main residence of the family. Why the long face? Do you find my actions embarrassing? Lu Shaohua kept his head down, silent. Humph, yet another silence, just like your useless mother, weak and feeble. How will you achieve greatness in the future? Everything I do is to pave the way for you. Lu Gongjin ground his teeth in frustration. You have 4 days, remain in seclusion, and do not emerge without my command. Strive to break through to the 9th grade before entering the ruins, or else you might as well be walking to your own demise. Watching his father's retreating figure, Lu Shaohua clenched his fists. Summoning all his courage, he trembled as he spoke. Father, if it is so dangerous inside, why not withdraw from this wager? Do you not care if I perish within? Silence, you worthless wretch. Lu Gongjin spun around and slapped him. Even if Lu Wuti does not propose to take you in, I would still insist you enter. How else will you gain experience? The ruins are filled with countless treasures. If you obtain just one, it could save you years of cultivation. Do you understand? How could I have given birth to such a child? He rolled his eyes and angrily departed in his carriage. Lu Shaohua stood there in a daze. Raising a hand to touch his swollen cheek, tears welling in his eyes, it was unfathomable that, at over 20 years of age, he could still be brought to tears by his father's blows. At that moment, others from the family began to emerge, and he quickly wiped away his tears, feigning nonchalance as he left. With not a penny to his name, he had no choice but to walk back. Meanwhile, not far away, the leader of the Shadow Guards observed him with cold eyes. Is that so? After all these years, he remains in such a pitiful state. Upon receiving the report from the Shadow Guard leader, Lu Wuti could not help but shake his head and sigh. It was indeed not easy for Shaohua to have survived thus far. Here, take these elixirs to him. Remember, do not let his father find out. The Shadow Guard leader accepted the elixirs with both hands and swiftly departed. Lu Wuti mused, this is all I can do for you. I hope you cultivate quickly to endure less of your father's scolding. He collected his thoughts, closed his eyes to dispel distractions, and began to circulate his energy while opening the system. Notification, current fortune value remaining, 20,000. Lu Wuti sighed, recognizing that elevating his cultivation was of utmost importance. Notification, the elixirs suitable for the host are as follows. Hualong Pill, Rage God Pill. Clenching his teeth, Lu Wuti immediately exchanged for all of them. His fortune value promptly diminished to 500. Though it pained him greatly, he realized he had no choice but to risk it to avoid being eliminated in the ruins. Grasping the Huanglong pill, he swallowed it whole. A surge of golden energy erupted from his body, causing the entire seclusion chamber to tremble. An indistinct yellow dragon coiled above his head, opening its massive mouth as a torrent of energy cascaded down, directly into Lu Wuti's being. His aura began to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guard leader had quietly infiltrated Lu Shaohua's seclusion chamber. Is that so? My cousin still remembers me. Lu Shaohua felt a surge of emotion, especially upon seeing the elixirs. He hurriedly rejected them. No, cousin needs these elixirs more than I do. I cannot accept. Before coming, the young master emphasized that if you refuse, I would receive 30 lashes when I return. The Shadow Guard leader expressed with a discouraged demeanor. Then, I shall accept them, and please convey my gratitude to cousin. Also, I apologize for not having anything to offer you in return for your trouble, Lu Shaohua added. The Shadow Guard leader was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on what a good child Lu Shaohua was, lamenting that he had a deranged father. He could only sigh softly before turning to leave. However, the Shadow Guard leader left in such haste that he failed to notice a strange Mercedes parked at the entrance. The owner of this car was none other than Zhao Yongming, the eldest disciple of the Tongming Heavenly Master's residence. At that moment, he lounged in the main hall, leisurely sipping tea while casting sidelong glances at Lu Gongjin. Old sir, you summoned me in such a hurry. Surely it is not merely to let me sample this new tea. Indeed, Master Zhao is quite perceptive. I seek your assistance with a matter. Old Master Lu, you have already donated several million at my humble temple. If you have a request, feel free to speak, even if it involves assassinating someone, Zhao Yongming replied. He. Lu Gongjin's smile was chilling. Master Zhao, your insight is truly remarkable. You have hit the nail on the head. Zhao Yongming's expression darkened. Who do you wish me to kill? My family's eldest son, Lu Wuti. What? Zhao Yongming doubted his ears. The reasons are too complex to elaborate. Lu Gongjin waved his hand. I am presenting the plan. Master Zhao, I would like to know if it is feasible. Rest assured, I will not hold you responsible. nor will I place you in danger. Once the ruins are opened, I will inform you of Lu Wudi's precise location. You merely need to disguise yourself as a rogue cultivator and take the opportunity to eliminate him within the ruins. Mutual attacks are commonplace. Deaths occur regularly, and no one will pursue the matter. Zhou Yangming rotated his eyes, stroking his chin in silence. Liu Gongjin took a sip of tea, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, of course. I won't let Dao Zhang work for nothing. My few million is merely to cultivate a friendship with Dao Zhang. If this matter comes to fruition, I shall bestow upon you 1/3 of the Lu family's fortune as a reward. Zhou Yangming inhaled sharply, his heart stirred. Yet, he was not a fool. He lowered his gaze, caressing the tea lid, and remarked, "Old man, you are but the head of a branch family. How can you wield control over the Lu family's assets? After Lu Wudi's demise, among these young men, my son possesses the greatest talent and will undoubtedly become the next heir." Zhou Yangming understood the implication, yet he raised an eyebrow and crossed his legs. "I am not in need of money at present. Rather, I have long been intrigued by the famed swordsmanship of the Lu family." Liu Gongjin's expression turned exceedingly grim. "You desire the swordsmanship secrets of the Lu family?" Zhou Yangming immediately stood up. "Since we cannot reach an agreement, I shall take my leave. As he turned to exit, Liu Gongjin hesitated for a few seconds, his eyes widening as he nodded. "All right. I agree." Chapter 32. The opening of the ruins. The two engaged in further discussions, each wearing a sinister smile. They even considered Lu Tianshan in their calculations, yet unanimously concluded that Lu Wudi must be eliminated within the ruins. Even Lu Tianshan would be unable to trace the act. Moreover, when Lu Xiaohua ascends as the heir, his exceptional talents would surely cause Lu Tianshan to gradually forget about Lu Wudi. Since we have reached an accord, I shall return to make thorough preparations. Wait, Liu Gongjin furrowed his brow. I forgot to mention earlier that I made a wager with Lu Wudi. He claimed he could reach the Master Realm within 3 days. Zhou Yangming was momentarily stunned, then scoffed derisively. "Do you truly believe such nonsense? You know well how arduous it is to attain the Master Realm. Even with the Lu family's vast resources, it is impossible to achieve mastery in just 3 days." "I am aware." Liu Gongjin tightened his brow, "but I have felt a lingering unease. Let us consider this. If, by some chance, Lu Wudi truly succeeds, do you possess the confidence to eliminate him? Do not underestimate others." Zhou Yangming's eyes gleamed sharply. "I have been in the Master Realm for 3 years. Even if Lu Wudi genuinely attains mastery, he could never be my opponent. The intricacies of the Master Realm cannot be grasped merely upon entry." Zhou Yangming's confidence stemmed from his belief that, even if Lu Wudi were to become a master, he would merely be a hollow figure built upon the Lu family's resources. Before Zhou Yangming, such a fade could be shattered with a single blow. Liu Gongjin personally escorted him to the door, then returned to his chambers to rest. As the lights in his room dimmed, Lu Xiaohua emerged from the bamboo grove in the courtyard, dazed and confused. His breath rapid and shallow. He had overheard the conversation between his father and Zhou Yangming, and disbelief washed over him. "How could this be? Father, how could you?" He shook his head, feeling as though the sky were collapsing. Regaining his composure, he turned to inform Lu Wudi, but paused at the entrance, glancing back at his father's bedroom. Liu Xiaohua felt as if his heart might split open. His father, though stern, had raised him. Now he had turned into a traitor of the Lu family, even plotting to murder the heir. Lu Wudi was his only true friend. What should I do? Grasping his hair in anguish, he sank to the ground. Devoid of any desire to cultivate, wandering aimlessly to the side courtyard. The place was overgrown with weeds, the door hanging in tatters due to its age. Pushing it open, he glanced at a chair in the main hall. In his childhood, his mother had sat here, accompanying him through his formative years. Those had been the happiest years of his life. Liu Xiaohua fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he lay on the ground in torment. "Mother, I beg of you, from your celestial realm, tell me what I should do." The moonlight flowed like water, and he remained there until dawn. Fearing his father might come looking, he hurriedly returned to the secluded chamber. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, Liu Gongjin stood in the main hall of the family estate. All family members had gathered, eagerly anticipating Lu Wudi's emergence. Zhang Shu sat above, her palms clammy with sweat, fidgeting with her clothing. "Madam, the young master should have emerged by now. It is already past the hour of the rabbit. Why is there still no sign?" Liu Gongjin feigned concern, but inwardly he sneered. He must still be making preparations. Zhang Shu could find no better excuse and could only smile awkwardly. Time waits for no one. Liu Gongjin turned his back. Leaning on his cane, gazing at the crowd. If the young master fails to reach the master realm today, we shall have to resort to my methods. I hope, at that time, none of you will jeopardize the family's interests for the sake of your own pride. The crowd exchanged glances. Though they were reluctant, they had no counter-arguments. After all, Lu Wuti had yet to emerge. Amid the anxious waiting, suddenly, the leader of the Dark Guards rushed in, panic-stricken, pointing outside, his words stumbling. "Sir, madam, there is an anomaly in the sky. The ruins have opened." "What? That is impossible. Was it not supposed to open tomorrow?" "No. Look, the southern sky is purple. The ruins have truly opened." They hurried outside, gazing at the southern sky. The deep blue-black night was only interrupted by the southern horizon, ablaze with a purple-red flame. This celestial radiance spread rapidly, resembling flames engulfing the heavens. Meanwhile, various factions were also alerted, causing a stir across the land. Lu Gongjin's heart soared with joy, but he abruptly turned, feigning anger. At this juncture, the young master still dares to dawdle for the sake of his pride. Does he not care for the family's interests? Does he not possess the awareness of being the family heir? He shook his head in despair, his cane thumping against the ground. I am a fool for having wagered with such an impetuous youth. Alas, it is my fault. Now, it seems that the Lu family is poised to face a great calamity. His theatrical display was clearly intended to divert all grievances toward Lu Wuti. The expressions of those present grew grim, whispers of discontent circulating among them, all blaming Lu Wuti. Zheng Shu hastily sought to restore order. "It is pointless to discuss this now. The early opening of the ruins was unforeseen. We must swiftly gather the family's experts. Some shall remain to guard, while others must immediately head to the southern ruins. We cannot allow others to seize the opportunity." Lu Gongjin immediately became alert, stepping forward. "Madam, do you intend to prevent the young master from going? He is still in seclusion. How can he go?" Zheng Shu frowned. A narrow-minded view. Lu Gongjin, realizing his plan might be thwarted, grew anxious. The ruins contained countless treasures and were a rare opportunity for training. All the heirs would be present. "Madam, the young master is not just your son. He is the family's hope. Will you allow your selfishness to ruin the family's century-long plans?" Zheng Shu had no retort, merely turning her head away. Immediately summoned the young master. "He must go with us, no matter what." Others echoed in agreement. Amid the chaos, Lu Gongjin suddenly glanced around, a look of surprise crossing his face. For he realized his son was missing. The leader of the Dark Guards, left with no choice, led a few men to the secluded chamber. Just as he was about to knock, a sudden wave of energy surged forth, sending him and his subordinates flying like kites. The noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the door of the secluded chamber. With a creak, Lu Wuti stepped out slowly, his gaze lifting, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. He had become a master, someone shouted, and the scene erupted in excitement. "Ha! Splendid! I knew you could do it." The crowd, previously filled with anger, now gathered around Lu Wuti, laughing and celebrating. Zheng Shu finally sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, Lu Wuti approached her, offering assistance. "Mother, I am sorry for worrying you these days. Now you can rest well. Good son, you have not disappointed me." Zheng Shu nodded, her eyes closed. During this time, she had been contemplating contingency plans in case Lu Wuti failed, mobilizing her family's resources to prepare. Should Lu Wuti falter, she would do everything in her power to protect her son's position as heir. In the throng behind, Lu Xiaohua finally appeared at the entrance, his eyes filled with guilt as he quietly approached Lu Gongjin. "Father!" Smack! A sharp slap landed on his face, the sound echoing, causing everyone to turn their heads. Chapter 33. A cloud of powerhouses. "You ungrateful wretch! Where have you been neglecting your duties? Now that you have grown capable, how dare you run off on your own?" Lu Gongjin unleashed all his pent-up frustration upon his son. He had initially believed that Lu Wuti would certainly be unable to attain the Master Realm. To my utter astonishment, Lu Wuti has succeeded at this very moment. Were it not for the multitude present, that old curmudgeon would surely be rolling on the ground in a fit of rage. "Father, I merely had an urgent need." "So?" Lu Xiaohua meekly explained, covering his face. Smack! Another resounding slap struck his face. "Do you dare to retort?" Lu Gongjin glared fiercely. "Look at the young master. He is merely 3 years your senior, and has already attained the realm of a grandmaster. And then look at you. Nothing but a waste. How dare you mumble before me? You ought to dash your head against a pillar and perish." Before such a large assembly, this old fellow unabashedly chastised his own child. It mattered not that Lu Xiaohua was already in his 20s. Even a 6- or 7-year-old boy would find such humiliation intolerable. However, over the years, his spirit had been thoroughly drained by various torments. Even with profound anguish in his heart, He could only shut his eyes, too fearful to speak further. Yet, in this moment, Lu Gongjin was beyond reason, and he kicked his son. I am imparting wisdom to you. And you still feigned silence, as if to express dissatisfaction with your father? Observing his demeanor, the crowd began to frown in disapproval. Zheng Shu, unable to bear it any longer, hurried over. This is neither the time nor the place for reprimanding your child. Focus on the matter at hand. Only then did Lu Gongjin relent, gritting his teeth as he stepped aside. Since the young master has achieved the rank of Grandmaster, I concede this wager that he then produced 2 elixirs. Please accept these, young master. Lu Wudi scoffed. Seventh uncle is merely acting for the family's benefit. This wager was but a motivation for my guaranteed success. How could I accept such a generous gift from you? As he spoke, he approached Lu Xiaohua and pulled him close. I entrust the household to all of you. With the opening of the relic, various factions will be stirring. I have heard that every time. Some families suffer attacks, with some even facing extermination. Please remain vigilant. The crowd clasped their hands in salute, assuring him, rest assured, young master. Lu Wudi glanced at his mother, who gave a slight nod in return. They then swiftly made their way southward, accompanied by Lu Xiaohua and 2 commanders, along with a throng of followers. The prestigious Lu family had, of course, already arranged for an aircraft. The commander of the Dark Guards, holding an ancient tome, meticulously scrutinized the purplish-red clouds above. Young master, the entrance to the relic lies just beneath that towering mountain ahead. The helicopter descended gradually, but below, a throng of 30 or so individuals had already gathered. The commander of the Dark Guards furrowed his brow. Young master, these individuals are experts in poison. You must not let them come near you. Lu Wudi nodded and then patted Lu Xiaohua's knee. Enough of this, Days. Did you hear what I just said? Although Lu Xiaohua nodded, it was evident that he was burdened by heavy thoughts. Upon disembarking the helicopter, Lu Wudi stood tall and proud. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on a steep cliff before him. The cliff appeared as if it had been carved by a knife, exceptionally smooth, with no vegetation around. Below, and to the right, a purplish-red aura continued to surge forth. At this moment, although the entrance to the relic had opened, the aura was lethally dangerous. Once one entered, they would lose all senses, spending the latter half of their lives in a haze, ultimately leading to the dissolution of their consciousness. Thus, even as more people arrived, they could only wait in place. Of course, those who arrived earlier could stand closer to the entrance. Isn't that the young master of the Lu family? A piercing voice rang out from behind. Without turning his head, Lu Wudi knew who it was. The man had a fair complexion, long eyebrows, and dragon-like eyes, with a well-formed smile, appearing quite handsome. However, he wore a patchwork of colorful coarse cloth, exuding a hint of southern charm. This man was none other than Li Chong, the master of the southern Jiang Yungu mountain. He was of the same age as Lu Wudi, but his mastery of poison was unparalleled. He had even poisoned his own father, the previous mountain master, thereby inheriting the position at such a young age. Don't pretend not to know. Lu Wudi, the last time you came to my southern Jiang, you bullied me. This time, I shall take my revenge. Lu Wudi raised an eyebrow, sighing inwardly. He longed to inform the man that it was not he who had bullied him, but rather the original owner of this body. Yet, faced with the situation, he could only turn and coldly regard him. Do not move. If you do, I shall obliterate you. Ha, such bravado. Let's see if you can back it up. As he spoke, the man raised his hands, his fingertips darkening, and his entire aura expanded, revealing that he had reached the 9th tier, on the brink of becoming a grandmaster. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, for among those present, the strongest had only reached the 9th tier. No one had expected such a young grandmaster to emerge. Yet, in the next moment, a mountain-like pressure descended from the heavens, causing him to kneel with a thud. Li Chong's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling as he looked up. You have become a grandmaster? After suffering humiliation, Li Chong had secluded himself in training, believing he could reclaim his dignity. Little did he know, his opponent had grown to such an extent. Lu Wudi, expressionless, remarked, I don't know. Let me try slapping you. You dare? Li Chong, frightened, attempted to retreat, but found himself unable to move, resorting to threats instead. Enough, both of you, take your quarrel elsewhere. Do not obstruct my path. A woman clad in red stepped forward, her hair tied high, exuding a gallant demeanor. As she spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, instantly dispelling Lu Wudi's grandmaster aura. Everyone present was taken aback. Scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lu Wudi furrowed his brow, realizing she too had reached the grandmaster realm. May I ask who you are? Who am I? I am a lady. You should address me as Miss. Ma Jiling rolled her eyes. They say we people from the West are unsophisticated. I think you're even more so. A murmur of whispers arose among the crowd. It turned out she was the eldest daughter of the Ma family. To have entered the Grandmaster realm at such a young age was indeed alarming. Once inside the relic, one must be cautious of these three individuals. Among the crowd, Yu Bufan and He Shuiying watched him coldly. Sensing their gaze, Lu Wuti glanced over and felt a pang of discomfort. Goodness, how remarkable. The protagonist has also reached the threshold of a Grandmaster. I have labored tirelessly, consuming countless elixirs to reach this level, while this fellow seems to have achieved it effortlessly. Little did Lu Wuti know. Yi Bufan's fortune was nothing short of extraordinary. The He family, wishing to remain inconspicuous, had hidden him in their ancestral home. Who could have anticipated that he would stumble upon a broken orb there, which contained a Lingming pill? After consuming it, his cultivation soared within merely 3 to 4 days, requiring no further training, just to focus on absorbing the elixir to achieve such results. Lu Wuti, relying on the system to exchange for numerous elixirs, had consumed them like meals, resulting in his current cultivation. Truly, the comparison of individuals can be infuriating. Chapter 34. The Celestial Relic. Yi Bufan felt an even greater fury brewing within him. From the moment he arrived, he had been gazing at Lu Wuti with a piercing glare, as if he wished to carve a piece of flesh from him, especially upon discovering that Lu Wuti had stepped into the Grandmaster realm. The hatred within him surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, nearly overwhelming him. His fist trembled slightly in anger. He Qiusheng noticed his odd behavior and quickly gave him a gentle nudge, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Subsequently, the cunning old fox, He Qiusheng, stepped out of the crowd, greeting familiar faces with a smile before approaching Lu Wuti with an amiable demeanor. It is said that young Master Lu possesses astonishing talent. Today, I see it is indeed true. Head of the He family, Lu Wuti replied, slightly furrowing his brow. We met a year or two ago, and you praised me then. Have you forgotten? He Qiusheng appeared somewhat embarrassed. Though he wore a smile, his heart was filled with curses. What an arrogant little brat. He is indeed presumptuous and rude. Just wait. Once I dismantle your Lu family, we shall see what capital you have left to be so haughty. Young master, you are mistaken. The commander of the Dark Guards interjected with a sneer. The head of the He family has not forgotten. He simply suffers from selective amnesia. He even forgot that Yi Bufan is the son-in-law of the Zhu family and carelessly pledged his own daughter to him. The head of the He family truly possesses a generous heart. It is enlightening indeed. Though the two families bore no animosity, they had always been competitors, harboring mutual disdain. The Dark Guard commander's words elicited uncontrollable chuckles from the Lu family members, while others present perked up their ears, clearly intrigued by the gossip. With many even inching closer, Yi Bufan felt a surge of anger rising within him, rushing forward. However, before he could speak, He Qiusheng raised a hand to stop him. With a face still adorned in amiable smiles, he addressed Zhu Lin. If I am not mistaken, you are the commander Zhu Lin, correct? Indeed. No wonder. It appears the Lu family has trained you well, possessing such eloquence. I am not worthy of such praise, Zhu Lin replied coldly, especially when compared to your thick-skinned nature. He Shuiying could no longer tolerate the conversation. Her already frosty countenance now bore an even colder chill. You are merely a servant of the Lu family. How dare you speak to my father in such a manner? Seeking death, step back, He Qiusheng commanded, frowning as he cast a sidelong glance at her. Father, He Shuiying's chest heaved in agitation. He Qiusheng ignored her and continued to look at Zhu Lin. It seems you believe there is ambiguity surrounding the engagement between my He family and Yi Bufan. Why should I believe it? Is it not the case? Zhou Lin was determined to pierce the old man's lungs directly. Haha, He Qiusheng's eyes drooped at the corners, his smile appearing more like a grimace. It was indeed a peculiar sight. On that day, the betrothal between the young lady and Yi Bufan became one with the heavens' decree, witnessed by both sun and moon, with such a marriage contract in place. How could there be any ambiguity? Zhou Lin was instantly rendered speechless. He Qiusheng, suppressing his smile, turned to leave while shaking his head and exclaiming loudly, the Lu family has grown accustomed to their lofty status. They can eliminate anyone they wish on a mere whim. Alas, it is truly enviable. His words spread like wildfire, causing the expressions of various families to shift dramatically, their gazes towards the Lu family growing increasingly suspicious. After all, they were about to enter the ruins, where conflict and cooperation were inevitable. The former required no elaboration, but the latter posed more considerations. If the partner for cooperation was a family that operated from a position of superiority, any treasures acquired would likely be seized by them under some pretext. Lu Wuti clenched his teeth in secret, pulling Zhou Lin back, who was about to speak further. Young master, I, Say no more. This old man's intentions are malicious. And he is not someone we can contend with. Besides, there's little use in banter here. Although Lu Wudi felt somewhat displeased, he did not consider it a significant issue. After all, he had no intention of collaborating with anyone during this expedition into the ruins. His sole determination was to outpace Yi Bufan and seize all the extraordinary treasures that rightfully belonged to him. Releasing his furrowed brow, Lu Wudi felt a surge of secret delight. Fortunately, the book contained remarkably vivid descriptions of the ruins, which he had studied meticulously. He remembered the map and directions clearly. Yi Bufan, noticing his silence, felt a sense of relief and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father-in-law, for avenging me. However, He Qiusheng wore a somber expression, casting a furtive glance at Lu Wudi. Father-in-law, what troubles you? Outside rumors painted Lu Wudi as arrogant, hot-tempered, and a foolhardy young heir. Yet, despite my provocations, he remained so composed. Something is amiss. He Qiusheng subtly shook his head, his wariness deepening. Shuiying, Bufan, once we enter the ruins, do not engage with him. Gather as many treasures as possible and retreat immediately. Yi Bufan's mouth twitched, a fleeting hatred flashing in his eyes that he nodded impassively. For he had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lu Wudi. Though he assented, his heart was resolute. He would find Lu Wudi and extinguish him in the most brutal manner possible. He Shuiying, however, remained haughty and self-satisfied, giving little thought to his words. The ruins are opening, someone shouted, and the crowd surged forward, disregarding all else as they rushed inside. Each family set up camp at their designated spots, quietly awaiting the emergence of their respective geniuses. Meanwhile, He Qiusheng slipped into the shadows, signaling towards the mountain. Suddenly, two men adorned in black top hats and long robes appeared before him. Follow Lu Wudi and eliminate him. The two exchanged glances. Boss He, we've received a handsome sum from you. We can take out a few more. No need. Just Lu Wudi will suffice. He Qiusheng's brow furrowed. He had a premonition that Lu Wudi's intellect was anything but simple, and his talent was exceedingly remarkable. If allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. The two men ceased their chatter and vanished into thin air. Among the various families present, there were still numerous ninth-tier experts. Yet none detected the presence of these two individuals. At that moment, Lu Wudi led Zhou Lin and the others into a dense, white fog. The Lu family, being a prestigious clan, naturally had experience entering the ruins. Zhou Lin waved his hand, and an aide stepped forward, brandishing a complex compass to calculate their path. Within 5 minutes, the individual gestured to the left. This way, just as the group prepared to follow. A series of blood-curdling screams erupted from nearby. The cries were truly spine-chilling. Lu Wudi squinted into the distance, and suddenly, a figure burst forth from the fog, its head missing. The body staggered for a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The severed neck gushed blood like a fountain, a grotesque sight. The so-called celestial domain was rife with ancient, formidable sects, many of which boasted powerful mechanisms and formations. Young master, we shall proceed ahead, Zhou Lin declared, leading a few individuals forward. Chapter 35. A tragedy of the mortal realm. Lu Wudi was acutely aware that this fog was a formation, concealing countless traps. He squeezed through the crowd. Your strength is insufficient. I should lead to avoid needless sacrifice. Young master, Zhou Lin hurriedly interjected. You cannot risk yourself. Though we may be weak, we can pave the way with our bodies. This is how we have always entered the ruins. You need not worry. It is our honor to sacrifice for the family. Others nodded in agreement, their gazes resolute. Indeed, despite the compass guiding them, it was not infallible. Yet Lu Wudi waved his hand dismissively. From here on, the rules change. Zhou Lin was taken aback, and the aides behind him exchanged glances. You are all my dear friends. I cannot bear to see you lose your heads. I would rather suffer nightmares. Lu Wudi chuckled lightly, turning his back as he pressed forward. Zhou Lin felt a surge of emotion he could not articulate and resolutely declared, Let us go. Follow the young master, witnessing their insistence to walk alongside him. Lu Wudi relented. They continued onward for 2 to 3 hours, and gradually, the fog thinned. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, for this indicated that the compass had not erred. Finally emerging from the fog, they found themselves on the edge of a sheer cliff, an enormous rock protruding outward. Below lay a winding valley with a serpentine river, lush trees, and a misty atmosphere, though the scene was teeming with vitality. Not a single creature was in sight. The entire expanse radiated an eerie ambience, a strange blend of liveliness and deathly stillness. As they marveled at the sight, sounds of combat erupted below, Zhou Lin crouched down. Peering over the edge, his eyes suddenly alight. Young master, down there are Xiaoyun and Liang Jin from the Sanqing sect. They have been partners for a decade. Their profound bond now manifested in mutual slaughter. Undoubtedly due to the discovery of some formidable treasure. Allow me to deal with them and uncover what the treasure is. He rose, prepared to leap down. No need. Lu Wudi's gaze was devoid of emotion. Coldly observing below. It is merely a broken pill. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoyun swung his sword, severing Liang Jin's head. Though he was also gravely wounded, he paid no heed, his eyes wide with madness as he approached a small stone platform. Mine. This elixir is finally mine, he cackled, cradling the stone box and carefully opening it. However, instead of the anticipated aromatic fragrance of the elixir, an overpowering stench of decay wafted forth. Xiaoyun's countenance turned ashen, his pupils dilating as he pinched the blackened pill between two fingers. Crack. With a slight sound, the pill crumbled into dust, leaving him standing there with empty fingers, the body of his beloved lying at his feet. Lu Wudi shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Let us move on. As they traversed the ensuing path, they encountered countless corpses and witnessed numerous battles. It was indeed a tragedy of the mortal realm. For a mere pill, for a divine artifact, fathers turned against sons, comrades clashed, and disciples betrayed their masters. Within this ruin, human greed seemed to be amplified infinitely, and every individual was driven to the brink of madness. As they navigated the dense jungle, Lu Wudi pressed onward and finally spotted a small waterfall ahead. Though diminutive, the waterfall's currents were violently rapid, cascading into a deep pool approximately 1,000 meters below. The icy water shimmered a deep blue, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Despite the distance of several hundred meters, Zhou Lin's brow and face were already coated with frost. The faces of those behind him had turned ashen. Trembling and crouching on the ground, clutching their arms. Lu Wudi's expression was one of exhilaration. He had not misjudged the location. Hidden within was an unnamed divine sword. Though rusted, it concealed a sword spirit. In the original tale, Yi Bufan obtained this very sword, while Lu Wudi had previously led a group in mocking him for acquiring a piece of worthless scrap. Subsequently, Yi Bufan proposed a duel to compare their swordsmanship. The Confucian school prided itself on its sword techniques, and Lu Wudi, without hesitation, boasted his agreement. Thereafter, Yi Bufan, relying on the ancient, unparalleled sword techniques imparted by the sword spirit, severely wounded Lu Wudi, laying the groundwork for the latter's eventual demise within the ruins. Your cultivation is too weak. You cannot pass ahead. Seek a place to hide nearby, and wait for me to return. No. Zhou Lin struggled to stand. I must protect the young master. Enough. You would only hinder me. Lu Wudi patted his shoulder. Retreat to a safe distance. Recover well, and prepare to assist me. Should anyone attempt to snatch the treasures upon my return, you may ambush them from the shadows. Zhou Lin and the others exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding in agreement as they watched Lu Wudi stride purposefully toward the waterfall. As he approached within 10 meters of the waterfall, Lu Wudi's complexion began to pale. He glanced at his hands, which had turned red, swollen, and purple from the cold. What a magnificent sword, capable of emanating such fierce coldness. He murmured to himself, and then, with a surge of energy from his dantian, he began to circulate his breath to resist the chill. A thick mist of water vapor enveloped him as his breath coursed rapidly through his meridians, gradually restoring his body temperature and bringing a flush to his complexion. Exhaling a puff of mist, he steeled himself and took another step forward. Everywhere he passed, the previously frozen plants shattered into fine ice crystals, which slowly drifted into the air. The sunlight refracted downwards, reflecting countless ice crystals. Lu Wudi found himself within this enchanting spectacle. Just then, a figure suddenly charged at him from the direction of the waterfall. Lu Wudi was taken aback. Had he misremembered? Were there indeed monsters guarding this place? But there was no time to hesitate. He immediately drew his long sword and demanded, "Who dares to intrude? You call me a monster? If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut." A woman's voice, rapid as lightning, echoed in his ears. In the next moment, warm, fragrant jade pressed against him. Lo and behold, it was Ma Jiling. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. A veil of purple gauze draped over her face, as she firmly covered Lu Wudi's mouth and nose with her hand. "What are you doing?" Lu Wudi exclaimed, hastily pushing her away. Yet she pressed against him once more, resolutely blocking his mouth. Then, a mental transmission reached Lu Wudi's mind. "Do not be foolish. These icy crystal particles will invade your meridians. If inhaled in excess, your meridians will be completely frozen, reduced to nothing." Lu Wudi's eyes filled with shock and confusion. He racked his memory, but could not recall such a detail. in the original story. However, seeing the earnest and anxious look in Ma Jiling's eyes, he decided to trust her this once. He held his breath, and she released her grip. Then she offered him a veil. Lu Wuti frowned, a bit disdainful, and inquired through mental transmission, "Do you have it in another color?" Ma Jiling was instantly astounded. At such a moment, he was still concerned about color. Without further adu, she forcefully draped the veil over his face. Chapter 36. A partnership is formed, yet Lu Wuti remained cautious. Before their departure, Zheng Shu had packed a small vial of various medicinal pills for him. As he turned away, he discreetly retrieved a detoxification pill and swallowed it. After all, in such a place, everyone was a greedy beast. Although it appeared that this woman had saved him, there was no guarantee she had not tampered with the veil. Once they left this perilous locale, they could easily become adversaries at odds. However, just after swallowing the detoxification pill, Lu Wuti suddenly sensed something was amiss. This place was quite secluded. How had this woman found it? He slowly turned to scrutinize Ma Jiling, an ominous premonition welling up in his heart. Could it be that she had already acquired that sword? Cough. May I ask how Miss Ma came to be here? I dislike being addressed in such a manner. It makes me sound like a burly woman. Please call me Jiling, she replied. Very well, but how did you end up here? Lu Wuti inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. Unexpectedly, Ma Jiling, particularly perceptive, glanced around. Lu Wuti, you seem quite anxious. Do you know if there is treasure here? Lu Wuti endeavored to maintain a steady gaze, responding nonchalantly, I got lost. I heard water and thought I would come to drink. Ma Jiling's gaze dropped, pointing at his waist. Your water pouch is full. Lu Wuti's mouth twitched, unable to suppress his retort. I never expected you to look as strong as a crane yet possess a rather nimble mind. What did you say? Ma Jiling glared at him, and the two locked eyes, her rolling her eyes in exasperation. All right, stop hiding. This place is exceedingly dangerous. Regardless of any treasure, you will only be able to obtain it by cooperating with me. Her words struck a chord with Lu Wuti. He had initially thought that, following the course of events from his memory, he could easily acquire that divine sword. However, it seemed he had either overlooked details in the book or that circumstances had changed. In either case, having this woman assist him truly felt safer. While that divine sword was immensely important, it was vital to ensure he could obtain it and safely depart. My family once obtained a fragment of a map leading to this relic. It marks the location of a sword, a relic left by our ancestors. What? This relic is connected to your family's ancestors. Ma Jiling's face was one of disbelief. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. It is merely a tale passed down through my family. Lu Wuti's acting was commendable, his expression natural. Ma Jiling's impatience grew. She was drawn here by the bizarre coldness, believing there must be extraordinary treasures. After numerous attempts, she had been unable to access the small waterfall. Originally, upon seeing Lu Wuti approach, she had felt excitement, thinking that with both of them being masters, they could find a way to enter the waterfall. But hearing his words, it seemed that perhaps the so-called ancestor of the Lu family had merely left behind a barrier array within the waterfall. Most crucially, there might not be any treasures at all. She shook her head. Forget it. Consider this veil a gift. You can seek your family heirloom alone. Farewell. Lu Wuti's heart sank at her dismissal. He quickly grasped her wrist. Wait, what are you doing? Let go. Ma Jiling's expression turned icy as she forcefully shook him off. Apologies, Lu Wuti smiled. I didn't finish my sentence. Inside, there is not only my family's sword, but also 2 jade slips, which are unsuitable for male cultivation but quite suitable for female practitioners. Surely, you would be interested. He was not lying. According to the storyline, Yi Bufan had claimed the sword for himself while gifting the 2 jade slips to Yi Shuiying. The two had significantly increased their strength, becoming nearly invincible within the entire relic. If you are deceiving me, then you may take my head and kick it like a ball, Lu Wuti swore, raising his hand. Very well, I shall accompany you this once. Ma Jiling ultimately relented, yet she remained wary, suspecting he had been using her, thus walking behind him, ever on guard. Lu Wuti could only smile bitterly, keeping his thoughts to himself as he led the way toward the waterfall. I advise against using brute force, as I have already tried and could not open this waterfall. Ma Jiling cautioned. Lu Wuti shot her an odd glance before probing along the moss-covered stone wall, eventually grasping a rounded stone protruding from it. With a heavy punch, a thunderous sound echoed through the stillness, piercingly loud. A stone door slowly creaked open. He pointed. Behind the waterfall is a stone wall. Of course, it cannot be opened. This is an immortal's relic. It must be a mechanism that requires thought to operate. You may exert your brute force elsewhere. Ma Jiling's lips twitched, her beautiful face somewhat contorting. Suddenly, she stepped forward and seized his collar. If you dare to mock my muscular build and simple mind again, I will truly teach you a lesson. Lu Wuti was taken aback. I was merely offering a friendly reminder. Silence. Lead the way. Ma Jiling shoved him ahead. The two entered one after the other, and the stone door thundered shut behind them. However, the interior was quite bright, with massive glowing pink crystals embedded every few meters. They cautiously proceeded for a while, finding no mechanisms, and each relaxed a bit. Lu Wuti laughed. Don't you think the lighting here creates a romantic atmosphere reminiscent of? What? Ma Jiling, arms crossed, regarded him with irritation. Red Romance KTV. Young Master Lu, it seems the rumors about your lack of decorum are not unfounded. Ma Jiling couldn't help but chuckle. I merely sought to lighten the mood. Lu Wuti grinned. Yet Ma Jiling's expression suddenly turned serious as she gazed ahead. Stop joking. We're in grave trouble. Lu Wuti, puzzled, turned back, only to draw a sharp breath that a stone fist the size of a truck was hurtling towards him. He attempted to evade, but the narrow passageway left little room. A counterattack was out of the question. In that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he crouched down, protecting his head. Bang! The stone fist struck him, shaking the entire mountain. Ma Jiling lowered her hands, staring in shock. The fist, now riddled with cracks, crumbled into a pile of rubble, while Lu Wuti remained unscathed, crouched there, enveloped in a faint, shimmering jade-like glow. You are remarkably resilient. Ma Jiling appraised him from head to toe. In that critical moment, Lu Wuti had activated his Xian jade armor, which had protected him. Surviving the ordeal, he remained carefree, grinning. Thank you for the compliment. My physique has always been excellent. Rogue. Ma Jiling's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 37. A deceptive exchange. Lu Wuti rose to his feet, his gaze following the pile of rubble ahead. The vast natural cavern emitted a gentle glow, with faint blue traces of an array visible, albeit somewhat damaged. Fortunately, due to the passage of time, this array was incomplete, only able to summon this single fist. Had the complete entity been summoned, both of them would likely have perished here. Lu Wuti raised an eyebrow, breathing a sigh of relief. Ma Jiling, however, was unconcerned with this, her attention scanning the surroundings. Her brows furrowed slightly. Where are those two jade slips you mentioned? Lu Wuti did not answer, striding directly toward the array. The patterns of the array began to glow softly, evidently still resisting. With a mere wave of his hand, he completely obliterated the formation. The scene before him underwent a startling transformation, revealing a perfectly square stone chamber. The entire ceiling was adorned with a round primordial Taiji diagram, distinct from the later versions of the Taiji diagram, which featured only a singular, radiant point. Within this beam of light, a battered iron sword floated, gently swaying up and down. This is it. Lu Wuti's eyes brightened. His excitement caused Ma Jiling's brows to furrow even more tightly, and the skepticism in her gaze deepened. Clearly, she suspected that this iron sword was no ordinary weapon. Sensing her unusual demeanor, Lu Wuti hastily adopted a respectful posture, kneeling with both hands raised. He murmured, descendant of the Lu family, Lu Wuti returns with the ancestral artifact to the shrine. Observing his demeanor, Ma Jiling's doubts began to dissipate. Lu Wuti rose, seized the iron sword, and casually tossed two jade slips from the stone pedestal beneath the sword to Ma Jiling. She caught them, her expression somewhat uneasy. Is it really that easy to give these to me? Lu Wuti turned back with a smile. I am a man of my word. Without further ado, since you are drawn by the chill here, others might be as well. We should hasten our departure. Ma Jiling nodded, and the two promptly turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Lu Wuti suddenly exclaimed, as if reading from a script. Ah, this is, after all, the domain of my ancestors. I cannot leave so simply. I must return to pay my respects. Ma Jiling, exuding impatience, retorted. Then go by yourself. I will wait for you outside. Don't waste time. And let me remind you, if others truly come here, I will leave without a second thought about your fate. Understood. Lu Wuti concealed the cunning glint in his eyes. Alone in the stone chamber, he suddenly chuckled. He swiftly restored the previously damaged formation to its original state, clearing away the massive stones. Within 10 minutes, the area was returned to its pristine condition, devoid of any signs of conflict. He retrieved a genuinely discarded iron sword from his storage bag, tossing it to hover beneath the beam of light. Of course, he had tampered with this sword beforehand. Its body was hollow, concealing about 1 kilogram of white clay explosives, with the detonation switch cleverly hidden in the hilt. Ye Buffon, I will blow you to pieces. With that, he hastily left to catch up with Ma Jiling. Soon, he rejoined Zhou Lin and the others waiting outside. Young master, you have finally emerged, Zhou Lin exclaimed, a hint of blood staining his face. Beside him lay several corpses from other families. Well done, Lu Wuti patted his shoulder. Ma Jiling's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that Lu Wuti would have such a backup plan in waiting. We are alike in our meticulousness, Lu Wuti replied lightly, removing the purple veil from his face and tossing it onto the grass, which withered instantly, confirming Ma Jiling's suspicion of poison. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively braced herself. Miss Jiling, there is no need to look at me like that. I have already taken an antidote beforehand. Do you not think you can take advantage of me? Our strengths are comparable. Should a fight ensue, it would merely benefit others. Lu Wuti, you are indeed quite different from the rumors, Ma Jiling said defiantly. Very well, since I saved your life before, let us consider it even now. Then we shall part ways here. I hope we do not meet again. Lu Wuti smiled and clasped his hands in farewell. Travel safely. Ma Jiling's expression was dark as she huffed lightly and vanished in an instant. Young master, are we really letting her go? Zhou Lin asked, somewhat unwilling. He felt that with no guards by Ma Jiling's side, their numbers could easily overpower her. Lu Wuti shook his head. This woman is not simple. Look at the direction she departed. Gazing upward, Zhou Lin was taken aback to see several figures swiftly following in her wake. Clearly, she had her own contingencies. We should not linger here. Someone has been tailing us for quite some time. Huh? Zhou Lin and the others were puzzled, but seeing Lu Wuti already leaving, they had no choice but to follow suit. The previously silent Lu Xiaohua's expression darkened slightly, an air of guilt enveloping him. Not long after, Yi Bufan approached with Yi Shuiying, both appearing somewhat disheveled, and Yi Shuiying had to pause to catch her breath. They had just endured a fierce battle, and their guards were nearly decimated. You can leave me behind. Yi Shuiying leaned against a large tree, her face pale. We have a betrothal. I will not abandon you. Come, I will carry you, Yi Bufan insisted, hoisting her onto his back without hesitation. Yi Shuiying's icy countenance flushed slightly, and she pursed her lips, refraining from refusal. Soon, they arrived at a small waterfall. You seem quite familiar with the path here. Yi Shuiying looked up at him. Indeed, this was once a place I knew well. Yi Bufan replied, his expression melancholic as he gazed at the waterfall. Its mystery captivated Yi Shuiying, leaving her momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Are you? Enough idle chatter in this perilous place. Let us take the treasures and leave at once. Yi Bufan said, supporting her waist to help her stand. You mentioned there are 2 techniques suitable for me. Are you truly not deceiving me? Yi Shuiying fixed her gaze on his eyes. Yi Bufan smiled gently. We are one. The stronger you are, my wife, the stronger I become. I will never betray your trust or that of your father. Yi Shuiying's eyes sparkled with affection as she lowered her head. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Just as they were about to proceed, a sudden alertness gripped the mysterious elder in Yi Bufan's mind. The icy sword you seek should exude a chilling aura. There ought to be frost lingering here. Yi Bufan blinked, communicating silently with the elder. Perhaps the sword's essence has diminished over the millennia. That is possible. Let us proceed cautiously. There should be protective formations inside. Skillfully, they opened the hidden mechanism, entering the chamber and effortlessly dismantling the crumbling formation. Yi Bufan exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips. The sword is still here. Chapter 38. The assassin arrives. Yi Bufan lunged forward, poised to seize the sword, but suddenly halted. What is wrong? Yi Shuiying, standing behind him, inquired curiously. Nothing, Yi Bufan replied, picking up the 2 jade slips below. As your future husband, I should not only think of acquiring treasures for myself. I must first tend to your injuries. Yi Shuiying's face flushed in embarrassment. Take these, center your mind, and grasp their mysteries. I shall assist you to eye in the soft blue ethereal glow beneath the suspended sword. The 2 sat facing each other. Yi Bufan gently took her delicate hand, gradually channeling his energy into her. A soft moan escaped Yi Shuiying's lips as she frowned, slightly parting her rosy mouth. Breathing softly, the 2 jade slips hovering between them emitted waves of emerald light, but in the next moment, they transformed into 2 dark, hard objects, falling with a thud into Yi Shuiying's hands. She opened her eyes and screamed in shock. What is this? How disgusting! Yi Bufan was equally stunned, looking down to discover 2 pieces of blackened dog excrement. Yi Bufan, how could you joke at a time like this when I am gravely injured? Yi Shuiying exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Yi Bufan was at a loss for words, hastily questioning the mysterious elder. The elder, too, was taken aback. This is impossible. Could someone have beaten us to it? A classic switcheroo. No. The formation is still intact. If someone had arrived before us, it should have been breached by now, Yi Bufan said, his brow furrowed. He looked at the elder, incredulous. Old senior, Could it be that your old acquaintance is playing a long-standing joke on us? The mysterious elder was equally uncertain, urging him to quickly check if the sword was intact. Yi Bufan rose, disregarding Yi Shuiying's disgusted gaze, and unceremoniously took the iron sword. This is merely a useless sword? Yi Bufan felt a surge of anger. How could this be? The mysterious elder was equally dumbfounded, but the next moment, he seemed to discern something. This sword appears to be hollow. There is something concealed within. Accompanied by faint sounds. Yi Bufan paused, pressing his ear against the sword's body to listen intently. Boom. Lu Wuti and his party abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the direction of the explosion. Ha ha ha. Lu Wuti laughed exuberantly. Ding. Host has destroyed Yi Bufan's fortune route 1. The system's voice followed promptly. Acquired fortune value 1000. Ding. Host has incited discord between Yi Bufan and Yi Shuiying, with an additional reward of fortune value 200. Ding. Host has successfully set a trap, shaking Yi Bufan's mind and body, with an additional reward of fortune value 200. Current fortune value 1900. Lu Wuti raised an eyebrow. He had nearly depleted his fortune value before entering the ruins. This time, he would thoroughly enjoy playing with Yi Bufan and replenish his fortune value. Young master, was this your doing? Zhou Lin asked, astonished. Of course, in this entire ruin, aside from me, no one else would have explosives in their storage bags. Yi Bufan is exceedingly sharp and observant. If I were to set up a formation, he would undoubtedly detect it. Explosives, by their very nature, are inanimate objects, allowing them to evade detection. Even the typically stern Zhou Lin could not suppress a smile at this notion. If they could eliminate Yi Bufan in one fell swoop, they would be rid of a formidable threat. Yet, he quickly composed himself. It was not so simple. Yi Bufan was known for his remarkable fortune. Nevertheless, this would afford him the opportunity to recuperate. Seizing the moment while Yi Bufan's pace slowed, they hurried towards their next destination. Lu Wuti's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as they turned to advance, a deep sigh echoed from ahead. Young benefactor, such insidiousness and defiance of the heavenly path will surely shorten your lifespan. As the words lingered in the air, a fierce gust of wind surged towards them. Zhou Lin swiftly positioned himself in front of Lu Wuti, ready to block the impending attack, but was instead sent hurtling backwards, crashing into two large trees, clutching his chest, and spitting blood. Lu Xiaohua. Bring help. Lu Wuti's expression turned grave as he stared intently into the forest ahead. A yawn resonated, and a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe leapt down from a large stone. It was Zhao Yongming. His face bore a stubbly beard, and his eyes were heavy with lethargy, shoulders hunched and head bowed. To an unknowing observer, he might appear to be lacking in stature. However, Lu Wuti saw through the facade and smiled. Clasping his hands in greeting, Zhao Daozhong, your inner essence is restrained, and your Taoist methods are profound. Zhao Yongming's eyes sparkled momentarily, clearly surprised that his identity was recognized. Yet, upon glancing at Lu Xiaohua's back, he understood. Alas, how could such a resolute and decisive elder like Lu Gongjin have fathered such a hesitant son? Although the poor monk felt a twinge of sympathy, he had no choice but to eliminate this traitorous offspring. While his words were sweet, Zhao Yongming was primarily concerned that Lu Xiaohua might reveal his plot to assassinate Lu Wudai. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of gray wind, racing towards Lu Xiaohua's back. Lu Xiaohua turned in terror. With a swift motion, Zhao Yongming's figure materialized, his fist mere inches from the back of Lu Xiaohua's head. Yet, Lu Wuti had already seized Zhao's wrist. Zhao Daozhong, if you have matters to settle, come at me. Lu Wuti's smile was insincere. Lu Xiaozhu, if you wish to play the cunning game, you must commit fully. Your resolve is lacking. Zhao Yongming's thin lips curled into a smile, yet his form began to rapidly shift, transforming into a withered tree branch in the blink of an eye. The withered wood transformation. Lu Wuti gasped in astonishment. The real Zhao Yongming suddenly appeared behind him, bringing a hand strike towards the back of Lu Wuti's head. In the flicker of an eye, Lu Wuti's eyes emitted a brilliant light as the Xianyu armor manifested. Clang! The force from Zhao Yongming's strike ricocheted off, striking the boulder with a hiss. After a brief pause, the massive stone, the size of a car, cracked cleanly in two, the cut remarkably smooth. Oh, a fine treasure, this poor monk shall claim it. Zhao Yongming laughed with excitement. Dream on, Lu Wuti countered. Swinging his sword, clutched in his hand was a rusted iron sword, yet he did not channel the icy sword energy. Zhao Yongming effortlessly dodged, casting a disdainful glance. Though there are many treasures within the ruins, not all are worthy. You should discard that iron sword and revert to your family's treasured blade. Otherwise, it won't take long before I shatter your skull. How utterly dull. Lu Woody snorted in response. Enough of your nonsense. Don't repeat the same tricks. He suddenly pointed his sword to the right. In an empty space, Zhao Yangming gradually revealed himself, the sword tip nearly grazing his nose. His mastery of the withered wood transformation was truly exquisite. Had Lu Wudy not been equally cunning, he might have perished 1,000 times over. Ha! You are quite entertaining, Lu Wudy, exceedingly so. Come again. He feigned movement several times before launching another attack. Cousin, be careful. It's another illusion. Lu Wudy, however, coldly laughed. The interplay of reality and illusion. This time it is genuine. He exerted all his strength, meeting the attack head-on. Indeed, this time Zhao Yangming did not resort to his withered wood transformation, but aimed to overpower Lu Wudy. Having realized that Lu Wudy was not as easily vanquished as he had presumed, if he continued to play tricks, he might find himself in dire straits. Zhao Yangming concealed his lethal intent, suddenly intensifying his force. Lu Wudy struggled to withstand it, retreating step by step. Zhao Yangming radiated golden light, which then concentrated at the tip of his fingers. Lu Wudy deftly angled his sword, redirecting the force away, then swung horizontally towards Zhao Yangming's waist. Clang! Zhao Yangming pinched the sword's blade, looking down at Lu Wudy with a sinister grin, revealing his pearly whites. Lu Wudy, had you wielded your family's treasured sword, I would not be able to hold it. On the road to the Yellow Springs. Regret it then? Is that so? Lu Wudy relaxed his grip on the sword, standing upright with a carefree smile. Chapter 39. Ice and Cleverness. Crack. The sound of ice forming rang out sharply. Zhao Yangming's smile froze instantly as he looked down in alarm. Countless ice crystals erupted from the sword, swiftly encasing his fingers. The frost spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was ensnared in ice. What is this? Panic set in, his steps faltering as he desperately retreated, attempting to shake off the sword, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Within seconds, he had transformed into a dazzling ice sculpture, his face frozen in shock and utter helplessness. Lu Wudy exhaled in relief. Zhao Daozhang, you truly are formidable. To be frank, in a direct confrontation, 10 of me would not stand a chance against you. Thus, I had no choice but to gradually lower your guard, and then deliver a fatal strike at this final moment. He approached, lightly flicking Zhao Yangming's finger. Cracked, the ice sculpture became riddled with fissures and shattered into a flurry of frost. Lu Wudy stared at the ground, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What just happened? Cousin, are you all right? I am quite far from all right. This, Lu Wudy stammered, pointing at the ground. Lu Shaohua looked on in bewilderment. Zhou Lin, however, quickly regained composure, clearing his throat and issuing orders. Stay alert. That Zhao fellow is not dead yet. No need. Lu Wudy frowned and waved his hand. That guy is thoroughly finished. What pains me is that his storage pouch has vanished as well. He had never anticipated that the sword's power would be so immense, capable of rendering its victim into complete oblivion, leaving no trace behind. Picking up the sword, Lu Wudy lightly tapped it, frowning in complaint. While I appreciate your strength, could you perhaps tone it down a notch next time? Shaking his head with a sigh, Lu Wudy felt helpless. How about you? He inquired, glancing at Zhou Lin, who remained silent, expressing gratitude towards Lu Shaohua. The 7th young master gave me his Tian Yuan Dan. I am no longer in grave danger, but Lu Wudy was taken aback, for the Tian Yuan Dan was a true life-saving elixir. Aside from his own system, no one else could concoct it. Even the formidable Lu family possessed only a few, with only the main family and the heads of various branches holding one each. Lu Shaohua rubbed the back of his neck with an embarrassed smile. Medicinal pills are meant for use. I could not just stand by and watch you die. Once we are out, I will definitely concoct another for you. No. 10. Lu Wudy patted his shoulder earnestly. Lu Shaohua took it lightly, thinking it was merely his cousin boasting. In reality, Lu Wudy could indeed exchange for it within his system, but the luck value required was exorbitantly high. With that in mind, Lu Wudy's resolve strengthened. They needed to hurry to the next location. Letting Yi Bufan truly understand the malicious depths of human hearts. Let us proceed, he declared confidently, striding forward. Suddenly, a dagger embedded itself just 3 inches before his toes. Lu Wudy was startled, for the dagger had come without a sound, evading even his masterful senses that he still could not discern from which direction it had been launched. Protect the young master. Zhou Lin and the others swiftly formed a protective circle around Lu Wudy and Lu Shaohua. Lu Wudy stared at the dagger, feeling an unsettling familiarity. After a moment of recollection, his expression darkened. Miss Jiling, we had agreed to part ways. I trusted you. How could you follow me secretly? As soon as he spoke, numerous figures emerged, Surrounding them, Ma Zhiling emerged, hands clasped behind her back, stepping forward with a smirk, her chin tilted upward, and she teased, "Did young Master Lu enjoy playing tricks just now? Did you not consider that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait?" It turned out that at the waterfall, Ma Zhiling had not left to wait but had secretly returned. Witnessing all of Lu Wudi's actions, she had then feigned departure, only to turn back shortly after. Trailing behind Lu Wudi and the others, I sensed your peculiar attitude toward that sword, and it seems my judgment was astute. She smiled charmingly, extending her delicate hand. Lu Wudi, our family has long been in need of a clan-protecting artifact. Your Lu family lacks for swords. Kindly hand it over. As her smile faded, a palpable aura of menace began to emanate. The Ma family members surrounding them began to advance step by step. As long as Lu Wudi dares to refuse, they will immediately annihilate him. Young Master, I will fight them to the death. You and 7th Young Master should look for an opportunity to break free. Zhou Lin is constantly contemplating a life or death struggle. Seizing the moment he stands in front of him, Lu Wudi's hand suddenly moves, gently pushing Zhou Lin aside. Do not act recklessly for now. Lu Wudi fixes his gaze on Ma Zhiling's eyes. I can give you this sword, but I have conditions. Speak. From this moment on, our two families shall cooperate. Any treasures we obtain will be given to whoever is suited for them. Once this sentence is out, I shall present this sword with both hands. Ma Zhiling furrows her brow in contemplation. Miss, that Lu fellow looks shifty. He is certainly not to be trusted. A man with a pointed chin and a pair of whiskers interjects quietly. Zhiling, Lu Wudi hastily responds, in the cave, I have given you everything I owe. Is that not sufficient for you to recognize my true character? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhiling discreetly touches the two jade slips, her heart already imbued with a measure of trust. Lu Wudi continues to persuade. I desire this sword primarily to prevent you Bufon from obtaining it. In truth, my Lu family possesses countless divine swords. As the eldest son of the Lu family, I need not stoop to bargaining for just one sword. Moreover, should you insist on refusal, I shall have no choice but to perish here with this sword, never allowing you to claim it. Ma Zhiling ponders thoroughly, with her side possessing greater strength. Even if Lu Wudi were to renege, she could easily seize it. Furthermore, she notices Lu Wudi's familiarity with the surroundings. Continuing to follow him should lead them to other treasures, far superior to her own group's aimless floundering. Very well, a pleasant cooperation. She extends her right hand. Lu Wudi glances over and casually hands the sword to Zhou Lin before proceeding to shake her hand. Ma Zhiling, however, lets out a chuckle. You, my dear, are truly cunning and slippery. Are you afraid I might snatch it away? Miss Zhiling, being the clever and resourceful woman you are, I cannot afford to be careless. Lu Wudi retorts with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, Ma Zhiling does not take offense. Rather, her demeanor grows increasingly relaxed. Subtly, she feels that this man's temperament aligns remarkably well with her own. The two groups unite as one and continue onward. This relic site is, in essence, a small world. Though the mechanics remain unknown, it indeed experiences the alternation of day and night. After a short while, night falls. With two masters stationed, they naturally fear no one daring to seek their demise. Boldly lighting a bonfire. As they roast dried meat, Zhou Lin quietly inquires, Young Master, do you truly intend to travel with them? Lu Wudi glances over before replying directly, Of course, I am a man of integrity. However, in reality, he secretly conveys to Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua's group, Do not sleep too soundly. We shall make our escape in the dead of night. Chapter 40. Seduction. Lu Wudi. Ma Zhiling walks straight up to him and sits down. You need not speak so loudly on purpose that I know you must be planning to flee. The more you act as you are now, the more I suspect you have a plan to escape. Then let us say this. Tonight, we shall share a tent, side by side. If I attempt to flee, you will immediately notice. Bold. The members of the Ma family are instantly incensed. Ma Zhiling raises her hand to halt them. Her gaze still fixed on Lu Wudi. She is not angry, as she believes she has come to understand Lu Wudi's nature. Very well, we shall do as you say, as long as you, the young master, remain in my grasp. I have no fear of others fleeing. The smile on Lu Wudi's face momentarily falters, and he inwardly curses, realizing he has played his cards poorly. Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua exchange glances, their expressions revealing a hint of tension. The night air is cool as everyone sets up the tent. Ma Zhiling orders her subordinates to take turns standing guard. With a cheerful smile, she pats Lu Wudi on the shoulder. Young Master Lu, pleased that I have some pressing business. Lu Wudi hastily seeks an excuse. Haha, do not make excuses. The illustrious young master of the Lu family surely has experience with women, does he not? Or perhaps, her gaze drops. Are you inadequate in that regard? Fearing I might discover it, Lu Wudi's eyes widen in surprise. I will enter. Who is afraid of whom? He strides into the tent. Zhiling laughs lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua before following. Miss, you cannot do this. The man with the shifty eyes hastily protests. If word gets out, how will you ever find a husband? What about the Ma family's reputation? Sigh. Ma Zhiling laughs. If worst comes to worst, I shall just marry him. Huh? Everyone present, including Lu Wudi, is taken aback. How could this woman's character shift so dramatically? They had not noticed her playful side before. Ignoring everyone, Ma Zhiling strides directly into the tent and casually pulls the curtain closed. You too. Listen well. If the young miss suffers any loss tonight, I, Ma Rishan, will ensure to take your heads. Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua turn away, unwilling to engage with him. The surroundings gradually descend into silence. Save for the crackling of the bonfire, Zhou Lin gazes sorrowfully at the tent, pondering the young master's plight, surely enduring great torment. Zhou Xiaohua sighs as well. Meanwhile, within the tent, Lu Wudi crouches in the corner. Hugging his knees, Zhiling has already begun to loosen her clothing, her lower body draped in fur, while her upper body is clad only in a dark blue bodice. Her skin is as delicate as jade, combined with a seemingly playful smile that is truly soul-stirring. Suddenly, she cannot help but giggle. Young Master Lu, you appear quite the innocent one. Lu Wudi's lips twitch slightly. The original owner of this body indeed had experience with many women. However, his soul is that of a virtuous young man. He initially thought Ma Zhiling was merely feigning nonchalance. To his surprise, she is indeed a spirited woman. Have you experienced the ways of the world? Lu Wudi blinks. Ma Zhiling's gaze flickers, her cheeks slightly reddening, then adopts an air of arrogance. Of course, I have bedded countless men. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Wudi chuckles. Even a fool can tell you are speaking nonsense. However, I must admit, I find you quite intriguing. Ma Zhiling suddenly supports herself on her hands, crawling toward him. A hint of springtime allure subtly evident. Lu Wudi gulps, striving to avert his gaze. Lu Wudi. Ma Zhiling reaches out to caress his neck. Seemingly aroused, Lu Wudi's pupils tremble violently, and he swiftly recites the 24 character social values in his mind: prosperity, democracy, harmony. But at that moment, the storage ring on Ma Zhiling's hand glimmers, and a series of jade bracelets snap around their necks like handcuffs with a crisp sound. Each jade ring bears delicate golden patterns. What is this? Lu Wudi is taken aback. The first jade ring inscribed with the innate 6-character mantra states, "Except for me, no external force shall unlock this. Should you attempt to force it open, it will immediately sever your neck, as well as mine." Her delicate fingers tap the jade ring, a smile gracing her lips. Lu Wudi is stunned. Is this woman truly a madwoman? However, it seems you have never had a woman. I merely teased you, and you became flustered. She giggles. After all, if she had directly produced the jade ring, with her strength, she might not have been able to easily fasten it around Lu Wudi's neck. Now I feel at ease. Let us sleep. Ma Zhiling turns over, completely lowering her guard. Are you truly not afraid I might take advantage of you? Lu Wudi frowns, quite serious. Facing away from him, Ma Zhiling maintains a stoic expression. The Ma family and the Lu family are well matched. Our strengths and temperaments are compatible. Marrying you is not a bad idea. For some reason, as she speaks these words, a hint of sorrow, or perhaps anger, seems to linger. Lu Wudi sighs, resigning himself to lying down with his back to her. The moon in the night sky gradually shifts westward, and Ma Zhiling soon falls into a deep slumber. Lu Wudi opens his eyes, his consciousness diving deep into his mind. System, where are you? Is there a way to resolve this? Query, jade ring. The system's voice promptly responds, yes, indeed. This item. Lu Wudi gazes at the holographic image that appears, filled with hope. After a few seconds, the system's voice resounds again. Query result, jade ring. The initial knowledge of this item belongs to, followed by an array of lengthy descriptions that resemble useless entries from Baidu Baiki. I am asking if you have a method to resolve this, or if there is a way to exchange for something like a key. Lu Wudi becomes impatient, querying, query result, none. Lu Wudi nearly chokes on his breath, growing increasingly frustrated. He has already wasted too much time here. It is possible that Yu Bufan is now nearing the second treasure. If this continues, he will be unable to interfere with Yu Bufan, and thus unable to seize the luck value. If he cannot alter the storyline within the relic, he might just perish here. In a moment of desperation, he begins to contemplate other methods. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes him. Since this woman can use such a powerful binding artifact to trap me, why can't I bind her as well? At worst, he would simply have to carry Ma Jilin along the way. Now that their fates are intertwined, should danger arise, she would surely come to his aid. Ma Jilin is indeed a master-level powerhouse. Upon contemplating this, Lu Wudi's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a rich smile adorned his lips. Chapter 41. Night Escape. With a flicker of his consciousness, Lu Wudi activated the system's exchange interface. A prompt appeared. Do you confirm the exchange for the divine restraint? He affirmed his choice with a smile gracing his lips. Cost of fortune value, 500. Current fortune value, 1400. Lu Wudi grinned. Though he felt it was somewhat expensive, however, this divine restraint differed from ordinary confinement formations. It did not bind the physical body of the practitioner but rather their consciousness. As long as he possessed this formation, he could firmly control Ma Jilin, especially her wildly erratic thoughts. Stealthily, Lu Wudi lay before Ma Jilin. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. What are you trying to do? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Wudi's forehead had already touched her brow. In an instant, her gaze faded to a dull gray, as if all vitality had drained away. Yet, moments later, she inhaled sharply and regained her senses. What did you do to me? Nothing much. Lu Wudi rose. I merely wish to invite you to accompany me. Ma Jilin blinked, her rational mind insisting that she must have fallen victim to some strange trick. However, upon introspection, she could discern no abnormalities. Miss Jilin, please escort me away from the camp. Lu Wudi gestured towards the exit. Instinctively, Ma Jilin wanted to refuse, yet the words that escaped her lips were, all right, follow me. Confusion enveloped her consciousness. At that moment, she realized her mind was ensnared in a tiny cage. She could clearly perceive her own contradictory decisions, yet was utterly powerless to control them. What trickery are you employing? Release me at once, or I shall make you regret this. Ma Jilin's eyes brimmed with fury. Lu Wudi chuckled and shook his head. You might as well conserve your strength. Furthermore, I advise you not to contemplate breaking my restraint. Otherwise, I shall immediately shatter the jade rings binding us, and we shall both perish. Ma Jilin stood frozen in place. She had not anticipated that the very artifact she intended to use to restrain him would now serve as a weapon of threat against her. After a few moments of contemplation, she quickly whispered, Don't act recklessly. Whatever you wish to do, I shall comply. Moreover, I have many powerful subordinates who can serve you. Lu Wudi sneered. Ma Jilin, you just remarked that I was overly conspicuous in revealing my intentions. Yet you are doing the same. Those individuals following me are ultimately a liability. My mercy in sparing them is already an act of benevolence. With that, Lu Wudi directly suspended her consciousness. Subsequently, he effortlessly hoisted her over his shoulder, skillfully bypassing several guards of the Ma family stationed for the night. He summoned Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua, and under the cover of darkness, they vanished into the forest. It was not until dawn that Ma Rixin awoke. Approaching the tent, he bowed respectfully. Miss, they have departed. Please entrust Lu Wudi to me. It's safest if I keep watch over him. Inside, there was no response. Ma Rixin abruptly raised his head, biting his lower jaw in hesitation before stepping forward. Miss, I apologize. With a tearing sound, he lifted the tent flap, only to be stunned into silence. Suddenly turning his head, his gaze swept left and right, only to realize that Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua's group had also vanished. Where are they? He bellowed in a frenzy. The guards exchanged perplexed glances. They just mentioned needing to relieve themselves. Could they have fled? Impossible. Lu Wudi is still in the Mrs. custody. They could not fathom that their young master would abandon them. Fools. Ma Rixin seethed, kicking two guards to the ground in frustration. How could a few living beings slip away right under their noses without notice? Yet, it was hardly the guards' fault. Their cultivation was only at the 6th or 7th rank. While Lu Wudi was already a master, concealing his presence from them was as easy as pie. The Ma family members gathered around, their breaths hitching at the sight of the empty tent. Go find them. Ma Rixin's neck veins bulged. If anything happens to the miss, every single one of us must pay the price. That damned Lu Wudi dares to abduct the miss. I will make him pay dearly. Ma Rixin raged like a frenzied lion. They gathered their belongings and spread out in 8 directions. Meanwhile, Lu Wudi had already led Ma Jilin and the others to a secluded valley, after a night of frenzied escape. Everyone was surely fatigued. This place is relatively safe. Let us rest here, Lu Wudi calmly commanded. Young master, we can run, but why bring this woman along? Zhou Lin inquired, thoroughly perplexed. Once she awakens, she will undoubtedly turn against us. Zhou Xiaohua's brow furrowed, concern etched on his face. However, Lu Wudi was brimming with confidence. He offered no further explanation, merely stating, she is not a burden. She will prove quite useful, though the others were still uncertain. They refrained from further questioning given his unwavering confidence. Zhou Lin urged his subordinates, quickly use the compass and map to determine our location. We must reach the center of the ruins as swiftly as possible. No, we must head elsewhere. But the center area holds the most treasures. Zhou Lin's frown deepened. Liu Wuti chuckled. With the system at my side, I have no need to hunt for treasures or techniques. In fact, seeking so-called relics is far less profitable than accumulating more fortune value. Beyond this small hill lies a secluded cave of scattered cultivators, where there are valuable items. Liu Wuti gazed ahead. Zhou Lin sighed, falling silent. The group continued onward. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they encountered a broad expanse dotted with countless small hills, resembling an array of enormous burial mounds from a distance. At the base of a small hill ahead, there indeed appeared a small black dot, seemingly an entrance. Liu Wuti narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the environment below, needing to ascertain whether Yi Bufan had already arrived. After all, this was where the second extraordinary treasure, the spirit armor, was located within the scattered cultivators' cave. In the original narrative, Liu Wuti could have relied on the heavenly sword of the Liu family to unleash a sword intent as formidable as Liu Tianshan's, decisively slaying Yi Bufan. Yet, it was due to the spirit armor that he ultimately failed, resulting in a near-fatal counterattack from Yi Bufan. As per usual, you all remain here and prepare to assist me, Liu Wuti instructed. Zhou Lin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying more. Liu Wuti glanced at Ma Jiling beside him, suddenly struck by a new idea. After fiddling with his face for a moment, he managed to disguise himself as Ma Rishan. Chapter 42. Fishing in troubled waters. Liu Wuti's plan was straightforward. He could not yet confirm whether Yi Bufan was inside that cave. If he recklessly revealed himself, their meeting would undoubtedly erupt into conflict. Moreover, if Yi Bufan were indeed inside, entering after him would surely arouse suspicion, potentially leading to an ambush. By exploiting Ma Jiling's identity as the young lady of the Ma family. Given Yi Bufan's character, he would likely approach her for conversation. Miss Jiling, I will need you to play along with me. Ma Jiling gritted her teeth, yet could only glare at him, utterly unable to refuse. Moments later, the two appeared at the cave's entrance. From a distance, the entrance appeared as a minuscule dot. However, upon closer inspection, it was astonishingly vast, towering 5 or 6 stories high, exuding a chilling aura. Young lady, everything within is shrouded in mystery. Please be cautious. Liu Wuti began to embody his role. Ma Jiling rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with him. They entered the pitch-black depths of the cave, which, after all, was merely a scattered cultivator's abode, indeed lacking in grandeur. There were no illuminating crystals, only uneven rubble scattered about. Their footsteps echoed within the cave, suddenly halting. The aura ahead is quite potent. Release the restraints upon me, or you alone may struggle against it. Ma Jiling's brow furrowed tightly, her speech hastening. She even broke into a light sweat. Liu Wuti could clearly sense her tension. Yet he dared not release the restraints on this woman. Miss Jiling, we do not yet know who lies ahead. If it comes to dire straits, I shall release you. With that, Liu Wuti continued forward with her. As they advanced, the aura ahead grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, the melodious sound of an arrow resonated from deep within, weaving a melody laced with an unmistakable intent to kill. Liu Wuti. Ma Jiling exclaimed, her anxiety palpable, nearly shouting. Do not panic. Liu Wuti's expression turned grave as he focused intently on the path ahead. The next moment, the arrow's notes abruptly ceased, plunging them into an eerie silence where their heartbeats echoed clearly. Amidst this heartbeat, a faint sound of footsteps grew nearer, and soon 2 figures emerged. Adorned with hats and long robes, they were the very assassins secretly dispatched by He Qiuxing. Their presence was so concealed that it was impossible to discern their cultivation level, which was precisely what made it so chilling. Both Liu Wuti and Ma Jiling were masters. Even if they appeared young and inexperienced, they should not fail to detect their opponent's strength. Thus, 2 possibilities emerged. Either these 2 mysterious individuals were grandmasters. Secondly, these 2 enigmatic individuals are not grandmasters, yet their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary masters. Regardless of the possibility, it poses a lethal threat. These 2 beings exist beyond the original narrative, entirely unbeknownst to Liu Wuti. However, with his agile mind, he blinked and approached with a jovial smile, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. I was unaware that you 2 had arrived. I apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave now. As he spoke, he grasped Ma Jiling's hand, intending to withdraw tactically, planning to stealthily follow these 2 individuals. He aimed to seize the opportunity to snatch the spirit treasure armor from them. While it is true that as long as the spirit treasure armor does not fall into Yi Bufan's hands, the original storyline should inevitably alter, Liu Wuti was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the protagonist's halo. It is highly likely that events would circle back, and the spirit treasure armor would eventually find its way to Yi Bufan. Stop! The two assassins exclaimed in unison. Lu Wuti and Ma Jiling mechanically turned around, only to witness these two mysterious figures vanish in an instant, reappearing before them moments later. Strangely, they bypassed Ma Jiling and drew closer to Lu Wuti. These two beings resembled hunting hounds, incessantly sniffing around him. Oddly enough, while the scent unmistakably belonged to Lu Wuti, there was a dissonance in his visage. It could be a disguise, they muttered to themselves, yet their words sent a chill through Lu Wuti's heart. Beside him, Ma Jiling's palms grew clammy, her breath quickening. "You seem quite anxious," they echoed eerily in unison, inching ever closer. Lu Wuti's pupils dilated and then abruptly constricted. "Anxious? I am enraged," he bellowed. The two mysterious figures tilted their heads in unison, looking at him in confusion. "Humph, so you were Lu Wuti, merely a wretched insect, a beast, a scoundrel." Lu Wuti vehemently denounced himself, his voice resolute. Ma Jiling, taken aback, gazed at him with wide eyes, bewildered by his antics. With fervent indignation, Lu Wuti continued, "It appears you two are also enemies of that Lu Wudai. To be frank, we hail from the Ma family of the Northwest. This lady here is our esteemed young lady." Initially, we sought to collaborate with Lu Wuti, recognizing his impressive abilities at such a young age, being scion of a prominent family. However, this scoundrel slaughtered our kin and even attempted to defile our young lady. We barely escaped from his clutches. With your formidable strength, you surely yearn to exact vengeance upon him. Why not join forces? The two mysterious figures exchanged glances, caught in hesitation. According to their account, it was evident they had endured a fierce battle with Lu Wuti, making the presence of his scent on them entirely plausible. Nonetheless, as professional assassins, suspicion was second nature. "How do we know your words are not mere fabrications?" they queried in unison. "It's simple. Lu Wuti has been pursuing us relentlessly. It won't be long before he arrives here. If we set an ambush, we are certain to eliminate him." Upon finishing, Lu Wuti meticulously scrutinized the subtle expressions on the faces of the two. After a pause of several seconds, they finally nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let it be as you say." Lu Wuti breathed a sigh of relief, outwardly feigning gratitude. By the way, might I ask if you two have discovered any treasures within this cavern? We would be eager to behold them. Since entering the ruins, we have only acquired a few pills, which that detestable Lu Wuti snatched away." The two mysterious figures simultaneously shook their heads. "There are no treasures here. We are merely taking a temporary respite." Lu Wuti nodded, inhaling deeply. Additionally, that Lu Wuti is exceedingly cunning. Before entering the ruins, many harbored ill will towards him, particularly the He family and that Yi Bufan. Hence, upon entering the ruins, Lu Wuti disguised himself as Yi Bufan, creating confusion and muddling the waters. We initially fell victim to his ruse. The two mysterious figures remained silent, merely nodding slightly. At that very moment, Yi Bufan finally arrived at the cave entrance with He Shuang. Chapter 43. Unraveled? Gazing at the towering, shadowy cavern before her, He Shuang furrowed her brow. Though it exuded a certain antiquity, it appeared rather shabby. Could there truly be the rare treasures you spoke of? She cast a skeptical glance at Yi Bufan. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous treasure-laden sites, and even in ruins, remnants of past grandeur were discernible. Yet here, nestled among desolate mountains, it was nearly impossible to associate the location with any treasures. Yi Bufan smirked slightly. The sword of fish intestine measures but a few inches, yet it can pierce the impenetrable armor of King Wu. The Seven Stars treasure blade, unadorned and unassuming, can sever a heavy bronze mirror. Shuang, do not judge by appearances. Yi Bufan's demeanor was grave, reminiscent of a seasoned instructor. He Shuang blinked, feeling a twinge of shame. "Let us proceed." Yi Bufan strode confidently into the cave. Their footsteps echoed, while Lu Wuti, Ma Jiling, and the two assassins lay concealed in the shadows, poised for ambush. The distance between the two parties dwindled. Suddenly, Yi Bufan halted. In the dim environment, his eyes emanated a luminous clarity, fixating intently on Lu Wuti's location. "What?" He Shuang began to inquire, but Yi Bufan swiftly encircled her waist with one arm, covering her mouth with the other. He subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. Impressive. Indeed, he is the scion of the Lu family. It seems his ascent to mastery at such a young age is not merely a product of the Lu family's legacy. Lu Wuti emerged from the shadows. He spoke first, wary of the two assassins making their appearance. A single misstep could reveal everything. He still hoped that the two assassins would confront Yi Bufan. "Who are you, Lu family scion?" Yi Bufan inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Cease this posturing," Lu Wuti bellowed, then feigned nonchalance, revealing a glimmer of the iron sword he had seized. In an instant, Yi Bufon's eyes gleamed with intensity. The mysterious elder's voice resonated within his consciousness. It is indeed this sword. It appears this individual has claimed it first. Kid, by all means, you must seize this sword. It will ensure you are not outmatched against formidable foes. Yi Bufon's mind remained clouded with confusion. But why does he refer to me as the Lu family scion? Perceiving his bewilderment, He Shuiying leaned closer, whispering, I recognize this person. He belongs to the Ma family of the Northwest. Situated in a remote borderland, they seldom venture this way and must have mistaken you for that Lu Wadai. Yi Bufon pondered for a moment, though something felt amiss. Yet, with the sword so tantalizingly close, greed rendered him unable to dwell on it further. Moreover, given this person's unexpected presence in the cavern, who could say if he had also seized a second treasure? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. His fists tightening, his gaze brimming with hostility, the cavern fell into a profound silence. The two sides locked eyes for several moments before simultaneously launching their attacks. All that could be seen were two fleeting shadows colliding. However, Lu Wudi had long since prepared. He retreated immediately, sliding back several paces, coughing up blood as he clutched his chest. This was to prevent Yi Bufon from employing any sinister tricks to snatch the iron sword. And also to lure out the two assassins. With reddened eyes, he roared behind him, Are you not going to make your move? At that moment, Yi Bufon had already charged toward him, reaching for the icy sword. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, two gray figures darted from behind. A resounding clash echoed, clang, clang. Two swift gusts of energy descended upon Yi Bufon's head like colossal axes. Boom, with a deafening roar. Rubble scattered, dust swirling. A fierce wind swept through, as the two assassins stood side by side, expressionless, gazing at Yi Bufon. The latter, with a grave countenance, knelt slowly, gradually rising. Yi Bufon's eyes were filled with trepidation. Had he evaded even a moment's delay from those two gusts of energy, his head would have been cleaved open. At this juncture, Ma Jiling also emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing her, Yi Bufon's heart raced. He swiftly assessed the situation. Apart from the worthless individual he had just injured, he was outmatched by the remaining three. Yet, the icy sword lay right before him, and deeper within the cave resided a second treasure. Was he to retreat? He felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. His gaze flickered before suddenly settling into a calm demeanor. Raising his chin slightly, Yi Bufon exuded an air of arrogance. Ma Jiling, you are a revered master. Do you truly intend to join forces with these individuals against me? However, Ma Jiling's expression was despondent. Standing there in a daze, motionless. Lu Wudi contemplated briefly. If he continued to suppress Ma Jiling, would the two assassins grow suspicious? Taking a deep breath, he discreetly gestured, lifting some of the restraints placed upon her. Ma Jiling's consciousness surged back significantly. She had been able to hear and see everything transpiring before her. Casting a fierce glare at Lu Wudi, she understood that the restraints within her still lingered. With no alternative, she could only cooperate with Lu Wudi's act. I certainly will not make a move. Excellent. Yi Bufon beckoned the two assassins with a flick of his fingers. Come, let us engage in a proper bout. The two assassins exchanged glances, resembling lifeless figures, as they lunged toward Yi Bufon. However, the latter did not engage. Instead, he turned and fled with Yi Shuiying. The four of them bolted from the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Wudi chuckled. Thank you, Miss Jiling. There is no need to suppress me any longer. At least within these ruins, I am aligned with you. Lu Wudi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I don't believe you. Just behave like a good girl. With that, he snapped his fingers. You. Ma Jiling wanted to say more, but her gaze quickly dimmed. Lu Wudi glanced around and swiftly led her deeper into the cave. There were no forks in the path, and soon they arrived at a stone chamber in the center of the hill. Looking up, one could see an opening to the sky above, where a beam of light illuminated the central stone platform. Lu Wudi hurried over, looked at it, and slapped his thigh with a resounding clap. How could I forget this? Previously, there had been a Go board made of jade, displaying a difficult in-game scenario. Lu Wudi recalled that in the original story, it was Yi Bufon who had learned the art of Go from that mysterious old man in Shinshur, thus unraveling the endgame. However, Lu Wudi was utterly clueless about Go. Turning to Ma Jiling, he reluctantly released a bit of the restriction. So, can you do it? Ma Jiling stared at the board, furrowing her brows as she shook her head. Aren't you a young lady? Shouldn't you be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Ma Jiling looked speechless. Which era's young lady are you referring to? I do know a bit about Go, but this situation is exceedingly perplexing. I can't comprehend it. Lu Wudi felt a pang of anxiety. Unable to solve the current board, he was left wondering about the two assassins and Yi Bufon. If they were conversing at this very moment, everything might have already been exposed. and they could be pursuing them. As it turned out, his fears were not unfounded. Ye Bufon was gravely injured, half lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? I am willing to offer up my treasures. Why must you kill me? We act on behalf of others, Lu Wuti. On the road to the underworld, we cannot be blamed. Wait, Yi Bufon exclaimed impatiently, I'm on the verge of death, and you're still associating me with that bastard's name. It's simply disgusting. My name is Yi Bufon, not Lu Wuti. The two assassins exchanged glances, their faces revealing an unusual expression, one of disdain. We know you have disguised yourself as this current form, they said in unison. Proceeding to grasp Yi Bufon's cheeks and tug at them. Chapter 44. A roundabout strategy. Poor Yi Bufon. His skin was being stretched to the brink, tears streaming uncontrollably. Enough. Let me go. He bellowed in fury. A soldier may be killed but not humiliated. If you wish to kill me, then do so. How can you insult me so? And what do you mean by disguise? The two assassins froze, standing up mechanically as they looked down at their own palms. No human skin masks. We've been deceived. They simultaneously raised their heads and turned, their murderous intent directed toward the distant cave. Yi Bufon finally regained some clarity. He stood up and demanded, Who are you? And who has commissioned you? The two assassins hesitated for a few seconds before glancing at Yi Shuiying, who stood there timidly. Me? It wasn't me. It was your father. He paid us a large sum to kill Lu Wuti. Yi Bufon's eyes widened in anger as he shouted hoarsely, Then why did you attack me so fiercely? The assassins lowered their heads slightly and recounted the entire ordeal that had transpired in the cave. Yi Bufon's pupils flickered with fury, nearly consuming his sanity. Only Lu Wuti could commit such a treacherous act. You say he bears the sin of Lu Wuti. It cannot be wrong. It must be him. He must have seen your strength and colluded with that Ma Jiling to deceive us. Yi Shuiying, now realizing the situation, interjected. But wait, they are both masters. Why would they need to scheme like this? Of course, it is for what lies within that cave. Yi Bufon caught himself, suddenly guarded, casting wary glances at the two assassins. In unison, they stated, I have no interest in treasures, and I am employed by the He family. Strictly speaking, I am your subordinate. Only then did Yi Bufon relax slightly. There is something in that cave that may be worthless to others, yet for me, it is of utmost importance. He clutched his forehead. His expression fierce. Lu Wuti must have been secretly following me, predicting my route, and exploring every treasure location ahead of me. How despicable. But in the next moment, his expression returned to normal as he muttered to himself. Of course, the two assassins and Yi Shuiying looked at him with curiosity. In truth, Yi Bufon was conversing with the mysterious old man in his consciousness. That mechanism was a primordial endgame left from the inception of the art of Go. The old man gazed upward, seemingly reminiscing. Unless one grasps the essence of the art of Go, even if the correct moves are made, one will ultimately be unable to obtain the 9-tiered treasure box. That scoundrel Lu Wuti, a debauched wastrel, only knows indulgence. He will surely be unable to unravel that endgame. Yi Bufon became increasingly animated. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder. He cupped his hands and immediately led the three back to the cave. Standing in the center of the chamber, Yi Bufon let out a long breath. It seems this fellow is truly useless. He cannot even solve such a board. Truly, heaven favors me. This is what I am destined to obtain. Yi Bufon couldn't help but smile. Yi Shuiying stepped forward to take a look, her expression conflicted. Mystery, you can solve it. Of course. Yi Bufon confidently picked up a black stone and, with a decisive thud, placed it down. Instantly, for golden rays emanated from beneath the stone, rapidly spreading along the patterns of the board. Soon, the 4 golden dragon designs surrounding the board lit up. The stone platform below rumbled as every piece on the board floated into the air. Is it really solvable? Yi Shuiying was astonished. She gazed at Yi Bufon's profile, secretly pondering. What else can this man not do? The two assassins remained expressionless, yet their hearts were equally shaken. Their looks toward Yi Bufon shifted, filled with an indescribable mix of admiration and wariness. After all, Yi Bufon was so young yet nearly at the master level, with such profound understanding of the art of Go. A young man like this, if not a friend, would surely be an incredibly formidable foe. Meanwhile, Yi Bufon was oblivious to the expressions of the three, his head tilted back, mouth slightly agape, a smile radiating that seemed impossible to fade. Raising both hands, his expression devout, he exclaimed, Yes, this is it. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the pieces and stones fell simultaneously, leaving only a ball of azure light suspended in the air. Exuding a refreshing aura. Yi Shuiying felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over her, and in a daze, it seemed her understanding of her own cultivation method had deepened significantly. The two assassins' eyes brightened, and they immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, eagerly absorbing this refreshing essence. Their understanding of cultivation ran deep. For beginners, the first step into the path of cultivation is to sense the flow of qi, a feeling known as the supreme coolness. This innate sensation is the most essential existence. Cultivation is akin to constructing a towering edifice, and this feeling is the foundation of that structure. Those unable to sense the supreme coolness cannot embark on the path of cultivation. Conversely, those who have practiced for many years often overlook this sensation, hindering their progress. Ye Buffon's gaze was fixated, hands cradling the light carefully. As the azure glow faded, it revealed a finely carved treasure box. A 9-tiered pavilion, each layer seemingly glowing faintly. The three opened their eyes and rose, surrounding Yi Buffon. With this extraordinary treasure, your path of cultivation will be much smoother. The old man's voice echoed in his mind. Yi Buffon smiled and nodded. He turned to Yi Shuiying. You should take it. Me. She was both surprised and delighted. I have said before, I will treat you as my true wife. Such a precious item should naturally be bestowed upon my wife. Yi Shuiying bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. Yet, she did not hesitate. After receiving it, she cautiously placed it into her storage ring. When she looked up again, her gaze toward Yi Buffon was soft, no longer carrying the disdain from before. Thus, the four set off together, exiting the cave and progressing toward the location of the third treasure indicated by the mysterious old man. Impressive, to give such an important item to a woman I've just met. I truly lack such boldness. Zhou Lin could not help but remark. Liu Wuti crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze upon the four below. Such boldness is also foolishness. Stick to the plan. Seize it. Zhou Lin and Lu Shaowen nodded, splitting their forces into two paths. Liu Wuti took a deep breath and leaped down. Aware that he could not unravel the board, he decided to remain here as bait. After all, directly charging into the cave to seize it would be incredibly challenging, considering the two assassins were truly formidable. While he and Ma Jiling were confident in their escape, the others might not be as fortunate. A single misstep could easily jeopardize the entire group. Chapter 45. Both hunter and prey. Liu Wuti was acutely aware that if he appeared directly before them, Yi Buffon would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, he quickened his pace, taking a wide detour to reach the riverbank ahead of Yi Buffon and the others. Taking a deep breath, he drew a short knife and made a cut across his chest. The cut was not deep, yet blood flowed freely. He hastily crouched down, struggling to cleanse the wound with river water. At that moment, Yi Buffon and his three companions emerged from the thicket behind him. Upon seeing him, they immediately halted, their eyes wide with astonishment, which soon morphed into overwhelming joy. With a clang, Yi Buffon unsheathed a long knife, directing it at Liu Wuti's back. As the saying goes, those who commit numerous injustices will meet their demise. You, the cunning villain, have finally faced divine retribution. Today marks your end. Liu Wuti abruptly turned around, his pupils dilating, mouth slightly agape as he gasped for breath. Every subtle expression and movement he made vividly conveyed his terror. He attempted to rise, yet feigned weakness in his legs, collapsing onto the grass. Ha! Yi Buffon laughed maniacally, then composed himself, narrowing his eyes into slits like a blade. His voice chilling. Do not struggle, it will only amplify your suffering. Liu Wuti blinked rapidly, adopting a facade of fury and indignation. Do you dare to kill me? If I perish here, everyone will know it was you. And the Liu family could obliterate you in an instant. How absurd. Even at death's door, he clings to such delusions. Yi Buffon advanced menacingly. Even if it becomes common knowledge, so what? Within this relic, countless family heirs and unparalleled geniuses have met their end throughout history. No sect or family has ever dared to pursue retribution afterward. You, the Liu family, no matter how powerful, will face the wrath of the world if you dare retaliate against me once we are outside. Young Master Liu, Yi Buffon continued mockingly, do you truly believe the Liu family would risk enmity with the world for the sake of one individual? Besides, as far as I know, your family has many exceptional talents. You are but one among them. Liu Wuti's lips twitched, his gaze dropping, pupils darting, unable to stop fidgeting with his fingers. Witnessing this, Yi Buffon felt an even greater sense of triumph. He raised an eyebrow, smiling as he stepped closer, slapping the blade against Liu Wuti's shoulder. Where have those hounds that usually surround you gone? Liu Wuti gritted his teeth. That's none of your concern. Yi Buffon's gaze shifted downward, glancing at his wound with a cold snort. It appears you have finally encountered a formidable opponent. Let me guess, they must have perished trying to protect you during your escape. Shut your mouth. Liu Wuti roared in fury. Haha. To me, their deaths were utterly worthless, sacrificing their lives for a scoundrel like you, Yi Buffon said, shaking his head with a grin. As he saw Liu Wuti trembling with rage, Yi Buffon felt a sense of vindication that he struck Liu Wuti's cheek with the blade, his smile vanishing, his gaze icy. Listen, I will only say this once. Hand over the iron sword you took earlier, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece. Lu Woody sneered internally, unable to suppress his derision. Only you, the protagonist, can utter such words and still be called decisive. Were I to say the same, I would be deemed a villain beyond compare. Yet he maintained a facade of resignation. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I have nothing to say. Lu Woody, Yi Bufan exclaimed, growing increasingly forceful. The blade grazed Lu Woody's neck, blood seeping out. Do you not think I am afraid to kill you? As long as that sword remains within this relic, I will find it. The reason I am asking you now is merely to save time. Do not make it harder on yourself. Humph, whether I speak or not, I am doomed if I can use my life to cause you more trouble. Then it is worth it. Lu Woody continued to resist. Yi Bufan's murderous intent intensified. After a moment's hesitation, he coldly laughed. Very well. I shall grant you your wish. Stop. He Shuiying grasped the back of the blade. UVE also mentioned that Lu Woody and his group must have encountered a powerful adversary. We will inevitably face them ourselves. Sparing his life may allow us to gather information about that formidable being, thus avoiding considerable trouble and ensuring greater safety. Yi Bufan, filled with arrogance, replied, No need. Sparing him now would only lead to endless future troubles. Calm down. He Shuiying, now embodying a lady's composure, forcefully pressed the blade down. She then turned to Lu Woody. Young Master Lu, as long as you agree to cooperate with us, I assure you that you will leave here alive. Lu Woody scoffed. Do you think it's up to you? He Shuiying hesitated, pulling Yi Bufan aside to speak in hushed tones. I know you have enmity with him, but we must remain composed, and I only suggested sparing his life. That can certainly. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. Yi Bufan suddenly understood. The worst-case scenario would be to incapacitate Lu Woody, making him suffer even more in his later years. You're quite clever. He caressed He Shuiying's cheek, then turned to Lu Woody. She is my wife, so of course, it is her decision. Now, tell me, who is that powerful being? Where is he now? Lu Woody feigned hesitation for a moment before letting out a long sigh. I'll trust you this once. That beast wears purple robes, a hat, and a mask, strikes chaotically, and even bears traces of my family's swordsmanship. His cultivation is indiscernible, but he is undoubtedly very strong. Upon finishing, Lu Woody cautiously observed their expressions. He Shuiying appeared taken aback, looking toward Yi Bufan, who furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head, evidently unfamiliar with this character. The purple robe of Taishan, 20 years ago. He absorbed the young flame energy from the summit of Taishan and instantly reached the realm of a master. It must be him. The two assassins spoke in unison. Lu Woody raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow. There really is such a person. I could have just made that up. Yi Bufan's expression turned grave. Do you two feel confident about facing him? The assassins shook their heads resolutely. No. The atmosphere grew tense. Do not worry. Within this relic, my strength can recover to 20%. Unless the opponent has far surpassed a grandmaster, I still possess the ability to fight. The mysterious elder spoke slowly. Yi Bufan's heart steadied. If the opponent is indeed formidable, He Shuiying bit her lip. Then perhaps we should temporarily retreat and find a way to negotiate once we are outside. No. Yi Bufan declared with confidence. I will definitely retrieve it. His words left He Shuiying in shock, while the two assassins tilted their heads in confusion. Husband, you must not overreach. What did you call me? Yi Bufan smiled, tilting his head. He Shuiying's face flushed crimson, shyly turning away. At a moment like this, don't focus on such things. Haha, rest assured, I will not perish before marrying you. Yi Bufan gently wrapped his arm around her waist. Witnessing this, Lu Woody gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Chapter 46, a clever escape. While reading this novel, Lu Woody had found the scene somewhat unsettling. Now, witnessing everything firsthand, he truly understood what it meant to feel utterly miserable. It was akin to the nails on a chalkboard. You two have had enough. I need to know if I am still required to lead the way. He raised his hand to stop them. If you linger here, they may have already escaped. Humph. Yi Bufan continued to embrace He Shuiying, his expression filled with disdain. I know you are eager to avenge your subordinates, but do not think to use my hand for that purpose. When we encounter that purple robe of Taishan, you shall take the lead. Lu Woody rolled his eyes, too disinterested to argue further, and turned to leave, with Yi Bufan and his group following closely behind. The grass ahead was shrouded in mist, towering higher than a person's waist. Lu Woody walked ahead, his figure fading in and out of view. Wait. Yi Bufan's brows furrowed as he scrutinized his surroundings, a sense of foreboding growing stronger. Lu Woody, where exactly are you leading us? His hand rested on the hilt of his long knife. However, Lu Wuti remained motionless, his back turned. Yu Bufan and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts growing heavier, gritting his teeth. He slowly approached Lu Wuti. I advise you not to play tricks. With that, Yu Bufan placed his hand on Lu Wuti's shoulder. In that instant, he felt something was amiss. With a sudden pull, he discovered it was merely a scarecrow. When did this happen? He gasped in astonishment. Reacting swiftly, he turned and shouted, "Be careful, it's an ambush." Almost as soon as his voice rang out, a flurry of hidden weapons shot forth. Yet, they were not aimed at him, but rather at Yi Shuiying. Damn it! Yu Bufan dashed forward without a second thought, shielding her beneath him. The two assassins immediately took a defensive stance. Suddenly, several figures darted away through the grass. Capture them. Yu Bufan lifted his head. A trickle of blood sliding down his forehead. The two assassins bolted after them. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yi Bufan turned to Yi Shuiying in his arms. Are you all right? She appeared pale, furrowing her brow as she looked at her left shoulder, where several throwing knives were embedded, blood seeping slowly. I failed to protect you. No, husband, you are injured too. She raised her right hand, gently wiping the blood from his forehead. I have healing pills. You should. Just as Yu Bufan was about to retrieve them, he sensed something was off in the surrounding silence. It was too unnervingly quiet. He gasped. Not good. It's a diversion. He hurriedly shielded Yi Shuiying behind him, then swung his blade with ferocity. The violent blade energy cleaved through the dense underbrush, carving out a circular clearing that revealed Lu Wuti, who was crouched there. The two locked eyes. Lu Wuti could not help but scoff. Damn, you're still alive. It's truly difficult to kill you. You rogue, I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. Yu Bufan's figure flickered, the chilling blade energy pressing directly towards Lu Wuti's brow. Bang, bang, Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua appeared simultaneously, combining their strength to parry his strike. Lu Wuti immediately launched a kick, landing squarely on Yu Bufan's chest. Puffed. A mouthful of blood was spat out as Yu Bufan was sent flying backward. Yi Shuiying, disregarding her injuries, rushed to support him. Time was of the essence. They needed a swift resolution. Lu Wuti drew his icy sword and initiated an aggressive assault. You seek death. Yu Bufan roared, raising his weapon to counter. The two figures danced through the air, the clash of blades echoing like thunder. The grass swirled around them, as they seemed like two ferocious tigers tearing at each other. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua did not assist. Instead, they approached Yi Shuiying. Miss He, please present the item. We wish to avoid harming you. Lu Xiaohua's brow furrowed with helplessness. You shall not. She clung tightly to the storage ring on her hand. Hand it over. Zhou Lin lunged forward to snatch it. In the ensuing struggle, a sudden blade energy descended upon them. Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua quickly leapt aside. Yi Bufan's figure soon appeared beside Yi Shuiying, his eyes burning red with unrestrained fury. Lu Wuti, as master, how can you stoop so low? Spitting out the remnants of grass from his mouth, Lu Wuti said nothing more and charged again, forcing Yu Bufan to abandon Yi Shuiying. Zhou Lin immediately grasped his young master's intention and urged, "Seventh young master, do not hesitate, strike with me." However, Lu Xiaohua hesitated. "Seventh young master." Zhou Lin was frantic because he knew he could not handle Yi Shuiying alone. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the He family, possessing genuine 9th-tier cultivation. Yet Lu Xiaohua ignored him, turning to shout at Lu Wuti, "Cousin, what we are doing is indeed unworthy of gentlemen." Lu Wuti was so furious he nearly spat blood. Quickly distancing himself from Yu Bufan, he turned back, angrily berating, "You fool, what does it matter to speak of gentlemen in a place like this? We are the villains. Wait, didn't the He family also send assassins to secretly eliminate us? In the presence of scoundrels, what gentlemanly demeanor are you trying to uphold?" Zhou Lin shouted again, and Lu Xiaohua finally steeled himself. The two joined forces and swiftly subdued Yi Shuiying to the ground. They forcibly seized the storage ring, and Zhou Lin pulled Lu Xiaohua to flee. "You shall not escape." Yu Bufan bellowed, a white pressure emanating from him, forcing Lu Wuti back several steps. Lu Wuti's eyes widened in disbelief. He could clearly see that although Yu Bufan appeared as he was, his aura had surpassed that of a grandmaster. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of that mysterious elder. "I despise scoundrels like you. Die." Yu Bufan's voice had taken on a profound gravitas, infused with boundless killing intent. Boom. A mushroom cloud of dust erupted as Lu Wuti staggered back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "Cousin." Lu Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he called out, wanting to turn back. "Seventh young master, we must not forget the young master's plan. We need to leave." Zhou Lin urgently grasped his arm, speaking rapidly but quietly. But Lu Xiaohua was immensely worried. With the young master's strength, he could certainly escape. "Let us go." Zhou Lin pulled him with all his might. Stay. He Shuiying wished to pursue, but her legs felt weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Girl, there's no need to chase. With this brat in our grasp, we need not fear they won't return the treasure. The mysterious elder's presence faded. Yi Bufan blinked. Glaring at the fallen Lu Wuti, his rage boiling over. I shall sever one of your arms. Lu Wuti attempted to evade as the blade came crashing down, but just as he moved, he felt his muscles straining to the breaking point, rendering him powerless. In a moment of desperation, he shouted towards the distance, "Are you not going to act?" Yi Bufan abruptly halted, following Lu Wuti's gaze behind him. Yet, there was only the rustling of grass, devoid of any other presence. It was a trap. Realizing the deception, he quickly turned back, only to find Lu Wuti's figure had vanished. Dog thief. You cannot escape. His furious roar echoed across the distant mountains. But it ultimately remained a futile expression of rage. At that moment, two assassins returned, as expected, with nothing to show for their efforts. No matter, we shall continue to seek opportunities. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Once you scour this place clean of opportunities and break through to the Grand Master realm, annihilating the Lu family will be but a snap of your fingers. The voice of the mysterious elder resonated once more in Yi Bufan's mind. Hearing this, Yi Bufan nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain how Lu Wuti had discerned the opportunities within this secret realm, the pressing matter at hand was to seek out the remaining chances. Lest Lu Wuti get there first. Shuiying, I did not expect you to be unable to guard the treasures. Yi Bufan turned to Yi Shuiying, his tone tinged with displeasure. Had he known, he would not have feigned generosity by entrusting the spirit armor to her. Now, both treasures had fallen into Lu Wuti's hands. I did not offer it to you. You insisted on forcing it upon me, and now you lecture me. Yi Shuiying's tone turned icy. She had initially felt a twinge of guilt towards Yi Bufan. But after his reprimand, her patience wore thin. The two assassins from the He family fixed their gazes on Yi Bufan, ready to act the moment Yi Shuiying commanded, taking people's wealth, repaying them with disaster. Yi Bufan sensed the shift in the assassin's demeanor and feigned regret, saying, Shuiying, I was hasty and wronged you. Will you forgive me? He still needed to rely on the He family. Otherwise, he would have no chance to contend with the Lu family. Once he cultivated to the Grand Master level, he would obliterate the Lu family. Yi Shuiying, whom he once wished to include in his harem, now seemed fit only to be a maid. Humph, this shall not happen again. Yi Shuiying coldly retorted. Had it not been for family arrangements, how would she be allied with Yi Bufan? Subsequently, Yi Bufan led Yi Shuiying and the others towards the next opportunity. Young master, are you all right? Upon Lu Wuti's return, Zhou Lin hurriedly approached, speaking up. Escaping from the hands of two Grand Master-level assassins was evidently no easy feat. Ma Zhiling's worry faded upon seeing Lu Wuti safe, only to be replaced by disdain as she looked at him, coldly stating, I thought you had perished. The He family's two Grand Masters are not that formidable, it seems. With that, she shot an irritated glance at Lu Wuti. Miss Ma, how can you speak of the young master like that? Lu Xiaohua interjected with slight discontent, his tone somewhat weak. Are you concerned for me? Lu Wuti remarked with indifference, smiling at Ma Zhiling. Ma Zhiling's face flushed crimson, as if he had seen through her. And she felt a pang of anxiety. If I were not worried about you dying, no one would be able to dispel the restrictions you placed on me. I wouldn't care about your life. She hastily defended herself, as if she had found an excuse. Ding. Host has seized Yi Bufan's opportunity, gained 1,000 fortune points. Ding. Host has sown discord between Yi Bufan and Yi Shuiying, gaining an additional 500 fortune points. Current fortune points, 2,900. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lu Wuti waved his hand, uninterested in pursuing the matter with Ma Zhiling further, and said, Next, we should head to another treasure point. He had managed to obtain the spirit armor with a slight trick. But attempting to employ the same tactic again was simply impossible. Not to mention, Yi Bufan was not so foolish, and his mysterious elder would certainly not fall for the same ploy again. Thus, he needed to arrive before Yi Bufan to seize the treasures. According to the unfolding narrative, the next treasure Yi Bufan would acquire was a sword technique named Burial of Immortals. This sword technique possessed power comparable to supreme excellence, whereas the strongest sword technique of the Lu family was merely of inferior excellence. With the guidance of the mysterious elder, Yi Bufan would soon cultivate this sword technique to a minor success. Though it was only minor, within the secret realm, Yi Bufan would maneuver as if on level ground, swiftly slaughtering both himself and the Ma family members within this realm. Knowing the trajectory of the narrative, Lu Wuti was determined not to allow Yi Bufan to obtain the Burial of Immortals. All right, no more jokes. Let us proceed together to the next treasure point, Lu Wuti stated blandly. Zhou Lin, Lu Xiaohua. and the other members of the Lu family naturally voiced no objections. To them, Lu Wudi's words were gospel, especially Zhou Lin, whose cultivation had been crippled, was now entirely obedient to Lu Wudi after being healed by a pill. I want to return to the Ma family. I ventured out alone, and undoubtedly, the Ma family is in a frenzy. Ma Zhiling is certainly unwilling to accompany Lu Wudi. The icy blade of Lu Wudi is aimed directly at the head of Yu Huan. The implied threat is evident. Let them go mad, but you mustn't lose your sanity. Ma Zhiling hastily amended her words. Her heart was filled with a sense of frustration. This Yu Huan, which was originally her tool to restrain Lu Wudi, had now turned into a weapon of intimidation against her. Thus, Lu Wudi led the members of the Lu family and Ma Zhiling towards the treasure point, armed with a small map provided by the system. They encountered no dangers along the way and swiftly arrived at the treasure location. Upon reaching the site, Lu Wudi's expression shifted drastically. The treasure point was in disarray, littered with the remnants of battle. It was evident that a fierce conflict had recently transpired here, with bodies sprawled across the ground. Zhou Lin stepped forward to inspect the scene closely and remarked, "Young master, they are merely 3rd and 4th rank. We haven't found any higher-level corpses. In this immortal's relic, even masters abound. How could these 3rd and 4th ranks dare to enter and meet their demise?" Ma Zhiling spoke with a hint of disdain. Lu Wudi remained silent, continuing deeper into the secret realm. Since the corpses belonged to the 3rd and 4th ranks, it was clear that the Zongxian sword technique had not been taken. He needed to act swiftly. As he was uncertain when Yu Bufan might arrive, or if he had already entered. As they ventured further into the secret realm, Lu Wudi discovered an ancient book prominently displayed at the center. Although the book appeared unremarkable, its placement in the heart of the secret realm indicated its extraordinary nature. Lu Wudi glanced at it and, knowing the entire storyline, immediately recognized it as the Zongxian sword technique, an unparalleled sword skill. This was a technique that the Lu family had never possessed. While Lu Wudi could exchange for it through the system, it would require luck points. Moreover, even if he had no use for the Zongxian sword technique, it could still benefit his grandfather and others. Lu Wudi rushed forward, eager to seize the Zongxian sword technique. Whoosh! Just as Lu Wudi approached, countless sword energies surged violently towards him. Zhou Lin, Lu Xiaohua, and Ma Zhiling watched with their faces changing dramatically. Chapter 48. The Acquired Sword Body. The overwhelming sword energies crashed against Lu Wudi. Fortunately, Lu Wudi was already aware of the impending danger. He donned the spirit treasure armor and activated the Xian Yu armor. The sword energy struck his body without inflicting any substantial harm, failing to even breach his defenses. Ma Zhiling and the others were astonished by the scene before them. Was this the chasm that separated them from Lu Wudi? Such a disparity seemed almost too pronounced. They knew that if they approached recklessly, they would likely be severely injured or even killed by this terrifying sword energy. The might of these energies rivaled that of a master. Yet, at this moment, Lu Wudi could withstand such formidable power, demonstrating that his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary master. Boom! Soon, the force of the impact sent Ma Zhiling and the others flying. It was clear that this power surpassed that of a master, reaching the later stages of masterhood. They dared not approach carelessly. Aren't you going over? Ma Zhiling inquired, glancing at Lu Xiaohua and the others. She was puzzled by their unwavering loyalty to Lu Wudi. In this immortal's relic, it was common for even fathers and sons, couples, and master and disciple to clash fiercely over treasures, yet Zhou Lin, Lu Xiaohua, and others harbored no such intentions toward Lu Wudi and remained loyal. If the young master goes, it matters not whether we follow. Zhou Lin shook his head and replied. Lu Xiaohua and the others echoed his sentiment. Boom! Lu Wudi advanced another step, now merely a step away from the Zongxian sword technique. The terrifying sword energy intensified once more, reaching a level just shy of a grandmaster. Ma Zhiling observed this scene, shaking her head in resignation. Not only was contending for the treasure with Lu Wudi out of the question, but even the sword energies alone were daunting enough. Thus, at this moment, she found herself unable to approach. Daunted by the prospect, Lu Wudi was unfazed. The Xian Yu armor could withstand any attack below that of a grandmaster, coupled with the spirit treasure armor. Should he encounter the elder Qingming again, he would no longer find himself in such a dire predicament, nor would he need to expend all his luck points. Grasping the Zongxian sword technique, Lu Wudi promptly exchanged 300 luck points for a counterfeit version of the Bixie sword spectrum from the system, placing it in the spot previously occupied by the Zongxian sword technique. Ding! The system's voice chimed as it detected the unparalleled sword technique, Zongxian sword technique, informing him that he could choose to expend luck points for mastery. Just as Lu Wudi acquired the Zongxian sword technique, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Hearing this, Lu Wuti was filled with joy. He had not anticipated such a benefit from the system. It was known that he could upgrade his skills and cultivation levels through the system, but martial skills required personal comprehension. Now, however, he could rely on the system for mastery of these martial skills. How does one achieve mastery? Lu Wuti pondered inwardly. Expend 1,000 luck points for minor mastery. Expend 10,000 luck points for major mastery. Expend 100,000 luck points for peak mastery. The system responded. I will spend 1,000 luck points to achieve mastery. Lu Wuti decided after a moment of contemplation. Ding, congratulations, host. You have spent 1,000 luck points to achieve minor mastery of the Zongxian sword technique. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 5,000 luck points for your first mastery. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the acquired sword body. Acquired sword body enhances affinity with swords. Practicing sword techniques yields twice the result with half the effort. Subsequent mastery of sword techniques requires only 80 of the luck points. Current luck points, 7,600. As the system's voice faded, Lu Wuti felt a surge of inexplicable memories flooding his mind. He sensed a peculiar connection with the icy sword, as if it resonated with his very bloodline. However, Lu Wuti did not delve deeply into the advantages bestowed by the acquired sword body and minor mastery of the Zongxian sword technique. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Exiting the center of the secret realm, Lu Wuti turned to Zhou Lin and the others, instructing Zhou Lin, Lu Xiaohua, and the rest of you, disseminate the news throughout the secret realm, stating that there exists an unparalleled sword technique here. And whoever acquires it shall be unmatched among their peers. Understood. Zhou Lin, Lu Xiaohua, and the others nodded in agreement. They had grown accustomed to Lu Wuti's cunning strategies. They aimed to attract others to compete for this unparalleled martial skill, thereby thwarting Yi Bufan's ambitions. Subsequently, the members of the Lu family dispersed, spreading the word and drawing individuals from various factions toward this location. In Yuhai City, such an unparalleled martial skill was indeed a rarity. Who leaked the news? If I find out who it is, I will flay them alive. Yi Bufan, having heard the news, was instantly filled with rage. That unparalleled martial skill, the Zongxian sword technique, was supposed to be his prize. But now it was common knowledge, thwarting his hopes of seizing the opportunity before anyone else could. What happened? He Shuiying inquired, puzzled. That unparalleled martial skill is a crucial opportunity for us, the last one we have. Yi Bufan replied, seething. Now, I don't know who leaked the information, but it has stirred up quite a commotion, and I suspect many factions are rushing over. Why Yi Bufan was beginning to suspect that it was Lu Wuti who had leaked the news. He couldn't fathom how this former sycophant, whom he viewed as worthless, had suddenly become so resourceful. Time and again, Lu Wuti had sabotaged his opportunities. If not for Lu Wuti, why would he have needed to seek fortune in this immortal's relic? With the Zhu family in Qiming Mountain, he had ample resources for his cultivation. An unparalleled martial skill. Why are you only telling me this now? Had you not intended to keep it to yourself? With the help of my family's experts, I would have surely obtained that unparalleled martial skill long ago. Yi Shuiying was infuriated upon hearing this. She had not realized that Yi Bufan had known about the unparalleled martial skill all along, but had failed to inform her in a timely manner. A flicker of resentment crept into her heart. Enough? We must hurry to that location and enter the secret realm before anyone else to seize the Zongxian sword technique. Yi Bufan was extremely displeased. But at this moment, he had to rely on the He family. Otherwise, he would suffer further humiliation. Yi Shuiying nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, there was no point in lamenting. In secret, she rallied the members of the He family within the Immortal's relic to hasten their arrival at the scene. Following this, Yi Bufan and his group rushed toward the secret realm with all their might. Chapter 49. The Soul-Igniting Secret Technique. Yi Shuiying nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, there was no point in lamenting. In secret, she rallied the members of the He family within the Immortal's relic to hasten their arrival at the scene. Subsequently, Yi Bufan and the others exerted their utmost effort to rush towards the secret realm. Upon their arrival at the treasure point, their expression shifted dramatically. Just as Lu Wuti and his companions had encountered earlier, the secret realm lay in disarray, littered with the remnants of battle. Master, could it be that someone has already taken it? Yi Bufan silently pondered. This was the last opportunity within the Immortal's relic. If it had been seized by another, then all his endeavors would have merely served to benefit someone else, especially concerning Lu Wuti, who had managed to acquire 2 artifacts. No, I can sense that the sword technique is still present. There are formations surrounding it. A mysterious elder's voice resonated within Yi Bufan's consciousness. Given his cultivation level, Had he not lost his physical form and become a mere wisp of soul, his spiritual awareness would have been sufficient to encompass a vast portion of the immortal's relic. Yet now, even as a mere remnant of his former self, he could still probe the secret realm. However, there seemed to be a familiar aura within this place. The mysterious elder felt that the lingering opportunity was left by someone he recognized. Hence the familiar presence was entirely understandable. Miss He, these are merely 3rd and 4th grade corpses, inconsequential. They likely perished here, driven by greed for the sword technique, one of the He family's assassins remarked. Humph, how dare they? With merely 3rd or 4th grade cultivation, venturing here to covet the sword technique, another scoffed. Such a sword technique, even a master-level expert would not dare to claim it solely for themselves. What folly for those of such low cultivation to meddle in this. Akin to seeking death, Yi Bufan's voice was resolute as he declared, "We must hurry inside, seize the sword technique, and depart swiftly." He had no desire to squander time in this perilous place. Currently, his trump cards were nearly depleted, and he had hoped to find more within the immortal's relic, only to discover that Lu Wudi had taken 2 of the 3 that delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Hence the urgency to acquire the sword technique and leave. What Yi Bufan says holds truth. We must quicken our pace. He Shuiying agreed with a nod. The group then moved deeper into the secret realm. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Wudi observed their entrance. A faint smile gracing his lips, the real drama was just beginning. Yi Bufan, upon sighting the sword technique at the center of the realm, dashed forward without hesitation. Whoosh! Yet, as he took a step, an onslaught of sword energy surged forth once more. Yi Bufan was compelled to retreat, his eyes filled with frustration. You too, go. He Shuiying directed the 2 master-level assassins behind her. Understood. One assassin stepped forward, their gaze fixed on the sword technique at the heart of the secret realm. With a sudden, forceful step, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from them. Whoosh! The sword energy rippled, swiftly dissipating the assassin's formidable aura in mere moments. However, after neutralizing that wave, the residual sword energy surged forth toward the assassin. In an instant, the air was thick with lethal intent surrounding the assassin. Reluctantly, the assassin retreated, stating, Miss He, I cannot pass through this sword formation. Its might is not inferior to that of a half-step grandmaster. Hearing this report, both Yi Shuiying and Yi Bufan's expression shifted slightly. Not inferior to a half-step grandmaster. Who could possibly seize this sword technique now, master? What should we do? Yi Bufan silently inquired. A half-step grandmaster. He found himself devoid of any solutions and could only rely on his enigmatic master. Alas, if it is your destiny, I shall take the risk, the mysterious elder mused after a brief contemplation. Originally, relying on the Lingao armor, he would have needed to exert only a fraction of his spiritual power to enter and claim the sword technique. However, with the Lingao armor taken by Lu Wudi, to forcefully contend with this sword formation would require a tremendous cost, potentially leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. If I assist you in withstanding this sword formation, it may plunge me into a deep slumber. For now, you must rely on yourself. The mysterious elder expressed with a touch of reluctance. He had initially appeared due to his belief in Yi Bufan's extraordinary fortune, but now, that fortune seemed to be waning. Thus, he felt compelled to secure this opportunity for Yi Bufan. Thank you, master. I shall spare no effort to procure a healing treasure for you. Yi Bufan replied with a nod. You may enter. The mysterious elder ignited his remaining soul, enveloping Yi Bufan in a protective aura. Shuiying, do not worry. Just watch me. Yi Bufan announced confidently. Before He Shuiying could respond, he struck a pose he deemed impressive and charged into the sword formation. Whoosh! Upon entering, an onslaught of sword energy immediately enveloped him. Yi Bufan felt a flicker of concern that it was crucial to remember that his master was merely a remnant of a soul, even if he had once been a terrestrial immortal. His current strength remained uncertain. Bang! The sword energy collided with Yi Bufan, shattering upon impact. Yet, to his surprise, he felt no injuries whatsoever. A smile crept upon Yi Bufan's lips as he turned to He Shuiying, declaring, Shuiying, I shall obtain this sword technique for the He family. If you secure this sword technique, I shall undoubtedly marry you. He Shuiying responded without hesitation. The He family had continued for millennia, and their secret techniques had dwindled to a mere fraction. Now, such an unparalleled sword technique could be deemed the family's greatest treasure. Compared to the Lu family, the He family lacked these vital sword techniques. With this sword technique in hand, the He family might one day contend with the Lu family. Thus, to marry Yi Bufan for this sword technique seemed not a burden at all. The 2 assassins of the He family were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. They understood that this sword formation contained the power of a half-step grandmaster. Even they would not dare to confront it head-on. Moreover, they had not harbored any greed for the sword technique. Had they chosen to act against Yi Bufan and Yi Shuiying immediately, they would likely have perished at Yi Bufan's hands. This sword formation is commendable, but alas, it has fallen into disrepair over the years, Yi Bufan remarked, with a hint of arrogance. He then swiftly made his way toward the sword technique, and in mere moments, he had acquired it. However, before he could examine it thoroughly, he noticed a throng of figures emerging from the entrance of the secret realm. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Bufan quickly retreated to Yi Shuiying's side. Hoping that this group would refrain from attacking him out of respect for the He family, hand over the sword technique. The first figure to enter demanded, his words dripping with avarice. An unparalleled sword technique. How splendid it would be to possess it. Chapter 50. Those with strength dwell here, kill him. Yi Bufan commanded the two He family assassins. The assassins nodded without hesitation, unleashing their formidable aura to obliterate the man's head in a single strike. The remaining individuals who had just entered were taken aback by the scene, their expressions betraying shock, before quickly refocusing on the now empty center of the secret realm. Killed to silence, it was clear that the sword technique was in the possession of these four. For a master-level individual, attempting to claim that sword technique would not be an easy feat. Indeed, hand over the sword technique, or face our wrath. The master-level experts from various factions unleashed their formidable auras, converging upon Yi Bufan and his companions. Master level, every family has them. Yi Bufan's group was struck by a wave of dread as they beheld the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated that this group would arrive at such an opportune moment. Each one radiating formidable power. Now, the prospect of safely departing with the sword technique seemed increasingly unrealistic. Shuiying, this sword technique is now entrusted to you. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Bufan handed the sword technique to Yi Shuiying. She accepted it, stowing it within her storage ring. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to take heed. This is the esteemed Miss Yi Shuiying of the He family. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the He family over a mere sword technique? Yi Bufan boldly proclaimed that he was gambling that this group would hesitate to oppose the He family, given their considerable influence. Just as Yi Bufan had anticipated, many of the masters visibly faltered upon learning of Yi Shuiying's identity, their auras retracting. Offending the He family meant that even if they succeeded in acquiring the sword technique, their lives would be forfeit before they could master it. A slight smile graced Yi Bufan's lips as he witnessed this turn of events. This was the advantage of being backed by a powerful family. As the He family's son-in-law, obtaining this sword technique would be a mere formality. Who among you dares to oppose the He family? I assure you, we will mobilize all forces of Yunhai City to pursue you and your family. At that moment, the He family's reinforcements arrived, encircling Yi Shuiying. The He family, throughout history, treasures have belonged to those destined to possess them. Those with strength shall claim them. You, He family, do not represent all of Yunhai City. Lu Wuti emerged slowly from the shadows, his voice steady. The He family, others may fear you, but I do not. Many gazes turned toward Lu Wuti, their eyes glimmering with greed at his appearance. Just as Lu Wuti had stated, throughout history, treasures belong to those destined to possess them. This was the immortal's relic. What was there to fear? At worst, they would die. Lu Wuti, it is you again. Yi Bufan gazed upon the scene before him, his teeth clenched in frustration. Esteemed guests, if you wish to avoid offending the He family, you may ally with this young master to seize this sword technique. I am willing to allow everyone present to cultivate it. Lu Wuti, noticing that several individuals still hesitated, continued. Act now. I'm in, someone called out. Count me in as well. I trust that young Master Lu will keep his word. Such matters, once initiated by a single person, would soon attract a multitude to follow suit. Consequently, numerous individuals chose to side with Lu Wuti, for the terms he offered were quite enticing, securing the sword technique for all to share. Even if the He family were to be wrathful, there was still the Lu family to consider. After all, with so many forces at their disposal, how could the Yi family truly desire to wage war against them? Lu Wuti, do you truly intend to do this? To completely sever ties with my He family? Yi Shuiying could not help but speak up as she witnessed more and more people stepping forward. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. My family and Yi Bufan have been sworn enemies for ages. Yi family chose to ally with Yi Bufan. Is it not you who has already torn apart our relations? Lu Wuti retorted coldly. Then let it be torn. If your He family is willing to bring me Yi Bufan's head, I shall take my leave and refrain from meddling in this affair. Lu Wuti declared, Reveling in the prospect of witnessing marital discord, the thought stirred a tinge of excitement within him. Indeed, he was a born antagonist. Yi Shuiying fell into contemplation. Sacrificing Yi Bufan for a sword technique did not seem too steep a price. Yet, if Lu Wudi's words held truth, it would imply that their He family was indeed inferior to the Lu family. If news of such an event spread, how would it reflect on the He family? That they would willingly sacrifice their betrothed to avoid conflict with the Lu family? Impossible. Lu Wudi, do you dare to kill me? If you do, my He family will undoubtedly go to war with your Lu family. Yi Shuiying exclaimed, having suddenly realized something. As the jewel of the He family, she believed Lu Wudi would not dare to act against her. Even if he was extreme in his behavior. I truly fear you might agree to hand over Yi Bufan's head to me. In that case, it would be difficult for me to harm you. Lu Wudi sneered. He was aware of the villainous trope that villains often perish due to excessive dialogue, and he had no intention of falling victim to that fate. Attack. Should the heavens collapse, I, Lu Wudi, shall bear the burden. With a commanding wave of his hand, Lu Wudi instructed. As his words echoed, the crowd surged towards the He family members. They feared that if Lu Wudi chose to withdraw, they would be held accountable by the He family for having pledged their support to him. I dare anyone to try. A seasoned master from the He family stepped forward, effortlessly repelling several masters with a single strike. Third uncle, you've arrived. Yi Shuiying exclaimed upon recognizing the man before her. He was one of the strongest members of the He family's current elite cadre, having nearly reached the threshold of a grandmaster. Lu Wudi's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the middle-aged man before him. He had anticipated that the He family's hidden strength was nearly on par with the Lu family. If he had encountered He family's third uncle earlier, he would have needed to be cautious of his prowess. But now, with the protection of his Xian jade armor and spirit treasure armor, along with his ice-cold sword and the burial of a mortal sword technique, he felt confident he could easily handle He family's third uncle. I will deal with He family's third uncle. You all continue to engage the He family members, Lu Wudi proclaimed, wielding the ice-cold sword. Foolish child, He third uncle sneered, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. To capture a thief, one must first seize the leader. Once I subdue Lu Wudi, the rest will surely flee. With that, he launched a lethal strike, aiming to swiftly conclude the battle. The long-standing discord between the Lu and He families had reached a boiling point. This was the perfect opportunity to incapacitate Lu Wudi. By the time the Lu family members were free to assist, the He family would have already mastered this unparalleled sword technique. He third uncle's attack bore down. Lu Wudi's lips curled into a slight smirk. To evade would imply a lack of faith in his Xian jade armor and spirit treasure armor. Thus, he stood his ground, refusing to flinch. He third uncle observed this, thinking that the Lu family's scion, despite appearing clever, was still the same naive boy as before. Merely his attack had sent Lu Wudi into a paralyzed state of fear. Standing rooted in place, boom, the strike landed on Lu Wudi. The pain radiating from the impact immediately replaced the amusement on He third uncle's face with a grimace. However, seasoned as he was, He third uncle quickly gathered his strength and unleashed another blow to Lu Wudi's chest. Boom! Once again, even this nearly full-powered strike failed to breach Lu Wudi's defenses. Yi Bufan seethed with rage within. This was the spirit treasure armor. It should have been his opportunity. How could he not be furious that it had fallen into the hands of a thief? A trickle of blood escaped Yi Bufan's lips, but fortunately, none noticed. He hastily wiped away the blood and turned his attention back to the clash between He third uncle and Lu Wudi. The two had exchanged no less than 10 blows, or rather, it could be said that it was a one-sided assault by He third uncle. He third uncle was filled with astonishment. Even a body-refining master would struggle to withstand so many of his strikes. He truly did not expect Lu Wudi to be so formidable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully causing Yi Bufan to suffer from internal turmoil, earning 500 fortune points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Wudi decided against further defense. Instead, he seized the moment when He third uncle was momentarily distracted and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Before He third uncle could be sent flying, Lu Wudi grasped his wrist. The ice-cold sword pressed firmly against his neck. He third uncle's face flushed crimson as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This scion of the Lu family had some skill. Unfortunately, he had underestimated him. Lu Wudi, release my third uncle at once. Yi Shuiying's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the sword at her uncle's throat. You think I would release him just because you ask? Who do you think you are, my wife? Lu Wudi replied with a grin. You, what's this you? Don't hide behind a woman. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Before Yi Bufan could finish, Lu Wudi interrupted him. Upon hearing Lu Wudi's words, Yi Bufan chose to remain silent. He was merely a half-step master, far beneath Lu Wudi's cultivation level. Moreover, with the ice-cold sword and spirit treasure armor in Lu Wudi's possession, and considering his mysterious master was currently in a deep slumber, he knew he stood no chance against Lu Wudi. Lu Wudi, if you do not release my third uncle, my He family will go to war with your Lu family. No holds barred. He Shuiying shot a disdainful glance at Yi Bufan before turning her gaze back to Lu Wudi, speaking with authority. Are you threatening me? Unable to discern the gravity of the situation, Lu Wudi replied nonchalantly, tightening his grip on the sword, which drew blood from He third uncle's neck. What do you want from me? He Shuiying, seeing the gravity of the situation, chose to lower her head. Beg me, if you plead. I might consider releasing He third uncle, Lu Wudi stated. Beg you, not a chance. He Shuiying retorted angrily. Lu Wudi was merely a debauched youth who had gained his current power through some fortunate happenstance. In contrast, she was the jewel of the He family, a standout among the young elite of Yihai City. To beg a debauched scion was laughable. Then watch your third uncle die, Lu Wudi replied dismissively. Glancing at He third uncle, your niece is unwilling to plead. If he dies, don't blame me. As his words hung in the air, Lu Wudi made a motion as if to slice his throat. Young lady, I do not wish to die. He third uncle looked towards He Shuiying, desperate. He did not want to perish. He was a master. There were so many worldly things he could not bear to part with. Consider this a plea from your third uncle. Won't you beg for him? Shuiying, don't. Yi Bufan, sensing Yi Shuiying's wavering resolve, seized her hand. Beg Lu Wudi, not a chance. My woman would never plead with our enemy. He Shuiying glanced at Yi Bufan, then at He third uncle, before finally addressing Lu Wudi. Lu Wudi, I beg you to release my third uncle. Is this how you plead? Kneel and speak. Lu Wudi replied flatly. Don't push your luck. He Shuiying retorted, displeased. She felt that simply asking Lu Wudi for mercy was the greatest concession she could make. There was no way she would kneel. Shuiying, you've already begged. Do you truly believe your third uncle isn't worth a kneel? He third uncle observed Yi Shuiying's reluctance, noting the chilling aura of the ice-cold sword at his throat. Alas, I kneel. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiying also collapsed to her knees with a thud, gazing at Lu Wudi as she implored, I beseech you, spare my third uncle. As she knelt on the ground, her eyes brimmed with tears, presenting a visage as delicate as a pear blossom drenched in rain. The sight of such a beautiful woman on her knees, her eyes glistening with sorrow, was truly heart-wrenching. However, Lu Wudi was indeed the villain of this tale. Were this scene to be witnessed by the righteous, they would undoubtedly choose to forgive her. Yet, Lu Wudi merely felt a sense of incredulity, akin to having swallowed a mouthful of flies, his expression twisted in disgust. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through Yi Lao San's throat, the blood yet to flow freely before being encased in frost. Yi Lao San fell limply to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. My lady, did she not kneel? He pondered. Why then must she still condemn me to death? Lu Wudi, I will kill you. He Shuiying sprang to her feet, her gaze fierce as she confronted Lu Wudi. The humiliation she endured at his hands was unbearable, and now, Lu Wudi had gone back on his word, slaying her third uncle regardless. My apologies, my hand slipped. He retorted, it's your fault for kneeling without reason. Looking so repulsive, it startled me, hence the slip. He cackled, casting the blame squarely upon Yi Shuiying. Upon hearing his words, she was momentarily flabbergasted. What nonsense is this? You kill my third uncle and then blame me for looking repugnant? Lu Wudi, do you dare to sever ties with the He family on behalf of the Lu clan? Yi Bufan interjected, stepping forward. Faced with an inability to resist, he resolved to resort to public opinion to compel Lu Wudi to relent. Do you dare? Lu Wudi replied, his tone dripping with contempt. Is it permissible for the He family to bully others while the Lu family cannot defend itself? War? Then let it be war. If the He family proves unreasonable, let them be extinguished. Listen to Lu Wudi's words. Such a deceitful and tyrannical individual. Do you truly believe he will share his sword techniques with you? Yi Bufan exclaimed. His words struck a chord, causing the onlookers to ponder. They had just witnessed Lu Wudi's duplicity. He had promised to spare Yi Lao San if Yi Shuiying knelt and pleaded, yet he had still killed Yi Lao San. As Yi Bufan had pointed out, how could they trust that Lu Wudi would not hoard the sword techniques for himself? Those who had been fighting against the He family paused, contemplating whether to engage in this unwise venture. When have I ever been untrustworthy? Lu Wudi retorted calmly. I merely stated that I would consider sparing Yi Lao San if she knelt and pleaded. I never guaranteed it. If I were to let you go today, would you not return to the He family to seek revenge? Remember, without their assistance, I might not have been able to slay He Lao San. Lu Wuti spoke with a serenity that belied the turmoil within. Reflecting on the protagonist's innate ability to defuse crises with mere words, the audience pondered for a moment. Indeed, Lu Wuti had a point. If not for their entanglement with the He family, it would have been unrealistic for Lu Wuti to eliminate He Lao San so decisively. Having already offended the He family, turning against them now would only antagonize the Lu family. If these two clans united against them, their position in Yunhai City would become untenable at this juncture. They found themselves with no choices left with only the path of aligning with Lu Wuti, come what may. Yi Bufan, witnessing those who had initially ceased hostilities, now resumed their assault, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. When had he ever felt so constrained? If you leave now, He Shuiying, assure you that the He family will not pursue retribution. She wiped her tears and surveyed the crowd, speaking resolutely, aware of their concerns. She needed to offer them a promise. Young Master Lu, Miss He, I shall withdraw and refrain from further involvement. So shall I. Some individuals chose to depart upon hearing He Shuiying's words. They understood that the rivalry between two major powers had no place for their minor clans. Yet, many others opted to stand with Lu Wuti, for fortune favors the bold. Those who remain, kill them. Leave not a single soul from the He family. After surveying the crowd, Lu Wuti noted that those who stayed far outnumbered the He family, including members of the Lu clan. He then commanded the onset of slaughter. Upon hearing his decree, Zhou Lin and Lu Xiaohua charged forth first. Even Ma Jiling, the reluctant, was compelled to join the fray under the threat of the divine lock. The remaining individuals followed closely behind the trio, surging toward the He clan. In mere moments, the He family's ranks suffered significant casualties. The tide of battle tipped heavily in favor of Lu Wuti's forces. Fight to the last, Yi Bufan roared, unleashing the full strength of his half-step-master realm that he could not afford to wait. If the He family were decimated, his chances would vanish entirely. He Shuiying also joined the fray. With both her and Yi Bufan in battle, the situation stabilized somewhat, though injuries and fatalities continued to mount on Lu Wuti's side. The conflict devolved into a stalemate. What's all this commotion about? At that moment, the voice of Li Chong pierced the air. The arrival of Li Chong prompted all combatants to halt, for he was a master of poison. If he were merely skilled in toxins, they might not fear him, as ordinary poison masters were also healers, typically avoiding conflict unless provoked. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Li Chong was utterly unscrupulous. How did he ascend to the position of the leader of Yungu Mountain? By poisoning his own father, of course. Such a person was not one to provoke lightly. Li Chong, what brings you here? Lu Wuti inquired, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. Should Li Chong come to seize the sword techniques? Lu Wuti would be indifferent, for the true sword techniques had long been swapped out. What Yi Bufan possessed was merely a counterfeit version exchanged through the system. However, if he were here to aid Yi Bufan, matters would take a turn for the worse. Offending one family was one thing, but offending two was another. The more lice, the less they itch. He mused. I merely came to watch the spectacle. Is that so wrong? Li Chong replied, his expression tinged with irritation. His standing was nearly equal to that of Lu Wuti. Indeed, he might even hold a slight upper hand. Although Lu Wuti had attained the status of a master, he was merely the young master of the Lu family, while Li Chong was the master of Yungu Mountain. Young Master Li, Lu Wuti is being tyrannical. Surely you cannot stand idly by. Yi Bufan hastily interjected. If you ally with us to eliminate that scoundrel Lu Wuti, I will gladly hand over the sword techniques. Yi Bufan sensed that securing an external ally would improve their situation, especially since Yungu Mountain was a force slightly inferior to the Lu family. Oh, you truly would give it to me? Li Chong responded, surprise etched across his face. If young Master Li is willing to save us, we will certainly hand it over, and we shall never go back on our word. Yi Bufan declared, his excitement palpable. Though this sword technique was indeed a stroke of fortune for him, he felt he had no choice at this point. To surrender it for a chance at survival seemed a fair trade, as long as the technique did not fall into Lu Wuti's hands. Then I dare you. Li Chong had intended to agree, but upon hearing Lu Wuti's icy interruption, he hastily amended his response. If I save you, you shall give me the sword technique, but if I do not save you, and aid Lu Wuti instead, the sword technique remains mine. Ha ha ha. Yi Bufan's expression soured upon hearing Li Chong's words. Lu Wuti, who are we to each other? Even if we have our differences, they are ours to resolve internally. Li Chong continued. Offend the Lu family? What a farce. If I dared to offend them, I would have dealt with Lu Wuti when he wreaked havoc at Yungu Mountain. Poison him. Seeing that Lu Wuti offered no response, Li Chong unleashed his power, releasing a cloud of toxic gas as he charged towards the He family. Poisoning? Yi Shuiying was the first to react. Yinggu Mountain was indeed home to masters of poison. Li Cheng had even poisoned his own father to ascend as its leader. The thought sent a chill down her spine as she watched Li Cheng's figure vanish into the swirling smoke. Let the slaughter commence. Leave not a single one, Lu Wuti declared impassively, as if the lives of the He family were mere fodder. At his command, the others sprang into action. Lu Wuti, for your vile deeds, may you meet a wretched end. He Shuiying cried out, her heart brimming with regret as she watched the He family perish beneath the blade. Stop. I will surrender the sword technique. Cease this at once. She pleaded helplessly. Regret washed over her. How many lives of the He family had been sacrificed for the sake of a mere sword technique? Yu Bufan, upon hearing her words, was struck with astonishment. Surrender the sword technique? What sort of plan is this? Women, it seems, are destined only to impede one's progress. The others, upon hearing Yi Shuiying's declaration, halted their actions, their gazes shifting towards Lu Wuti. Their pillar of strength is none other than Lu Wuti. At this moment, to withdraw, to relinquish our swordsmanship, what a farce. By eliminating you, the technique shall remain ours, Lu Wuti declared with a smile. Truly, one must be as foolish as a villain in a story to think so. Offering gold and silver for a chance at survival. Previously, Lu Wuti had deemed the antagonists and Tails to be utter fools. Now that the tables have turned, how could he possibly err again? Naturally, the answer is to kill. The words of young Master Lu ring true. By slaying you, the swordsmanship shall indeed be ours. To spare you would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Indeed, we have already deeply offended the He family. To let you go would simply invite our own demise. The others echoed in agreement. To cut the grass without uprooting the weeds is futile. The spring breeze will nourish them once more. If we eliminate all the members of the He family within this immortal's relic, how could they possibly trace it back to us? Kill. As Lu Wuti's words fell, the group raised their weapons once again and began the slaughter of the He family members. With the assistance of Li Cheng's poisonous smoke, they swiftly eradicated the He clan. Yi Shuiying and Yi Bufan found themselves ensnared among the remnants of the He family. Even in the face of life-threatening peril, the He clan chose to protect their young lady. Lu Wuti, do you not understand the virtue of mercy? We concede today. We hope you will grant us a path to survival. And we shall forego the swordsmanship. Yi Bufan, witnessing the skewed situation, could not help but speak out. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. With my mysterious master, I shall inevitably find opportunities. I reiterate, if either of you takes the other's head, I shall spare the victor. Lu Wuti said, employing the same trick once more. Upon hearing this, the remaining members of the He family pointed their weapons at Yi Bufan, while He Shuiying's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Seeing this, Yi Bufan became agitated and shouted, have you all forgotten? He once made a similar promise to the Zhu family, and what was the outcome? Lu Wuti is notorious for his fickleness. Yi Bufan brought up the past dealings between Lu Wuti and the Zhu family, conveniently omitting many unfavorable details regarding himself. Lu Wuti, you will not succeed in your insidious plot to sow discord between the He family and me. Yi Bufan believed he had grasped Lu Wuti's weakness and continued to speak. Yi Shuiying, upon hearing this, regained her composure. Indeed, Lu Wuti's words were clearly intended to incite conflict between the He family and Yi Bufan, so he could sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Lu Wuti, upon hearing this, shook his head. Alas, what a splendid show I shall miss. I had hoped to witness a grand battle between the protagonists. Alas, fate has conspired against me, and such a captivating spectacle will be lost. Then let it be a fight to the death. I had anticipated a splendid performance, but you, Yi Bufan, have spoiled it, yet it matters not. For I shall simply forego the entertainment. Lu Wuti remarked nonchalantly. Exterminate the He family. Yi Bufan and He Shuiying shall be spared, Lu Wuti commanded. The group continued their assault on the He family. And in but a moment, the battlefield was cleared, leaving only Yi Bufan and Yi Shuiying. Well, now it comes down to the two of you. Whichever of you survives, I may consider sparing one of you. Conversely, both shall meet their end. Lu Wuti stated coolly. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the influence of the system or the inherent malice of humanity, Lu Wuti yearned to witness the protagonists turn against one another. Should Yi Bufan and Yi Shuiying's performance satisfy him, he would not hesitate to spare one life. You must be dreaming. Yi Bufan and Yi Shuiying retorted in unison. Yi Bufan, with his inflated sense of self-worth, would never bow to Lu Wuti. Meanwhile, Yi Shuiying, as the daughter of the He family, belonging to an ancient clan with a legacy spanning countless years, though fallen, retained her pride and would never submit to the young master of a rival clan. In light of this, if I cannot witness the scene of you two battling to the death, I can always let others take turns to experience what the daughter of the He family is truly like. Li Chong, you have earned the honor of breaking this young lady's innocence. The others, eager to experience the He family's daughter's essence, formed a queue based on their strength. Lu Wuti, do you dare? He Shuiying's expression changed drastically upon hearing Lu Wuti's words. So many, can she endure it? Yi Bufan quickly shielded He Shuiying behind him, his eyes ablaze with fury. Master, you must assist me this time. Yi Bufan silently pleaded. Alas, the mysterious elder who had once used the soul-burning secret technique to aid Yi Bufan in acquiring the swordsmanship now lay in a deep slumber. Regardless of Yi Bufan's entreaties, it was all in vain. Unless Yi Bufan's life was in imminent danger, the mysterious elder would not awaken. Lu Wuti, you are quite the righteous one. Allow me to take the honor of breaking this young lady's innocence. Ha ha ha. Li Chong laughed heartily. He was no paragon of virtue, having poisoned his own father. What was stopping him from publicly violating He Shuiying? No need for thanks, Li Chong, please proceed. Hee. Lu Wuti grinned wickedly. Perhaps he was not yet depraved enough to engage in such public acts. Chapter 54. What if I say it is impossible? Lu Wuti, do you not fear tarnishing your family's reputation with such actions? Yi Bufan bellowed angrily. As he saw Li Chong's approach grow ever closer. Yi Bufan could no longer contain himself. My family's reputation. Today's affair shall be resolved today. I trust that today's events shall not leave this place. Will they? Lu Wuti replied with a smile, casting a sweeping glance around. Ma Jiling and Zhou Lin, though somewhat displeased, remained silent. Indeed, Lu Wuti's actions were excessive. However, was Yi Bufan's behavior any less so? After all, Yi Bufan had eloped with Zhu Ningyu on Lu Wuti's wedding day. Now, Lu Wuti was returning the favor, intending to treat He Shuiying in the same manner, which was hardly unjust. Ma Jiling felt it was somewhat excessive. She, too, was a woman, and if pushed to such extremes, it would be better to die. Lu Wuti, I shall not rest even in death. He Shuiying drew her weapon, ready to end her own life. However, Li Chong had already positioned himself before her, tossing out a charm that left her feeling utterly drained. Her sword slipping from her grasp. How could you consider taking your own life, Miss He? You have yet to experience the affairs of love. Is it not premature to speak of death? Li Chong remarked with a wicked grin. Such a beauty should not simply perish. It would be a pity. Dead. You shall not escape my wrath even in death? You think you can defeat me in the afterlife if you cannot even best me in life? What a joke. Lu Wuti scoffed contemptuously. With the system at his disposal, even if he could not ascend to the pinnacle of power, he would not be outmatched by a mere He Shuiying in death. Yi Bufan seethed with humiliation. How could his beloved be subjected to such indignities? In a moment of resolve, Yi Bufan plunged a sword directly into He Shuiying's chest. Shuiying, do not blame me. I am merely assisting you in completing what you could not. Yi Bufan whispered softly in her ear. He could not allow his beloved to be humiliated by so many. He Shuiying's eyes widened in shock. This Yi Bufan truly dares to kill her. With a surge of strength from an unknown source, she pulled a dagger from her bosom and plunged it into Yi Bufan's abdomen. Then let us die together. He Shuiying spoke weakly, yet her words were filled with resentment. She was filled with hatred. She regretted. She cursed herself for obeying her father's wishes and submitting to Yi Bufan. She lamented not listening to Lu Wuti, surrendering Yi Bufan's head, which had led to the near annihilation of the He family's younger generation, and the death of her third uncle at Lu Wuti's hands. Yi Bufan did not expect He Shuiying to still possess the strength to retaliate. He forcefully pushed her away, his eyes filled with venom. You treacherous woman, I extend my hand to help you, and you dare strike me. Yi Bufan shouted furiously. His intention had been to preserve He Shuiying's honor. Little did he know, she was ungrateful and dared to turn her blade against him. Lu Wuti, you just said that if I kill He Shuiying, you will allow me to leave, correct? Yi Bufan stated as he pocketed He Shuiying's storage ring. He understood that Lu Wuti might simply be mocking him. However, what if Lu Wuti was, for once, speaking the truth? What if he genuinely intended to grant him a path to survival? In that moment, he had no other choice but to place his trust in Lu Wuti, hoping he would not go back on his word. Cackling with amusement, Lu Wuti proclaimed, in your eyes, I am but a villain, a nefarious fiend. How could I ever be trusted to keep my word? His laughter echoed. What a splendid performance. I had thought such grand entertainment was beyond reach, yet here I stand, presented with an unexpected opportunity. Yi Bufan, fully aware that Lu Wuti was merely toying with him, found himself ensnared, powerless to resist the humiliation and mockery thrust upon him. What an enchanting fragrance. It has somewhat restored my fading spirit. My dear disciple, your efforts are appreciated. At that moment, as Yi Bufan grappled with uncertainty, The voice of the mysterious elder resonated within his consciousness once more. Upon hearing those words, the worry etched upon Yi Bufan's face began to dissipate. His master had awakened, and hope lingered. "Master, I am on the brink of death," Yi Bufan lamented. The enigmatic elder surveyed the dire situation, his gaze heavy with concern. "O many masters, I have just rekindled a fragment of my spirit, and now, having inhaled a trace of that intoxicating aroma, I have regained but a modicum of strength. Yet, Yi Bufan now finds himself ensnared in a life-or-death struggle. My current prowess, even at its peak, barely amounts to a half-step into the realm of grandmasters. Clearly, it is impossible to thwart Lu Wuti and his entourage. Disciple, remember this. I hail from the Kunlun Celestial Palace. If fate permits, seek out the current palace lord and declare yourself as my disciple. Zai Yaozi, they will assuredly come to your aid. This is all the assistance I can offer you. It is the final time." Zai Yaozi shook his head, resigned. Though he had yearned to use Yi Bufan as a vessel to restore his corporeal form and return to the mortal realm, it now seemed an unattainable dream. Should Yi Bufan perish, so too would the last vestige of his lingering spirit. Rather than face oblivion, he chose to leave behind an opportunity for the Kunlun Celestial Palace, an inheritance for the next generation. Let it end. Lu Wuti, fully aware that allowing Yi Bufan to survive would only invite unforeseen interventions. After all, he was the protagonist, the child of destiny. Armed with his icy blade, he executed the burial sword technique. Charging forth. Yi Bufan, sensing the impending danger, hastily evaded, yet still suffered a gash to his arm, the frigid energy swiftly coursing through his veins. With a swift motion, Zai Yaozi suppressed the encroaching chill and manifested himself. Addressing Lu Wuti, my young friend, would you grant my ineffectual disciple a single reprieve? I pledge that Yi Bufan shall never oppose you in this lifetime. As Lu Wuti gazed upon Zai Yaozi, realization dawned upon him. This was the legendary master, the renowned terrestrial immortal, the very essence of a celestial being. Even a fragment of his spirit retained strength rivaling that of ordinary grandmasters. What if I refuse? Lu Wuti countered, shaking his head. Release Yi Bufan. Not to be his adversary? How absurd. I am no saint. I shall not release a tiger back into the wild. Unthinkable. Then perish, Zai Yaozi declared, unleashing the full force of his residual spirit. His might comparable to the terrifying sword array from moments before. I shall witness just how formidable your lingering spirit can be, Lu Wuti scoffed, activating his Xianyu armor and spiritual treasures. Eager to test the battle prowess of this terrestrial immortal's remnant essence, with a swift gesture, Zai Yaozi unleashed a formidable wave of power towards Lu Wuti, uncertain of the extent of Zai Yaozi's strength. Lu Wuti could not afford to remain stationary as he had against He Lao San. Yet, despite all attempts to evade, the blow struck true. The force crashed upon him like a tidal wave, relentless and unyielding. In mere moments, the protective Xianyu armor shattered under the assault. Lu Wuti's expression shifted dramatically. The armor, which had once withstood countless blows, could not withstand the might of Zai Yaozi's strike. Lu Wuti, your talents are indeed commendable. Yet what a pity. A fleeting smile graced Zai Yaozi's lips upon witnessing the destruction of Lu Wuti's protective artifact. However, that smile quickly turned to stone as his power was abruptly halted by another protective treasure. This wretched Lu Wuti possesses two artifacts, he mused, disdain evident in his tone. You truly deserve to perish. Zai Yaozi's voice turned frigid, laced with bitterness. Enraged, he ignited his remaining spirit once more. Lu Wuti sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, as if Zai Yaozi had transcended into a true celestial being, radiating an aura of dread. Damn it. All of you, charge. We must vanquish this old wretch and scatter his soul. Lu Wuti, instinctively retreating a step, commanded his allies. After all, he was the antagonist. Why engage in single combat when numbers could ensure victory? Onward. Zhou Lin was the first to leap into action, unwavering in his resolve. Following his lead, the others surged forward. They knew well the sword technique that had recently belonged to He Shuiying. With her demise at Yi Bufan's hands, the technique naturally fell into his possession, having already offended the He family. To leave empty-handed would be a grave loss. Without hesitation, they charged forth. Observing the oncoming tide of foes, Zai Yaozi swung his hand, unleashing the floating cloud palm, propelling several adversaries away. Yet, those cast aside quickly regrouped. Bolstered by Li Chang's healing, the poisoner is also the healer. As the relentless wave of attackers surged, Zai Yaozi's heart swelled with trepidation. He was burning his spirit to unleash such potent strength if time ran out. He would be consumed entirely before Lu Wuti could even strike. Lu Wuti, if you were any sort of man, dared to face me in single combat. Zai Yaozi bellowed. Lu Wuti, unfazed, leisurely dug at his ear and replied, "What are you, exactly? State your name. I am known as Zayayozi. You may also refer to me as the Immortal of Freedom." He introduced himself with an air of pride. The title of Immortal was synonymous with the terrestrial divine realm, a height that those present might never reach in their lifetimes. Oh, Immortal of Freedom. And yet you stand before me as but a lingering spirit. Take him down. Lu Wudi waved dismissively, retrieving a tea set from his storage ring and instructing Ma Xiling to brew tea. Although reluctant, she found herself compelled to comply under the influence of the divine lock. Meanwhile, the others continued their assault, and Zayayozi's strength waned with each passing moment. Seeing Lu Wudi casually preparing tea amidst the chaos ignited a fire of resentment within Zayayozi. He had lingered in this world hoping to take on a disciple, to find a chance for rebirth. Yet, Lu Wudi had disrupted his plans. How I loathe this injustice. Disciple, you must flee. I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. Zayayozi turned to Yi Bufan, a spatial portal manifesting at his command. His words were steeped in reluctance. He, a terrestrial immortal, had once roamed freely, sword in hand. Now, he was cornered by a host of masters, left with no recourse but self-detonation. Master, I will not leave you. I shall stay by your side. Yi Bufan exclaimed in shock. Should Zayayozi perish, how could he hope to confront Lu Wudi without his master's guidance? The rapid advancement he had once enjoyed would become an impossible dream. Leave. Remember my words, Zayayozi commanded, his voice rising in urgency. Leave? Where do you think you're going? The others shouted in unison. The sword technique remained with Yi Bufan. Should he escape, their chances would dwindle. Once more, Zayayozi unleashed a powerful surge, forcing the attackers back. If you do not depart now, you may find it impossible to do so later, Master. Yi Bufan hesitated, then nodded. Stepping into the portal. Before departing, he shattered He Shuiying's corpse, aware that some might take advantage of the situation. As Yi Bufan vanished, Lu Wudi shook his head in disbelief. Truly, he was the protagonist, even in such dire straits. He managed to escape. Old wretch, you shall meet your end. The assembly of masters, incensed by Yi Bufan's departure, charged at Zayayozi, weapons drawn. Zayayozi, undeterred, wore a peculiar smile as his spirit began to shrink, yet an overwhelming sense of threat surged towards Lu Wudi. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively shielded Zhou Lin, Ma Xiling, and the others behind him, shouting, "Everyone, flee! This old wretch is about to self-destruct." Hearing Lu Wudi's warning, Li Chong and the others hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Zayayozi. With Lu Wudi shielding his kin, anxiety gripped him. If this terrestrial immortal spirit could unleash such power, what devastation would his self-detonation bring? Surely, it could obliterate the entire secret realm. Boom! A deafening roar, accompanied by an incomprehensibly terrifying shockwave, ravaged the secret realm. Li Chong seized a few individuals at hand, positioning them protectively in front of himself. Lu Wudi tightly embraced Ma Xiling, declaring, "Let go of me." "You are courting death by doing this," Ma Xiling exclaimed. She had not anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, this usually unruly fellow would instinctively choose to shield her. "If I let you go, you will perish. Stay behind me. I shall bear the brunt," Lu Wudi replied calmly. Death, with the system at his disposal, how could he succumb? Ding. The system detected the host facing a life-threatening peril and exchanged all fortune points for protection. Ding. This protection shall shield the host from all impacts. Initially burdened with worry, Lu Wudi felt his concerns dissipate upon hearing the system's voice. Bang! The force collided before Lu Wudi, instantly halted by an invisible wall, rendering that horrifying power incapable of penetrating this ethereal barrier. Li Chong and the others, witnessing the spectacle, took refuge behind Lu Wudi. Time passed, and gradually, the terrifying force receded. Chapter 56. To master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Once the dreadful shockwave had subsided, Lu Wudi brushed off the dust from his attire, his face contorted in anguish as he lamented, "This is the treasured heirloom of the Lu family. No less significant than the heavenly sword. Today, in saving you all, I have expended a considerable amount." Upon hearing Lu Wudi's words, Lu Shaohua wore a perplexed expression. When did the Lu family acquire such a treasure? Not to mention one that rivals the heavenly sword. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that had it not been for such a precious artifact, they would not have survived that shockwave capable of annihilating grandmasters. They had initially considered asking Lu Wudi for something, having joined forces against the He family at his behest. However, given that Lu Wudi had sacrificed a treasured item to save their lives, it would seem ungrateful to press for more. "Thank you," Young Master Lu. This is a protective treasure I procured from the immortal ruins, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 9th-tier expert. Li Chong stepped forward, presenting a protective artifact. Seeing Li Chong's gesture, the remaining surviving masters also produced treasures to offer to Lu Wudi. Thank you, young Master Lu. This is a spirit herb. I am uncertain of its effects, but it is yours as well. Thank you all for your kindness. Lu Wudi replied with a respectful bow to Ma Zhiling. Somewhat belatedly, spoke up. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Young Master Lu in return. How about I offer myself to you? Maris Han, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, I think that sounds reasonable. What was it that was said? A fine horse deserves a fine saddle, and a beautiful woman suits a hero. Young Master Lu and our esteemed Miss Ma are indeed a match made in heaven. Maris Han did not oppose Ma Zhiling's proposal to be with Lu Wudi, as the Ma family and the Lu family were well matched. And in fact, the Ma family might be considered to be a step above. Lu Wudi was struck dumb. What nonsense is this? Offer oneself? Am I not a righteous antagonist? Am I not worthy of you? Ma Zhiling, noticing Lu Wudi's reaction, exclaimed, How can you say that? I know you are still a virgin, having been robbed of your bride on your wedding day by Yi Bufan as of now. You appear to be a single man. Li Chong could not help but laugh at Ma Zhiling's words, saying, I thought you, Lu Wudi, were living a life of revelry, but it turns out you're still a virgin. Ha! This is too amusing. I must spread this throughout Yunhai City. The dark lines on Lu Wudi's forehead multiplied. Though I am currently single, I assure you that in the future, I shall have a harem of wives. Are you certain you wish to offer yourself? Lu Wudi continued. His grand ambitions had not yet begun. Would he truly terminate them for a single woman? Exceptional men naturally attract the admiration of women. I am a traditional woman. I would be content as the principal wife. Ma Zhiling replied nonchalantly. Lu Wudi found himself at a loss for words. With this last opportunity snatched away, the immortal ruins came to an end, as Yi Bufan stepped into the portal to the void. The self-detonation of Zai Yaozi caused the spatial gateway to become unstable, and he was violently thrown out. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, he might have been obliterated by the terrifying spatial forces. In this unfamiliar place, Yi Bufan sought refuge in a cave, barricading the entrance with a massive stone, before perusing a particular sword technique. Exorcism, sword manual? What is this? Am I mistaken? Regardless, he resolved to practice this sword technique. Vowing to exact revenge. Master, I will not let you down, Yi Bufan declared indignantly. His dissatisfaction with Lu Wudi grew, and he felt a tinge of regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have sought to rise by stepping on Lu Wudi. As he opened the first page of the Exorcism Sword Manual, Yi Bufan was left dumbfounded. To master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Gazing at the 8 words on the first page, Yi Bufan was filled with inner turmoil. What sort of absurdity is this? Castrate myself? Would that not render me a eunuch? What could this phrase possibly mean? Yi Bufan pondered, and after a while, it seemed he began to grasp the meaning. To master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. This is the immortal's admonition to me. To ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao, one must sever desires, with no woman in the heart. Cultivation will proceed smoothly. Coupled with Yi Bufan's growing resentment towards Lu Wudi, he gritted his teeth and withdrew a small knife. With a swift stroke, he brought the blade down. Yi Bufan doubled over, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Forcing himself to suppress the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he turned to the second page of the Exorcism Sword Manual and was met with the content therein. Yi Bufan immediately spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with regret. He lamented. Why had he been so impatient? Failing to thoroughly examine the contents of the second page, the second page also bore 8 words. If you do not castrate yourself, you may still cultivate. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth, landing on a peculiar fragment of bone, as Yi Bufan's consciousness began to fade. Bang! Finally, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Once Yi Bufan's consciousness fell into a deep slumber. The peculiar bone fragment began to emit a unique aura. Had Yi Bufan been awake, he would have recognized this aura as that of the beast that had battled humanity for countless years. The scent grew more potent, accompanied by a foul odor, as a phantom of a lion with 9 heads emerged. Roar! I, the 9-origin Lion King, have returned, the phantom of the 9-headed lion exclaimed in excitement. It was a premier lion king among the exotic beasts, known as the 9-origin Lion King, a grandmaster of the exotic beasts. During its assault on the Sword Chi Great Wall, it had been relentlessly pursued by Lu Tianshan, resulting in the loss of 8 and a half of its heads before it fled into this cave. ultimately succumbing to its grievous wounds. Yet, it had not anticipated that, after such a long time, someone would enter this cave and awaken it with their heart's blood. Just a mere human scum. As the Nine-Origin Lion King regained its composure, it scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting Yi Bufan beneath it, its previously calm demeanor shifted to one of exhilaration. Today, it would not only see the light of day again, but also have the opportunity to kill a human scum. What a delightful prospect. The day of its resurrection, to slay a member of the human race as an offering, was indeed a momentous occasion. With this thought, the Nine-Origin Lion King contemplated killing Yi Bufan to vent its frustration. Clang! Before it could make a move, golden light enveloped Yi Bufan's body. Witnessing this spectacle, the Nine-Origin Lion King's expression changed, and it entered a state of ecstasy. A human, a child of fortune. If I can harness this child of fortune, I may yet breach the Sword Chi Great Wall, annihilate the Lu family, and avenge myself upon Lu Tianshan. The dominion of the exotic beasts, the reign of the Lion Clan, is imminent. Chapter 57. Signing the contract. With this thought, the Nine-Origin Lion King abandoned the desire to kill Yi Bufan in a fit of rage and chose instead to heal him. This child of fortune had fallen into the territory of the exotic beasts, which indicated the presence of formidable enemies. Had it not been for such adversaries, how could Yi Bufan have fled the Sword Chi Great Wall and stumbled into this cave to encounter it? Surely, there was a hidden providence at play here. The heavens support the exotic beasts. The exotic beast clan shall rise. The human race must perish. As long as there is enmity, I can leverage this child of fortune's hatred to make him my puppet. And then I can march upon the Sword Chi Great Wall, utterly obliterating the Lu family and, in turn, the human race. The Nine-Yuan Lion King promptly summoned the strength within its body to commence the healing of Yi Bufan. After a brief moment, Yi Bufan gradually awakened from his unconsciousness. Noticing Yi Bufan's revival, the Lion King's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement as he spoke. You are of the human race. What has compelled you to trespass into the territory of my beast kin? The Lion King's words were unmistakably laced with indignation. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's face was suffused with dread. The territory of beasts. It is well known that even a grandmaster, the formidable patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianshan, would not dare to venture deep into the territory of beasts, merely safeguarding the Sword Chi Great Wall. To have entered the realm of beasts myself, is it not akin to courting death? My master has led me astray. Yi Bufan silently lamented within his heart. Yi Bufan's voice was thick with tension, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Speak carefully. Should there be even a hint of deceit, I shall rend you asunder. The Nine-Yuan Lion King retorted furiously, clearly prepared to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yi Bufan, in a state of turmoil, failed to observe his surroundings closely and kept murmuring, "What to do? Speak the truth at once," commanded the Lion King. At the sound of the Lion King's furious decree, Yi Bufan involuntarily knelt, then began to explain, "I have been pursued by enemies, and my master sacrificed himself to protect me." In that moment, Yi Bufan dared not conceal anything, recounting the events in their entirety to the Nine-Yuan Lion King. "Are your enemies of the Lu family?" Upon hearing this, the Lion King was visibly shaken. Even the favored child of fate, one under the protection of the heavens, has been so treated by the Lu family? How strong must the Lu family be now? However, as the conversation progressed, the Lion King's expression gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Learning that Lu Tianshan was still a grandmaster and that the Lu family remained the same as he knew it, the Lion King continued, "In the past, I too was hunted by the Lu family. Since our foes are one and the same, why not join forces?" Join forces? Yi Bufan, upon hearing this, did not immediately acquiesce. He feared the Nine-Yuan Lion King and harbored deep resentment towards Lu Wudi. Yet, the thought of allying with a beast was one he was reluctant to entertain. Since childhood, he had been educated to combat beasts. Even at the cost of his life, he could stand against Lu Wudi and the Lu family, but he could not turn against all of humanity. You are unwilling to join forces? Do you believe that with your current strength, merely a half step into the Grandmaster realm, you can contend with the Lu family? The Lion King scoffed. Humans are always so self-righteous. You could pursue a path towards greater strength, yet are constrained by those so-called morals and conventions. To the Lion King, this was the inherent weakness of humankind. If I choose to ally with you beasts, the moment word spreads, Yi Bufan will undoubtedly become the target of scorn from all. The enmity between me and the Lu family is a matter for my kind. There is no need for your interference. After a brief contemplation, Yi Bufan stated solemnly, now scrutinizing the situation more closely. He realized that the Nine-Yuan Lion King was merely a wisp of soul. Should a confrontation arise, he might not necessarily be defeated. If he were to eliminate this Lion King, he could certainly make his way to the Sword Chi Great Wall, where, relying on his identity and talents as a human, he could acquire some resources for support. Having reached this conclusion, Yi Bufan prepared to take action when he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful auras outside the cave. There were 2 Grandmaster-level presences, with dozens more at the 8th and 9th ranks. Do you intend to strike at me? Even if you could vanquish my Wisp of Soul, can you contend with the formidable warriors of the Lion Clan outside this cave? The 9 Yuan Lion King bellowed with laughter. Even while healing Yi Bufan, he had summoned nearby Lion Clan warriors. You may perish, the Lion King declared with a heavy tone. Since Yi Bufan was unwilling to cooperate, the only option left was to eliminate him. For Yi Bufan was a child of fate. If he could not become a weapon in the Lion King's arsenal, he could never be allowed to aid humanity in their struggle against the beasts. Hold on. If I were to agree to ally with you, what benefits would I receive? Faced with only 2 paths, eliminating the 9 Yuan Lion King and subsequently being killed by the Lion Clan's warriors, or agreeing to the Lion King's demands to ensure his survival, Yi Bufan naturally chose the latter. However, he would seek to maximize his own benefits before making a commitment. Very well. There is a saying among humans: those who recognize the times are heroes. If you agree to join forces with me, I can guarantee your status in the Lion Clan will be second only to mine. You shall have free reign over our resources to aid in your cultivation. Of course, our common enemy is the Lu family. When we breach the Sword Chi Great Wall, I shall slay Lu Tianshan, and you shall deal with Lu Wudi. Upon hearing Yi Bufan's agreement, the 9 Yuan Lion King's 9 heads all displayed expressions of joy. The value of a living child of fate is, of course, immeasurable. At this, Yi Bufan's face lit up with excitement. To have unrestricted access to the Lion Clan's resources for his cultivation. With such an opportunity, not only could he survive, but he could also acquire resources rivaling those of Lu Wudi, and with the aid of the evil-slaying sword manual and the teachings of his master, Zai Yaozi, he believed he could soon break through to the Grandmaster level. At that point, annihilating the Lu family would be a mere trifle. I agree to ally with you, Yi Bufan said, his tone tinged with excitement. Words alone bear no weight. You must sign this contract. And only then will I believe you. The 9 Yuan Lion King inscribed the contract with his soul and presented it to Yi Bufan. Upon seeing this, Yi Bufan's expression shifted slightly. A contract? He understood that this was an agreement that could grant him some power from the beasts, but his life and death would rest in the hands of the contract's master. Yi Bufan fell into silence. Signing this contract could lead to an uncertain future, perhaps a fate worse than death. Yet, failing to sign would result in immediate demise. Fine, I shall sign. After a moment's deliberation, Yi Bufan took the contract and inscribed his name. The moment he did so, he distinctly felt something within him being severed. He understood that this essence was what determined his fate, yet at this juncture, he had no other choice. Very well, now go and witness the strength of my Lion Clan. The 9 Yuan Lion King remarked with a smile as Yi Bufan signed the contract. This child of fate had now become a trump card in his grasp, one that could decisively influence the future of the conflict between humanity and the beasts. As the Lion King's words fell, he also entered Yi Bufan's storage ring. Being merely a wisp of soul, he had previously expended energy to heal Yi Bufan and draft the contract, leaving him somewhat weakened. He needed to return to his clan to recuperate with the aid of his kin and to reconstruct his body. Chapter 58. Seeking justice. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Wudi reclined in a grand chair, patiently awaiting the rewards from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for shattering Yi Bufan's great opportunity. Reward: 100,000 fortune points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for employing a clever scheme, leading Yi Bufan to self-castrate. Reward: 50,000 fortune points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for tricking and killing the fortune-bearing heroine. Reward: 30,000 fortune points. Current fortune points: 180,000. Hearing the system's rewards, a smirk crept across Lu Wudi's lips. 180,000 fortune points. A tremendous profit. I never imagined Yi Bufan would survive this. He even formed a contract with a beast grandmaster. Once I deal with the He family, I should pay a visit to the Sword Chi Great Wall. Lu Wudi learned through the system that after Yi Bufan's self-castration, he narrowly escaped death, only to fortuitously encounter the 9 Yuan Lion King. However, the Lion King was merely using him, which presented Lu Wudi with an opportunity. As he lounged in his chair, leisurely contemplating, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the courtyard, with voices seemingly shouting and cursing. Outside the Lu family's gates, He Qiuxing was leading a group from the He family, vociferously denouncing them. Through various rumors, it had come to light that during the Immortal Ruins, It was Lu Wuti who orchestrated the alliance of several families that ultimately forced Yi Bufan to kill his beloved daughter, He Qiuxian, unwilling to offend the various powers within Yuhai City. Recognized that although the He family was formidable, it would be insufficient to challenge all of Yuhai City alone. Thus, he opted to encroach gradually, first targeting the Lu family. Most of the Lu family's strong warriors had departed for the Sword Qi Great Wall. Presently, the Lu family had only a handful of grandmasters remaining, with the strongest being the eldest son, Lu Xuanji. Previously, He Qiuxian had refrained from attacking the Lu family due to a lack of justification. Now, with Lu Wuti having killed his daughter Yi Shuiying in the Immortal Ruins, it was only natural for him, as a father, to seek vengeance. Young Master Lu, He Qiuxian from the He family is here to cause trouble. Madam has sent me to inform you to avoid confrontation. An anxious servant from the Lu family rushed in to relay the message. Avoid confrontation? What does my mother mean? Do you think I fear him? Lu Wuti scoffed. Gather everyone from the Lu family. I want to see what the He family intends to do. Lu Wuti huffed defiantly. Hide. When trouble comes knocking, shall I simply cower? What a farce. It is utterly understandable to evade confrontation when one lacks a system. But now that assistance has been rendered, retreating would render that system utterly useless. The true villain here is none other than yourself. You have not sought trouble with the He family, yet they audaciously come to you seeking discord. Upon hearing Lu Wuti's words, the guards dared not utter a word, promptly summoning all above the 7th rank from the Lu family. Although the true pinnacle of Lu family's strength has departed to the Sword Qi Great Wall, it does not imply that the Lu family is fearful of conflict. Head of the family, the young master of the main house has embroiled himself in trouble. A hurried guard from the Lu family's branch, Lu Gongjin, rushed before Lu Gongjin, his eyes brimming with delight. With Lu Wuti in trouble, this was an opportune moment for their branch to usurp Lu Wuti's position and support Lu Xiaohua, thereby elevating their branch to the status of the main family. Pray, elaborate, Lu Gongjin said with a smile. Trouble? I am eager to learn what predicament Lu Wuti has found himself in. The guard recounted the events in meticulous detail. Smack. Upon hearing this, Lu Gongjin delivered a resounding slap to the guard's face. Bellowing, you shameless wretch, how dare that rabble from the He family come to my Lu family's doorstep to insult us? Instead of assisting, you choose to add insult to injury. What is your true intention? The guard was left dazed by Lu Gongjin's slap, bewildered. Hadn't the family head previously mentioned seeking peace with the He family? How had the stance shifted so drastically? Calm, regardless of who dares to insult my Lu family. I, Lu Gongjin, shall confront them, Lu Gongjin declared. The insults hurled by He Qiuxian united the originally disparate factions within the Lu family, igniting a spirit of vengeance among all. Even Lu Gongjin, who harbored ambitions to dethrone Lu Wuti, chose to step forward in support of him. This is our matter, and we shall resolve it ourselves. No matter how inconsequential Lu Gongjin may be, the dignity of the Lu family must be upheld. Moreover, the instigators of this ruckus are none other than the He family, Lu's sworn enemies. Lu Wuti, accompanied by over a dozen individuals of 7th rank or above from the Lu family, appeared at the entrance. As he approached, Lu Wuti spotted Yi Qiuxian leading a contingent of 30 to 50 people blocking the gates. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. The atmosphere at the Lu family's entrance instantly turned tense. Upon seeing Lu Wuti emerge, Yi Qiuxian coldly proclaimed, a life must be paid for a life, and debts must be settled. This is the natural order. Oh, I wonder which member of the He family you seek to hold accountable for their life. Or which of my kin you allege owes you a debt? Lu Wuti replied with a slight smile, his tone dripping with disdain. What a sharp tongue you possess. Everyone knows that you, Lu Wuti, ruthlessly killed my daughter in the ruins of the Immortal. Must you not pay for her life? He Qiuxian raged. Family head, what stature do you possess to engage in discourse with such a person? Allow me. A 9th rank expert from the He family, He Wengang, stepped forward. Oh, since you claim my status is unworthy of dialogue with your family head, then as the young master of the Lu family, I believe it is only fitting that your esteemed young lady should be the one to converse with me. What are you, to presume to speak with me? Lu Wuti scoffed, dismissively flicking his earwax at He Wengang. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lu Wuti slapped his forehead and continued, my sincerest apologies. I almost forgot. Your esteemed young lady has already perished in the Immortal Ruins. How remiss of me. You seek death. He Qiuxian fumed. The loss of his daughter compounded by Lu Wuti's derision was a humiliation too great to bear to He Qiuxian. Do you not consider where you stand? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Lu Gongjin, leaning on his cane, stepped forward from behind Lu Wuti. He then turned to Lu Wuti, clasping his hands. I am Lu Gongjin, head of the branch of the Lu family. and I pay my respects to the young master." Upon hearing Lu Gongjin's words, both He Qiuxing and Lu Wudi were taken aback. Why would this old man support him? He Qiuxing's expression darkened. He was well aware of the animosity between Lu Gongjin and Lu Wudi, which is precisely why he had chosen this moment to confront the Lu family. "Thank you, Uncle Qi. Please rest for the moment. I now wish to have a proper discussion with the head of the He family." Although Lu Wudi was perplexed, he feigned calmness. "What is the meaning of this? Lu Wudi, do you intend to kill my daughter and then take my life as her father?" He Qiuxing surveyed the scene. Noting that the number of Lu family members far exceeded his own, he feigned rage, knowing that if matters did not resolve favorably, his party might not leave unscathed. I asked the head of the He family, unaware of the saying, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Since you have come personally, the Lu family's hospitality must surely be more robust, lest you find fault with our reception." Lu Wudi waved his hand, calm and unperturbed. Continuing, "I heard the He family head claim that I, Lu Wudi, killed your daughter, He Shuiying, in the immortal ruins. How shall I put it? Do not all major factions face casualties in the ruins? Is it to say that only your He family is noble while others are mere weeds? Attempting to sway public opinion. Surely I am capable of that." Upon hearing this, He Qiuxing's face flushed with indignation. Lu Wudi's words left He Qiuxing at a loss. Admitting guilt would alienate numerous factions. For before entering the immortal ruins, all had consented that life and death were determined by fate. Lu Wudi's rhetoric left He Qiuxing scrambling for a reply. "Lu Xiaoshu, your tongue is indeed sharp." He Qiuxing grumbled. Feeling cornered, Lu Wudi's statement was unassailable. Rendering He Qiuxing powerless, the To strike would mean a confrontation with the Lu family, and Lu Wudi possessed the formidable sword of heaven. To retreat would be to humiliate himself. "Lu Xiaoshu, you are a master among masters. I, He Wenyuan, humbly seek your guidance." Seeing his family head in a bind, He Wenyuan stepped forward. "Oh, since you find words insufficient, you intend to resort to combat? To borrow your family's words, what are you to presume to fight me?" Lu Wudi gazed at He Wenyuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Lu Xiaoshu, are you perhaps afraid? If you are, merely kneel and apologize, and this matter can be set aside. Otherwise, the He family shall be your sworn enemy." He Qiuxing interjected, falsely believing Lu Wudi to be intimidated, since the head of the He family has spoken thus. Lu Wudi paused, casting a glance at He Qiuxing, who seemed to glimmer with excitement. He continued, "Then it is settled. Should the He family desire war, the Lu family shall oblige." With that, Lu Wudi clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Just 3 or 4 steps away, He Wenyuan shouted, "Are you not afraid, Lu Xiaozhu? When you killed my He family's young lady in the immortal ruins, did you not show fear? Or are all members of the Lu family such cowardly bullies?" At He Wenyuan's taunt, Lu Wudi's smile turned sly, a hint of malice evident. Ma Zhiling observed Lu Wudi's expression and felt her heart settle. Though their acquaintance was brief, she understood that when Lu Wudi bore such a smile, it signified that the He family was about to suffer. Beside her, Zheng Shu also noted Lu Wudi's demeanor, her expression shifting dramatically as her heart raced, though she could not discern his intentions. Being Lu Wudi's mother, she was acutely aware of her son's character. This smile suggested trouble was brewing. Lu Wudi turned to face He Qiuxing, stating, "Ye family head, your subordinate wishes to challenge me, yet I had thought it was your family's dog. To discipline a dog, one must first consider its master, but now, I believe I can teach your family's dog a lesson. It seems that the upbringing in your family is rather lax, allowing such a dog beneath you to roam freely and bite indiscriminately. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself to impart some much-needed education. However, I must inform you that there will be a fee for this instruction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be inclined to bother with it at all. You do not rush, young Master Lu. What are your intentions?" Before He Wenyuan could finish his statement, he was interrupted by He Qiuxing, who cast a stern glance at Lu Wudi. Indeed, when the masters are conversing, those who play the role of dogs should refrain from barking. As for the question posed by the head of the He family, the answer is quite simple. I am willing to personally train your family's dog. Whether it bears fruit or not, you should generously offer a sum of 1 to 200,000 as a training fee. Lu Wudi replied, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon hearing this, He Qiuxing turned his gaze toward He Wenyuan and quietly inquired, "Wenyuan, what are your odds of winning?" "Head of the family, I am 90% confident Lu Wudi has merely just broken through to the master level. In an all-out battle, he would not be my match." He Wenyuan responded. His brow furrowed. Lu Wudi dared to publicly humiliate him, and naturally, he intended to give Lu Wudi a taste of his own medicine. Though he could not kill him, severely injuring him was certainly within reach. When Yuan, you must exercise caution. That little rascal Lu Wudi is rather peculiar, so tread carefully, He Qiushan cautioned, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, while Lu Wudi had just recently broken through to master, his strength could not possibly surpass that of an established master like He Yuan. Yet, He Qiushan could not shake the feeling of impending trouble. As such, He Yuan nodded in agreement. Seeing He Yuan acquiesce, He Qiushan smiled and remarked, "Since young Master Lu is so inclined, our family shall gladly indulge you to the fullest. I only fear that young Master Lu may prove to be inferior to my family's dog. Then I shall request payment from the head of the He family," Lu Wudi replied nonchalantly. Smiling, without a hint of hesitation, He Qiushan proceeded to make the payment. Spending $1 million to humiliate the heir of the Lu family was a deal that could not possibly go awry. Chapter 60. The game. Young Master Lu, do exercise caution. I would not want to leave you toothless, He Yuan declared coldly as he stepped forward. Naturally, he intended to teach Lu Wudi a lesson for his earlier humiliation. "Oh, then I must indeed be careful, lest you inflict a bite upon me." Lu Wudi waved his hand, chuckling. "Young Master Lu, you may strike first," He Yuan beckoned to Lu Wudi with a playful smile. Choosing not to engage in a war of words any longer, "Since you put it that way, I shall not decline, but do watch out, lest you lose a few teeth as well." Lu Wudi could not help but chuckle. And then he spoke once more. He Yuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He regarded Lu Wudi as nothing more than a fleeting spark of brilliance, a master achieved through sheer resources. Not one to hold back, Lu Wudi lunged forward in a swift motion, delivering a powerful palm strike. Bang! The sound resonated as it struck He Yuan, who stood firm, refusing to budge an inch. "Well done!" He Qiushan exclaimed, unable to contain his applause. Although He Yuan was also a master, his training focused primarily on physical prowess, setting him apart from the ordinary. Thus, He Yuan absorbed Lu Wudi's strike without any consequence. Zheng Shu observed the unfolding scene, her expression tinged with concern. Is this truly the extent of young Master Lu's strength? It appears almost feeble, akin to that of a young girl. He Yuan chuckled, then let out a cold snort as a surge of energy enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming presence. The aura of a master became unmistakable. In an instant, He Yuan closed the distance to Lu Wudi. Executing a technique known as Iron Mountain Lean. Lu Wudi smirked slightly, using He Yuan's momentum to create distance between them. With a swift motion, he summoned the ice-cold sword into his grasp, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the 3 streaks of sword energy shot forth like shooting stars, accompanied by a gentle breeze, aimed directly at He Yuan. "Humph," He Yuan scoffed, his aura swelling as his veins bulged with power. Clearly, he intended to withstand Lu Wudi's sword energy head dash on To the astonishment of the onlookers, He Yuan boldly advanced toward the 3 streams of sword energy. In the next moment, crack, the formidable sword energy met an unyielding force and shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. He Yuan remained unscathed, though his clothing bore 3 gashes. At this juncture, He Yuan had reached Lu Wudi's front. "Receive my kick," He Yuan declared with a grin, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! The force of the kick connected with Lu Wudi, sending him flying despite his protective armor. Seizing the opportunity, He Yuan pressed the attack. "You dare to bark like a dog? What a fine training fee. My family's upbringing is lacking." He Yuan's fist rained down upon Lu Wudi, pounding him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of muffled impacts echoed. Lu Xuanji observed, ready to intervene in what appeared to be a one-sided beating. Zheng Shu gestured for him to hold back. "Brother, look." Though He Yuan seems to be landing punches, Lu Wudi appears unharmed. Zheng Shu whispered. Lu Xuanji, upon hearing this, began to scrutinize the scene closely. Just as Zheng Shu had stated, Lu Wudi showed no signs of injury, a faint smile lingering on his lips, as though he were relishing the experience. After a flurry of punches, He Yuan finally ceased his assault. He did so not only to avoid unintentionally killing Lu Wudi but also because, despite his focus on physical training, this vigorous exchange had taken its toll on him. "You yield, young Master Lu?" He Yuan inquired, gazing at Lu Wudi, who lay on the ground, having been sent sprawling. "Training a dog. Merely a battle of words, and now you find yourself sprawled like a dead dog." Upon noticing that Lu Wudi remained silent on the ground, He Yuan's expression shifted slightly. "Damn. Could it be that I unintentionally killed Lu Wudi? This should not have been the case. He had only exerted 80% of his strength with each punch. Lu Wudi, being a master, should not be so fragile." He Qiushan's expression also shifted, sensing the gravity of the situation. If He Yuan had indeed killed Lu Wudi in front of the Lu family's gates, they would be utterly outmatched, and their lives would be in jeopardy. Why has it stopped? I was just beginning to feel comfortable. Lu Wuti rubbed his eyes, appearing as if he had just awakened. Stifling a yawn, Tiwen Yuan's relentless punches, though undeniably impactful, posed no threat to Lu Wuti. With his Xin Jade armor and spirit armor, not even He Qiuxing, a half-step grandmaster, could pose a fatal threat to him. You survived? No. How could you possibly be unscathed? Tiwen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that Lu Wuti was still alive, which granted him a glimmer of hope. Yet, an overwhelming sense of shock washed over him as he pondered the implications. He knew that his fists were no less formidable than conventional weapons. How could Lu Wuti withstand so many blows without injury? Are you also a body cultivator, or do you possess some protective treasures? Tiwen Yuan queried in astonishment, considering only these two possibilities to explain the phenomenon. Very well, you have played your little tricks. Now it is my turn. If you are willing to kneel and bark like a dog, I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, my next move may very well prove fatal. Lu Wuti replied coolly, appearing as though he were genuinely concerned for Tiwen Yuan's well-being. Enraged, Tiwen Yuan glared at Lu Wuti, his eyes burning with fury. If looks could kill, Lu Wuti would have been reduced to mere ashes. I shall see for myself what tricks you possess that could potentially harm me. Tiwen Yuan roared. The notion that Lu Wuti, who could not even inflict harm upon him, could threaten his life was utterly laughable. Are you truly unafraid? That particular move is one I am not entirely proficient in. It may lack the necessary restraint. Your slight frame may not be able to withstand it. Lu Wuti feigned concern for Tiwen Yuan's well-being. Humph, should you be the one to take my life? That would merely be my misfortune. Do not whine like a woman. Tiwen Yuan scoffed disdainfully to He Qiuxing, filled with worry, contemplated intervening to dissuade Tiwen Yuan, but once the challenge had been issued, there was little he could say. It was unthinkable to compel Tiwen Yuan to bark like a dog. Doing so would bring shame upon the He family. In fact, He Qiuxing would rather see Tiwen Yuan perish at Lu Wuti's hands. Chapter 61. A sword shatters all techniques. Since you insist, then I shall oblige. With that, the ice-cold sword gripped firmly in hand, its tip aimed directly at Tiwen Yuan, radiating a chilling light. Ma Zhiling watched intently, a slight smile gracing her lips. This fellow truly knows how to play the fool to catch the tiger. She was well aware of Lu Wuti's true strength. Humph. That will depend on whether you possess the capability. Tiwen Yuan, incensed by Lu Wuti's words, advanced swiftly. He was not concerned that Lu Wuti could kill him, but that did not mean he would simply stand still and take Lu Wuti's strike. With a sudden, forceful punch, Lu Wuti seemed to sense it and raised his icy sword to guard his chest. The collision between the fist and the blade produced a tremendous force, accompanied by a chilling sensation. Tiwen Yuan was taken aback, stumbling back a few steps, looking somewhat disheveled. This sword is peculiar. Lu Wuti, your sword is indeed strange. At that moment, Tiwen Yuan could not even bother to address him as young Master Lu, opting instead to call him by name directly. Well, my sword is indeed unusual. Our family has practiced swordsmanship since childhood. Do you expect me to abandon my sword and engage in a fistfight? If you cannot hold your ground, it would be wise to concede now. Lu Wuti stood with his sword, chuckling lightly. I refuse to concede to your mother. Tiwen Yuan seethed with rage. As a seasoned master, he could not allow himself to be humiliated verbally by a younger generation member repeatedly. In an instant, his upper garments were shredded, revealing his bronze-toned physique. Almost simultaneously, Tiwen Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at Lu Wuti's head. Seeing this, Lu Wuti did not meet the punch head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, evading it. What are you dodging for? Tiwen Yuan snapped coldly, his fist continuing its trajectory toward Lu Wuti. Only a fool would stand there and take a beating. I'm not as simple-minded as you. Lu Wuti smiled in response. He merely wished to disengage from the confrontation, yet in Tiwen Yuan's eyes, it appeared as though he was afraid. Burial sword technique. A single sword shatters myriad laws. As Lu Wuti's voice fell, the icy sword in his hand had already thrust forward, although Tiwen Yuan had remained vigilant. Lu Wuti took advantage of the recoil from Tiwen Yuan's punch and struck, leaving him no time to react. Lu Wuti's sword pierced his left arm. In that moment of penetration, Tiwen Yuan's expression transformed drastically as he felt an excruciating chill coursing through his veins. Immediately realizing the severity, he attempted to counter with his internal energy, but alas, his efforts were futile against the overpowering cold, which swiftly overcame him. What on earth is this sword? Tiwen Yuan glared warily at Lu Wuti, relying solely on his internal strength to suppress the encroaching chill. As expected from a tenacious old dog, Lu Wuti exclaimed in surprise, noting that He Wenyuan had not succumbed to the cold. The term Old Dog was a spontaneous moniker Lu Wuti concocted. With a tough exterior and He Wenyuan being from the He family, it aptly fit. Die for me. He Wenyuan roared in fury, forcefully stifling the chill in his left arm before launching another attack at Lu Wuti. In response, Lu Wuti performed a flourish with his sword and accelerated his speed. 1 sword, frost cold across 14 states. In the blink of an eye, numerous bloodstains appeared on He Wenyuan's body, particularly on his limbs, which were countless. Lu Wuti. He Wenyuan stood there, cursing vehemently, but before he could finish, he felt his limbs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. Lu Wuti, what have you done to him? He Qiusheng stepped forward, approaching He Wenyuan's side and glaring at Lu Wuti. He then placed his hand on He Wenyuan, only to find his limbs as frigid as ice. What is the meaning of this, head of the He family? I had forewarned you that my sword could lead to death if he had not overestimated his own defenses. This outcome would not have ensued, Lu Wuti replied, shifting the blame onto He Wenyuan. Upon hearing this, a wave of blood surged to He Wenyuan's mouth. Very well, Lu Wuti, you certainly have provided a warning. He Qiusheng's face turned ashen as he began to channel his energy, attempting to assist He Wenyuan in stifling the cold within him. However, he could only suppress it, unable to eliminate it entirely. Turning to Lu Wuti with a tone of resignation, He Qiusheng said, Young Master Lu, we of the He family concede. I implore you to dispel the cold within Wenyuan. What do you mean by that? Head of the He family, it sounds as if I am at fault here, Lu Wuti replied, somewhat displeased. I had forewarned you that I was not entirely adept with this sword. I could not restrain it. I urged him to surrender, yet he refused, leading to this unfortunate outcome. How could I dispel it? Hearing Lu Wuti's words, He Qiusheng clenched his teeth, wanting to retort, yet he merely moved his lips without uttering a sound. Indeed, Lu Wuti had given prior notice. Now He Qiusheng found himself in a position of bitter helplessness. Very well. We of the He family concede. Farewell, He Qiusheng stated coldly, subsequently summoning the members of the He family to assist He Wenyuan and prepare to depart. Head of the He family, you must leave quickly. Lu Wuti called out urgently. No need for your concern. I shall. But before He Qiusheng could finish, He Wenyuan's body exploded like a bomb, scattering red, white, and yellow matter everywhere. Those closest to He Wenyuan, including He Qiusheng, were knocked back a few steps by the sudden explosion. Lu Wuti, what is the meaning of this? Why did you resort to lethal force? He Qiusheng steadied himself, glaring at Lu Wuti in fury. Were it not for the fact that they were on Lu family grounds, he would have sought vengeance against Lu Wuti. Did I not warn you? I nearly forgot that prolonged exposure to that chill would lead to an explosion. Once I recalled it, I thought to remind you. Lu Wuti shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. You? He Qiusheng felt a taste of bitterness rise in his throat. How infuriating it was to have been toyed with by Lu Wuti repeatedly. With no justification to retaliate. He had initially intended to confront the Lu family for an explanation, only to find that not only had he received no answers, but also lost a master in the process. It appears I have wronged young Master Lu. We shall depart. He Qiusheng forced the bitterness down his throat, speaking coldly. This incident had cost him both reputation and dignity, and would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule throughout Yunhai City. The mountains are high, and the roads are long. I shall not see you off. Clear away these foul remnants from in front of the door. My Lu family cannot allow ourselves to be as unhygienic as the He family. Understood. Lu Wuti addressed He Qiusheng with a dismissive wave, gesturing at the remnants left by He Wenyuan's explosion with a look of disdain. Several guards from the Lu family stepped forward to begin the cleanup. Upon hearing Lu Wuti's words, He Qiusheng nearly stumbled, on the verge of collapsing. What kind of remarks was Lu Wuti making? Chapter 62. Enhancing overall strength. It was clear that he was deliberately trying to irritate him. He had not anticipated being bitten back by Lu Wuti, which only fueled his anger. However, given the current situation, it was disadvantageous for the He family. Otherwise, he would have demanded blood for blood from Lu Wuti. After He Qiusheng's departure, the entire Yunhai City erupted in chaos. The news of He Qiusheng's humiliation at the hands of Lu Wuti spread like wildfire, creating a sensation throughout the city. It was well known that both the He and Lu families were dominant forces in Yunhai City. And He Qiusheng, as the head of the He family, stood at the pinnacle of power. Yet, such a figure had been bested by Lu Wuti, who was merely the young master of the Lu family, inherently of a lower status than He Qiusheng. Moreover, Lu Wuti had recently been nothing more than a sycophant. Lu Wuti, concealing his brilliance and biding his time. In an instant, all factions within Yunhai City began to share a common thought. Lu Wuti had indeed been hiding his talents. Had it not been for Yi Bufan and Zhu Ningyu disrupting the Lu family's wedding, it was likely that Lu Wudi would have remained concealed. All were advised to remain vigilant against the Lu family, particularly Lu Wudi, ensuring that relations were maintained positively rather than antagonistically. Simultaneously, various factions across Yuhai City issued such commands. In the Lu family of Yuhai City, at the very center of the storm that had shaken the city, Lu Wudi sat in the main seat of the Lu family's conference hall, a grave expression marking his features. The He family, He Qiuxing, though he had achieved a measure of victory by luck, the He family's overall strength still surpassed that of the Lu family. After all, the majority of the Lu family's master-level experts had departed for the Sword Qi Great Wall and could not return swiftly. If the He family chose to launch a full-scale attack at this critical juncture, even with Zhang Shu's maternal family providing strong support, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Today, his reckless annihilation of He Wenyuan and provocation of He Qiuxing was a deliberate ploy to instill caution in the He family. Buying time for the Lu family. Young master, the He family's momentum is formidable. Though you have repelled them, should they attack with full force, our Lu family is in peril. An elder of the Lu family spoke with concern. This man was Lu Wudi's ninth uncle, Lu Yuanpei, also a master-level figure. Elder Jiu, what are you suggesting? Lu Gongjin replied angrily, shattering the teacup he held in his hand. How could one of the Lu family cower in fear after such humiliation from the He family? Internal strife was permissible among the Lu family, but against external foes, they would undoubtedly retaliate mercilessly. Seventh brother, I find myself disinclined to engage in any endeavors. The He family has existed for no less than a millennium, and the depth of its lineage is unfathomable. Even when the former patriarch resided in the clouds, he never laid a hand upon the He family, although my Lu family does not fear the He clan. Should our two families engage in conflict, regardless of who triumphs or falters, our foundations could very well be shaken. At present, the He family's incursion is merely a quest for an explanation. What would it matter if my Lu family provides one? Lu Yuanpei spoke in a somber tone. It has not been easy for the Lu family to rise and reach the pinnacle of Yunhai City. A confrontation with the He family would inevitably destabilize our roots. At that point, other factions may seek to capitalize on our vulnerability. He dared not risk it, nor did he wish to die in an instant. The members of the Lu family divided into two factions, one being the conservatives, who were unwilling to engage in battle with the He family during such a precarious time, and the other being the Hawks, who insisted on defending the dignity of the Lu family. Feeling that they must confront the He family to vent their frustrations, the two factions were embroiled in heated disputes. Enough. Lu Wudi interjected with a cold snort. Instantly, both factions fell silent, their gazes turning towards Lu Wudi, the head of the family. They, too, were eager to discern the stance of this young patriarch. Young master, how could my Lu family endure such humiliation? Lu Gongjin exclaimed, his words laced with barely restrained fury. Observing the countenance of Lu Gongjin, Lu Shaohua shrank back, fully aware that his father was genuinely enraged. Young master, seventh brother, our Lu family's current strength is simply not suited for warfare against the He family. Lu Yuanpei spoke in a low voice. Shall we then swallow our pride? Must we allow the He family to cause a ruckus at our doorstep without consequence? Lu Gongjin still struggled to conceal his inner wrath. With the old patriarch absent and the family head away, the majority of our Lu family's strong members are stationed at the Sword Qi Great Wall. This day's humiliation, my Lu family will certainly not let slip by. When the old patriarch returns, we shall undoubtedly annihilate the He family and cleanse our shame. Lu Yuanpei spoke, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. How could he not be furious? He was a member of the Lu family, subjected to the humiliation inflicted by the He family at their very doorstep. Naturally, his anger surged. Yet he understood that, for now, they could only endure. Elders, I must ask, can my Lu family be humiliated like this? Lu Wudi clapped his hands softly. Absolutely not. Lu Gongjin and Lu Yuanpei responded in unison that if that is the case, what is there to deliberate? If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall retaliate. The actions of the He family are akin to slapping my Lu family in the face. Shall we simply tolerate this? If we endure such humiliation today, what place will my Lu family have in Yuhai in the future? Lu Wudi spoke in a tone that was calm yet filled with resolve. However, how could my Lu family's current strength possibly contend with the He family? It is known that the He family still possesses their formidable member, who was previously half a grandmaster. What level of strength he wields now remains uncertain. Lu Yuanpei lamented. Young master, you possess vigor in such thoughts, which is commendable, yet one must also consider our current capabilities. Bravery without strategy is indeed admirable, yet it can also be quite absurd. What if I were to say that I could aid the Lu family in elevating its overall strength? Lu Wuti replied in a placid tone. Upon hearing Lu Wuti's words, the gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly react with laughter, elevating the overall strength of the Lu family. Such a statement is tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention that Lu Wuti is merely a master. Even the old patriarch, Lu Tianshan, a powerful grandmaster, would not dare to utter such words. Young master, do not just Lu Yuanpei chuckled wryly. Elevating overall strength? A fool's dream indeed. Everyone was acutely aware of what was required to enhance overall strength. Resources and talent are indispensable. Given the current resources of the Lu family, they could cultivate several 8th or 9th tier experts. But grandmasters are a different matter altogether. They cannot be simply amassed with ordinary resources, but require a certain degree of talent as well. Young master, should you persist in this manner, I would venture to say that you are unworthy of being the young master of the Lu family to utter such impractical words. Lu Gongjin declared indignantly. He was currently contending with external foes, yet that did not signify his loyalty to Lu Wuti. Given the opportunity, he would still seek to remove Lu Wuti from power and elevate his own son as the young master of the Lu family. Chapter 63, Commencing the Elevation. Esteemed elders, not long ago, I was merely at the 4th tier. How little time has passed, and I have already attained the level of master. Lu Wuti did not hasten to retort, but instead spoke of his own prowess. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanpei and Lu Gongjin exchanged glances, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, they had overlooked the transformation in Lu Wuti's strength not long ago, during his wedding to Zhu Ningyu. Lu Wuti's strength had only been at the 4th tier. And in such a brief span, he had already achieved the status of master, with combat prowess not inferior to that of seasoned masters. This was evident when Lu Wuti dispatched He Wenyuan, which was enough to demonstrate that his claim of enhancing the overall strength of the Lu family might indeed hold merit. Lu Xuanji, Zheng Shu, and others were equally astonished. In their eyes, Lu Wuti was merely a child. And considering his previous lackluster talent, achieving 4th tier prowess during his wedding, bolstered by the resources of the Lu family, was remarkable. Yet now, Lu Wuti's progress was astonishingly rapid, a 23-year-old master. Even the old patriarch Lu Tianshan could not compare. For at the age of 23, he had only reached the 8th tier. Young master, Wuti, is what you say true? Lu Xuanji, Lu Gongjin, and Zheng Shu in unison queried. While it may not make every member of the Lu family a master, annihilating the He family should not pose a problem. Lu Wuti asserted with confidence. If one were to inquire about the source of his confidence, it would be the 180,000 fortune points from the system. With 180,000 fortune points, he could exchange for myriad treasures, assisting the Lu family members who were stuck at the threshold of master to ascend. Furthermore, Lu Wuti could spend 88,888 fortune points to acquire a mirror-breaking pill, which would enhance the success rate of a master breaking into grandmaster by 80. His 7th uncle, Lu Gongjin, who had long been a master, would have an excellent chance of breaking through to grandmaster should he consume this pill. At that point, the Lu family would possess 2 grandmasters, making the annihilation of the He family a trivial matter. What is the comprehensive strength of the He family? Lu Wuti inquired. The He family, including He Qiuxing, originally had 6 masters. 1 was slain by the young master, leaving 5 remaining. It is rumored that the elder patriarch of the He family still lives and is a grandmaster. As for the strength below the master level, the He family is inferior to my Lu family. Lu Gongjin, well versed in the overt strengths of the He family, recounted the details. Of course, these are only the visible strengths. We are less informed about the He family's hidden capabilities. However, among the younger and middle-aged members, there should be no grandmasters. If there were, the He family would not dare to stir trouble without the protection of a grandmaster. After hearing Lu Gongjin's words, Lu Wuti nodded in agreement. Without a grandmaster, there might indeed be an opportunity to obliterate the He family. Lu Wuti's intent to eradicate the He family stemmed not merely from this incident, but from his understanding via the system of Yi Bufan gaining the support of the 9 Yuan Lion King from the Beast Clan. The He family acted as an internal collaborator, first using poison to control most of the Sword Chi Great Wall's personnel, then allowing the Beast Clan entry. Those who were poisoned had long lost their strength, making them no match for the beasts. Even if Lu Tianshan fought valiantly to protect, he ultimately perished, leading to the downfall of the Lu family. Thus, rather than allowing the He family to bring about the downfall of the Lu family, it would be wiser to take the initiative and destroy the He family first. Esteemed elders, this is a Qi blood pill, which can restore your vitality to its peak. Should any of you find yourselves unable to advance due to depleted energy, Consuming this pill may even elevate your strength further. Lu Wuti exchanged 10,000 fortune points from the system for 10 Qi blood pills, subsequently distributing them among Lu Xuanji, Zheng Shu, Lu Gongjin, and others present. Upon receiving the pills, the 10 individuals did not consume them immediately. It was not due to distrust in Lu Wuti, but rather skepticism regarding the miraculous claims of the pill. Restoring vitality to its youthful peak is no simple feat. Lu Xuanji, having previously consumed Lu Wuti's pills, was the first to swallow one, trusting his nephew would not deceive him. After all, it was Lu Wuti's pill that had enabled him to ascend to Grandmaster. As the pill entered his mouth, Lu Xuanji felt an immediate sensation. He could distinctly sense a warm current flowing into his body. Wherever the warmth traveled, he felt a soothing heat, akin to the sun breaking through the winter chill, rendering his body extraordinarily comfortable. His bloodline, which had waned due to age, was instantly revitalized. And even the hidden injuries sustained during battles with the beast at the Sword Chi Great Wall began to mend under the influence of the warmth, making him feel as though he had returned to his youthful 20s. Lu Gongjin and the others gazed at Lu Xuanji's transformation, their eyes filled with astonishment. Did this pill truly work? Lu Gongjin and Lu Yuanpei wasted no time and promptly consumed the Qi blood pills without hesitation. Upon consuming the Qi blood pill, the individuals felt an immediate resurgence of vitality within them. As if their life force had returned to its prime. A warm current continuously nourished their vital organs. Bang! Among the 10, including Zheng Shu, 3 experienced an overflow of energy that propelled them into the realm of Grandmasters. Although Lu Gongjin and Lu Yuanpei remained at the Grandmaster level, they stood on the precipice of advancing to the greater Grandmaster rank, particularly Lu Gongjin, who was but a single step away from achieving a half-step Grandmaster status. We are profoundly grateful for the benevolence of the young master in bestowing this elixir upon us, Lu Gongjin and the others respectfully expressed to Lu Wuti. This singular pill offered them a genuine opportunity to strive for the Grandmaster level. Especially for Lu Gongjin, who previously harbored doubts about Lu Wuti's worthiness as the heir of the Lu family, it was now evident that Lu Wuti was the only rightful successor. By generously distributing these precious pills, Lu Wuti had undoubtedly garnered the favor of many elder members. As long as he did not commit any grave transgressions, they would likely forgive him unconditionally. The return of their vitality provided them with a chance to pursue the Grandmaster path. And although it was merely a single pill, for them, it was akin to a rebirth. I shall arrange a medicinal bath for all esteemed elders, hoping that each of you can enhance your strength in the time to come. The storm is brewing, and the He family will not relent easily. We must elevate our own power to better protect the Lu family when that time arrives, Lu Wuti proclaimed solemnly, having revitalized their life force. He believed that combined with the medicinal baths, the strength of these 10 individuals would surely ascend to new heights. Furthermore, the upcoming medicinal baths would not be limited to just these 10. He also intended to include the group that had initially subdued Yu Bufan. All of them were of the 8th rank, and should they partake in the medicinal baths, they would undoubtedly make significant advancements, potentially reaching the 9th rank or even Grandmaster status. With this thought in mind, Lu Wuti expended 50,000 fortune points to exchange for 25 drops of marrow cleansing liquid. Chapter 64. To bet or not to bet 50,000 fortune points. Lu Wuti felt a pang of regret within. The marrow cleansing liquid was a rare elixir used to purify one's very foundation and alter one's constitution. Even ordinary grandmasters found it challenging to withstand its potent effects. Night soon fell, and Lu Wuti prepared a pool for the medicinal bath, selecting a variety of nourishing herbs before adding the marrow cleansing liquid. Over the course of 5 consecutive days of medicinal baths, many members of the Lu family experienced marked improvements in their physical constitutions. Notably, Lu Xuanji, Lu Gongjin, Lu Yuanpei, and Zheng Shu underwent a profound transformation. Lu Xuanji not only solidified his grandmaster status, but also made significant strides toward the pinnacle, taking a substantial leap toward the absolute peak. It could be said that, apart from Lu Tianshan, Lu Xuanji was now the undisputed strongest in the Lu family. Even in a confrontation with Lu Tianshan, Lu Xuanji could hold a slight advantage, preventing him from being completely overwhelmed. Lu Gongjin experienced similar progress, stabilizing at the half-step grandmaster level. Ordinary medicinal baths offered him no further assistance, and the barrier to becoming a grandmaster remained formidable. While his vitality and constitution had nearly returned to their peak, the prospect of breaking through to grandmaster status still seemed distant. This was no simple feat, and a reckless attempt could very well lead to disaster. Lu Yuanpei and Zheng Shu also solidified their grandmaster status, their strength significantly enhanced. Wuti, your methods are truly remarkable. Zheng Shu approached, her face alight with joy as she regarded her child. She had not anticipated that her offspring possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Previously, Lu Wudi's position as heir had been supported by both Lu Tianshan, the elder patriarch of the Lu family, and her own kin from the Zheng family. She had thought her child to be ineffectual. Her duty merely to shield him from the deceptions of family politics. Little did she know, her child had been biding his time, harboring such wondrous abilities. This prowess evidently secured his standing within the Lu family and ensured that his position as heir would no longer be as precarious as before. "Thank you, young master." Lu Gongjin and Lu Yuanpei clasped their fists in salute. They had once been on the brink of exhaustion, and without fortuitous opportunities, advancement would have been nearly impossible. Yet with Lu Wudi's assistance, they brimmed with vitality, their future potential now boundless. "Seventh uncle, please come with me," Lu Wudi said calmly, turning to enter the Lu family seclusion chamber. Upon hearing this, Lu Gongjin furrowed his brow. The seclusion chamber? Could it be that Lu Wudi intended to seize his authority? Lu Gongjin pondered anxiously. However, at this moment, the gaze of the entire Lu family was upon him, compelling him to comply. Alas, with a sigh, Lu Gongjin made his way toward the seclusion chamber. Now that the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Everyone was watching him, and currently, Lu Wudi had the people's support. "I have come to see the young master." Lu Gongjin addressed Lu Wudi, who stood with his back turned, speaking with reverence, his voice tinged with a tremor. Lu Gongjin now bore a measure of trepidation towards Lu Wudi. It was worth noting that the Qi blood pill and marrow-cleansing liquid Lu Wudi had provided were unparalleled treasures. Unheard of even within the Lu family, let alone possessed by them. But Lu Wudi had them, which implied he had an unfathomably powerful and secretive mentor. "Seventh uncle, do you possess the confidence to break through to Grandmaster?" Lu Wudi inquired slowly. "Grandmaster?" Lu Gongjin was taken aback. Lu Wudi summoned him not to settle old scores, but rather to inquire if he had the chance to ascend to Grandmaster status. Could it be that Lu Wudi had the means to assist him in this endeavor? Surely, Lu Xuanji had also achieved Grandmaster status thanks to a pill from Lu Wudi. "I do not," Lu Gongjin began. But before he could finish, Lu Wudi interjected, "Why not? Is it a lack of confidence or—" "I, Lu Gongjin, have devoted myself to arduous training, and my efforts have far exceeded those of the elder patriarch. Perhaps it is simply my lack of talent. I have yet to break through," Lu Gongjin lamented. Shaking his head in resignation, he genuinely felt he had wasted the young master's precious elixir. Lu Wudi waved his hand dismissively, speaking with composure. "Talent, with the powerful support of the system. Is it truly so difficult to break through to Grandmaster? I understand that breaking through does not solely rely on talent. It requires resources. As long as the resources are sufficient, one can certainly cultivate a Grandmaster. However, I do not wish for the Lu family's resources to be squandered on an aging relic like myself." Lu Gongjin nodded in agreement. He was aware that some factions would exhaust their entire clan's resources to forcibly create a Grandmaster, seeking better protection for their family. Yet, the Lu family did not require such measures. With Lu Tianshan, the most formidable Grandmaster in Yunhai City, they were secured. Lu Tianshan was unrivaled beneath the pinnacle, and above it, he was a force to be reckoned with. Now that Lu Xuanji had also attained Grandmaster status, the Lu family had 2 Grandmasters, eliminating the need to waste resources on artificially manufacturing another. He did not wish for the family to squander their resources on him. His disdain for Lu Wudi stemmed from the latter's earlier lackluster performance. But now he realized that perhaps Lu Wudi could indeed lead the Lu family beyond Yuhai City, toward greater horizons. "What if I told you that I could assist you in breaking through to Grandmaster?" Lu Wudi proposed. "What?" Lu Gongjin exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head, continuing, "I am too old to have resources wasted on me. The young master should invest them in himself. You young ones are the foundation of the Lu family. Seventh uncle, do not speak like that. When Yi Qiuxing led the He family to humiliate our Lu family at the gate, you were willing to stand up for us. Which is more than enough justification for my actions," Lu Wudi replied earnestly. "I possess a pill that can increase your chances of breaking through to Grandmaster by 90%. I wonder if Seventh uncle is willing to take this gamble." Ignoring Lu Gongjin's earlier words, Lu Wudi produced the breakthrough pill. 90% chance. Lu Gongjin's expression brightened, though he quickly tempered his excitement. Lu Gongjin began, but Lu Wudi interrupted. "In the upcoming conflict against the He family, we are unaware of their true strength. With another Grandmaster on our side, the Lu family will have a greater chance of victory, thereby saving many lives. Thank you, young master, for bestowing this elixir upon me." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Gongjin accepted the breakthrough pill and knelt before Lu Wudi. He felt a profound sense of shame. Lu Wudi had treated him so generously, yet he had harbored suspicions of ulterior motives. Chapter 65. A mouthful of salt soda to take you down. Lu Wudi's willingness to grant him such a precious pill left Lu Gongjin feeling utterly ashamed for having doubted him. Very well, within this seclusion chamber, focus entirely on your cultivation that I have other arrangements to attend to, Lu Wudi stated before turning to leave the chamber. Lu Gongjin wasted no time and promptly swallowed the breakthrough pill. Preparing to strive for the Grandmaster level. My son, how could you take action against your seventh uncle at this time? Zheng Shu, having seen Lu Wudi emerge, hurried to his side and spoke softly. Your reputation is soaring, and seventh uncle would never act against you. Your actions now could be seen as unwise. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lu Wudi was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Taking action against Lu Gongjin. He had simply acted out of kindness by offering medicine and had no intention of harming Lu Gongjin. Once Lu Gongjin rallied his supporters at the entrance, he had forgiven this elder who was determined to usurp his position as the young master. Ladies and gentlemen, do not misunderstand. Uncle Chi is currently in seclusion. The day he emerges will mark the moment our Lu family redeems its honor and annihilates the He family. For now, please focus on cultivating the burial immortal sword technique and our Lu family swordsmanship. Lu Wudi declared. Although he had not planned to clarify the matter, the doubts even from his own mother prompted him to step forward. Otherwise, the morale of certain members of the Lu family might crumble. We heed the young master's command. The group led by Lu Yuanpei chimed in. Only those from the branch family, including Lu Xiaohua, who accompanied Lu Gongjin, looked at Lu Wudi with evident skepticism, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Young master, is my father truly in the seclusion chamber? When will he emerge? Lu Xiaohua inquired, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Despite Lu Gongjin's sternness towards him, he bore no grudge, for Lu Gongjin was his father. Indeed, I am not deceiving you. Lu Wudi responded. We do not believe you. We must see our family head safe. Exactly. You and our family head entered, yet only you emerged to claim he is in seclusion. How could that be possible? The branch family members erupted in anger. They were not convinced by Lu Wudi's words, especially since their family head had recently plotted to depose Lu Wudi. Now, Lu Wudi claimed their family head was in seclusion, with only himself returning, which raised significant suspicions. Are you plotting a rebellion? How could the young master deceive you? Lu Yuanpei interjected, is masterful aura filling the room. We demand to see our family head. Lu Laojiu, your opinions differ from our family heads. Who knows if you and Lu Wudi colluded to harm him? Indeed, we must see our family head. The branch family members shouted in unison, turning the Lu family's conference hall into chaos. Silence. Lu Xuanji, a grandmaster, commanded, and all eyes turned to him. I vouch for the young master. If anything untoward happens to Lu Gongjin, I shall back you. Lu Xuanji continued, confident that his nephew would not act against Lu Gongjin, and if he did, it would not be done so brazenly. I also believe the young master. Everyone, cease your uproar. If the young master says my father is in seclusion, I shall wait a few days, Lu Xiaohua declared. Upon hearing Lu Xuanji and Lu Xiaohua, the branch family members calmed down, bowing to them before retreating. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Xuanji turned to Lu Wudi and asked, my good nephew, tell me, did you harm Lu Gongjin in the seclusion chamber? If you did, I shall send you away from the Lu family to the Sword Chi Great Wall, where your father and grandfather are. I believe no one would dare touch you there. Although Lu Xuanji trusted that Lu Wudi had not acted against Lu Gongjin, he sought clarity to plan accordingly. Why would I harm Lu Gongjin? Though he shows me disrespect, he has always treated the Lu family well. A person who genuinely cares for our family's honor and disgrace is inherently good. How could I possibly turn against such a person? Moreover, according to our lineage, he is still my Uncle Chi. Lu Wudi replied. Lu Xuanji and Zheng Shu, upon hearing this, chose not to press further, as they believed in Lu Wudi. Subsequently, the two departed. Young master, do you truly intend to go to war with the He family? Ma Jiling inquired, puzzled. Are we truly willing to fight to the death over mere pride? How battle-hungry can the Lu family be? She sensed that Lu Wudi had ulterior motives, but she could not discern what they were, prompting her to ask him. Indeed, Lu Wudi nodded. Why? Ma Jiling asked. Thoroughly confused, is it really worth risking mutual destruction for pride? Does the Lu family possess hidden cards? Or is Lu Wudi simply foolish? Could the man I chose truly be a fool? Why are you so curious? Lu Wudi teased, poking her cheek. I have committed myself to you. Thus the affairs of the Lu family are also the affairs of the Ma family, and if you truly intend to annihilate the He family, I can have my father bring reinforcements immediately. Ma Jiling playfully swatted Lu Wudi's hand away, laughing lightly. She herself did not understand why, despite having spent little time with Lu Wuti and initially showing no interest in him. Her sole focus being to exploit his influence for opportunities within the immortal relics, she found herself genuinely attracted to this audacious Lu Wuti after he shielded her from the self-detonation of the Xiaozi. Perhaps this was what they called fated stories. I never said I would marry you. At most, you are merely a bed warmer, Lu Wuti retorted, diverting the topic. Come on, I am a major antagonist. Endowed with a system, do I really need a woman's assistance? That would be an insult to myself. No, not to myself, but to the system. You can go die. I'll spray you with a mouthful of salt water. Ma Jiling exclaimed in fury, swinging her hand toward Lu Wuti's face. Seeing this, Lu Wuti quickly fled. Damn it. Do girls in the Northwest always have such tempers, like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation? As Ma Jiling watched Lu Wuti scamper away, a smile crept onto her lips, and she promptly informed her father to bring people to assist. She had heard of the He family, a clan with a history spanning thousands of years. They undoubtedly possessed some hidden strength. Even if they had fallen from grace, a dead horse is better than a live dog. One could never know what other means the He family still had. Therefore, she needed to notify the Ma family in the Northwest if they were to annihilate their enemies. It was imperative to eliminate the root cause. Chapter 66. The He family asks for battle Yanhai City. The He family. Family head, are we truly to endure this humiliation? Shall we treat Wen Yuan's death as though it never occurred? He Wengang shouted furiously within the He family's conference hall. He Wen Yuan was his biological brother, and he could not let the matter rest. He Qiuxing sat in the main seat, his expression grim. How could he not be enraged? He was a prominent figure in Yuhai City, the current head of the He family, yet he had been publicly humiliated by the likes of Lu Wuti, a mere junior. The news of the incident had spread throughout the entire Yunhai City. Could he still maintain his dignity? However, what could he do? The old family head was still in seclusion, and he had no authority to make decisions if they were to declare war against the Lu family without the backing of the Grandmaster He Wulian. Their chances of victory were virtually non-existent. After all, Lu Xuanji was also a Grandmaster, and alone, he could nearly hold off half of the He family's masters. Family head, we, the He family, request a battle. He Wengang knelt on the ground, speaking fervently. Family head, we, the He family, request a battle. The members of the He family in the conference hall also knelt down, calling out in unison. Their family had a heritage spanning thousands of years. And although they had fallen considerably, their inherent pride would not allow them to bow their heads. We request a battle. This battle will be to the death. Gentlemen, I, He Qiuxing, have been humiliated by a yellow-toothed child. Do you not feel anger? Although many of the Lu family's strong members are absent from Yuhai City, Lu Xuanji remains. He is also a Grandmaster. Who among the He family, aside from the old family head, could stand against him? He Qiuxing stood up, speaking helplessly. He, too, yearned for battle. Originally, he had planned to leverage public opinion to force the Lu family to surrender Lu Wuti. At that time, the Lu family's members would surely contend fiercely for the position of young master in the absence of Lu Tianshan and others. When that occurred, the He family would strike, forcefully suppressing the Lu family. In this way, even if Lu Tianshan returned, the situation would already be settled, and they would be unable to stir up any further chaos. However, all of this had been disrupted by Lu Wuti. Not only that, but they had also lost a master. They had lost both the game and a soldier. Family head, are we truly to let this matter go? He Wengang said indignantly. Let it go. How could the He family, which has endured for thousands of years, bow to a mere Lu family in this manner? What do you mean by letting it go? Just as He Wengang finished speaking, an aged voice resonated from outside the conference hall. The crowd turned to look. Old family head, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane, stood at the door. Though time had left its mark on his figure, he stood tall, exuding an air of authority that grew even more pronounced. His eyes, deep and keen, radiated a sense of dignity honed through years of experience. The newcomer was none other than the He family's old family head, He Wulian, the uncle of He Qiuxing. We greet the old family head. The members of the He family spoke in unison. He Qiuxing hurriedly ran from the main seat to assist He Wulian, helping him to sit in the main seat. I wish to know what you were just discussing. What matter is deemed so easily dismissed? He Wei Lian, gripping his cane, spoke softly. Respected elder patriarch, the matter we were just discussing pertains to the death struggle with the Lu family. The Lu family has gone too far, openly provoking the He family, and has even publicly humiliated and killed our esteemed master. He Qiuxing replied earnestly. Publicly humiliate and kill our master? Lu Tianshan has quite the audacity. Does he truly think I am dead? To dare oppress the small with the large, He Wei Lian's cane struck heavily upon the ground, his presence exuding an air of authority that enveloped the entire hall. Upon hearing this, He Qiusheng hastily interjected. Patriarch, it is not Lu Tianshan, but rather the young master of the Lu family, Lu Wudi. Lu Wudi, that incompetent wretch of the Lu family? He Wei Lian expressed his confusion before his seclusion. Lu Wudi was known as a sycophant, always catering to Zhu Ningyu's whims. His strength seemed to be merely at the 4th tier. With such power, not to mention a master, even the pinnacle of the 3rd tier from my He family could contend with Lu Wudi on equal footing. How could it be that during my brief seclusion of less than 100 days, Lu Wudi managed to publicly humiliate and kill our family's master? Could it be that my seclusion lasted not 100 days, but 10 years? Indeed, it was Lu Wudi. He has been biding his time in obscurity. Had it not been for Yi Bufan interrupting his wedding day, Lu Wudi would still be lurking in the shadows. He Qiusheng recounted in detail, including Lu Wudi's current cultivation and how he had shamefully killed He Wen Yuan. Since he is but a junior, should my He family still retain some dignity? To provoke the Lu family and be humiliated by a mere youth, He Qiusheng, how do you intend to uphold your role as patriarch? After absorbing the entire account, He Wei Lian's face flushed crimson with indignation. To have one's own people provoke the Lu family only to be humiliated by a former waste, a most ludicrous turn of events. How could one have the audacity to seek revenge? Why would they provoke the Lu family? Suddenly, a thought struck He Wei Lian. Surely, He Qiusheng is not such a fool as to antagonize the Lu family without cause. The present Lu family is indeed thriving, their influence in Yunhai City far surpassing that of the He family. If not for a significant grievance, He Qiusheng would never provoke the Lu family without reason. Lu Wudi schemed to kill Xue Ying within the immortal ruins. He Qiusheng's eyes glistened with moisture as he spoke, his voice laden with frustration. His daughter had perished at the hands of Lu Wudi, and his quest for justice had resulted in the loss of a master. How could he not feel aggrieved? Xue Ying, I wondered why I did not see that girl upon my emergence from seclusion. He Wei Lian's expression darkened instantly. He Xue Ying was not only a standout among the younger generation of the He family, but also his most cherished granddaughter. Yet, during his seclusion, this granddaughter had been slain by Lu Wudi. Let war commence. If this vengeance is not exacted, what face do I, He Wei Lian, have to exist in this world? The Lu family has gone too far. He Wei Lian pondered for a moment before speaking. An even greater aura of dominance surged forth, nearly suffocating the members of the He family gathered in the conference hall. The elder patriarch is indeed wise. He Qiusheng and the others echoed in agreement. Following his seclusion, He Wei Lian's strength had reached the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, while Lu Xianji had only just stepped into the Grandmaster tier. With the elder patriarch leading the charge, victory was assured. The annihilation of the Lu family was now a foregone conclusion. Prepare for battle. In 3 days, all members of the He family at the 7th tier and above shall proceed to the Lu family. We shall strike decisively and ensure the Lu family's complete eradication. If we allow Lu Tianshan to return, our He family will be in peril, He Wei Lian declared solemnly. Ordinary masters, like Wen Yuan, could be eliminated without hesitation. He would not tear apart relations with the Lu family over such losses. However, Lu Wudi had taken the life of He Xue Ying, his most beloved granddaughter, and the only one capable of sustaining the He family's legacy in the years to come. The Lu family had severed the roots of the He family. Thus, he must annihilate the entire Lu clan. Chapter 67. Internal strife within the Lu family with He Wei Lian's declaration of war. The members of the He family fell into a flurry of activity. The atmosphere in Yunhai City grew particularly heavy, as countless factions observed the impending clash between the Lu and He families. This was a high-stakes gamble, wagering on which family would emerge victorious or if both would suffer devastating losses. Regardless of the outcome, they stood to gain from the chaos. 2 days later, outside the closed chamber of the Lu family, Lu Wudi and Lu Xiaohua waited. Today marked the day of Lu Gongjin's emergence from seclusion, a pivotal moment that would determine the future direction of the Lu family. Should Lu Gongjin truly remain in seclusion, once he emerges, the Lu family would undoubtedly become an immovable force. However, if Lu Gongjin were slain by Lu Wudi, then the Lu family would inevitably splinter into factions. Lu Xianji and Zheng Shu had also made their preparations. Should the chamber open to reveal Lu Gongjin's corpse, they would undoubtedly act to suppress the ensuing chaos. Nephew, can you guarantee that Lu Gongjin is unharmed? What if he, Zheng Shu, and Lu Xianji stood beside Lu Wudi? Speaking softly, let us not speak of Lu Gongjin's faction for now. Even we find it hard to believe Lu Wudi's words. They remarked, rest assured, When I say he is in seclusion, he is indeed in seclusion. As for whether he is in danger, I cannot say. Lu Wudi replied calmly. He was genuinely uncertain about Lu Gongjin's fate. It was known that although Lu Gongjin had taken the breakthrough pill, which significantly increased his chances of reaching the Grand Master level, there remained the possibility that he had not succeeded and had suffered backlash. All right, son, you may proceed as you wish. Regardless of the outcome, your mother will stand behind you. Zheng Shu responded, understanding the implication of Lu Wudi's words. Whether or not Lu Gongjin was in danger was inherently a suggestion that he likely was. Zheng Shu signaled to his maid, who nodded in comprehension before discreetly exiting. Should Zheng Shu give the order, she would ensure that the Zheng family members rushed into the closed chamber at the first opportunity to suppress any upheaval. Lu Xianji led Lu Yuanpei and others, their energy surging within, ready to be unleashed at any moment. As the crowd awaited, the situation within the chamber shifted. Lu Xianji, Zheng Shu, and others planned to immediately act against Lu Gongjin's faction if he did not emerge upon the chamber's opening to prevent the situation from escalating. However, Lu Gongjin's faction was equally prepared to retaliate against Lu Wudi the moment their patriarch remained absent. Only Lu Wudi maintained an air of calm, as if nothing were amiss. Reclining leisurely in a grand chair brought by Ma Jiling, he felt no trepidation regarding the impending confrontation. Whether Lu Gongjin was safe or not was of no concern to him. If all was well, he could directly assault the He family and eradicate them in one fell swoop. If there were trouble, he harbored no fear, for with the Xin Yu armor and Ling Bao armor, the Lu family could only inflict harm through Lu Xianji, who was already on his side. Inside the closed chamber, Lu Gongjin sat cross-legged, a glint of determination in his eyes, from the moment he swallowed the breakthrough pill. He sensed he had ingested a bomb, as the terrifying energy surged within him, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the Grand Master level. For several days, he struggled to break through that layer, and the potency of the pill provided by Lu Wudi had diminished considerably. I, Lu Gongjin, shall not yield, he declared, summoning the strength amassed over decades to bolster the power of the breakthrough pill, charging toward that barrier. Success would elevate him to the Grand Master level. Failure would mean death. If I do not succeed, I shall perish. This singular thought consumed Lu Gongjin's mind. He could not afford to lose. He must break through. Lu Wudi had graciously bestowed the pill upon him. He could not disappoint a junior. With a thunderous roar, his entire power erupted, sending powerful winds swirling throughout the closed chamber. Then, Lu Gongjin's eyes snapped open. Grandmaster, break through, he shouted, crack, with the sound of shattering. Lu Gongjin successfully stepped into the Grandmaster tier. Cough, cough. Though he had ascended to the Grandmaster level, the sheer force of his breakthrough had left him injured, causing his breath to waver and leaving him feeling faint. Young master, I have not failed you, Lu Gongjin said, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, smiling despite his weakness. He had become the third Grand Master of the Lu family. With all eyes upon him, Lu Gongjin slowly pushed open the door to the closed chamber. Young master, I am still alive. As he emerged, his voice, though weak, resonated throughout the hall. Let us seek vengeance for the family. Upon hearing Lu Gongjin's words, his faction immediately shouted, charging towards Lu Wudi. Nephew, be cautious. Seeing this, Lu Xianji and Zheng Shu called out in warning. As their voices fell, Lu Yuanpei and the Zheng family members surged forward. Bang! Before Lu Gongjin's faction could even reach Lu Wudi, they were sent flying by Ma Jiling. Her gaze was icy as she surveyed the surroundings. Anyone who dared to approach would pay the price. What do you intend to do? Such audacity to strike at the young master. Do you wish to rebel? Lu Gongjin exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. He was utterly bewildered, having just emerged from seclusion. Why were members of his faction attacking Lu Wudi under the pretense of avenging the family patriarch? If it were not for Lu Wudi bestowing upon me a pill, how could I possibly have broken through to the Grandmaster level? Yet, I had not even had the chance to pledge my loyalty to Lu Wudi before my subordinates turned against him. Head of the family, Lu Wudi has imprisoned you and even caused you such injury. This is intolerable. One of the masters from Lu Gongjin's lineage, Lu Linsun, spoke up in defense of Lu Gongjin. If the head of the Lu family and his kin are all such petty individuals, then we shall sever our ties with the Lu family. Many from Lu Gongjin's faction echoed this sentiment. Lu Xiaohua glared fiercely at Lu Wudi, unable to believe that Lu Wudi would turn against his own father. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before him, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Absurd, utterly ridiculous. The young master has shown me immense favor. How could there be any imprisonment or injury? Kneel and apologize to the young master. Lu Gongjin quickly regained his composure and shouted in anger. The young master bestowed upon me an immortal pill that helped me to break through to the Grandmaster level. How can there be any imprisonment? Lu Gongjin continued, and the aura of a Grandmaster enveloped the entire area. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Lu Gongjin, Lu Xuanji, Zheng Shu, Ma Xiling, and others all changed their expressions dramatically. What other cards does Lu Wuti hold? A single pill that can aid one in breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Lu Gongjin's claim of it being an immortal pill is hardly an exaggeration. Chapter 68. Pre-battle mobilization. Please forgive me. Young Master. Seeing this, Lu Xiaohua immediately knelt before Lu Wuti, fully aware that his father's faction required a leader. Otherwise, they would never apologize to Lu Wuti. Please forgive me, young master. The members of Lu Gongjin's faction watched as their young master knelt before Lu Wuti. And one by one, they followed suit. Since you all have drawn your weapons against me, you are naturally guilty in my eyes. At least in the eyes of Lu Wudai. Lu Wuti's voice resonated slowly. The faces of Lu Gongjin and Lu Xiaohua turned pale instantly. It was evident that Lu Wuti intended to settle scores. Many from Lu Gongjin's faction who knelt on the ground began to sweat profusely. Should they continue to fight, given the current situation, they had no chance of resistance, not to mention whether Lu Xuanji would intervene. Since my seventh uncle has emerged from seclusion, there is no better day than today. Let us raid the Yi family tonight. You all may use this opportunity to redeem yourselves, Lu Wuti continued. Hearing Lu Wuti's words, Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Gongjin felt relieved as it meant the preservation of his faction, while Lu Xuanji was relieved because internal strife within the Lu family today would only diminish their foundation, regardless of the outcome. Thank you, young master, for sparing our lives. We shall surely redeem ourselves. Lu Gongjin knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. He had intended to express his loyalty, but his faction had interrupted him. Now, he saw another grand opportunity to pledge his loyalty, which he certainly would not miss. Thank you, young master, for sparing our lives. We shall surely redeem ourselves. The members of Lu Gongjin's faction all shouted in unison. Seventh uncle, rise that if you kneel before me, you shall shorten my lifespan. Lu Wuti stepped forward and gently lifted Lu Gongjin, saying softly, with the imminent battle, did any of the Lu family's descendants harbor fear? Lu Wuti's voice was powerful and resonated throughout the venue. No fear, the members of the Lu family shouted fervently, their blood surging with excitement. Tonight, we shall face a battle that will determine the fate of the Lu family. For many years, the He family has harbored grievances against us. He Qiuxing dares to stand at the gates of the Lu family and insult us while our strong are absent. The He family seeks to humiliate us, to obliterate us, and seize our territory. But they are mistaken. We, the Lu family, are sword cultivators. Our swordsmanship is invincible and can dismantle any enemy that stands before us. With the celestial sword in hand, Lu Wuti pointed it towards the heavens. In today's battle, we fight not for anything else, but for our family, for the honor of our clan. We shall make the entire Yuhai city aware that the dignity of the Lu family shall not be insulted. And no one shall dare to belittle the descendants of the Lu family. Holding the Lu family's celestial sword, Lu Wuti scanned the faces of every descendant of the Lu family and declared with conviction, I believe that all present here are the pride of the Lu family. Today, let us use the swords in our hands to carve out a brighter future for the Lu family. The Lu family shall surely win this battle. Lu Wuti shouted with fervor. Victory is assured. The Lu family shall prevail. Lu Xuanji, Lu Gongjin, and others led the descendants of the Lu family in a thunderous chorus, their spirits ignited and their hands raised high. The elders of the Lu family, including Lu Gongjin and Lu Yuanpei, looked at Lu Wuti, who was rallying their spirits, with eyes filled with admiration. They felt as if they had returned to their youth. Following the old patriarch Lu Tianshan as he tirelessly expanded the Lu family's territory. When he too would inspire morale in such a manner. Lu Gongjin and Lu Yuanpei exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, over the years, in pursuit of their own faction's interests, they had not felt such fervent excitement in a long time. Honestly, I believe he is quite suited to be the young master of the Lu family, Lu Yuanpei said with a smile. And as he laughed, he felt a blur before his eyes. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. Lu Gongjin inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. That a young master with a broad-minded disposition, free of grudges, is a stroke of luck for both Lu Gongjin and the entire Lu family. Linger, what is wrong? Who dares to provoke you? Tell your father, and I will take care of him. Just as Lu Wuti concluded his morale-boosting speech and was about to let the members of the Lu family prepare, a robust voice rang out from not far away. Lu Xuanji and the others felt their inner strength surging, ready to act at any moment. The newcomer possessed formidable strength. at least at the half-step grandmaster level. The unfamiliar aura made it difficult to discern friend from foe, so Lu Xuanji dared not let down his guard. If the newcomer was here for Lu Wuti, it could spell trouble. Ma Xiling, however, displayed a joyful expression. He's here. My dad has arrived. Lu Wuti's gaze also turned toward the entrance, where a burly man, around 40 years of age, jogged in, followed by an elite squad whose weakest member was at the 8th tier. With the strongest being at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Lingo, tell your father who dares to bully you. I'll come to help you settle the score today. The burly man looked at Ma Xiling and said with a smile. The newcomer was none other than Ma Xiling's father, Ma Chuanluan, the current head of the Ma family from the northwest. As he spoke, Ma Chuanluan's gaze shifted to Lu Wuti, standing beside Ma Xiling, and his expression darkened with anger. It wasn't me. If she isn't bullying me, that's good enough. Lu Wuti quickly interjected in defense, pulling out the jade ring from around his neck. The jade ring. Huh? You're wearing one of those too? Ma Chuanluan's initial anger dissipated upon seeing the jade ring around Lu Wuti's neck, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing, Ma Chuanluan pulled out a jade ring from his own neck. When he first heard from Ma Rishan about Ma Xiling returning with the young master of the Lu family, claiming she would dedicate herself to him, he was quite angry, worried that his daughter would be mistreated. However, upon seeing the jade ring, Ma Chuanluan felt reassured. With this treasure in hand, it was only his daughter who could bully Lu Wuti. Lu Wuti looked at Ma Chuanluan with a dark expression. Dear daughter, what is going on? Why did you hastily summon me? Ma Chuanluan ignored Lu Wuti's grim expression and instead turned to Ma Xiling, asking gently, Dad, the family in Yuhai City has been too overbearing. They said I would become a widow. Ma Xiling, putting on a dramatic act, said with a sob. She then elaborated on the recent friction between the Lu and He families, embellishing the details, such as how He Qiuxing had taken a liking to her and intended to force her to become his 18th concubine. Upon hearing this, Ma Chuanluan's face turned crimson. 18th concubine? Good, good. The Ma family has been dormant in the northwest for too long. Perhaps everyone has forgotten the might of my Ma family. Dear daughter, what do you wish to do? If it comes to that, I will gather our people and wipe out the He family in Yuhai City and eliminate He Qiuxing. Ma Chuanluan gritted his teeth and said that he cherished his daughter so much that he couldn't even bear to utter a coarse word. She was like a precious gem to him. A downtrodden master of an ancient martial family actually dared to forcefully marry her as his 18th concubine. Chapter 69. Naturally afraid of his wife. Dad. On my side, I listen to my husband, so you should listen to him as well and see what he wants to do. Ma Xiling affectionately intertwined her arm with Lu Wuti's. Her words were meant to clarify that the decision regarding the eradication of the He family today lay in Lu Wuti's hands. Let me listen to a mere young lad. That won't do. That won't do. Ma Chuanluan waved his hands repeatedly. One must ask, in this world, who has ever heard of a father-in-law taking orders from his son-in-law? If this were to spread back to the northwest, how could he maintain his dignity as the head of the family? Indeed, it is often said that a married daughter is like water that has been spilled. Once gone, it cannot be retrieved. Yet, my daughter remains unmarried, and now a man of 4 or 5 decades is intent on forcibly taking me as his concubine. My elderly father shows no inclination to assist me in this matter. I would rather succumb to death. Ma Xiling appears to be a natural actress, and at this moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Wuti nearly burst into laughter. Initially, he had no desire to leverage the power of the Ma family from the northwest, considering it unseemly to rely on a girl. However, upon reflection, he thought, what do I care for reputation? I am, after all, the villain. A villain, one with a delicate constitution. Is it not entirely reasonable to indulge in something soft? If you Bufon can utilize a girl, why should I not? Very well, I concede to you. I will heed my son-in-law's counsel. If he directs me eastward, I shall not venture west. Is that agreeable? Ma Chuanluan replied with a resigned shake of his head. They say daughters are akin to warm, comforting garments, yet in my case, they feel more like a drafty sweater. Silly son-in-law, what do you propose we do about the He family? Ma Chuanluan inquired of Lu Wuti with a hint of dissatisfaction. Annihilation. I demand that not a single soul from the He family remain alive. Not even an egg should be spared, Lu Wuti declared. Very well, then I shall defer to your judgment. You make the arrangements. And I shall focus solely on the killing, particularly that He Qiuxing. Ma Chuanluan nodded enthusiastically. If it were to negotiate, he would be disinclined, but when it comes to slaying, he finds great pleasure. His son-in-law suits him rather well. To the outside world, he is decisive and ruthless. Within, he is certainly submissive, With a jade ring adorning his finger, how could he not be? In Yanhai City, at the He family compound, the atmosphere in the conference hall was peculiarly tense. And He Wulian couldn't shake off an ominous sense of foreboding. His instincts had often been accurate, allowing him to evade peril at critical junctures. Could it be that engaging in conflict with the Lu family was a grave error? He Wulian pondered. As his gaze fell upon Yi Qiusheng and He Wengang, who were brimming with martial fervor, He Wulian found himself at a loss for words and could only sigh resignedly. With the matter of war against the Lu family set in motion, there was no turning back. Old Patriarch, is there something amiss? Yi Qiusheng promptly noticed the change in Yi Wulian's demeanor and inquired with concern. It is nothing. I simply feel a sudden unrest. He Wulian waved his hand dismissively. Prepare the troops. We must be vigilant against a possible nocturnal assault from the Lu family. He Wulian continued, as if struck by a thought. Old Patriarch, you are perhaps overthinking this. The current Lu family, without Lu Tianshan and the others, would dare not launch a night raid on us. Would that not provide the perfect excuse for us to retaliate? He Wengang scoffed. The Lu family. Without Lu Tianshan, they are insignificant. I shall personally crush Lu Wudi's skull to avenge my brother's death. Upon hearing He Wengang's words, Yi Wulian's expression shifted slightly. Wengang, do not delay any further. Yi Qiusheng, noticing the tension, immediately spoke up. He Wengang, sensing He Wulian's displeasure, promptly rose to make arrangements. Watching He Wengang depart, He Wulian remained seated, his gaze drifting towards the door, lost in thought. The sense of impending danger intensified within him, and an inexplicable chill rose from the depths of his heart. Is it possible that the He family is truly on the brink of catastrophe? He Wulian murmured, his voice laced with concern. He recalled the illustrious history and glory of the He family, which had dissipated like smoke over the millennia. He understood that the conflict between the He family and the Lu family could only be resolved through the downfall of one side. Though the past years had appeared tranquil in Yanhai City, beneath the surface, a fierce struggle persisted. This growing sense of unease made He Wulian acutely aware that the He family might indeed be approaching a pivotal moment in their fate. Facing a dire calamity, if they successfully weathered this storm, the He family would undoubtedly dominate Yanhai City. However, if they failed, they might vanish like so many aristocratic clans before them, lost to the annals of history. Yet, at this critical juncture, most of the He family members remained oblivious, unaware of the impending turmoil. Within the conference hall, many were already discussing how to divide the resources of the Lu family after their annihilation, failing to consider the consequences should the He family falter. This misplaced confidence, stemming from their long-standing legacy, had caused them to forget the very concept of failure. He Wenza, take a contingent of our most talented youth and discreetly exit Yanhai City for the Sword Qi Great Wall. He Wulian, observing the scene before him, was filled with anxiety and concern. He understood that regardless of the outcome of the impending conflict with the Lu family, he must act decisively, now, immediately, without delay. He Wulian urged, fully aware that time was of the essence. Any further hesitation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Old Patriarch, what is your intent? Yi Qiusheng stood, confusion etched upon his face. Allowing He Wenza to lead the talented youth away from the He family at this critical juncture is akin to preserving a spark of hope. This indirectly suggests that even the old Patriarch harbors doubts about the outcome of the He-Lu conflict. Otherwise, why such precaution? We cannot ascertain the true state of the Lu family or whether Lu Tianshan has returned. Should our He family emerge victorious tonight, He Wenza can return with his men. If we are defeated, at least we preserve a glimmer of hope. He Wulian replied with resignation. His unease was palpable. He trusted his instincts, yet he could not voice his apprehensions. Speaking such thoughts would only serve to demoralize the He family further. Fear before a battle is a grave misstep. In this moment, He Wulian could only strive to safeguard the He family's younger generation, clinging to the last vestige of hope, no matter how tenuous it appeared, like a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Chapter 70. Inviting all to death. Shortly after He Wulian's words fell silent, He Wengang rushed in with great urgency. Yi Qiusheng, already displeased by He Wulian's earlier remarks, was infuriated to see He Wengang burst in so recklessly. What a lack of decorum! Patriarch, old Patriarch, trouble is brewing. Lu Wudi has led his men to our doorstep. We have yet to prepare our defenses. Before He Wengang could finish, a sword pierced through his chest. Blood dripping from the blade. A master of the He family fell dead on the spot. The intruder was none other than Lu Xuanji, who sheathed his sword and surveyed the He family conference hall, coldly declaring, He old man, He family head, it has been a while. My young master wishes to speak with you. Many members of the He family, witnessing this scene, turned pale, their legs trembling. The Lu family has truly come to our door? He Wulian's expression hardened, and he addressed the intruder with displeasure. Lu Xuanji, is this how your elders have instructed you? To dare commit murder within the He family? Are you seeking death? With those words, He Wulian unleashed his mid-stage Grandmaster aura, pressing down upon Lu Xuanji. Though Lu Xuanji had recently broken through to Grandmaster, He Wulian felt assured. Upon sensing the shift, Lu Xuanji's eyes glimmered with amusement as his own aura erupted. You presumptuous fool, I have stated that my young master has summoned you. Do not force my hand. Lu Xuanji intoned solemnly. The presence of Lu Xuanji's aura left everyone in attendance, including He Wulian. Momentarily stunned. Late-stage Grandmaster. How is this possible? Lu Xuanji had merely fortuitously broken through to Grandmaster during the annihilation of the Zhu family. How could he have improved so swiftly? If your young master has summoned us, we shall certainly comply. He Wulian regained his composure, a strained smile appearing on his aged face. Outmatched, he had no choice but to concede. The Lu family had already decimated the Zhu family. It was unlikely they would obliterate the He family, as they must consider the repercussions of annihilating two families in quick succession. Lu Wudi's invitation to convene was undoubtedly to discuss the matter of He Qiushing's earlier affront. At worst, they could surrender He Qiushing. The paramount concern now was to ensure the He family's survival. Subsequently, Lu Xuanji led He Wulian and the others to the He family courtyard, where they found numerous members of the Lu and Zheng families corralling the He family members into the courtyard. Seated at the head of the main hall was Lu Wudi, flanked by Zheng Shu and Ma Kunluan. Lu Wudi, release us at once. Know that our patriarch has emerged from seclusion, and his strength has reached mid-stage Grandmaster. If you kneel and apologize, we may yet refrain from pursuing your transgressions. A young 6th-grade disciple of the He family glared at Lu Wudi with disdain. The Lu family is indeed powerful, yet their strength rests solely with Lu Tianshan. Currently, our patriarch's prowess has ascended, while Lu Tianshan remains at the Swordqi Great Wall, and our patriarch is right here with the He family. As long as the patriarch of the family becomes aware that some of his people have been captured by Lu Wudi within the hall, he will undoubtedly be enraged, and the possibility of him killing Lu Wudi is not to be dismissed. Who do you think you are to speak to the young master in such a manner? Guards, come forth and slap him. He shall not utter another word until I command it, Lu Gongjin stated coldly. At once, Zhou Lin was the first to step forward, preparing to strike the man's face. Stop. Before Zhou Lin's hand could land, He Qiushing's voice rang out. Zhou Lin's gaze shifted slightly before he looked towards Lu Wudi. Zhou Lin, what's wrong? Are you afraid of a dog? Lu Wudi said casually. Confused by Lu Wudi's words, Zhou Lin shook his head vigorously, asserting, Young master, I am not afraid of dogs. Not afraid? Then why does a mere bark frighten you so? Lu Wudi continued. Very well. Zhou Lin nodded and swiftly delivered several slaps to the man's face. Slap. He Qiushing's expression darkened instantly. After all, he was the head of the He family, a figure whose mere stamp of foot could cause tremors throughout Yuhai City. The words he uttered, when spoken by Lu Wudi, became mere barks of a dog. If his words were mere barks, what did that make him? Patriarch, save me quickly, kill this Lu Wudi. The man cried out loudly upon seeing He Qiushing and other members of the He family arrive. Zhou Lin, are you incapable of handling such a trivial matter? Did my 7th uncle not instruct you? Slap him. He shall not speak until I command it, Lu Wudi said, lifting a cup of tea from the table. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Lu Wudi, do not go too far, He Qiushing replied, visibly displeased. To humiliate a member of the He family in front of the patriarch is not merely an affront to that individual but to himself as well. He Qiushing, do you not comprehend the current situation? A mere prisoner at my feet, who grants you the audacity to speak to my young master in such a manner? Lu Gongjin walked slowly towards He Qiushing, his voice icy, the aura surrounding him suggesting that he was ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. How can you call yourself a grandmaster? He Qiushing's tone dropped several notches as he sensed Lu Gongjin's formidable presence. The former's earlier bravado dissipated. He Wulian observed the aura emanating from Lu Gongjin and then glanced at Lu Xuanji. He understood that if they could not provide Lu Wudi with a satisfactory explanation today, the He family might well follow in the footsteps of the Zhu family. At this point, the only choice was to abandon He Qiushing. During their journey, he had initially thought that the Lu family was merely represented by Lu Xuanji's breakthrough to Grandmaster. And if that were the case, he could still negotiate with Lu Wudi. However, upon witnessing Lu Gongjin's breakthrough to Grandmaster, he realized they must sacrifice He Qiushing to preserve the He family's existence. Young Master Lu, may I inquire as to why you have summoned us to this hall? He Wulian thought no more about his previous hesitations, and spoke slowly. Patriarchy, I have summoned you all here to invite you to your demise. Lu Wuti replied with a smile, as if the lives and deaths of the He family were but a whim to him. Upon hearing Lu Wuti's words, He Wulian's expression changed dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure and continued, Young Master Lu jests. I was unaware of He Qiuxian's actions in causing a disturbance at the Lu residence. Had you not intervened, I would have subdued him and delivered him to the Lu family to apologize. At these words, He Qiuxian and the members of the He family turned pale. What is happening? Before they could even fight to the death, the patriarch has already sold out the family head. Soon, they realized that with the current capabilities of the Lu family, they could quietly subdue a significant portion of the He family without alerting those convening in the council chamber. Such tactics rendered any resistance from the He family futile. The current strategy was to sacrifice one life to preserve the entire He family, and that life was none other than the contemporary head. He Qiuxian, uncle, what are you doing? He Qiuxian could hardly believe what he was hearing and turned to He Wulian for clarification. How dare you, Qiuxian? The Lu family is a house of merit in Yuhai City. How many of their kin have perished at the Sword Qi Great Wall? You show no reverence and dare to provoke them. With such thoughts, how can you be worthy of leading the He family? At this juncture, you must surrender and apologize to young Master Lu. Seeking his forgiveness, He Wulian declared solemnly, as if he were entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 71, When Even Male Slaves Are Disdained. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing He Wulian's words, Lu Wuti could not help but applaud. Excellent, excellent. Since the Patriarch has spoken thus, I shall pose a question. Has there ever been a time when you, Patriarch He, considered assassinating me and annihilating the Lu family? Lu Wuti rose, fixing his gaze squarely on He Wulian. Under Lu Wuti's intense scrutiny, He Wulian found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. That is simply impossible. He am but a humble man, aged and frail, unable to defend the Sword Qi Great Wall in person. However, I hold great admiration for the late Patriarch Lu, and would never dream of harming his descendants or obliterating his lineage. He Wulian asserted, his tone resolute. The He family, which has existed for thousands of years, has now become so cowardly under your stewardship. Ma Chunluan, who had been listening to He Wulian, could not help but laugh aloud. Though he was not from Yuhai City, he had heard of the long-standing enmity between the Lu and He families in the northwest. Countless young talents from the Lu family had fallen to the He family's covert assassinations, with many from the He family mysteriously disappearing. Though these matters were conducted in secrecy, both families were fully aware of who was responsible. Yet now, He Wulian had the audacity to claim admiration for Lu Tianshan, asserting he would never harm his descendants or annihilate his clan. Such absurdity was truly laughable. Who might you be? He Wulian's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Ma Chunluan. His intention was to soften his stance, hoping that Lu Wuti, being a young man, would not take seriously any conciliatory remarks. Yet he did not anticipate that someone like Ma Chunluan would intervene. He Wulian's anger, already smoldering from being brought to his own estate in such a manner, was now ignited entirely. Were it not for the fact that Ma Chunluan stood beside Lu Wuti, with an unclear status, He Wulian would have already acted. Who am I? You need not fear, for my name is Ma Chunluan. Ma Chunluan proclaimed, holding his head high, entirely disregarding He Wulian. Even though He Wulian possessed the strength of a grandmaster, in Ma Chunluan's eyes, he was merely insignificant. Do you not see? That old dog He Wulian, in a bid to survive, is humbling himself to a young man, even dragging his own family head into the fray. Ma Chunluan. He Wulian paused, initially taken aback. He did not recall a Ma family among the prominent powers of Yuhai City. However, it quickly dawned on him that the contemporary head of the Northwest Ma family was also named Ma Chunluan, leading him to exclaim in astonishment, You are the head of the Northwest Ma family? Indeed, that is me. You cowardly old fool, you have some knowledge after all, Ma Chunluan replied with a smile. He Wulian's expression shifted as he absorbed Ma Chunluan's words, but he suppressed his reaction. It was known that the strength of the Northwest Ma family was not inferior to that of the Lu family in Yuhai City, and even surpassed them in certain aspects. Such a family was not one that the current He family could afford to provoke. The Northwest Ma family? Ma Chunluan. This is an internal matter between the He and Lu families. Why should your Northwest Ma family involve itself? Are you not afraid of the other powers in Yuhai City? He Qiuxian exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization, glancing at Ma Chunluan and Lu Wuti. Yuhai City has its own rules. No external families may intervene in disputes between two families. After all, the resources in Yuhai City are limited, and if outside forces are allowed to interfere, the pie will only grow smaller. Clearly, Lu Wuti had committed this grave error. Inviting the Northwest Ma family for assistance was tantamount to provoking a significant taboo within Yunhai City. Should this matter become public, the Lu family would undoubtedly attract the ire of other factions. He Wulian nodded in agreement, realizing that in this dire situation, a glimmer of hope had presented itself to the He family. By heaven, you must be Yi Qiusheng, right? Ma Chuanluan remarked, his expression darkening. Damn it. I did not seek trouble with you, yet you come here to provoke me. Do you truly believe the Northwest Ma family is a soft target? Indeed, I am Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng, sensing Ma Chuanluan's displeasure, believed he had seized upon a weakness in both Ma Chuanluan and the Lu family, and so he raised his chin defiantly. By heaven, you were the one who insisted on marrying my daughter as your 18th concubine. Were you not? I have not sought trouble with you, yet you come to ruin my day. Do you truly believe I would not dare to end you? Ma Chuanluan lunged towards Yi Qiusheng with ferocity. Yi Qiusheng, bewildered, could only wonder what on earth was being said. When had he ever declared that he wished for Ma Chuanluan's daughter to become his 18th concubine? However, at this moment, there was simply no time for introspection. Yi Qiusheng radiated a formidable aura, indicative of his advanced mastery at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. The two had clashed multiple times in a short span, and the scene appeared to be evenly matched. Yet, Lu Wuti and the onlookers, including He Wulian, were acutely aware that Ma Chuanluan had yet to unleash his true potential. With each encounter, it was evident that Ma Chuanluan's strength was steadily increasing. While Yi Qiusheng was merely struggling to hold his ground, the outcome rested entirely on when Ma Chuanluan would tire of the sport. TSK, 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 is this the current head of the He family? So inept? Or is it that anyone can ascend to the position of head of the He family? Ma Chuanluan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Do you really think you are worthy of having my daughter as your concubine? I would disdain you even as a male servant for her. No, wait. That young man from the Lu family. My daughter is usually quite reserved, so don't get the wrong idea. Trust is paramount in a relationship. Ma Chuanluan, who was initially humiliating Yi Qiusheng, suddenly paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and then turned to Lu Wuti with a smile. Master Ma, when did I ever say I wanted to take your beloved as a concubine? This is a misunderstanding. There must be some error here. Yi Qiusheng, desperately holding on, attempted to clarify he truly felt wronged. As for Ma Jiling, he had only seen her a couple of times. She was indeed quite beautiful. And if given the chance, he would genuinely wish for her to be his concubine. However, that was merely a fleeting thought, never materialized. Misunderstanding? My daughter spoke those words herself. What misunderstanding could there be? Once you are dead, I shall listen to your explanations. Ma Chuanluan's power surged once more, and his speed quickened slightly. Bang! Yi Qiusheng, seeking to explain, was lost in thought about how to articulate his defense when Ma Chuanluan's punch struck him. And he was unable to block it. In an instant, he was sent flying, blood gushing from his throat. So fragile? I used less than 40% of my strength, Ma Chuanluan scoffed, gazing at Yi Qiusheng, who had been knocked away by his punch. If it is merely this, then I shall cease playing. You may as well perish, Ma Chuanluan declared, his presence as a half-step grandmaster surging forth, launching a punch directly at Yi Qiusheng's forehead. Observing this, He Wulian forcefully kicked the ground and flew towards Ma Chuanluan. Yi Qiusheng could die today, but not at Ma Chuanluan's hands. It must be Lu Wuti. Otherwise, how could he resolve the anger in Lu Wuti's heart? He Lao, this is a personal matter. If you wish to spar, I shall gladly accompany you to the End. Liu Xuanji also appeared before He Wulian, wielding the icy sword that Lu Wuti had found in the immortal ruins. Lu Xiaozhu, do you truly intend to eradicate my He family? He Wulian spoke coldly. I mentioned before, did I not? My purpose in coming to the He family today is to invite all of you to your demise. Lu Wuti replied nonchalantly, showing clear disdain. Of course, the first to die will be Yi Qiusheng. If He Lao wishes to join him, he is welcome to accompany him on his journey. Uncle, seventh uncle, I kindly request you to take good care of Yi Lao, lest others accuse my Lu family of disrespecting the elderly. Upon his words, Lu Gongjin leaned on his cane and stepped forward to face He Wulian. Seeing this, He Wulian retreated, his gaze shifting to Yi Qiusheng. Naturally, he did not want Yi Qiusheng to perish at the hands of Ma Chuanluan, especially not under such disgraceful circumstances. Lu Wuti, Ma Chuanluan, you are excessively tyrannical. If that is the case, do not blame me. Yi Qiusheng forcibly suppressed his internal injuries and retrieved a crimson pill, swallowing it whole. Instantly, Yi Qiusheng's aura surged, reaching the half-step grandmaster level. Ma Chuanluan, let us battle once more. At this moment, Yi Qiusheng had cast aside all thoughts of life and death. After all, he was destined to die, so it might as well be in glory. With his sword in hand, Yi Qiusheng's demeanor transformed, becoming exceptionally sharp, akin to a drawn blade. Now this is worth watching. Linger, feed me a grape. Observing Ichioshin's current aura, Lu Wuti applauded. Smiling. Ma Xiling promptly peeled a grape for Lu Wuti and offered it to him. Ma Chuanluan remained unperturbed, displaying no signs of panic. A dying man, even after consuming a pill, is still just that. Do you think you are worthy of barking in front of me after swallowing rat poison? Your strength is nothing. No wonder that young man from the Lu family claimed you are merely a barking dog. Ma Chuanluan casually cleared his ears, his face full of disdain. Then let us find out. Ichioshin shouted in fury. Extinction. He then furiously swung his sword. The sword energy, imbued with immense power, surged toward Ma Chuanluan. Watching this unfold, Ma Chuanluan smirked slightly. Not bad. The power of this strike poses a certain threat to me, but merely a threat. With a simple shift of his form, Ma Chuanluan evaded the attack effortlessly. Ichioshin, now consumed by rage, unleashed a relentless barrage of sword energy, which darkened the skies like ominous clouds, indiscriminately attacking those around him. Yet, not a single strike landed on Ma Chuanluan. Instead, several sword energy struck members of the He family. With one swift strike slaying a 7th-tier warrior, observing the increasingly frenzied Ichioshin, a playful smile crept onto Ma Chuanluan's lips as he spoke. Is this the strength of the He family patriarch? I had thought that a family with a legacy spanning thousands of years would have a patriarch whose power could crush his peers. Yet, it appears they're all the same kind of rubbish. Ma Chuanluan, I shall show you what the strength of the He family patriarch truly is. Enough. This is tiresome. I shall cease playing. With that, Ma Chuanluan advanced towards Ichioshin, unwilling to prolong the amusement any further. With a single punch, Ma Chuanluan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Sensing this change, Ichioshin was momentarily stunned. His face painted with terror, he could clearly perceive the trajectory of Ma Chuanluan's punch, yet it seemed to contain a unique force, rendering him unable to evade. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The faces of the He family members were etched with horror. As Ichioshin's anguished scream rang out, the family members looked on, witnessing him being sent flying. Confusion clouded Ichioshin's expression, disbelief reflected in his eyes. How could this be? After consuming the pill, how could he, now a half-step grandmaster, be so utterly feeble? Wasn't Ma Chuanluan also a half-step grandmaster? How could he possibly dispatch him in an instant? Ma Chuanluan shook his hand with a hint of exasperation. How could Ichioshin, after consuming the pill, be so pitifully weak? What kind of family head is this? Daughter, did you see that? If anyone dares to bully you in the future, insisting on making you the 18th concubine, I shall obliterate him with a single punch. Ma Chuanluan turned to Ma Xiling, smiling. Lu Xuanji and the others, witnessing the scene before them, were expressions of utter disbelief. Especially Lu Gongjin, who had just broken through to the grandmaster level, his mouth agape in astonishment. To be fair, he could easily dispatch Ichioshin, yet it would be impossible to do so with a single punch, sending Ichioshin flying. The key point being that Ichioshin had never once had the opportunity to counter or evade. Puffed, lying on the ground, Ichioshin, already filled with confusion and resentment, felt an overwhelming pressure in his chest upon hearing Ma Chuanluan's words. And he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father is mighty. Father is domineering. Ma Xiling cheered with delight. He Wulian's gaze fell upon the lifeless Ichioshin, a sigh escaping his lips. The current Ichioshin, covered in dirt and disheveled, exuded a chaotic aura, clearly suffering significant injuries from Ma Chuanluan's punch. What a display of might. Daughter, what are you talking about? To be honest, with a waist like Ichioshin, even 3 or 5 of them would not be able to approach me. Ma Chuanluan chuckled foolishly, patting his head. Lu Wuti's gaze also fell upon the fallen Ichioshin. Ichioshin, the patriarch of the He family, once a figure of great influence in Yuhai City, was now severely wounded by Ma Chuanluan's single strike, and coupled with Ma Chuanluan's words, it seemed his fate was sealed. Ma Chuanluan, you have gone too far. This thought barely formed in Lu Wuti's mind when the previously lifeless Ichioshin's complexion flushed slightly, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his aura instantly waning, before he could complete his sentence. Ichioshin breathed his last. Thus, the patriarch of the He family, who had once reigned supreme in Yuhai City, met his demise on the spot. Lu Xiaoju, the mastermind has already met his end. Shall we consider this matter concluded? The He family is willing to compensate. Whatever resources are within our treasury, you may take as you please. He Wulian stepped forward, addressing Lu Wuti. He was willing to compensate, as long as it meant preserving the He family. He would not hesitate to deplete all their resources, for as long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Absurd. Killing you all means that everything in your treasury will belong to me. Lu Wuti replied, what a joke. I am the villain here. Where can one find a villain who merely seeks to rob others of their wealth without eradicating potential threats, if such actions were taken? Would it not contradict the very essence of one's nefarious identity? Lu Wuti, do you truly wish for a deadlock? Upon hearing Lu Wuti's words, Yu Wulian could no longer contain his murderous intent. His gaze fixated on Lu Wuti, eyes glinting with cold malice. Chapter 73. Why engage in a duel when one can engage in a brawl? A deadlock. The corners of Lu Wuti's mouth curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of mockery as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze landing on Yu Wulian, laced with disdain. He, the elder patriarch, how do you propose we reach a deadlock? Yu Wulian surveyed the surroundings, his eyes ablaze with malice. As Lu Wuti had stated, the current members of the He family were all imprisoned by him, including He Qiuxing, who had succumbed to Ma Chuanluan's hands. A deadlock. How easy it is to speak. To take you hostage? I possess the means to ensure a deadlock, Yu Wulian bellowed, his aura erupting violently as he charged toward Lu Wuti. Be careful. Lu Xuanji and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the He family, in such dire straits, would dare strike at Lu Wuti. Thus, they were caught off guard, and by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Observing this, Lu Wuti did not dare to take it lightly. Instantly, the Xianyu armor and Lingbao armor were fully activated. Bang! Yu Wulian's palm struck Lu Wuti, producing a muffled thud. Lu Wuti was sent reeling backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the dual protection of the Xianyu armor and Lingbao armor, that single blow could have left him grievously injured. This sudden turn of events left everyone present astounded. Lu Xuanji, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. Stop! The overwhelming aura of a late-stage grandmaster swept across the area, forcing everyone to feel the weight of his presence, nearly bringing them to their knees. What a terrifying aura! Yu Wulian's expression shifted, glancing at Lu Wuti with a mixture of regret and bewilderment. His nearly 80% strength strike against even a grandmaster, let alone a fellow late-stage grandmaster, would typically result in severe injury. Yet, when his palm connected with Lu Wuti, it felt as though something had obstructed it, leaving him with less than 30% of his remaining force. To harm my family's young master, Yu Wulian, are you courting death? Lu Xuanji declared, his expression darkening. Lu Gongjin also appeared beside Lu Xuanji, leaning on his cane. Lu Wuti, do you dare to face me in battle? Yu Wulian attempted to provoke Lu Wuti's fury, hoping to entice him into a duel. In doing so, he might have a chance to capture Lu Wuti alive, offering a glimmer of hope for the He family. You old fool, what are you saying? Lu Wuti replied, confusion etched across his face. What a ridiculous jest. I am the villain. If I can engage in a brawl, why would I resort to a duel? Are you perhaps afraid? Yu Wulian pressed. Afraid? Indeed, I am afraid. Lu Wuti retorted defiantly. Old man, after all this time, you should know better. If a brawl can resolve the issue, why engage in a duel? Uncle, seventh uncle, subdue him for me. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Wuti slowly spoke. With that, he reclined back into the armchair, while Ma Zhiling promptly attended to his injuries. Fear not, young master, just watch how I deal with him. Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin's gazes were locked on Yu Wulian, each secretly calculating who would strike first. Yu Wulian, the elder patriarch of a family with a legacy spanning thousands of years, held unknown trump cards. Thus, both regarded him as their most formidable adversary to date. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree, one who had contended with Lu Tianchan for so many years. Even if his current strength was merely mid-stage grandmaster, his true power should not be underestimated. Let us strike together. Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin exchanged glances, a decision forming in their minds. Even when pitting a lion against a rabbit, one must exert their full strength, rather than engage in a one-on-one duel, allowing the situation to spiral out of control. It was wiser for the two of them to join forces, given that this was a life-or-death struggle. Even if they succeeded in slaying Yu Wulian, no one would dare speak against them. You leave me no choice, Yu Wulian declared, producing a blood-red pill. Attack. Upon seeing the pill, Lu Xuanji's expression changed dramatically, rushing to stop him, but it was too late. Yu Wulian had already swallowed the pill. Ha ha ha. I, an old man, will risk my life to drag you Lu family members down with me. Yu Wulian laughed, his aura surging uncontrollably. The exploding blood pill. Consuming this pill grants a surge of vitality, allowing one to reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster, even transcending into absolute mastery. Lu Xuanji's face paled. He recognized the pill. Such pills were common in the Sword Chi Great Wall, carried by nearly every Grandmaster or Master-level expert. When trapped in a dire situation, they would choose to consume it, reaching the peak of their current state, albeit at the cost of their life due to the depletion of their vitality. This was a pill for mutual destruction. What of it? Today, I will use my life to carve out a sliver of hope for my He family. Hewulian declared. At that moment, his aura had reached a terrifying level, showing signs of nearing absolute mastery. Luwudi's expression grew solemn. He understood that Hewulian, driven to desperation, was willing to forsake everything for a flicker of hope for his family. In such a state, Hewulian was exceedingly dangerous. Luwudi began searching his system panel, having returned from the Immortals' ruins with 180,000 fortune points. However, after enhancing the Lu family's overall strength, he was left with only 112 fortune points, far too few to resolve this crisis. Just as Luwudi pondered how to break the deadlock, Hewulian made his move, gently caressing the sword in his hand. Hewulian spoke softly, as if reminiscing. The red dust sword, the treasured heirloom of my He family. Had time not eroded its spirit, how could your Lu family's heavenly sword ever compare? With that, the red dust sword erupted with a terrifying sword intent. Strike! We cannot delay any longer, Lu Xuanji stated gravely. If they tarried, the situation would only become more untenable. Lu Gongjin nodded in agreement. The current circumstances were undeniably unfavorable, proving that even a slumbering tiger retains some of its might, let alone a family with such a long-standing legacy. Regardless of the outcome, they had no choice but to give it their all, if nothing else, to protect Luwudi, a mayfly shaking a tree. How laughable and foolish. A sinister smile crept across Hewulian's face. In the next moment, he leapt forward, wielding the red dust sword, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that surged toward Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin like a raging storm. Seeing Hewulian's relentless assault, Lu Xuanji met him head-on with his ice-cold sword. Bang! The two immense forces collided, sending shockwaves throughout the vicinity, shattering the bluestone floor of the He family estate and forcing weaker members of both the He and Lu families to stumble back. Chapter 74. Undertaking extraordinary affairs. As the explosive aftermath subsided, Lu Xuanji's face drained of color, stumbling backward with a few unsteady steps, while Lu Gongjin rushed to support him, seizing the opportunity. Hewulian showed no signs of halting, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. Powerful sword chi erupted from the red dust sword, striking swiftly at Lu Xuanji's chest. Observing this, Lu Gongjin swung his cane, unleashing his aura to form a protective barrier in front of them. Bang! The sword chi collided with the barrier, producing a deafening sound and scattering sparks. Beads of sweat, akin to yellow beans, dotted Lu Gongjin's forehead, clearly indicating that he had exerted nearly all his strength to fend off Hewulian's attack. A man is trying to stop a chariot. How foolish! Break for me! Hewulian shouted, wielding his sword with one hand, unleashing another wave of sword chi that struck the barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered under the force of the sword chi, causing blood to seep from the corner of Lu Gongjin's mouth. You come here to annihilate my He family, charging forth with great momentum, that you never anticipated the outcome of today, Lu Gongjin. Allow me to send you on your way first. Your young master will soon join you. Seizing the moment, Hewulian charged towards Lu Gongjin and Lu Xuanji, laughing maniacally as he swung his sword forcefully toward Lu Gongjin's forehead. At that moment, Lu Xuanji, wielding the ice-cold sword, positioned himself in front of Lu Gongjin, blocking Hewulian's strike. Clang! The clash of the red dust sword and ice-cold sword echoed throughout the He family estate, resonating like the sound of war. The tremendous force radiated outwards, gouging deep trenches into the bluestone floor. Upon witnessing this, Hewulian swiftly struck Lu Xuanji in the back with a powerful palm. Spit! A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and Lu Xuanji's complexion turned ashen, clearly suffering a severe injury. Humph! Let me see who else will stand in your way, Hewulian snarled, taking a step forward, leaping high into the air. The red dust sword radiating with a terrifying blood glow as it aimed for the foreheads of Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin. Whoosh! However, just as Hewulian was about to unleash his sword chi, an ear-splitting sound of slicing wind filled the air. A shadow, akin to a wraith, swiftly darted forth, materializing instantaneously before Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin. At that moment, a surge of deep blue water light erupted, transforming into a circular azure barrier. Bang! The terrifying sword aura crashed violently against the blue shield, sending ripples cascading outward as formidable power swept through the air. Yet, no matter how fierce the sword energy was, the blue barrier steadfastly protected the three within. Bathed in the blue radiance, the silhouette appeared somewhat youthful yet stood tall and unyielding like a white poplar, exuding an aura that suggested that as long as this figure remained, even the heavens could come crashing down, and it would withstand the calamity. As the blue light gradually receded, the youthful figure turned to face the two behind, offering an apologetic smile and speaking with a hint of regret. I apologize for underestimating the depth of the He family. which has caused trouble for uncle and seventh uncle, young master. Upon seeing Lu Wuti before them, Lu Xuanji and Lu Gongjin were momentarily taken aback. The recent sword strike was something they could not have withstood. Yet it was effortlessly blocked by Lu Wuti. As the blue barrier dissipated, He Wulian observed this scene, the coldness in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced, but more questions clouded his mind. Lu Wuti, how could you? He Wulian had never anticipated that his most potent strike, nearly reaching the pinnacle of power, would be thwarted by a mere Master Realm practitioner. I have miscalculated. The old man spat. You, old curmudgeon, have consumed the blood-exploding pill, burning your vitality. You cannot live much longer. Why should I engage you in battle? I would be better off striking directly at the He family's people. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Lu Wuti spoke slowly. Just moments ago, while perusing the system interface, he had discovered this blue barrier, named Ocean Goddess Protection, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a peak expert. However, it was not permanent and required continuous consumption of luck points to maintain. With his dwindling luck points, he could barely sustain it for 2 hours. Therefore, Lu Wuti had decided against prolonging the confrontation with He Wulian and instead opted to target the members of the He family. He Wulian's consumption of the blood-exploding pill was undoubtedly an attempt to secure a sliver of hope for the He family, but Lu Wuti resolved to deny them that hope and began his slaughter. After all, he was the villain. Why complicate matters? To eliminate witnesses and eradicate roots, that was the proper course of action for a villain. As for a direct duel, that was the folly of someone like Yi Bufan. Lu Wuti, do you dare? Upon hearing this, He Wulian's complexion changed drastically. He swiftly wielded his red dust sword, unleashing several sword energies. Several sword energies descended, and one could see multiple figures collapsing into pools of blood. Lu Wuti, you are exceedingly bold. Witnessing this, He Wulian was furious, truly enraged. Just moments ago, his sword energies had indeed claimed lives, but they had only taken those from the He family. That beast Lu Wuti had directly shielded the He family members. Old curmudgeon, your sword energies are indeed formidable, a single strike, and yet you claim a life. Lu Wuti remarked nonchalantly. Lu Xuanji, Lu Gongjin, and others observed this scene, their hearts filled with a sense of embarrassment. Such methods were undeniably outrageous. Lu Wuti, should your actions spread, how shall the Lu family survive in Yuhai City? What face will you have to remain here? He Wulian managed to calm himself and refrained from continuing his assault. How the Lu family survives in Yuhai City is our concern. As for my face, I am not worried. Why should you be? Lu Wuti responded. Moreover, if he did not take such action, he feared he would not witness how the Lu family would endure in Yuhai City. At present, the enmity between the Lu and He families had escalated to a point of no return. As for his reputation, it had long been tarnished when he humiliated Zhu Ningyu years ago. Young master, if the Lu family undertakes such actions, it may damage our reputation. Lu Gongjin also voiced his objections. He found it truly difficult to emulate Lu Wuti by using the He family members as shields against He Wulian's sword. Lu Xuanji, Zheng Shu, and Ma Chuanluan all nodded in agreement. They were all esteemed figures. Engaging in such despicable acts would indeed tarnish their dignity, and they simply could not bring themselves to do it. Seventh uncle, can you contend with the current He Wulian? Lu Wuti retorted. Hearing this, Lu Gongjin shook his head. I cannot defeat him, not to mention myself. There is no one present who can match He Wulian. Unless all present join forces, perhaps we could exhaust He Wulian's blood energy until it runs dry. Then, do not speak of such things. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. We have long since torn our faces with the He family. And it is a life-or-death struggle, Lu Wuti declared. Subsequently, Lu Wuti turned his gaze towards He Wulian and said, Old patriarch, you are an astute man that if you were to relinquish all your power, I can guarantee a way out for the He family. Chapter 75. Between choices, relinquish power. He Wulian's expression twisted in rage. Are you insulting me? Not at all, Lu Wuti replied, gently caressing the teacup in his hand. His tone leisurely. I am providing you with a choice. You are well aware of the after-effects of the blood-exploding pill. Once the incense burns for 3 sticks of time, you will certainly perish. He Wulian's gaze hardened. Indeed, the power granted by the blood-exploding pill had begun to wane, and the veins within him ached ominously. Young master, He Wulian is cunning. Do not trust him lightly, Lu Gongjin advised. Seventh uncle is correct. Lu Wuti nodded in agreement. Thus, I intend to have the He family members continue standing before He old man. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, pushing several He family disciples to the forefront. Beast, He Wulian bellowed. My He family has a heritage spanning thousands of years. How can we endure such humiliation? Then what do you propose? Lu Wuti asked with a smile, Shall I have Master Ma assist you in alleviating your suffering? Ma Chuanluan, suddenly excited, rubbed his hands together. Thank you, son-in-law, for the opportunity. Let me see if I can shatter this old fool with a single punch. He Wuyan's complexion darkened. He was acutely aware that with Ma Chuanluan's strength, if a confrontation ensued, he would likely not last even a single stick of incense. Old Patriarch, the He family members knelt in unison, pleading for him to reconsider. Silence, He Wuyan roared, though his voice had begun to show signs of fatigue. Lu Wudi lifted his teacup and took a sip. Tea should be consumed while hot, and decisions should be made promptly. That he old man, my patience is limited. You. He Wuyan was about to erupt when he saw Lu Wudi lightly tapping his fingers. Bang! Another He family disciple fell to the ground. Are you forcing me? He Wuyan's eyes turned crimson. I am not forcing you. I am offering you an opportunity. Lu Wudi set down his teacup. Do you think I would grant you a second chance? He Wuyan glared fiercely at Lu Wudi. This young man bore no resemblance to the reckless figure he had encountered in Yuhai City just days prior. At this moment, Lu Wudi was akin to a beast that had lain in wait, finally revealing its fangs. Give me time to consider. He Wuyan spoke slowly. Very well, Lu Wudi nodded. I grant you a stick of incense as time. As he spoke, he produced a stick of sandalwood incense and lit it. Before this incense burns out, if you do not surrender, I will ensure that all members of the He family accompany you to the afterlife. Lu Wudi. He Wuyan shouted furiously, I am the head of a family. How can I? Bang! Again, a muffled sound echoed as another He family disciple collapsed. How many remain? Lu Wudi tilted his head and inquired. Replying to young master, there are approximately 137 He family disciples present. Zhou Lin answered promptly. I in the time of a stick of incense to kill 137 individuals. Lu Wudi calculated. It would average out to nearly 2 breaths for each, ample time. Young master, He Wuyan's voice began to tremble. Lu Wudi, however, paid him no mind and turned to Ma Jilin. Linger, please peel me another grape. Jilin smiled brightly and fed him a grape. Bang! Bang! 2 more muffled sounds followed. Old Patriarch, save us! The anguished wails of the He family echoed throughout the courtyard. He Wuyan trembled uncontrollably. He understood that at this moment, Lu Wudi truly had the resolve to annihilate the entire He family. I agree to your terms. Speak up. I cannot hear you. Lu Wudi continued to eat his grapes. I agree to your terms. He Wuyan almost shouted. Now that is more like it. Lu Wudi nodded in satisfaction. Someone, help the old patriarch to rest. Remember, be gentle. He is an elder. As He Wuyan was escorted away, Lu Gongjin could not help but sigh. Young Master's strategy of cutting off the retreat is truly, what do you think, seventh uncle? Lu Wudi asked with a smile. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lu Gongjin praised. Giving a thumbs up. Ma Chuanluan also nodded repeatedly. Good son-in-law, such tactics. I have no regrets marrying my daughter to you. Dad. Ma Jilin's cheeks flushed, yet Lu Wudi's smile faded. Gather everyone. It is time to settle accounts with the He family. Gather. With Zhou Lin's command, the remaining He family disciples knelt in the center of the He family courtyard. Lu Wudi returned to the grand chair and surveyed the pallid faces of the He family members. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. Why do I not see He Wenza? Replying to young master, He Wenza led the younger generation of experts from the He family and left some time ago. A trembling He family disciple answered. The old fox truly anticipated this. Lu Wudi chuckled lightly. Should we send people to pursue? Lu Gongjin inquired. Lu Wudi waved his hand dismissively. No need. A broken family can still preserve a spark. The young master is merciful. Lu Gongjin nodded. Merciful? Lu Wudi scoffed. I find it bothersome. If I were to annihilate them completely, those old fellows in Yuhai City would start their gossip again. Suddenly, He Wuyan broke free from his guards and charged out. Yelling, Lu Wudi, I will fight you to the end. Someone, restrain him, Lu Wudi said without even lifting his head. You. Just as He Wuyan was about to strike, his body convulsed violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the backlash from the blood explosion pill has struck. He Wuyan's face turned pale. Why must you, Elder He? Lu Wudi shook his head. I've already said I would leave you a way out. A way out? He Wuyan laughed bitterly. You expect me to watch as the He family is plundered before my eyes? What kind of way out is that? Then do you think death is preferable? Lu Wudi countered. You bang. He Wuyan spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath growing weaker. Elder Ma, please attend to Elder He's injuries. Lu Wudi turned to Ma Chuanluan. What, you want me to save him? Ma Chuanluan was taken aback. Saving him is far more beneficial than killing him. Lu Wudi blinked. Ma Chuanluan immediately understood. All right, leave it to me. He pulled out a pill and forced it into Hewilian's mouth. Hewilian tried to spit it out, but Ma Chuanluan held him down. "Old man, if you dare to spit it out, I'll make you experience my torture." As the pill entered his stomach, Hewilian felt an unbearable heat within. But the backlash from the blood explosion pill slowly began to subside. "What is this?" He looked at Ma Chuanluan in confusion. "It's the Jin Shuang Dan from the Ma family in the northwest, specifically designed to counter the backlash of the blood explosion pill." Ma Chuanluan said proudly. "How about that? My son-in-law is quite filial, isn't he?" "You." Hewilian was left speechless with anger. "All right." Lu Wudi stood up. "Now that everyone is present, let us begin counting the treasures of the He family." "Wait." Hewilian suddenly spoke up. "Does Elder He have any last words to say?" Lu Wudi asked with a half-smile. Hewilian gritted his teeth and said, "I have a condition, Do." Lu Wudi's interest was piqued. "Speak. I am listening to I in the dungeons of the He family." Hewilian struggled to speak. "There are some people imprisoned. I hope you can release them." "The dungeons?" Lu Wudi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Seventh uncle, take someone to investigate." Chapter 76, Secrets of the Dungeon. Before long, Lu Gongjin returned with a strange expression. "Young master, there are quite a number of people locked up in that dungeon. Some have been there for over a decade. Oh, so, Elder He has committed quite a few misdeeds." Lu Wudi turned to Hewilian. Hewilian's face turned ashen. "These are all grievances accumulated by the family." "Enough," Lu Wudi interrupted him. "Release them all. And by the way, inform them that it was I, Lu Wudi, who rescued them." "You." Hewilian trembled with rage. Yet, Lu Wudi had already turned to leave. "Zhou Lin, begin counting the He family's treasury. Take all the assets, tools, and techniques. You are robbing us outright." Hewilian shouted in anger. "Robbing?" Lu Wudi turned back with a smile. "Elder He, you jest. This is called acquisition. Young master, take a look at this." Zhou Lin presented an ancient wooden box. His expression somewhat unusual. Lu Wudi took the box and noticed 4 ancient characters etched on the lid, spelling out innate array. "This is quite interesting." Lu Wudi's eyes lit up. Hewilian's face changed drastically. "No. What? Is this item very important?" Lu Wudi asked with playful curiosity. "It is the foundation of the He family's lineage." Hewilian gritted his teeth in frustration. "I see." Lu Wudi suddenly understood, realizing that the He family had managed to endure for thousands of years because of this. As he opened the wooden box, he discovered a jade slip and several yellowed array diagrams. "Ding. Detected inheritance of the innate array. Would you like to spend 2,000 fortune points to identify?" The system prompt sounded at the right moment. "Identify." Lu Wudi thought to himself. "Ding. Identification complete. Current fortune points remaining. 29112. This is an ancient innate array inheritance, containing 81 major formations that can be deployed in a manor or city. Ding. The host can spend 15,000 fortune points to learn this array." Lu Wudi's eyes brightened. This was indeed a valuable item. Ding. Current fortune points remaining. 14112. No wonder the He family remained unyielding in Yuhai City. It was all thanks to this protective array. "Seventh uncle," Lu Wudi asked with a grin, "what do you think would happen if this array were to be deployed in my Lu family?" "Young master is brilliant." Lu Gongjin immediately understood. "Beasts." Hewilian was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Elder Ma, please attend to Elder He's injuries once more." Lu Wudi did not even look up. "Here we go again." Ma Chuanluan rolled his eyes, annoyed at the old man's lack of self-preservation. "Zhou Lin, have there been any other discoveries?" Lu Wudi continued to inquire. Reporting to the young master, "We found the He family's historical techniques in the secret chamber. Pack them all up. Also, there are some spirit stones. Box them up. A few magical tools. Collect them." Lu Wudi ordered casually while examining the array jade slip. By the way, he suddenly remembered. "Elder He, what is that red box in the secret chamber?" Hewilian's body trembled. "You. How do you know?" "It seemed to be something valuable." Lu Wudi revealed a sly smile. "Zhou Lin, bring that box here." "Yes." Zhou Lin hurried away. Hewilian's face turned ashen. That is a forbidden item of the He family. It must not be opened. Then it is all the more reason to open it. Lu Wudi's interest was piqued. Soon, Zhou Lin returned, holding a dark red wooden box. The box was blood-colored, covered in strange runes. "Ding. Detected blood soul box. Would you like to spend 3,000 fortune points to identify?" "Identify." "Ding. Current fortune points remaining. 11112. This box seals a strand of ancient blood soul. If refined, it can assist the host in breaking through to the Grandmaster level. But there is a 30% chance of backlash from the blood soul." Lu Wudi's eyes instantly lit up. "Now, this is truly a valuable item." Lu Wudi, if you open this box, you will surely suffer the backlash from the blood soul. He Willian urged urgently. Is Elder He concerned for my well-being? Lu Woody asked with a smile. He Willian was at a loss for words. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Lu Woody stored the box away, but still felt inclined to thank Elder He for his gift. You? He Willian trembled with rage. All right, Lu Woody stood up. Now that we have taken what we came for, it is time to discuss the fate of the He family members. What does the young master plan to do? Lu Gongjin inquired. Lu Woody surveyed the room, smiling. Since he once led the elites away, the remaining individuals will have to serve in the Lu family. What? The He family members exclaimed in unison. What? Unwilling. Lu Woody scanned the crowd, and then made a gesture across his throat. The He family members immediately knelt and begged. We are willing. We are willing. That's the spirit. Lu Woody nodded with satisfaction. From now on, work diligently, and those who perform well may even earn their freedom. Thank you, young master. The crowd felt as though they had been granted a new lease on life. As for Elder He, Lu Woody turned to He Wulian. You may spend your days in the He family in peace. I will send someone to attend to your needs. He Wulian closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. The once proud He family had fallen to such a state. Young master, are you really taking the He family members into the Lu family? Lu Gongjin asked with some concern on the way back. Seventh uncle, do you think they will rebel? Lu Woody reclined leisurely in the back seat of the carriage. There is indeed that risk. Lu Gongjin nodded. Do not worry. I have my plans. Lu Woody chuckled lightly. By the way, about that blood soul box, young master, that item is far too dangerous. Lu Gongjin quickly cautioned. I know. Lu Woody replied with a mysterious smile. I intend to give it to Yi Bufan. Give it to Yi Bufan? Lu Gongjin was taken aback. I heard he has been doing quite well at the Sword Chi Great Wall lately. We should send him a grand gift. Lu Gongjin's eyes brightened. Does the young master mean? Seventh uncle is astute. Lu Woody gave him a thumbs up. But what if he manages to refine it? If he does, that would be for the best. Lu Woody squinted his eyes. At that time, before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Hello? Linger up, my dad wants to invite you to dinner. Ma Jiling's voice came through, laced with a hint of coaxing. You must give my dad some face. All right, just in time. I have something to discuss with Elder Ma. After hanging up, Lu Woody instructed the driver to change course towards the Ma family. Is the young master planning to ally with the Ma family of the Northwest? Lu Gongjin asked. What do you think, seventh uncle? This move is quite clever. Lu Gongjin praised. With the support of the Ma family, my Lu family in Yuhai City is truly unassailable. Seventh uncle is mistaken. Lu Woody shook his head. Oh, I am merely craving for Master Ma's culinary skills. Lu Woody replied with utmost seriousness. Lu Gongjin. At the Ma family estate. Good son-in-law, come. This is my personally pickled duck neck. Ma Chuanluan enthusiastically served dishes to Lu Woody. Dad, don't keep forcing him to drink. Ma Jiling chided. Silly girl, this is the bond of friendship among men. Chapter 77. A scheme within a scheme. Ma Chuanluan raised his glass with grandeur. After 3 rounds of drinks, he finally broached the subject of importance. Son-in-law, I hear you plan to go to the Sword Chi Great Wall. Indeed, such is my intention. Lu Woody nodded. Perfect. I have a merchant convoy heading to the Sword Chi Great Wall to deliver goods. How about, Dad? Ma Jiling immediately understood. You want me to accompany them. Isn't there a son-in-law to look after you? Ma Chuanluan feigned innocence. Lu Woody nearly spat out his drink. Is Master Ma attempting to roast me over an open fire? What? You were unwilling. Ma Jiling glared. Of course willing. Lu Woody hastily raised his hands in surrender. Who would dare to refuse? That's more like it. Ma Chuanluan nodded with satisfaction. I entrust my daughter to you. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Head of the family. Young Master Lu. A subordinate rushed in. There is trouble. What is with the urgency? The remnants of the Zhu family have gathered outside the city, declaring their intent to avenge Zhu Ningyu. Remnants of the Zhu family? Lu Woody gently set down his wine glass. How many are there? According to the scouts, there are around 20 to 30, led by Zhu Tianheng. The second elder of the Zhu family. Oh, Lu Woody's eye sparkled. That old fellow, who has been hiding for half a year, is finally willing to show himself? Do you know him? Ma Chuanluan inquired. Certainly, Lu Woody smirked. He is the Zhu family's last trump card. Shall I take people to deal with them? Ma Jiling eagerly asked. Not yet. Lu Woody waved his hand. Since they delivered themselves to our doorstep, we must give them a surprise. Ma Chuanluan immediately understood. What scheme do you have in mind? Please wait a moment, Master Ma. Lu Woody took out his phone. Zhou Lin, go fetch Yi Wulian from the He family. Half an hour later, Yi Wulian arrived at the Ma family estate. Lu Woody, what trickery are you plotting now? Yi Wulian asked coldly. Please, don't be so irate, Elder He, Lu Woody replied with a smile. I am offering you a chance for merit. Merit. The remnants of the Zhu family are clamoring outside the city. How do you propose to handle it? He Wulian's eyes shifted. Precisely, Lu Wuti nodded. If Elder He is willing to persuade them to surrender, I might consider granting some privileges to the He family. Do you think I would help you? If you choose not to, that's fine. Lu Wuti shrugged. At worst, I'll let the He family accompany the Zhu family to their graves. He Wulian's expression changed. Think it over and inform me, Lu Wuti concluded, returning to his drink. After a moment of silence, He Wulian finally gritted his teeth and said, I agree. That's more like it. Lu Wuti nodded in satisfaction. However, before that, I need Elder He to cooperate in a performance. Outside the city, in a desolate area. It is said that Lu Wuti has exterminated the He family. I wonder if there is any truth to it. Zhu Tianheng sneered. Second Elder, are we really going to wait here? A Zhu family member inquired. Of course. Zhu Tianheng's eyes gleamed with coldness. If Lu Wuti dares to come, I will ensure he has no place to die. Before he could finish his sentence, distant hoofbeats suddenly approached. He Wulian was seen being escorted by a group of people. Isn't that the former head of the He family? Zhu Tianheng squinted. Brother Zhu. He Wulian suddenly broke free from his restraints. Quick, save me. What's the matter, Brother He? That beast Lu Wuti wants to annihilate my entire clan. He Wulian spoke tearfully. Fortunately, my subordinates warned me, allowing me to escape. So the rumors were true. Zhu Tianheng snorted coldly. It seems today we must settle accounts with the Lu family. Indeed. He Wulian gritted his teeth. I am willing to join forces with Brother Zhu to slay Lu Wuti. Good. Delightful. Zhu Tianheng laughed heartily. Just then, a light chuckle echoed. Elder He, your acting skills are quite commendable. Everyone turned to see Lu Wuti leisurely seated on a large stone. When did you? Zhu Tianheng's expression changed drastically. Since the moment you arrived here, I have been present. Lu Wuti leapt down from the stone. Second Elder Zhu, long time no see. Lu Wuti. Zhu Tianheng roared. Today shall be your death day? Is that so? Lu Wuti snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surroundings illuminated with runes as a grand formation was swiftly completed. This is, Zhu Tianheng's countenance changed drastically. The He family's innate dragon binding formation, Lu Wuti chuckled. Thanks to Elder He for cooperating in this little performance. Zhu Tianheng turned abruptly to look at He Wulian. You. He Wulian sighed. I'm sorry, Brother Zhu. Ha ha ha. Lu Wuti laughed heartily. Second Elder Zhu, what do you think of this performance? Zhu Tianheng's face turned ashen. You are playing me. Precisely. Lu Wuti clapped. Isn't your Zhu family fond of games? Today, I shall join you in your amusement. Saying this, he looked at the surrounding Zhu family members. Those who wish to live, kneel. Kneel to you. A Zhu family member was about to curse when boom, his head exploded. Lu Wuti slowly withdrew his hand. Who else wishes to test their luck? Thud. Thud. The Zhu family members fell to their knees, leaving only Zhu Tianheng still holding out. Second Elder Zhu, why persist in this? Lu Wuti shook his head in disappointment. I'm merely offering you a dignified opportunity. Humph. Do you think this means you have won? Zhu Tianheng suddenly grinned savagely. He produced a black jade slip and crushed it with force. Self-destructing jade slip. Lu Wuti raised an eyebrow. The Zhu family indeed has some hidden treasures. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhu Tianheng, causing the entire dragon binding formation to tremble. Lu Wuti, I will make you pay for your Zhu family's demise. Zhu Tianheng seemed to have gone mad. Young master, be careful. He Wulian's face changed dramatically. Yet Lu Wuti remained unperturbed, merely snapping his fingers lightly. Crack. The dragon binding formation suddenly shone with blood-red light. This is, Zhu Tianheng felt his power being suppressed in an instant. Elder He, did you think I wouldn't guard against you old foxes? Lu Wuti smiled. You added a blood restriction to the formation? He Wulian exclaimed in shock. Otherwise, do you think I would insist on you setting up the formation? Lu Wuti shrugged. Zhu Tianheng's face turned ashen. You had already calculated everything? No, it's just that you were too easy to calculate. Lu Wuti approached slowly. Chapter 78. Blood Soul Suppression. The self-destructing jade slip is indeed formidable, but unfortunately, he crouched down, smiling at Zhu Tianheng. You chose the wrong opponent. Beast. Zhu Tianheng, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. Second Elder. The Zhu family members cried out in alarm. Silence. Lu Wuti coldly commanded, if you wish to die, just say so. The crowd instantly fell silent. Second Elder Zhu, Lu Wuti looked at Zhu Tianheng again. Shall we make a deal? What deal? Zhu Tianheng asked warily. Reveal all of the Zhu family's secret strongholds in Yunhai City, and I can grant you a swift end. In your dreams. Then do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Wuti stood up. Zhou Lin, bring out the torture instruments. Yes. Zhou Lin brought over a black box. Opening it revealed a set of silver needles. This is... He Wulian gasped in shock. 9 Nether soul-seizing needles. Lu Wuti picked up one of the silver needles. It is said to make one wish for death. You dare? Zhu Tianheng's expression changed. What is there to fear? Lu Wuti retorted. Isn't your Zhu family fond of such games? He was about to make his move. Wait, Zhu Tianheng finally relented. I will speak. I will tell all. That's more like it. Lu Wuti put away the silver needle. A quarter of an hour later. Young master, we have clarified all of the Zhu family strongholds in Yuhai City, Zhou Lin reported. All dealt with, all resolved. Not a single survivor left. Lu Wuti nodded in satisfaction. Turning to the slumped Zhu Tianheng, second elder, it has been a pleasure collaborating. You promised to grant me a swift end. Zhu Tianheng shouted hoarsely. Indeed, Lu Wuti smiled. Thus, I have decided to let you die with clarity. What do you mean? Do you know why I insisted on using the He family as formation against you? Zhu Tianheng was taken aback. Because Juning, you betrayed me with the help of the He family back then. Lu Wuti's eyes shimmered coldly. Today, I want you to experience the taste of betrayal. Finishing his statement, he turned to He Wulian. Elder He, please proceed. He Wulian sighed, beginning to form hand seals. Instantly, the dragon binding formation radiated brightly. No. Zhu Tianheng emitted a piercing wail. A moment later, tranquility returned. He Wulian gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and could not help but exclaim, You truly are a ruthless individual. Too kind. Lu Wuti chuckled. Your acting skills are commendable as well, old He. Humph. Were you not also testing me? It's merely a matter of trust. He Wulian retorted. Lu Wuti shrugged. Regardless, old He performed admirably. When we return, I shall ensure that the He family receives extra provisions. He Wulian. By the way, Lu Wuti suddenly interjected, would old He care to join me at the Swordchi Great Wall? What do you mean? I have a feeling that you Bufon might require old He's assistance. Lu Wuti said meaningfully. He Wulian's eyes flickered. Are you suggesting? Old He is indeed astute, Lu Wuti praised, giving a thumbs up. You truly are a madman. He Wulian shook his head in resignation. Likewise, Lu Wuti laughed heartily. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Wuti immediately went into seclusion. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is about to attempt a breakthrough. Would you like to consume 50,000 fortune points to enhance the success rate? Do you think I can achieve the rank of Grandmaster with such a meager amount of fortune points? Lu Wuti scoffed. You truly underestimate me, system. Ding! If the host cooperates with the Blood Soul box, the success rate of the breakthrough can be elevated to 90. Lu Wuti's eyes brightened. Now that's more like it. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Young master, Miss Ma has arrived. Let her in. Ma Jiling entered, carrying a bowl of soup. I heard you were going into seclusion to break through, so I made you some soup. How thoughtful. Lu Wuti smiled. Of course. Ma Jiling replied proudly. My father said this is the secret breakthrough soup of the Northwest Ma family. Drinking it can increase the success rate by 30. Lu Wuti expressed interest. Is there such a benefit? Absolutely. Ma Jiling handed over the bowl. However, my father mentioned that the medicinal effect lasts only for 1 hour. Lu Wuti accepted the bowl. Please thank Senior Ma for me. Thank for what? Ma Jiling shot him a glance. My father said if you dare to let me down, he'll make sure you regret it. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Lu Wuti raised the soup bowl. Humph. Ma Jiling rolled her eyes. I know your deception skills all too well. When have I ever deceived you? The He family incident. Is that really deception? That was merely a strategy, Lu Wuti said solemnly. Ma Jiling. All right then. Lu Wuti drank it all in one go. You may leave now. I need to begin my seclusion. Humph. Vain. Ma Jiling turned to leave but paused at the door. If you dare die in there, I'll set off firecrackers at your grave every day. Fear not. With my looks, how could I ever bear to die? After Ma Jiling departed, Lu Wuti restrained his smile and retrieved the Blood Soul box. Ding. The current success rate for the host breakthrough is 95. The system guarantees excellence. Lu Wuti nodded in satisfaction. Taking a deep breath, he opened the Blood Soul box. Whoosh. A wisp of blood-red mist floated out, coalescing into a menacing human face. Human, do you seek power? The Blood Soul intoned ominously. Spare me the pleasantries, Lu Wuti replied impatiently. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If you wish to converse, let us converse. No need for these theatrics. The Blood Soul was taken aback. You are not afraid of me? Afraid of you? With your meager presence, do you think you can intimidate me? Lu Wuti scoffed. It seems the system has truly deceived me. You dare to demand 3,000 fortune points? Seeking death. The Blood Soul roared in fury, transforming into a streak of blood light rushing towards Lu Wuti. Come at me. Lu Wuti advanced instead of retreating. Boom. The blood light enveloped him instantly. Kid, you are far too arrogant. The Blood Soul sneered. Is that so? Lu Wudi's voice emanated from within the bloodlight. Then you better watch closely. In an instant, both the Xian Jade armor and the Spirit Treasure armor activated simultaneously. The Blood Soul was stunned. 2 defensive treasures. What are defensive treasures to me? Lu Wudi sneered. You don't even qualify as my appetizer. As he spoke, he produced an item. The Burial Immortal Sword Art. The Blood Soul gasped in disbelief. How could you possess such a thing? That is inconsequential. Lu Wudi replied with a grin. What matters is, boom. A terrifying sword chi erupted, instantly shattering the bloodlight. No, the Blood Soul screamed. You cannot do this. Why can't I? Lu Wudi retorted. Did you think I would allow you to refine me without resistance? I despise being manipulated. Enough. Silence yourself, Lu Wudi commanded, forming a sword gesture. From this moment on, you shall obediently serve as a tool. With a flash of sword light, the Blood Soul was utterly suppressed. Chapter 79. Strategizing the Cloud Sea Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the Blood Soul, capturing the fortune of the Son of Destiny, and receiving a reward of 500 fortune points. Current fortune points, 1612. Opening his eyes, Lu Wudi let out a long sigh. The power of the Blood Soul was indeed formidable. Were it not for the system's support, he might not have been able to subdue it. Young master, have you emerged from seclusion? A voice called from outside. Belonging to Zhou Lin. Come in. Zhou Lin entered, his expression somewhat grave. Young master, there are rumors in the city that our Lu family has relied on external forces to annihilate the He family. I fear. No matter, Lu Wudi replied with a calm smile. This presents a great opportunity to reorganize Cloud Sea City. What is the young master's plan? Invite Uncle Chi to join us. Furthermore, a glint of determination sparked in Lu Wudi's eyes. Notify Senior Ma that I wish to invite him for a drink. Half an hour later, in the Lu family's conference hall, the young master summoned us. For what purpose? Lu Gongjin leaned on his cane. His gaze intense. Lu Wudi lifted his teacup. Does Uncle Chi believe our Lu family can now be considered the foremost family in Cloud Sea City? Well, Lu Gongjin hesitated, though we have vanquished the He family. The other families may not be convinced. Thus, Lu Wudi set down his cup. It is time to establish our authority. Good son-in-law, if there is anything you need my assistance with, just say the word. Ma Chuanluan laughed heartily. Senior Ma is jesting, Lu Wudi replied earnestly. I seek your guidance on how to truly strengthen a family. A spark of interest flickered in Ma Chuanluan's eyes. You've got a brilliant idea there. The Northwest Ma family has maintained its dominance in the Northwest for so many years precisely because of Dad. Ma Zhiling interjected. You cannot bully him. Silly girl. This is a conversation between men, Ma Chuanluan reprimanded. I want tea. Ma Zhiling clung to Lu Wudi's arm. Lu Wudi cleared his throat. Linger, allow Senior Ma to finish. Humph. Ma Zhiling pouted and fell silent. Ma Chuanluan nodded in satisfaction. To strengthen a family, one must first establish a comprehensive management system. He then elaborated in detail on the management principles of the Northwest Ma family, covering everything from talent selection to resource allocation. From martial arts inheritance to strength enhancement. Leaving no detail overlooked. I see. Lu Wudi pondered. Uncle Chi, what do you think? Lu Gongjin stroked his beard and nodded. What the head of the Ma family says is quite reasonable, though our Lu family has a legacy in swordsmanship. We indeed lack in management. Then it's settled, Lu Wudi declared. From today onwards, our Lu family will establish a comprehensive management system. The young master is wise. Zhou Lin praised. By the way, Lu Wudi turned to Lu Gongjin. Uncle Chi, have you studied the innate formations of the He family? I have been researching for a few days, although I have not completely grasped it. Setting up a defensive grand formation should pose no problem. Excellent. Then I shall ask Uncle Chi to oversee the formation. Lu Wudi rose. I will go arrange other matters. Once everyone had dispersed, Ma Chuanluan remarked meaningfully. Son-in-law, you seem poised for a grand undertaking. What does Senior Ma think? Good. That is precisely how it should be done. Ma Chuanluan slammed the table. The Northwest Ma family supports you. A cold glint flashed in Lu Wudi's eyes. Then, let us proceed. I invite Senior Ma to witness the unfolding spectacle. The next day, various prominent families in Cloud Sea City received invitations from the Lu family. What does the Lu family mean by this? I heard they are hosting a banquet. Could it be a trap? Amidst the speculations, the banquet commenced as scheduled. In the Lu family courtyard, guests were gathered in abundance. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Wudi sat at the head of the table. I have gathered you all here today to discuss the future of Cloud Sea City. A family head scoffed. What insights does young Master Lu have? Quite simply, Lu Wudi replied nonchalantly. From this day forth, Cloud Sea City shall have new regulations. What regulations? Another family head frowned. First, no family shall engage in private disputes. Any conflict must be brought to the Lu family for resolution. Second, resource transactions must pay a 10% fee to the Lu family. Third, the younger generation of each family may come to the Lu family to learn swordsmanship. Luwudi. Someone stood up and exclaimed, "Do you wish to dominate Yuhai City? Domination is hardly the term." Luwudi chuckled lightly. "I merely aspire to bring a semblance of order to Yuhai City. By what right should we heed your words?" By this, Luwudi snapped his fingers. Boom. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire venue. Masters Lu Xuanji, Lu Gongjin, and Ma Chuanluan simultaneously took action. The faces of those present changed dramatically. "Ladies and gentlemen," Luwudi continued, "I detest trouble above all else. Should anyone harbor discontent." He lifted his teacup. "Then we shall have to invite Elder He for assistance." He Wulian slowly rose. "Everyone, I trust you comprehend the young master's intentions." The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that the venerable head of the He family would speak on behalf of the Lu family. "Very well." Luwudi set down his teacup. "You have 3 days to deliberate. In 3 days, I expect a response." "Young master." Zhou Lin approached swiftly. "The Qi and Zhang families have already consented. Oh, Luwudi raised an eyebrow. "So soon?" "Yes, they expressed their willingness to support the Lu family first. Luwudi sneered coldly. "They merely seek to cling to a powerful ally." "Very well, let them lead the way. And the other families?" "No rush." A glint of calculation flickered in Luwudi's eyes. "We still have 3 days. Is the young master planning to invite He Wulian?" Soon after, He Wulian arrived in the study. Luwudi, what tricks are you plotting this time? "Elder He." "You jest," Luwudi replied with a smile. "I wish to inquire about the leverage the prominent families of Yunhai City possess against your family." He Wulian's gaze sharpened. "You mean collaboration for mutual benefit?" Luwudi shrugged. "If Elder He cooperates, I shall naturally extend favorable treatment to the He family." "You have calculated well." He Wulian snorted coldly. "But what if I choose not to divulge? Then I shall have to invite Elder He to experience the effects of the Nine-Nether Soul Snare." Luwudi retorted. He Wulian fell silent for a moment. "Do you truly intend to manipulate Yuhai City at your whim? What alternative is there?" Luwudi countered. "Shall we wait for them to unite against the Lu family?" "Excellent." He Wulian suddenly laughed heartily. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you." Subsequently, He Wulian recounted the secrets of the prominent families in Yuhai City, some colluding with dark forces, some secretly plotting harm, and others trafficking forbidden substances. "So it is." Luwudi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Zhou Lin, you know what to do, correct?" "Understood." Zhou Lin departed promptly to Luwudi. He Wulian sighed. "Aren't you concerned about accumulating too many grudges?" "Grudges?" Luwudi scoffed. "As a villain, isn't it expected that I create enemies everywhere?" Chapter 80. The Lion King's Legacy. He Wulian was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard someone boldly declare themselves a villain. At that moment, Ma Jiling pushed the door open. "What are you two so happy about?" "Nothing much," Luwudi replied with a smile, "just reminiscing about some past events with Elder He." "Humph, scheming again." Ma Jiling shot him a glance. "My father asked me to inform you that arrangements have been made on his end. Please convey my gratitude to Elder Ma." Once Ma Jiling left, He Wulian inquired, "Is the Northwest Ma family involved as well?" "Collaboration for mutual benefit." Luwudi shrugged. "Elder Ma believes there is profit to be gained, hence his willingness to assist." He Wulian shook his head. "Is what you're doing truly worth it? Worthiness is irrelevant." Luwudi's gaze deepened. "What matters is, it's entertaining." "You lunatic." He Wulian couldn't help but exclaim. In the following 2 days, Yunhai City was rife with turmoil. Scandals erupted from the prominent families. Some were found colluding with dark forces. Some were discovered plotting harm for profit, while others were exposed for trafficking forbidden substances. Panic ensued. "Young master," Zhou Lin reported, "apart from the 5 major families still observing, the others have all agreed." "Excellent." Luwudi nodded in satisfaction. "Those 5 families, let them wait a little longer." Indeed, early the next morning, the 5 major families sent word, expressing their willingness to support the Lu family. "Young master is magnificent," Zhou Lin praised. "In just a few days, you subdued Yuhai City. Truly remarkable." "No." Luwudi shook his head. "This is merely the beginning. More to come, of course." A cold light flickered in Luwudi's eyes. "Since I have chosen to be a villain, I must do it thoroughly." "Understood." Zhou Lin bowed. "What do you require of me?" "Fetch the Lu family's ledgers." Luwudi stated nonchalantly. "It is time to cleanse the internal ranks." On that day, the Lu family initiated a sudden purge. Anyone with ulterior motives, engaged in embezzlement, or guilty of factionalism was expelled from the Lu family. "Young master," Lu Xuanji hesitated, "is this not too radical?" "Uncle," Lu Wuti replied sternly. News from the Sword Chi Great Wall indicates that Yi Bufan has resurfaced among the beast tribes. We must resolve this at the Sword Chi Great Wall, thus the Lu family cannot harbor any hidden dangers. I merely fear. Rest assured, Lu Wuti smiled. I am fully aware of the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Bufan sat cross-legged within the training chamber of the beast tribe. This chamber was specially arranged by the 9 Yuan Lion King, with special spirit stones embedded in the walls to aid in cultivation. Why is there still a step missing? Yi Bufan opened his eyes, a hint of frustration flickering within. Since arriving at the beast tribe, his strength had indeed surged, yet he remained just shy of the Grand Master realm. That Lu Wuti is merely a wastrel. By what right? Thinking of Lu Wuti's actions in Yunhai City, Yi Bufan's fury intensified. He had thought escaping the Sword Chi Great Wall would allow him to evade disaster. But he hadn't anticipated that Lu Wuti's reputation had reached here. He was acutely aware that, with his current strength, he was no match for Lu Wuti. It seems I can only. Yi Bufan delved into his ring. Connecting with the remnant soul of the 9 Yuan Lion King. Lion King, I am willing to open my mind and accept your legacy. Good. The 9 Yuan Lion King had not expected that. After so long, Yi Bufan would finally relent due to the news of Lu Wuti. From this point onward, as long as Yi Bufan continued to wield his power, the Lion King believed he would inevitably be reborn through him. The 9 Yuan Lion King laughed heartily. From this day forth, you shall be the heir of the 9 Yuan Lion King. Golden light erupted, and countless profound runes surged into Yi Bufan's body. He felt a tremendous force coursing through his veins, his realm ascending rapidly. Boom! A resounding crash. Yi Bufan had broken through. This is the power of a grandmaster. Yi Bufan clenched his fists, his eyes radiating brilliance. At that moment, in the face of such power, all schemes and plots seemed utterly ridiculous. Within the ring, the 9 Yuan Lion King sensed Yi Bufan's physical transformation and smiled with satisfaction. Deep into the night, heavy snow fell upon the Sword Chi Great Wall. Yi Bufan stood atop the wall, allowing the cold wind to howl around him. Lu Wuti, soon you shall come to understand what true power entails. A golden radiance swirled around him, revealing the faint silhouette of a majestic giant lion. Do you sense it? The voice of the 9 Yuan Lion King resonated within the sea of consciousness. Yi Bufan, with his eyes tightly shut, delved deep within his mind. What is it that I feel? The absence of power. The 9 Yuan Lion King spoke gravely. Although you have acquired my legacy, to genuinely master this force, you will require extraordinary spiritual artifacts. What kind of artifacts? Yi Bufan inquired urgently, as he desperately needed strength to confront Lu Wuti. 9 Wondrous treasures of heaven and earth. Shimming cold essence. Qian essence, centenary earth heart milk. Upon hearing these names, Yi Bufan's expression shifted. These artifacts, indeed, all are exceedingly rare treasures. The 9 Yuan Lion King continued. However, to truly harness my power, none can be omitted. Yi Bufan clenched his fists, but Lu Wuti is about to arrive at the Sword Chi Great Wall. What should I do? Hee. The 9 Yuan Lion King chuckled lightly. I have my own arrangements. Qingye Wang. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was none other than Qingye Wang, who had previously delivered the elixir. Greetings, Lion King. Qingye Wang bowed respectfully. You shall assist my disciple in gathering the spiritual artifacts. The 9 Yuan Lion King commanded. As for Lu Wuti, Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled with interest. What insight do you have, my lord? Draft a letter of challenge, to be set for 7 days hence. Delay him for a few days. This. Yi Bufan hesitated. 7 days. Fear not. Qingye Wang replied with a smile. I have already ascertained the locations of the spiritual artifacts. 7 days will suffice to procure them. Yi Bufan's eyes gleamed with determination. That is splendid. He took up his pen and composed a letter of challenge. Lu Wuti, our grievances must reach a conclusion. 7 days hence, I shall await you at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Let us not fail to meet. Meanwhile, at the Lu family in Yunhai City, young master, Zhou Lin rushed in. News from the Sword Chi Great Wall. Yi Bufan has issued a challenge on your behalf. Lu Wuti, who was examining the He family's innate formation, chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Oh, let me see what this brat has written. Upon receiving the letter and glancing over it, Lu Wuti suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing. Truly amusing. Why does the young master laugh? Zhou Lin inquired, puzzled. Can't you see? Lu Wuti replied with a playful tone. This is a trap. How does the young master intend to respond? Zhou Lin asked. When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall divert. Lu Wuti said leisurely. Let them frolic for a few days, it matters not. Chapter 82. A step ahead. Ma Jieling entered the room. What mischief are you plotting again? Wronged. Lu Wuti smiled. Am I not studying formations? Humph. Ma Jiling shot him a disdainful glance. My father said, if you dare to pull any tricks, he will. What will he do? He will ensure you cannot escape the consequences. Lu Wuti chuckled. Fear not. I shall proceed with prudence at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Ma Jiling rolled her eyes. Your prudence tends to turn matters upside down. You are not wrong. Lu Wuti declared earnestly. This time, I intend to escalate the situation. Escalate the situation. Ma Jiling widened her eyes. What are you scheming now? Lu Wuti smiled mysteriously. I haven't fully decided yet. By the way, has there been any news from Elder Ma recently? My father. Ma Jiling rested her chin in her hands. He mentioned something unusual at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Lu Wuti's gaze sharpened. Oh? Do tell. I heard someone is secretly gathering rare spiritual artifacts, Ma Jiling said. Moreover, they are quite extravagant, sparing no expense. Lu Wuti's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is interesting. Zhou Lin. Yes. Investigate the inventories of the major families in Yuhai City. See if there are any peculiar treasures. Zhou Lin complied. Ma Jiling asked curiously. You wouldn't be? Shoo. Lu Wuti made a hushing gesture. I am preparing a surprise for Yi Bufan. Not long after, Zhou Lin hurried back. Young master. I have news. Oh. Lu Wuti's eyes gleamed. Tell me. The Qi family's underground secret chamber contains Xianming cold essence, and the Zhang family's treasury holds Qi-En essence. Lu Wuti chuckled lightly. It seems the old foxes of Yuhai City are indeed hiding many valuable items. Zhou Lin, issue an order for a thorough investigation of each family. Yes. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber of the Beast clan, Yi Bufan sat cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opening his eyes. What is happening? The voice of the 9-Yuan Lion King echoed. Someone is gathering spiritual artifacts. Who is it? It should be that Lu Wuti. The 9-Yuan Lion King sneered, as if he had uncovered something. Yi Bufan's expression darkened. Could it be that he knows the purpose of these artifacts? Not necessarily, the 9-Yuan Lion King replied, but we must not allow him to succeed. Then what shall we do? I have dispatched Qingye Wang to deal with him, and if that fails, I have another contingency with the Beast God Palace. The 9-Yuan Lion King advised, continue your cultivation, and do not act rashly. Yi Bufan nodded. He could feel the power within him growing, yet to fully master this strength, he still required those 9 spiritual artifacts. Lu Wuti. Yi Bufan clenched his fists. This time, I shall ensure you regret crossing me. In Yuhai City, at the Qi family. Family head, it's bad. A servant rushed in hastily. The Qi family head's expression changed. What is it? Members of the Lu family have arrived, claiming they wish to inspect the secret chamber. What? The Qi family head sprang to his feet. How dare they? Before he could finish, members of the Lu family had already barged in. Qi family head. Zhou Lin smiled. I was sent by my young master to inquire. What do you mean by this? The Qi family head forced himself to remain calm. The literal meaning, Zhou Lin replied. Open the secret chamber, lest we harm the harmony. The Qi family head began to sweat. What secret chamber? My Qi family. Boom. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Lu Xuanji stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Brother Qi. Why pretend to be ignorant? Open it. Or shall we do it ourselves? The Qi family head's face turned grim. He knew very well that the current strength of the Qi family could not withstand the Lu family. Very well. The Qi family head gritted his teeth. I will take you there. Inside the underground secret chamber, a crystal stone emanating cold air lay quietly within a jade box. Indeed, it is the Xianming cold essence. Zhou Lin's eyes brightened. This is a family heirloom of the Qi family. Pack it up. Zhou Lin issued the order directly. The Qi family had attempted to argue, but Lu Xuanji shot him a cold glance. Brother Qi should be aware of the origins of this item. The Qi family head fell silent. The Xianming cold essence indeed had an illicit source, obtained through dubious means. Ding. Host has successfully acquired Xianming cold essence. Diminishing the luck of the destined one. Reward, 1,000 luck points. Current luck points, 2612. Meanwhile, Qingye Wang had arrived in Yuhai City. Damn it. He stared at the looted Qi family secret chamber, arriving just a moment too late. Chapter 83. Ambush Young Master. Zhou Lin hurried in, having just received news that Yi Bufan had issued a challenge. Oh, Lu Wuti raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Zhou Lin produced a letter. He stated that 7 days later, there will be a decisive battle at the Sword Chi Great Wall. Lu Wuti sneered coldly. It appears he cannot wait. Does the young master intend to accept the challenge? Zhou Lin inquired. Certainly. The next morning, Lu Wuti set off for the Sword Chi Great Wall accompanied by Zhou Lin and others. However, unbeknownst to them, a trap had already been laid along the inevitable path to the Sword Chi Great Wall. Soon after, On a mountain path not far from the Sword Chi Great Wall, Lu Wuti suddenly reined in his horse. Stop. The entire troop halted immediately. What is it? Ma Jiling asked. Lu Wuti did not respond, instead surveying the surrounding mountains and woods. Come out. What sort of skill is hiding and lurking? Ha ha ha. A chilling laughter echoed. Several figures emerged from the woods, led by a tall man wearing a golden mask. Truly impressive, Lu Wuti. The man with the golden mask sneered. You discovered us so quickly. Lu Wuti assessed his opponent. Members of the Beast God Palace. Indeed, the golden-masked man proclaimed proudly. We are here on the orders of the palace lord to take your life. Suddenly, more figures sprang forth from the surrounding woods, rapidly encircling Lu Wuti and his party. Interesting, Lu Wuti chuckled lightly. 1 Grandmaster, 12 Masters, plus over 38th tier experts. You. Jin Lin suddenly grinned maliciously. So did you guess the ambush waiting behind? Before he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. That is, Zhou Lin's face changed dramatically. The army of the Ma Jiling exclaimed in astonishment. In the distance, amidst the mountain ranges, a multitude of foreign warriors was gathering. Leading them was an astonishingly large 9-headed serpent. Ha! Jin Lin laughed maniacally. This is the true killing move. I understand. Lu Wuti replied calmly. Oh, you think I have been stalling for no reason? Jin Lin's expression changed. What do you mean? Suddenly, a thunderous battle cry erupted from afar. A cavalry surged from the flank, led by Ma Chuanluan. Dad, Ma Jiling exclaimed with delight. You were prepared all along. Jin Lin could hardly believe it. Damn it. Jin Lin, filled with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood and perished. Ma Chuanluan rushed forward swiftly. Son-in-law, are you unhurt? Thanks to the blessing of Elder Tua, Lu Wuti clasped his hands in respect. Nephew, are you all right? Another cavalry appeared in the distance, led by Lu Xuanji, who had arrived just in time. At this moment, the foreign army found itself besieged and embroiled in fierce combat. Yet, Lu Wuti furrowed his brow. Something feels amiss. Young master, what seems to be wrong? Zhou Lin wiped the blood from his forehead, gasping for breath as he inquired. Lu Wuti's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the distant sky. I have a nagging feeling. The real killing move has yet to reveal itself. He murmured to himself. Above the Sword Chi Great Wall, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a violent force. A figure descended from the void, enveloped in a chilling intent to kill. Ha ha ha, Lu Wuti. Do you think seizing the spiritual object in advance can stop me? A familiar voice echoed through the heavens and earth, brimming with boundless arrogance. Ye Bufan. Lu Wuti's pupils constricted. Ye Bufan's eyes were crimson. A golden lion emblem appeared on his brow, and his entire being was engulfed in golden flames. A long lion tail emerged behind him. His fingertips transformed into sharp claws, and his muscles bulged. Resembling a war god, half man and half beast, he absorbed the remnants of the 9-yuan Lion King's soul. The golden lion fire blazing around Yi Bufan scorched the earth like an intense sun, causing the surrounding foreign warriors to kneel in submission, exhibiting a posture of near servitude. Lu Wuti calmly observed Yi Bufan's transformation, yet felt an unprecedented sense of oppression within. Lu Wuti, today marks your demise. Yi Bufan's voice thundered, and he suddenly swiped his claws. A burst of golden lion fire erupted from his palm, surging forth like a flaming dragon, aimed directly at Lu Wuti. Retreat, Lu Wuti shouted, swinging his sword. The heavenly sword erupted with dazzling radiance, colliding with the golden lion fire. Boom! At the moment of impact between the sword light and the lion fire, the heavens and earth trembled. The surrounding air seemed to be instantly depleted. The terrifying energy wave sent the foreign warriors and Lu clan disciples reeling back dozens of meters. This power. Lu Wuti felt the heavenly sword in his hand tremble violently. The golden lion fire bore an overwhelming pressure, nearly shattering his sword energy. Yi Bufan's voice resounded again. Lu Wuti, I have now reached the pinnacle of Grand Master. How can you stop me? His figure flickered, tearing through the void, and directly appearing above the Sword Chi Great Wall. He raised his hand, condensing the golden lion fire into a blazing sphere of light, which he hurled towards the defensive array of the Sword Chi Great Wall. Boom! The defensive array of the Sword Chi Great Wall shook violently. Ha ha ha, Lu Wuti, have you witnessed it? This is the true power of the Lion King's legacy. Yi Bufan laughed maniacally. Young master, the defense of the Sword Chi Great Wall is beginning to crumble. Zhou Lin exclaimed in alarm. Yi Bufan suddenly tore with both hands, widening the breach. The space was forcibly ripped apart like tattered cloth. The moment for the foreign strong to invade the human realm has arrived. Yi Bufan roared to the heavens, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. As his words fell, countless foreign warriors surged forth from the rift. They were clad in heavy scales, wielding bizarre weapons, radiating boundless killing intent, charging towards the sword Qi Great Wall. Clang! The sound of swords echoed like a celestial river, causing the air on the battlefield to freeze momentarily. This sword intent. Yi Bufan's expression shifted as he looked skyward. I in the distance, the heavens suddenly split open. A majestic sword light descended from the sky, bearing immense pressure, as if a divine weapon had arrived. That is, Ma Jilin gasped, the ancestor of the Lu family. Grandfather. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lu Wudi's eyes. Above the sky, a figure descended on a sword. The sword energy cutting through the air. The figure was aged yet imposing, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. With each step taken, the void trembled. The ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Tianshan. He has emerged from seclusion. Among the foreign army, many powerful figures displayed expressions of terror. Grandfather. Lu Wudi bellowed, "You have come." Lu Tianshan's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the battlefield, his voice booming like thunder. "Foreigners, dare to invade our territory, today I shall make you pay in blood for your debts." The sword light sliced through the air like lightning, instantly cleaving through the foreign army. Boom, where the sword light passed. Several foreign masters were directly severed in half, blood raining down upon the heavens. Kill. With a single command from Lu Tianshan, the Lu family's warriors surged forth, brandishing sharp blades as they plunged into the foreign ranks. With every sword swung, a foreign warrior fell. Block him. Quickly, stop him. Within the foreign army, several Grand Master-level warriors charged forward, attempting to encircle Lu Tianshan. "Ants dare to obstruct me." Lu Tianshan scoffed, swinging his long sword. The sword energy sweeping like a storm. Several foreign grandmasters were instantly engulfed, the blood mist swirling as they were reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha. The ancestor is mighty. Lu Wudi laughed heartily, his battle spirit ignited. Yet, the turn of the tide did not allow Lu Wudi to relax in the slightest. Just as Lu Tianshan was slaying the foreign grandmasters, Yi Bufan's figure silently vanished into the void. Chapter 84. The end. Moments later, a figure materialized behind Lu Tianshan. Lu Tianshan. Today marks your demise. Yi Bufan's half-human, half-beast form was fully unleashed. His hands tore through the void, and terrifying lion fire transformed into two colossal dragons, surging towards Lu Tianshan with destructive force. Come on. Lu Tianshan showed no fear. He swung his longsword, the sword energy like a rainbow, crashing into the two lion fire dragons. Boom, the heavens and earth trembled. The void distorted, as the terrifying energy waves overturned the battlefield. Countless foreign and human warriors were sent flying by this force, blood scattering across the sky. Kill. Yi Bufan howled to the heavens, his hands dancing wildly. The golden lion fire transformed into a sea of flames, encircling Lu Tianshan entirely. The power of the lion fire will burn everything. Lu Tianshan's expression turned grave. This power exceeded his expectations. He took a deep breath. The sword energy within him surged violently. His long sword pierced forth, the sword light like a torrential flood, striking towards Yi Bufan's sea of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light collided continuously with the lion fire, the atmosphere growing increasingly frenzied. With each clash, the void was torn apart, countless shards being swept into the chaotic space. Yi Bufan. Your power is indeed formidable. Lu Tianshan gritted his teeth, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he felt the terrifying pressure from Yi Bufan. Lu Tianshan. You cannot stop me. Yi Bufan laughed maniacally, his hands suddenly coming together, the golden lion fire morphing into a gigantic lion paw that struck fiercely towards Lu Tianshan. Grandfather. Lu Wudi shouted, wanting to rush forward. But Zhou Lin held him back firmly. Young master, do not go. Lu Tianshan's expression was grave, his long sword raised sharply. The sword energy within him surged wildly, his figure shooting upwards like a beam of sword light, colliding fiercely with the gigantic lion paw. Boom, the heavens shook. Lu Tianshan was sent back several dozen meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, although his sword had blocked the lion paw's attack. He was already feeling overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, Lu Tianshan, you are nothing but this. Yi Bufan laughed maniacally, his hands tearing through the void once more. The golden lion fire transformed into countless fire blades, raining down upon Lu Tianshan. Lu Tianshan inhaled deeply, the sword energy within him erupted again. His long sword trembled lightly, the sword light surged forth like a torrent, clashing violently with the multitude of fire blades. The air was thick with the scent of flames and sword energy, their battle reaching a fever pitch. Grandfather. Lu Wudi clenched the heavenly sword in his hand, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Ding. Would you like to expend luck points to aid Lu Tianshan in breaking through to the absolute pinnacle? Current luck points, 2,612. Assist my grandfather in breaking through to the absolute pinnacle, restoring his peak combat power. Lu Wuti chose to confirm without hesitation. Ding! Consumed 2,000 luck points, aiding Lu Tianshan in breaking through to the absolute pinnacle. Current luck points, 612, in an instant. Lu Wuti felt a powerful force surge from within, transforming into an intangible aura that swiftly infused into Lu Tianshan. Lu Tianshan's previously fatigued body was suddenly filled with an overwhelming strength. His sword energy surged, and the blood within him erupted like a torrential flood. What is? Lu Tianshan's pupils constricted. He sensed that his power had instantly returned to its peak state, even stronger than during his prime. Invincible. What have you done? Lu Tianshan looked at Lu Wuti in astonishment. Lu Wuti smiled faintly and said, Grandfather, today, I shall join forces with you to eradicate these alien races. Lu Tianshan took a deep breath, feeling the surging sword intent within him, and he refrained from asking further questions. With a sudden sweep of his longsword, the sword light soared like a rainbow, aiming directly at Yi Bufan. Ha ha ha, Lu Tianshan. Today you shall not be able to stop me. Yi Bufan laughed maniacally as his hands once again tore through the void, conjuring golden lion flames that transformed into countless fiery dragons. Cascading downwards. Cannot be stopped? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Tianshan's eyes. Then let us see. Boom! The clash of sword light and lion flames sent shockwaves through heaven and earth, shattering the void. Yet this time, Lu Tianshan's sword energy did not remain at a disadvantage. Instead, it surged forward like an unending torrent, tearing apart Yi Bufan's flames. Yi Bufan's pupils constricted, clearly caught off guard by the sudden increase in Lu Tianshan's power. How could this be? Yi Bufan gritted his teeth, the power of the Lion King raging within him. As Lu Tianshan struck with his sword, the sword energy cascaded like the Milky Way in reverse. Several alien grandmasters were instantly cleaved in two, blood showering the sky. The pinnacle realm. Is this the power beyond grandmasters? A grandmaster among the aliens was filled with terror. Before he could react, Lu Tianshan's sword light flashed past, and his head fell with a dull thud. Ha! Grandfather is mighty. Lu Wuti laughed heartily, astonished by the terrifying power unleashed by the alliance of Lu Tianshan and himself. Yi Bufan. Today, you are undoubtedly doomed. Lu Wuti's eyes sparkled with cold light. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Bufan roared. The Lion King's power within him surged wildly, yet he gradually realized that his strength was being suppressed. How could this be? How could my Lion King's power be suppressed by him? Yi Bufan's heart brimmed with shock and resentment. Ding! The host has successfully suppressed the child of destiny. Yi Bufan. Current fortune value 2,000. Current fortune value 2612. Yi Bufan. Today you are destined to lose. Lu Wuti sneered. With a sudden swing of the heavenly sword in his hand, the sword energy poured forth like a celestial river, aiming straight for Yi Bufan's chest. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose. A glint of madness flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes as he had come to the realization that he could not defeat Lu Wuti, and a flicker of determination crossed his gaze. If so, then let us perish together. Yi Bufan held to the heavens, his Lion King's power raging violently, causing his body to swell. The golden lion flames blazed with unparalleled intensity, as if to incinerate the very fabric of the universe. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Lu Tianshan's expression changed as he rushed forward. Lu Wuti. Today I shall perish along with you. Yi Bufan's voice reverberated like thunder, his internal power reaching its zenith. Damn it. Lu Wuti's brow furrowed, gripping the heavenly sword tightly as the blood and energy surged within him. Yi Bufan, I will not let you succeed. The heavens trembled, and the winds and clouds shifted ominously. Yi Bufan's maniacal laughter echoed across the battlefield, transforming into waves of destructive flames that engulfed the world. Wuti, retreat. Lu Tianshan bellowed. The sword energy within him erupted, attempting to shield against that annihilating force. Yet he too felt a profound sense of helplessness. Lu Wuti held the heavenly sword tightly, the energy within him surging uncontrollably. Ding! The child of destiny, Yi Bufan, is about to self-destruct, generating destructive energy. Would you like to consume fortune points to activate Limitless Devouring Technique to guide the energy? Current fortune value, 2,612. System, activate Limitless Devouring Technique immediately. I must guide this energy. Ding! Consumed 2,000 fortune points. Limitless Devouring Technique successfully activated. Current fortune value, 612. In an instant, a powerful devouring force surged within Lu Wuti. As if it could consume the very heavens and earth, even causing the void to tremble. This force swiftly fused with the sword energy within him, forming a vortex that surged towards Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan, if you wish to self-destruct, then let me show you who the true victor is. Lu Wuti's gaze turned frigid, and he cleaved the heavenly sword downwards, the sword energy transforming into a brilliant beam of light. piercing through the breached defenses of the Sword Energy Fortress. Boom! The earth shook violently, the void ruptured, and the destructive force manifested as a golden torrent. It surged towards the crack in the Sword Energy Fortress. Under the impact of this energy, the fissure began to heal rapidly, the previously crumbling defenses restored in an instant. What? The alien forces stood agape. Unable to comprehend the scene before them, he actually utilized Yi Bufon's self-destructive power to mend the defenses. Lu Tianshan could not conceal his shock either. He witnessed Lu Wuti completely guide that destructive force to the breach of the Sword Energy Fortress. The defense array, which was on the verge of collapse, regained its brilliance, standing firm once more. Yi Bufon, in the end, you have lost. Lu Wuti sneered. I cannot accept this. How could I lose to you? Yi Bufon's voice echoed through the void, yet his figure gradually dissipated, ultimately falling. Ding. Successfully defeated the Child of Destiny. Yi Bufon. Fortune value 10,000, current fortune value 10612. Lu Wuti took a deep breath. Feeling the surging power within him, he understood that with Yi Bufon's demise, he had once again gained a substantial fortune value, significantly enhancing his strength. Yi Bufon. In the end, it was your arrogance that led to your downfall, Lu Wuti said calmly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The alien forces on the battlefield had lost all will the fight and began to retreat in droves. Young master, Yi Bufon is dead, Zhou Lin exclaimed excitedly, and the members of the Lu family cheered in unison. Wuti, well done. Lu Tianshan approached, his eyes filled with appreciation and pride. Grandfather, had you not arrived in time, we would have struggled to hold on until now. Lu Wuti smiled slightly, yet his eyes radiated resolve. However, the threat posed by the alien races has not been entirely resolved. We cannot afford to let our guard down. Lu Tianshan nodded, his gaze fixed on the retreating alien forces in the distance. Following Lu Wuti's orders, various clans sprang into action, mobilizing resources and personnel to swiftly begin repairing the defenses of the Sword Energy Fortress. Lu Tianshan and the members of the Lu family exerted their utmost efforts to assist in mending the array. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire Sword Energy Fortress became tense yet orderly. The powerful clans united their efforts, reconstructing an impregnable defense. Wuti, what shall we do next? Ma Jiling approached Lu Wuti, concern evident in her eyes. Lu Wuti smiled slightly, gazing toward the distant horizon. A temporary peace has arrived, but this is merely the beginning. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, I, Lu Wuti, shall lead the Lu family to safeguard this land.